about the truth is, you could see something that will not last. Purchase from them something that's the logic being over there. Yaakov has tremendous income when he sells off something that he won't. Example again, vegetables. He's able to go ahead and make money before us. Simar tells the story. Hahumina, very interesting story. Hahumina, the Shagid Dinara, so there was a particular min. I mean, is a heretic. There was a heretic who then Rabbi Huda, a special coin. Dinar Kisarna, literally Kisarian dinar. This is a gift. Now, when did this heretic send Rabbi's gift? On his young, on the Avodah young gift. So Rabbi Yosef Reish Lakish before Rabbi Huda. Amar Hechi Avi. Rabbi Huda said, "What should I do with the gift? Ashkele, if I accept the gift." That ultimately, again, this heretic, this min, thanks to his deity, and that's not good. If I don't go ahead and accept it, Havila Eva cause animosity. So we're talking about this concept about of Eva, creation of animosity with the outside, and how we have to be careful with that as well. So the Gemara talks, we'll again see it in context. So I wasn't sure what to do with the coin. So Rishlakish gives me an interesting answer. He says, "Oh, there's Rishlakish, just throw it into a pit. Throw it into a pit." The Gemara says, just go throw it in the pit, in the face, right in front of this heretic. Koshkin the Hadra Eva. So to which we're going to see it says, well, 1 second, it's written about creation of animosity. Ain't animosity, you don't right there. That's room, right? Make it look like an accident. In other words, it's not like you tripped and like you lost the point. So, in other words, obviously, you can't hold on to it because holding on to a gift. So there's actually even a different kind of case. Remember, this case over the next Mishnah, this case over here, the gift is actually being given on the yontif itself, which is even a bit more problematic than the speaking before the yontif, as we'll discuss. So Rishlakish essentially says to him, protect this way again. You don't keep the gift, but you also don't create any additional animosity. Okay, so we'll say, so how do we pass this Rishlakish, right? So at the end of the day over here, what do we do in this scenario? So remember again, so the Jew violated the rabbinic prohibition, transacted business on the 3 days before his Yom Tov. What halacha? So the Rambam passes in Hilchos Avodah. There's like a lot of halachas in this, packed into this one halacha over here. The Rambam writes, "Avar v'nasa ba'osu harei zeh mutter ba'ado." So the Rambam passes that if you violate and you transact business on the 3 days before their Yom Tov, you are permitted to benefit from the proceeds. So the Rambam passes like Reish Lakish. However, Rambam does the right thing. No say biyom chad b'mimayim hareza asr b'ano. If you transact business or any of these transactions in akum on there itself, then the proceeds are asr. Right. So 3 days before violated mutter b'ano, on the Yom Tov itself, benefit from it. All right, incredible. Baiter. Lahashkilan the next. Ultimately, again, lashil l'shalehen. So what about lend them or borrowing from them? So Mishnah said both of these are prohibited 3 days before the Yom Tov. So Mishnah, the Kamar V'Chalu, so I can't lend something to an apple in the 3 days before his Yom Tov. Again, I'm actively benefiting because, again, he's growing his assets, right? He now has assets to his name. So the Gemara says, however, why can't I borrow from him? At the end of the day, to borrow from him, again, that's diminishing what he has. So why should that be prohibited? Abai says that if what? That if you borrow from them to them. That's Abai. Rav says no, Kulam Mishum, the other issue over here is in general, the Akum is going to go ahead and get to his deity. Now we're going to see this machlokes occur over. So what Rav is this? When an Akum sees that the Jew is dependent on him, that gives him simcha. So fascinating, right? That what does the world want? What does the world always wanted? The world always wanted subservient Jews. That's what the world wants. The world always wants dependence. So the mice again, and that's why the world has such different Jews stand up for themselves, and the Jews fight back. And the Jews don't have to rely on others. In any event, so Rabbi says over here that when the Jews borrow from much as from as much left at the end of the day, he still will give thanks to his deity because the Jew is dependent on him. Therefore, again, you can't borrow or lend. Next, to lend or to borrow from them. So I understand why he can't lend because by lending him, right, he has more property, he has more assets. And a little smeharamai, but why can't I borrow? Because again, you're so weird. When you borrow, you're diminishing the assets of the Yachid. Rabbi, here the level so once again, Rabbi says we're concerned that if we allow you to go ahead and borrow from them, you may come to lend them. Rava once again says, no, all of this is because when the Akum sees that the Jew is dependent on him, he will give thanks to his deity. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. The Foran, first wide line, the Foran of the Florman, to go ahead and literally again pay back the Akum and took payments from him. So the Gemara said, Bishlam of the Foran, so I understand why I can't pay him back. We shouldn't come out of him because at the end of the day, I'm increasing his ass. Again, ultimately, to exact payment from the Akum, that's diminishing his assets. Why should Rabbi once again zero the Fromen and Rabbi is concerned if we allow you to go ahead and pay, to extract payment, you may come to pay back. Rabbi Amar, Rabbi says, no, all of this is because, again, the Akum feels a sense of gratitude when he knows that the Jew is been upon him. Incredible. So now the obvious question is, why do you need all these cases? Whenever you see a repetition of cases and the case all highlighted in the same basic core principle, the fundamental question comes up, just say the case once, just say like the principle, and we got it. We know how to apply things after the fact. So which is the tricky. We need all of the cases. So the Tanakh word just prohibited doing business with an Akum in 3 days before Yom Tiv. You shouldn't come out of all that because, again, obviously, if you're purchasing something from the Akum, he's gaining money. It makes sense that he'll go and give gratitude to his deity. But I would have thought that, like, to borrow money from the Akum would have been fire to borrow something, because when you borrow something, you're taking the object away from the person. That wouldn't be a source of gratitude for the Akum. If I would have thought that would be mutter, the kind of lishon, and if it would have just said you can't borrow from the Akum, because when someone has to borrow something from you, what does that show? When someone has to borrow something from you, what does that show? I have and you don't, right? I have and you don't. So you're dependent on me. So I thought, okay, I can't do that with an Akum. He's going to go ahead and give gratitude to his deity. But ultimately, again, borrow money from an Akum, that's Sarah Ba'alma. The Rosh is very interesting. To borrow one only causes the lend sar, right? Why does it lend it sar? Because ultimately, again, he doesn't know if he's going to get paid back. So the Gemara says, Asal Islay Amar Tuv Duzi. Because whenever you lend, there's always the possibility that you will not get paid back. So therefore, I would have thought that should have been not going to have simcha from that. So the Gemara is right. But even would have just the case that I can't borrow money. No, because the Akum will say, no, I'm going to get my money back one way or another. I'm going to extract from the Jew. But let's say to extract payment from an akum, I would that's mutter because there's no real simcha involved in that. They're not going to go ahead and give thanks to his deity. And I would have thought that would be mutter. Therefore, tzricha. So in all of these cases, because you would not be able to extrapolate one from the other. Bottom line, all these things are going to be prohibited because at the end of the day, he's gained something additional and going to give thanks to his deity. He's going to be happy because someone else is dependent on him. The fact that someone else is dependent on him highlights his aggrandized status, and therefore he's going to give thanks to his deity as a result of that. And the Jew can't be involved in anything that in any way amplifies, increases, or enhances between the akum and his deity. Incredible. Rabbi Yehuda over in front. Remember again, Rabbi Yehuda holds the halacha. You are allowed to go ahead and right in front of man. You can't lie because Rabbi Yehuda assumes that halacha l'maisa there is no simcha involved in going ahead and pass. So therefore, again, the akum is not going to come to go ahead and give because he repaid his debt. Now, interestingly enough, the Tanakh says, the Rabbanon say no. Rabbanon say no. You can't collect the debt from the akum. Why? Because even if he's distressed, right in the moment about paying back, he'll be happy in the long run. He'll be happy in the long run, right? Because since he paid off instead, he'll be happy later on, and therefore he can't extract gains. The Gemara says, 1 second. The Gemara says, I don't understand. I don't understand. Rabbi Yehuda, let's say Rabbi Yehuda, so apparently, what's at the core of this machlokes over here in Tanakh is this idea of something causes you temporary sadness but long-term happiness. Are you allowed to engage in type of transaction something that fits into that category, which is payment from an akum? Right now will cause some distress, but later on it feels good to know that you paid off your debts. So Rabbi Yehuda says that's not a problem. Just look at what the transaction is now. You don't look at what it is in the future. Tanakh says no. We look at what it is now and what it is in the future. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. Rabbi Yehuda doesn't hold to this concept of he doesn't hold to this concept that something that causes temporary distress but long-term happiness is considered in general to be a happiness transaction. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda, a woman should not go ahead and put lime on her face. So women use lime as like a facial. Right? So you cannot apply lime. So the way it worked with lime is when it was on you, it was distressing. You would leave it off a certain amount of time, and then you would take it off. It does wonders for the chin. Right? In any event, so the Gemara says over here that a woman should not go ahead and apply lime on her face on Chalamai, right? Why? Because it's distress. It's going to take it from her yamtiv because her face is covered with lime. So the Gemara says, who agrees that if it's like a shorter, a facial of a shorter duration, where she could put the lime on and then peel, it's okay, right? Why? Because even though it's distressing for her now, ultimately, again, she'll be happy afterwards with her complexion. So Rabbi Yehuda does hold us out that Allah an event or a transaction, short-term distress, long-term happiness, as a happy transaction. If that's Rabbi Yehuda in our Mishnah should say, you can't extract payment from an akum 3 days before Yom Tov, because even though it causes him immediate distress, it will long-term happiness. The truth is, don't bring in the halachos of Cholamayid. Because it was in general, number of on Cholamayid, you're really not allowed to do malacha. The only malacha you're allowed to do are things for Ochel Nefesh, and it perhaps to stave off some type of loss. So in Cholamayid, it's temporary distress. In other words, because it's work, temporary distress, but for some longer term or for some down the road simcha. See, you can't really bring a right from Cholamayid because Cholamayid is a little bit of a different construct. Ravina says, so it's interesting. Ravina says, in general, when it comes to paying back a debt, so an Obed is always in a state of distress. Paying back debt is just distressful for an uncle. In other words, by you could have the concept of something that is temporarily stressful, by temporarily difficult, to yield a long-term happiness. By an akum, they don't have that construct, and therefore paying of a debt is always just going to be distressful, or difficult. So it just happens to be a fascinating idea. Ravina just makes this in the Olam Eitzar, that it could very well be by the Jew, right? What unique about our people, right? Just if you think about it, what is unique about Israel? Am Yisrael can really be seen in this one phrase. Afa pisha meitzer achshav sameach hu la'achar zman. Right? The whole yisod of Klal Yisrael is that we are willing and able to deal with immediate pain and immediate difficulty because we believe it's the way for good. Afa pisha meitzer hu la'achar zman is almost like our mantra through everything. The last 2,000 years up to this present day, because we believe right in the Shalima that tsar of the achshav, the difficulties, the challenges of now are only here to pave the way to some greater later on. But that may be something that hashkaf may be something that is unique to Klal Yisrael. It may be something that is unique to our people. It's embedded in our DNA, and it's what allows us to overcome every single challenge. And I both said, by the way, it's not on the national level, it's on the personal level as well. How do we navigate life's challenges? Life is so, I'm talking about just on a personal level. I'm talking about Iran. I'm talking about us, just day to day in our own personal lives. How do we go ahead and navigate those things which we encounter every single day? Life is incredibly difficult, maybe very, very difficult for me right now, but I believe with all of my heart, Sameach Ula Achar Zman, we'll get through this. I will get through this. Not only will I get successful again, not only will I be successful, but somehow, some way, this difficult circumstance will set me up for dynamic growth going forward. It's not just that I'll live through this. It's not just that I'll get through this. It's that this in and of itself lays the foundation for the simcha that is going to come later on. This one line, just anything, and this is what we are. This is who we are as a nation and as individuals. Rabina comes along and says, by the way, they don't have this. They don't have this. Whether that's here now, whether that means the ability to have the saras of today, payments of tomorrow. But Ravina is just saying this yisod of this is the hashkafa to our people. Incredible. So Mar says, our Mishnah does not hear Rishon Karcha. What does Rishon Karcha say? So Rishon Karcha Omer, Malva Bishtar, Malva Bishtat, in the front mehen, Malva al So the Rishon Karcha makes a very interesting distinction here. Rishon Karcha says that halacha l'mais, everything depends on the nature of loan. If I lent money to an akum, if I lent in a document, don't collect for the 3 days before the Yom Tov. Why? Just wait. Since I have a document, I'm good. I can collect whenever I want. If, however, it was verbal loan or an oral loan, very, 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 very bad idea. So you collect that whenever you can, because always in fear of being lost. So if you don't have time to collect it days before the Yom Tov, then ultimately again you take care. The Mishnah does not make that distinction. Okay, that's right. So ultimately, this is what happened. So Rav Yosef was sitting behind Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Abba was sitting before Rav Huna, and Rav Huna said as follows: "The halacha follows Rabbi Yosef and Karcha, which the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda. Halacha Rabbi Yosef and Karcha. So we'll say so. The halacha follows Rabbi Yosef and Karcha. That's what we just said before. So ultimately, Rav Huna was making this distinction. He said it depends on the nature of the loan. If it's a written loan, if it's loan recorded in the document, do not collect it. But if halacha l'maisa, again, it is a milva al peh, it is a loan, then collect as soon as you can, even in the 3 days. So that's halacha there. What about Rabbi Yehuda? What is doing this halacha like Yehuda? What's the Yehuda's case? It's Sanya. So what's the actual interesting case? You saw this before. Hanot Sarah Latzava Latzbala Latzvah Shachar. Shachar Latzvah. So what's this case? I give my wool to a dyer. D-Y-E-R. Right? I give my wool to a dyer. Say, well, dyer, I want you to dye it black. But he goes ahead and dyes it red. He dyes it red. So what's the halacha? What do we do here? So we'll say top of Zion with Aleph. Shamir Amir says, no sin late, low sin low, to make some rope. Shamir says essentially the dyer is obligated to refund me the value of unprocessed wool. In other words, he refunds me what I gave to him, and he the finished product. Okay? Rabbi Yehuda says no. Now, what I'm saying now, the reason why Rabbi Yehuda is dramatically opposed to that is because you set up a scenario where the buyer profits. Because things are just a moment, right? I told him I wanted to dye it black. He dyed it red. Still, okay, he didn't do what I wanted, but the value of dyed wool, we assume, is always greater than the value of undyed wool. So essentially what's going to happen, a buyer is going to get dyed wool for the value of, or for the price of undyed wool. So this is how can you do that? You're allowing dyer to profit, even though again he did something wrong. So read this like this: no sin So we do this as like this. There are two quotes here, right? So I will say, so on one hand, there is the appreciation, right? How much more now is the lenses? So essentially, Yehuda says the owner of the wool pays the dyer the lesser of those two amounts, right? So whatever is the lesser of the two, the appreciation of the wool now, or the expenses, he pays the dyer. So again, the owner of the wool pays the dyer the lesser of those two amounts and take back. So the Gemara says, and therefore it's coming back. So Rav Huna says, follows Rabbi Yehuda in this case. And in this case over here, again, I pay the dyer the lesser of the two expenses, of the two amounts being or expenses. So Yosef la pay. So Rav Yosef heard this. Yosef turned away. Now, let's say this act of turning away, right, was an act of like, what would you call this? Not this. An act of displeasure with what was said, right? He turned away as like very, very displeased with this whole discussion. So it's there. So now why was he upset? So firstly, he said like, I understand why you need to make a different right? Why? What is was one who said in terms of this collecting of an akum, it all depends how the debt was recorded. The document, you are not allowed to collect it on the days before the Yom Tov, because it'll after the Yom Tov. But if it's a verse, you can, because you're in real danger of losing that. So I understand why statements have to be made. Why? So because we should make progress on the Rabbanon. Generally, the halacha is like this: when you have the individual and the group, the halacha follows who? The group. The group. Again. Therefore, again, the Gemara is or Rav is going to tell us that halacha l'maisa we pass it. We should like karka b'yachid. So I understand why that statement was necessary. Why they need to make a declarative statement that Allah was Rabbi Yehuda? I also remember again. Bless you. What was Rabbi Yehuda? That's the case where I give the wool to the dyer, right? I want him to dye as it red. So Rabbi Yehuda says what? I give him the lower of the two depreciation or expenses. I pay him the lesser of those two amounts and take my wool back. But why would the need to say the halacha like Rabbi Yehuda? Pshita. That's obvious why. The machlokes, the achar kach stam. So I say this is fascinating. In Gemara, whenever you find two mishnayos, Mishnah number one records the machlokes. Mishnah number two is a stam mishnah. What's a stam mishnah? A stam mishnah is a mishnah that records one opinion without attribution. So whenever you have mas, and then machlokes always follows the stam Talmudic principle. Now watch this. Our case over here, machlokes the Baba Kama. That was ultimately again the machlokes that we quoted before is in Baba Kama. Okay, so that's the Gemara that we quoted before, right? It's Baba Kama, right? I know Saint Sever. Let's have a response. So the machlokes Yehuda and Rabbi Meir is in Baba Kama. Who stam the Baba Mitzvah. Then there's a stam of Hakol Mishane Lo Ala Tachtona. The whole Yada Ala Tachtona. What was the stam Mishnah in Baba Mitzvah? The Mishnah said like this: whoever changes the parameters of the agreement he is put at actual disadvantage. Just like the person who retracts is put at the transactional disadvantage. So what does that mean for our purpose over here? So again, remember in this case over here, I go to the dyer. I want it black. He dyed it red because he changed the parameters. Therefore, he is at disadvantage. That's a stam mishnah. Tell me that's what. Therefore, I only have to pay him the lower of the two expenses or the lower of the two amounts. These are appreciation expenses. So the stam mishnah. Now, what do I have? Machlokes and Baba Kama between, as you just mentioned before, Rabbi Yehuda, and then a stam mishnah that cements that like. So whenever you have a machlokes stam, the machlokes always follow. Why do you need to tell me that the Rabbi Yehuda? That's obvious. That's why Rabbi Yehuda is annoyed. So he turned to like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you making like such a statement when it's obvious just based on Talmudic principles? For Rav Huna, so why did Rav Huna say Yehuda? Why did he tell him? Listen to this website. Mishum de'in seder lemishnah. So this is interesting because Rav Huna felt there's not necessarily this meaning. Because I will say, okay, Rav Huna will say like this. I agree with the principle. Now, whenever there's machlokes and stam, the machlokes follow the halacha follows stam, which I will say makes sense, right? Like Talmudically, what's happened? Gemara goes and discusses the machlokes. And then the appearance of the stam says like this. So that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. What was Rav Huna's problem? Rav Huna's problem, or what was Rav Huna's issue? Rav Huna said, well, there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. Because there's not an order, what? It could very well be that what? That the stam before the machlokes. But the stam comes before the machlokes and the applies principle. One second. Ihachi is the achar kach stam inside the Mishnah. Well, exactly. If you're going to throw out that idea of inside the Mishnah, then what have you done? You've effectively that entire principle. You can never rely on that principle of machlokes the achar kach stam, the halacha stam, because who knows which really came first? There's the rest of no. Rav Huna, kilo aminon ein seder dechad masechta, v'shem masechta aminon. The Gemara says like this. Rav Huna says like this. When do we rely on an order of yes? That's in one masechta. right? Well, in one Masechta, there is an order. In two Masechtas, there's not necessarily an order. So in this case over here, because one Mishnah, so again, whenever you have two ayahs in one Masechta, so again, we can always say, Machlokes Yachakach Stam. But in two separate Masechtas, there's not necessarily an order in Mishnah ayahs. So therefore, in our case over here, because one Mishnah is in Baba Kamo, one Mishnah is in Siyah, on the principle of Machlokes V'Achak Halacha Kistam. Therefore, Rav Huna felt compelled to say what? The Halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda, that again, that you pay the lesser of the two amounts. Incredible. Rabbi Yosef will say, now we'll say, if that's the case, then Rabbi Yosef is going to turn away a little bit like in displeasure. So Rabbi Yosef, why getting over like this? Rabbi Yosef, Kulin is Zikin Chad Mesachti. Because Rabbi Yosef holds all of this interesting, all of the Zikin has the status of one Mesachta. Status of Mesachta, and therefore again, he felt that this statement, the halacha kari, is unnecessary because he couldn't just rely on the concept of strum, the akar kach, sorry, Machlokes is akar kach. Levi Sema, Rishon Dikta. Rav Yosef also thought that this is different. Why is this different? Because here, in this type of case, the Mishnah itself gives a definitive ruling. What's the definitive ruling? The definitive ruling was in general. If you change the deal, if you change the parameters of the transaction, you are. So Rav Yosef felt that is declarative and accepted that there was no need state the halacha of Rabbi Yehuda. Okay, it was like the halacha. Okay, let's just let it get that out of the way. The halacha does Yehuda. Then halacha nice again to roll to the dye it black. You got it red, and the lesser of the two amounts, the appreciation or expect get back my will. That's it works. And indeed, it's seen in Rishon Karcha as well. When it comes to collection of debts 3 days before the Yom Tov, documents don't collected. However, again, if it's a verbal loan or a loan, halacha is to collect it. And there you're in real fear, real danger of losing the money. So now, by the way, that I mentioned on Rishon Karcha, we're just going to do a whole bunch of Rishon Karcha cases. They're really great. So listen to this. So I need workers. So I'm not allowed to say on Shabbos. Maybe we'll meet up after Shabbos. So again, obviously, we're not right. But again, I'm saying to him, maybe you'll show up. You'll come next day after Shabbos, which is another way of saying maybe you'll come do some work on Motzei Shabbos. That's time to come down. Says it's mutter. Now why is it mutter? Because I want to say, the statement, I made no reference to work. So the only time that it's problematic is if we're to go ahead and make a mention of work. Will you come? Can we meet up on Motzei Shabbos so that you could go ahead and do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos? That'd be problematic. But to make a statement that doesn't reference work, but just says, it would be wonderful to see you, right? Well, I see you on Motzei Shabbos. Rishon says that is a mutter statement, makes no difference to work. So said this is greater motif that in general we speak on Shabbos has to be the way we speak about when we speak during the week. So therefore we speak about business matters. We shouldn't speak about business Shabbos. But Rishon Ben Karfa says, this is my speech. Doesn't reference any explicit business, it's going to be mutter. Again, Rabbi says, that isn't that again, this statement is because of just take it at its decision and not do a statement. I see you, right? We want to get together in Motzei Shabbos because it's reference to business. There's a Tanabana. So watch this. I asked the Chacham, and the Chacham that the item is coming. You shall l'Chacham, don't ask someone else. Right? Don't ask someone else in order to get a lenient opinion. Or l'Chacham, you shall l'Chacham, the answer. Don't ask another shayla in order to answer of mutter. Two Chachamim, two Chachamim. So what happens was that if you happen to ask two rabbanim, like two chamash next to each other, you ask the shayla. One says tamei, one says tar, one says mutar, one says aser. So what's the halacha? Say if one of them is greater than the other. Now it's interesting. Lashon over here is that's more of an expression, right? So again, if one of them is greater than the other, then what's the halacha? Halach acharov. Then follow the greater chacham. In love, halach achmir. And if not, achmir opinion. So we'll say now, let's just hold up there. So we actually quoted this on Shavuos night in our topic. And we should make our Shal Torah halach achar amachmir. Shal halach achar negav. Let's just hold up. You don't always have to be machmir. In the case of biblical law, in other words, if the shaila is a biblical one, okay, then go after the machmir opinion. If the shaila is a rabbinic one, then ultimately again go after the opinion. I'm Rabbi Yosef. And Rabbi Yosef says the law is Shabbat. And Rabbi say that is indeed how we ask it. Right? Again, when you have a suffix in halacha, so suffix d'oraisa l'chumra, doubt in biblical will go l'chumra. Suffix draban ultimately again the kula. Turn up. Both say more b'shul mekarcha. Turn up on the kulan shechazru b'ahen in mekabel osolam. As well say this is kind of let's say I have someone who is postulating this kind of behavior. So Rashi points out over here, Gazlan and the Amma Aretz. Now it's interesting to get Rashi over here and Amma Aretz. Let's leave ours out for just a little bit. Let's focus on the Gazlan, a thief. A thief is postulatus. A thief is postulatus. So I'll say, get rid. This is the way. Such an incredible Gemara. Right? So now let's say you have a thief, and the thief did tshuva. The thief did tshuva. Does tshuva restore his ne'emanos? Does it restore ultimately again his believability, reliability? Does it restore his status as being someone who's trustworthy? So now, for example, is he allowed to go and give testimony? So Rabbi Meir says no. In Mekabel also, once you ruin your status, once you ruin your credit, you cannot restore it. As scary shita. Rabbi Yehuda says, "Oh, chazu b'ayim makmoni in Mekabel also." So this is something very interesting. Yehuda seems to say, the way it literally translates is like, if he did tshuva privately, we restored his credibility. If he did tshuva publicly, which is interesting. So it sounds like, again, it depends on the public versus the private need of the tshuva. He did the alternate version of this. Also, bring the matmonios, son. So on the base, also the alternate version of this is what the nature of the avera. If he did the avera, if the avera was an avera done privately, then ultimately again credibility can be restored. If it's a public avera, credibility can't be restored. What's the logic over there? All of us commit averas. At least if I commit an avera, ultimately what? To be able to do it right? What does a private avera show? What does a private avera highlight? That halacha l'maisa, there's a sense of shame. If I do something private, this shame is incredibly important because what does shame highlight? Right. That I know what I'm doing is wrong. They will say, the most we've sinned, right? We've all sinned. I'm pretty sure actually, probably people committed avera since we woke up this morning, right? It's only 6:31, right? And just started a couple of averas into the day, right? So the fact we sin, that's obvious. What is incredibly important is that halacha we feel a sense of embarrassment because at least you see the greatest challenge is not sin. What's the greatest challenge? When I begin to justify this, right? That's where there's a lot of challenge because we do this all the time. It's incredible how we do it. We go ahead and we make excuses why this is not a bad behavior. The truth is, I'm not bound to other things because I have a different hashkafa or this or that. We come up with all kinds of creative reasons why we are allowed to do the negative behaviors. And besides that, it's just exhausting. Right? It's better instead to say, I'm a human being, I'm frail, I make mistakes. Maybe even be more honest and say, I'm not even correcting things right now. as long as I keep constantly in mind that I know that it's wrong. We all live like this in life, for certain. We're doing it. We have to always remember, we have to be honest with ourselves and honest with the Kodesh Baruch Hu. So Moshe is tremendous honest. Where he loses his divine patience is when it's dishonest. We pretend that it's not. So the Gemara says like this: everything depends on how you sin. If you sin privately, that means it's busha. If there's busha, if it's me, that means I know that it's wrong. If I know that it's wrong, that means that there's tremendous hope for me because my moral compass is intact. When a person sins publicly, public sinning is a much bigger deal. Because public sinning means that to a certain person has lost their moral compass. So on the Yidami over here, Rabbi Yehuda says like this: if you publicly, you cannot restore credibility. If you privately, you can credibility. The most get ready for the best line today's. No, I shouldn't. All excellent line in today's daf. Lines on a personal level. Rabbi Shimon, both say second line. No, doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter what you did. Sin privately, you sin public. You do tshuva privately, you do tshuva publicly. Whatever you do, you can always restore your credit. Why? Because no matter how severe the sin, no matter the location of the sin, no matter you justify to yourself, you lie to yourself, you're honest, you're dishonest, whatever you did, whoever you are, tshuva is always accessible. Shinar shuvu banim shovim. One simple statement: return wayward sons. Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? Wayward son, it's you. Wayward son. And if the says, just come back. Come back. Just come. Just get things together. Just get things on the rails. Stop spending all your mental and emotional energy trying to justify why you did and why it's really not wrong. Just own it. Just lean into it. Just accept it. We all say we're all doing things against the other country, but if we just get our act together and just own what we've done, just what Uncle says, I'm waiting for you. The door's open. The door's open. And we're going to say there's no judgment. There is judgment, but the door's still open. So the Shabbat Karaf says, no matter what you've done, no matter who you are, you can always restore your credibility. Incredible. The Bible says it's the best of the world. Yochanan says the halacha l'maisa and the hashkafa follows Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi halacha l'maisa, anyone can restore their credibility. Obviously, in a most from a perspective or from an English perspective, there are certain steps a person has to take in order to restore their credibility. That is absolutely the halacha. But from a hashkafic perspective, no matter what I do, no matter how badly I've messed up life, the door to tshuva is always open. Shuvu banim shavin. Remember again, who even heard this? Who even heard this? Even Elisha ben Abuya. Even Elisha ben Abuya heard everything. Everyone, if you're in the Shema hears every single day. Shuvu banim shavin. And the Shema hears it. I just have to be courageous enough to act on it. Incredible. All right, I will say, I'm finishing the first Mishnah in the second side of the Zara. Now it's a long Mishnah. Now our second Mishnah. Here we go. So, we actually referenced this in yesterday's daf a little bit. Omer, Shosh Lefnei Shosh Lachareim also. The Bishma actually told says not only 3 days before their Yom Tov, but it's the 3 days after their Yom Tov that you make exactly as well. The Chum say, Lefnei Day and Usher, the Achar Day and the Chum on the other hand say no. It's only the 3 days before the Yom Tov that's problematic, not the 3 days afterwards. So says the Gemara, Amar Tachli Shmuel, the Achal Rabbi Shmuel, the Olam also. So also remember again, we saw this in yesterday's daf. Rabbi Shmuel holds Sundays. You are never allowed to transact with an akum on Sunday. Sunday is the Yom Tov. Therefore, not Sunday. And I remember again, Shmuel also holds that the 3 days don't include the day So effectively, according to Shmuel, you're really never allowed to transact business on them. But again, that was yesterday's dot. From the Chum said, "It's made motor." Come on, Tanakama. So say so. The Chumim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same thing as the Tanakama's Mishnah, right? They seem to be saying the same exact thing. You're not allowed to engage in transactional activity with an akum 3 days before his Yom Tov. So again, the Chachamim seem to be saying the same thing as the Tanakh of the previous Mishnah. So what's going on? First, the Gemara says maybe, hey, below so maybe the point of the contention of both say is going back to yesterday's dot. Do the 3 days include the Yom Tov, or is it 3 not including the Yom Tov? So the Gemara says Tanakh below the Tanakh on the previous Mishnah holds that it's 3 days plus the Yom Tov, so a total of 4 days. But whereas the 3 days include the Yom Tov itself. Another potential point is that all we're trying to do is try to figure out the decision between the Kumin of Mishnah and the Tanakama of previous Mishnah seem to be saying the same thing. And you did transact with the Akum in the 3 days before the Yom Tov. What is the status of the proceeds? So the Gemara says, Tanakama or Nasa Muta. The previous Mishnah, Tanakama held that the proceeds, although you did something prohibited, are permitted. Rabbanan Sabri, Nasa Nasa Asa. Rabbanan Avari Mishnah hold that no, the proceeds will be permitted. So one other possibility is Shmuel. The contention between them is Gomer Shmuel. Shmuel said, Bagola Ein Asr El Yom Ida. Was great. This is great. Said in the diaspora. So I remember again, there are Obdeko Pavim in Eretz Yisrael and of Chomin Chutzlaretz. So also get ready for this. Shmuel says in the diaspora, when it comes to transacting with an Obdeko, ultimately again, you only have to worry about transacting with them on the day of the Yom Tov itself. Now, what's the reason for that? Rashi says Bagola. Rashi says this is great. Ein Obdeko Pavim. Adukin kol kach ba'avodas kocham. Kigamino lekamon. Ovdei kocham shebechutz laaretz lav ovdei kochavim ninu. Apparently, the ovdei kocham of chutz laaretz are not so from. They're not so from. They're not so committed. They're not so committed. It's fascinating. They're not as intense. They're not as intense. Like a shtickle, like I don't know, whatever. I don't know, whatever it is. They're off the derech ovdei kocham. Whatever it might be. So the mice is fascinating. So therefore, again, I will say, and again, we're going to see this as well. We're going to see this again. And then ultimately, again, in the Gola, in the diaspora, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Shmuel's statement. So the Gola, so again, Shmuel holds that in the Gola and the diaspora, ultimately, again, only transact on the day of the actual Yom Tov is problematic, but ultimately, again, but the other 3 days are not. So Tanakama is like Shmuel. So Tanakama, in other words, our previous Mishnah holds like Shmuel. Ultimately, Rabbanim less than Shmuel, but the later Rabbanim ultimately like Shmuel. Okay. By saying the other possibility is the Nachum Hamadi Kavinai. Right, ultimately, again, some possible, and this is incredible because this is actually going to fuel a lot of our next. So yes, the statement of Nachum Hamadi ultimately is the point of attention. The sign of Nachum Hamadi Omer, Eino Aser Eli Yom Echad Lefnei Ideyah. So there's another sheet of Nachum. Nachamadi holds. There's no 3 days. There's 1 day. There's only one. There's 1 day ultimately again that is problematic. Tanakama lessly than Nachamadi. So ultimately again the Tanakama, the previous Mishnah hold of Nachamadi. That's right. This is Nachamadi. Whereas the later Rabbanim ultimately again hold of Nachamadi. Okay. So we'll say point over here is although it sounds like the Chachamim of our Mishnah are saying the same thing as the Chachamim of the previous Mishnah. They are separate and distinct things. The first wide line designs Kufa.
What up, baby? Oh boy. That's a tough thing. Okay, talk to me.
Skit, right?
Talk to me. What's skit?
Yeah, that guy.
The blind and deaf guy.
The blind and deaf are dark.
I hate joke, but okay.
The first leg of it completely distracted me, but it completely distracted me, and I was like, fuck. But I finished strong, and everyone was just like, don't worry, it was just that thing I did because it wasn't funny.
Did you tell the joke of Homicide Hotline?
No.
Why?
Use that for another time.
Okay, so what did the guy say? He just goes, not funny?
Yeah, he went funny.
Okay, that's all he said? I mean, I've got to agree with him. I wouldn't say.
It was a setup to a story that would have been funny.
Okay, story out?
Yeah, everyone laughed when I said he got hit by the boss.
Okay.
Joke that the day before he would never got hit by the boss, and everyone laughed at that.
Okay. You know what Sora is? SOR.
Yeah.
Yeah, dog. It's amazing. I've been making shit with it all morning. And it's really good. I've been making stuff part of Obama sounded fucks, dude. I've been making stuff for you're good. It's really good. Okay, so 0 to 10, how did you do in stand-up? Zero to 10, how did you... Okay. No, I understand, but that's going to happen. Was that... All right, did you record it? Recorded it? Okay, did you...
Can you give me a second?
Sure, take your time. Yes, sir.
Interview me after. Oh, you're sending video on Instagram. I'll send on Instagram.
Oh, that's tight.
Let's check this out. This Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 hit you. It's the wildest thing on the chain right now.
It's just that, yeah.
Okay, what else?
I thought is anyone here? My friend told me to my people with disabilities. So I asked, is anyone here blind or deaf? Yes.
Okay.
And I said, I'll probably get this thing angry pedophile yet.
And what did they say?
That's funny.
Okay. And do you think Allie wants to go out with you?
No.
Why not? All right.
Grandma's from a comedy album.
Okay.
People tell me every time.
What?
People told me I was fucking dick. Yeah.
And what did you say to him?
They just didn't let me fucking go ahead with it. Don't you know, like, I feel like you need more of a following to be.
Oh, is that what he said?
Oh, no, I'm just like, if Dave Chappelle called the jokes, I would have been fucking lost in Dave Chappelle.
Well, yeah, but people would laugh.
Yeah.
Dave Chappelle could read the tell, people would laugh.
No.
Correct. And Dave Chappelle think it's a really good idea. Rabbi should be playing chess with Benjamin Netanyahu and talking about what the next plans are.
So we'll say, now listen to this. So Nachman Hamadi is of the opinion, he says that it's not 3 days that are prohibited from transactional activity, but rather what? 1 day. So listen to this. Amrulo, so they said to Nachman Hamadi, Yishtaka davar below ne'ema. Right? Let's forget that and let's not talk about it. But that's another way of saying incorrect. Incorrect. Let's not talk about it. Va'ika. Rabbanan Bas ready to come to us. Say, but 1 second. You just said before that the Rabbanan of our Mishnah hold like that. So how can we forget it? You must man chachamim. No. Where the chacham of our Mishnah? So that means that it's not Hamadi. So there is this singular opinion that it's not 3 days, rather it's 1 day, and you now have the chacham saying, forget about that sheet, we don't talk about it. Tanya Ida, Nacham Hamadi, Omer Sosi. So now that we mentioned Nacham Hamadi, we're going to keep mentioning Nacham Hamadi again. So I just want to point out that in this discussion regarding like days that are transactionally prohibited, essentially what you see over here is as follows. You really have 3 different opinions. There is this opinion of the Rabbanan, or the Tanakh will call it, 3 days before the Yom Tov, right? There's the opinion of Rabbi Shmuel, 3 days before, 3 days after, and then apparently there's the opinion of Nacham Hamadi that just 1 day before. 1 day before. Now Nacham Hamadi seems to be taken out of play immediately, right? That Lamai said no one subscribes to this, so we take him out. But just understand that he's there. Now they're going to Nacham Hamadi. The Gemara is going to quote some other Nacham Hamadi. So interesting. Nacham Hamadi Omer Mochel and Sus Zachar V'Zakim L'Machal. So also is very interesting. So we're going to stop up here. We're going to talk about there's this concept, a rabbinic concept, that you're not allowed to sell certain types of animals to a behemoth das, large animals to non-Jews. We'll get into that, why that is actually a Shabbos issue. There's another interesting discussion about going ahead and selling. What about sell? Well, no, fine, let's just do it. So Gemara says follows. So if you look at Rashi says over here, most low shichu, most of the micharem, most of the shayla that Nachamadi Snefalem is like this. You could sell a zachar, a male horse that is old. Right? So an older horse, ultimately again twiddling during war. What does this mean? So actually we'll say stop here for today. I'm not gonna rush through it. Stop here for today. We'll say tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh, Samir Hashem begin at 5:45. Shachris at 7 o'clock. All additional his onerous. Sorry, 6:30. 6:30 Shach will also be in Hashem tomorrow. An additional his onerous meaning. And that'll be at 7 a.m. tomorrow. I'm sorry, tomorrow. Right, I have some information correct. Right, so Emir Hashem, so that'll be tomorrow 7 o'clock. Also, we put that out on the email list for today. We have a lot to do tomorrow, but Emir Hashem, we will get. All right, have a great day, everyone. Your earshot. Good morning. Good to a great Baruch Hashem to be able to continue in the Sechus Avodah Zarah together, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for 5785 Tavshin Pei, the Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Joshos this year. As he's a close from Besoros, our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Nun. Habavim Latova, Stephen Tarizin, in loving memory of Steve Mother, Doris Gizin, Devorah Bas from Yisrael Yoel, on the occasion of our Peyart site. Our Week of Learning sponsor, Jeff Schwartz, in commemoration of his father's yard site, Shmuel Ben Shimon Halevi Zichron Lebracha, and an anonymous sponsor, which we blew the lid off that yesterday. Merit Hashem, Yitzi Statman. I'm gonna just have to say he's not gonna get upset at me because now it's on the record. But Yitzi Statman, with tremendous gratitude and encouragement, got Yomi 100 days ago. To begin the second Avodah Zarah, Yitzi just celebrated Siyum Hashas yesterday near Tamid. The kid near Tamid Mazel Tov to Rabbi Yitzi. Do anonymous for the rest of the time, so whatever. Right? But Merit Hashem again. But of course, the scene is very nice. It's starting it the second time. So it's an incredible Mazel Bracha Simcha Natzlacha as he begins journey. We also, of course, is learning of our precious hostages. Merit Hashem, bring them the Shalom and the Karav, and in the schos of our holy soldiers, may they be successful. Merit Hashem, on land and by air and by sea. And Merit Hashem, who shower them with Shmiri Seira Shlocha, may they be successful in all of their endeavors. And Merit Hashem, watch over our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. Keep them out of harm's way. Those who have been injured in the latest barrage, an Iranian barrage, that they have a complete and enduring refuah. And may Yirtzeh Hashem be a week of bracha, hatzlacha, and shalom for Klal Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. Mostly with that, let's go. So today's daf is Dalit in Yirtzeh Hashem. We are picking up on Gimel Aveis. We left off Amri Shlokish, which is 2, 4, 6, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. Amrish. Call up beautiful Gimel ahead of us today. Call Osik Batar Balayla. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Chalav Chut Shel Chesed Bayom. It's a beautiful Gemara. Whoever learns Torah at night, HaKadosh Baruch Hu literally extends upon them a chut. It's like a string or a thread. Chesed. And I will say Chesed is kind of, Chesed sometimes also in Gemara could also mean like a chain, type of favor. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu endows a person who learns Torah at night, the Rebbe endows them with a certain level of chesed, a certain level of chain by day. Shne'emar Yom Mitzvah Hashem Chasdo U'Balayla or Ami. So there's Matam Yom Mitzvah Hashem Chasdo. So why is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu will go ahead and literally again command his chesed to be with someone by day? Mishum Debala, because my nation has sung at night. So singing a reference to Talmud Torah. If you learn at night, that endows ultimately on your day with a certain type of chesed. So you get that on me. Just before we go on, there's just tremendous yisod in that. There's two yisodos. First of all, is go ahead and you learn Torah at night. There's a chut shel chesed by day. So understand, then day begins at night. So really it's like this. On one level, a person who begins at night is reading their calendar with Torah. When you begin your day with Torah, there is a special chesed that devolves upon you, a special favor, a special divine kindness that devolves upon you the entire following day. One. Number two is that in general, what's nighttime? Nighttime is the time that we relax. Right? Nighttime is the time that we take for ourselves. We work hard during the day. I understand that we say, what do I want to do at night? I want to take it easy. I want to relax a little bit. It takes time out of the nation time to be able to learn Torah and gives that to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's a special chesed, there's a special chim, there's a special reward that comes to a person like that. Incredible. Others explain. All right, one more interpretation on that also is the idea of Osik Batorah Balayla. Light is often a reference to different times. Yom is a reference to good times. Laila is a reference to difficult times. So someone who's Osik Batorah Balayla means someone who never allows his dedication to Torah to waver, even in difficult times. Obviously, when life is good, it's going according to plan, it's easy to learn. What about when there's difficulty, adversity, challenges? So call Osik Batorah Balayla. Whoever dafka learns Torah when things are difficult, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Alav Chut Shel Chesed Bayom. HaKadosh Baruch Hu will make sure that in Eretz Hashem you are able to see the chesed. The chesed of what? The chesed of Yom. Incredible. Shnei Mar God. Ikadam. The other interpretation. Amar Shlokish. Kala Osik Batorah Balayla Hadome L'Layla. Whoever learns Torah in this world that is often compared to night, Right, Torah, right? This world is compared to because of the difficulties, challenges. HaKadosh Baruch Hu moshech alav chut shel ches olam haba hadom hayom. Ultimately, Hashem will extend upon them the thread of chesed in the world to come to the Mar. So it's a beautiful idea. If you put in the time in this world, we've seen this motif over and over. You put in the time in this world in Eretz Hashem, you will reap the benefit in the world to come. This world often compared to nighttime difficulty, but if we put in the effort, if we keep it up, then in Eretz Hashem will be zocha to the Yom Shakula Yom, to the Olam Shakula Yom, or the Yom Shakula Yom. So the Gemara goes like there. Amar Yehuda Amar, my Dixiv, I'll say first one line in the bottom. My Dixiv, Vati Asa Adam Kidgei Hayam, Keremes Moshabo, Laman Shlo Bnei Adam Kidgei Hayam. So what's it? Zuri Gemara. Why are people compared to fish? So most say, so in this pasuk over here, the Gemara is quoting from Chabakov, Vati Asa Kidgei Hayam, Keremes Moshabo. Why are people compared to fish? So when it comes to the fish of the sea, once they go ahead and they take them up, they go ahead. Af b'nei Adam kevan sheparshin midivrei Torah min hamitzvos ad neisim. So we'll say what water is to fish, Torah and mitzvos is to us. Just like the fish cannot live out of water, at the end of the day, a yid cannot live without Torah and mitzvos. Incredible. The other possibility, if you notice over here, it's very important. Also, washing up divrei Torah umin ha-mitzvos. So we'll say, so again, it's actually interesting. In the Hagos, it's Yunim, there are different gears over here. Some just have it midivrei Torah. Midivrei Torah. But it's interesting over here, something that I think over here, even in this line itself, Chazal telling us important things. What is the goal of Torah? The goal of Torah ultimately is to lead to dynamic activity. Right? Remember, we know this. If all I do is learn, but my learning doesn't translate into anything dynamic, there is schar for that. There's definitely reward for that. Stunted Torah. Torah that leads to mitzvahs. Torah that leads to a lifestyle. Leads to change and enhance dynamic. That Torah. So Yid only without Torah that leads to mitzvahs is like a fish out of water. The Gemara goes like there. The Gemara says, this is very interesting. The other possibility, what's the comparison between people and fish? Just like the fish, if the sun begins to shine down on the fish, so the fish die. So to again, for people, if the sun begins to beat on them, they die as well. So what is that talking about? Some say this reference to the sun being the source of a person's death is reference to the sun in this world. Others say it's the sun in the world to come. What does this mean? It's very interesting. Everything is in the hands of heavens except what? Heat and chills. In other words, your health. Or I should say, taking certain precautions regarding your health. Our general health is in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But at the end of the day, sometimes I have to make sure that I'm taking care of just myself on a day-to-day basis in order that I do not become subject to literally, again, fever and chills. Look at Rashi. He will say illness, sickness, that's all from Hashem. Sinim, sana, chills and fever. So it's interesting over here. The idea the Chazal felt at the end of the day, there are certain control about your basic health. Gemara calls this, chills, fever. So here, so Kadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead. Shomer nafsho yirchak mehem. Some say no, it doesn't refer to the sun or to the heat of this world, rather it refers to the heat of the world to come. Just that Gemara is also a very profound Gemara, because ultimately Gemara's highlighting is like this. Whereas in this world, there are many, many things that we cannot control, but there are absolutely many other things that we can control. And the challenge of the human condition is that sometimes we tend to focus so much on control that we abdicate for the things that we can. This happens in life when we get so disillusioned, so depressed. And meanwhile, again, there's nothing I can do to this particular reality. I can't change this reality, but there's 10 other realities that can shape. So there's some life that are like big things. Some of the other things like that are tzimapachim, right? Fevers and chills. Those are the things you can control in life. Put your effort towards stop worrying about the stuff that you have control over. Some say this sun is a reference to the world to come. Listen to this. What is Gehenna? What is Gehenna? Literally it says, Ein Gehenna na'aseh ella. So in other words, what is Gehenna? What is HaKadosh Baruch Hu motzi min artika? Listen to this. Takes the sun out of its covering. This is reminiscent of the sun out of its covering, and he causes it to beat. Now what happens? Rishayim nidonim are burnt by it or judged by it. The tzaddikim are healed by the rays of the sun. Rishayim nidonim, the wicked are judged. Hayom ba boer kas kol seidin b'kol oser risha kash ba'at osam. Hayom abba amar Hashem tzavakos asher lo ya'azov lahem shoresh va'anav. Lo shoresh ba'olam hazeh, they'll have no root in this world. Lo anaf ba'olam haba, no branch in the world to come. Tzadikim misrapin ba, the tzadikim are healed by this sun that is beating down. And the chsiv, v'zarcha lachem yirei shemi shemesh tzedako marpeh b'chnafeh. So what says, we're recording this both speaking from Malachim, consecutive from Malachim. The sun will come out for you, those who fear and revere my name. There'll be a son of tzedako marpeh, a son of righteousness or kind, healing sun that will heal you. Both say so incredible. Not only are the tzaddikim healed by this sun, but rather they actually enjoy it. Right? It's actually beneficial to them. Shneimar, Yasam Pishnar Beg. So we'll say again. So first of all, this is an incredible Gemara because there's Gehenna. So what's Gehenna? Kadosh Baruch Hu takes the sun out of its sheath, it burns the Rishayim, and it heals and is enjoyable ultimately again for the tzaddikim, which is quite a dramatic picture of what Gehenna is. Same experience, same exact experience, but how you enjoy it depends on how you live in this. But this is reminiscent of another Gemara, where the Gemara highlights the idea that Olam Haba is a Su'udah, and again the tzaddikim are able to partake, and the Rishon have their hands tied. They have their hands tied. You see the beautiful Su'udah happening in front of them, and for a Jew, that is Gehenna. Right? So it has his hands and can't partake of the Su'udah. So you see this teeth occurring a Chazal where they describe experience, and it's the same exact experience. But how you experience the experience is framed by how you live your life in this world. So it's the same sun. It's the same sun. If you are a Rasha, it burns you. And if you are a tzaddik, it heals you. Incredible. All dependent on how I spend my time here. Incredible, I was saying. So another possibility. Why back now we had the comparison between people between people and fish. Listen to this. Because men, people are like fish of the sea. Listen to this. Just like fish of the sea, right? The big fish swallow the little fish. So to af b'nei adam, il malei mara'a shel malchus, so to people, human beings, were it not for the fear of government. The strong would swallow the weak. Human nature is survival of the fittest. And it's not just human nature. Nature is survival of the fittest. So the big fish swallows the small fish. The strong person would swallow up the weak person. What stops that? What's that dynamic? So Seder, government, societal systems. The Hainu B'Sana says incredible Gemara. Rabbi Chanina ben Tzkana Omer, Helu Mispal B'Shlomo Shel Malchus. Always daven for the success and for the shalom of your monarchy. She'al Malei Mora, for not for the fear of monarchy, right, or government. Gemara says, ultimately, again, we swallow each other alive. I will say this is an incredibly important Gemara, right? This is why, right? This is why. Again, just even ourselves, we daven for the president, we daven for the vice president, and again, political tefillah. It doesn't make a difference if the person sitting in that office or not. At the end of government, there'd be anarchy, and with anarchy, people would absolutely go ahead and swallow each other up. And I will say, so it's such a profound yisod. And again, in the person you like, you don't like, I say, it also is a tremendous opportunity for us to pause and to express our profound hakaras to the president and to the members of the brave armed forces of the United States of America who carried out that dramatic attack in Iran yesterday. It's incredible. So Jerry's on here. Jerry's on Zoom. Jerry sent me a beautiful video today from the old city of China. They were saying hello after davening today. He said, good. Fast only what you say, right? So just we have to understand what happened over here. Again, just important to understand. Think about the president. Don't think about the president's already facing tremendous backlash about this. Just the greatest superpower in the world made Am Yisrael's war their war. We heard what Iranian spokesman said. Now every soldier, every American base is a target. They made it their war. Bombed these nuclear sites. Only that B-2 bomber was only fighter that as they carry a full payload that could go and do incredible. And the president promised more if Iran does knock down. What it means, hakaras hatov. The government is exactly that. You don't have to like the president. You don't have to vote for him. I think he's what he said. Right? You don't have whatever it is, but just understand what happened. So whether you're a Republican, hatov is hakaras hatov, and we all know that not every person sitting in the chair would have done what the president did. Again, it's not a political, not anything, but please understand the need for hakaras hatov. Government sometimes maintains, and sometimes government really steps up and does dramatic things. So we express, of course, our profound hakaras hatov to President Trump for what he has done for our nation, for our homeland. Most of all, we express our hakaras hatov to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, because the hearts of kings are in the hands of Hakadosh. Nothing happens without the Ribono Shel Olam's choreography. Like this sort of hakaras hatov for government, for the just a basic safety that they maintain. Again, the ways in which we are living valuable assistance to our nation, to our homeland, to our Jewish soldiers, is something dramatically amazing and incredible. Gemara goes weiter. Rav Huna bar Papa. You'll monitor the comments on YouTube. Anytime I say something that remote little guy get like a shtickle, hate the comments. It's good. So it ups the viewership. It's good. So Gemara goes right there. Look, maybe disable comments for here. Rami Psu. China Bar Papa went in contrast to the following Psu. So again, it quotes over here the pasuk. The Gemara says, he's quoting over here from Eov. Okay, don't pretend like you guys know that pasuk. Over here. Oh, it's Eov. Yeah. Uncle says it in the note. Big shots. I got it. Please. Good. The pasuk says, yes, from Eov. Thank you. The very educated Hebrew over here. So the Gemara says as follows: Shalom atanu, sagi koach umishpat v'lo tzedaka lo yah. So it says, we're contrasting this because Gadol the Rav Koach Siv Yimincha Hashem Ne'edar B'Koach. So we'll say, interestingly enough, the first passage from the Yov seems to indicate that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, so to speak, diminished strength. And then the second two psukim highlight the idea that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has enhanced strength. So how do you reconcile those psukim? To which was a lokashya, B'shas Hadin, Kan B'shas Milchama. Ultimately, the Gemara says it's not a contradiction. B'shas Hadin ultimately again means when HaKadosh Baruch Hu delivers judgment. This is incredible. When Hashem delivers judgment, judgment on Klal Yisrael, He does so with diminished koach. But intentionally tries to do whatever He can ultimately to blood the din of Klal Yisrael. Kan b'shas milchama. This is beautiful and very aggressive. Shmuel has to do war. He has to go to war for Klal Yisrael. Then complete koach. Rabbi Chana he contrasts the psukim. On one hand, it says, so one pasuk says, Hashem says, I have no anger. Then it says, Hashem is a Baal Chema. Lo kashyo, kan b'Yisrael, kan ba'otei kochavim. Where does HaKadosh have no anger? That's the Klal Yisrael. Where does he have much anger? That's to otei kochavim. So what's this? Obviously, what is it? HaKadosh Baruch Hu always, not always, HaKadosh Baruch Hu does express anger towards Klal Yisrael, but rather again, it's this same motif. The same HaKadosh Baruch Hu tries to a little bit the effect of being on Klal Yisrael. He tries to blend the effect of his chima, this anger on Klal Yisrael, as what he vents towards the nation. So Chima Baba interpreted it like, I can't really, it means I have no anger. But it really means in this context, I do not express the full my anger. Why not? Shekvar nishbati. I already swore. So we'll see what this means in just a moment. And had everything that I had not sworn. So he says, Shamir v'shis. I would destroy. Alexandri might have said, Avakish lahashmi des kolagoyim. Avakish Benigni Chronicles, the history books of the nations of the world. If they have some merit, if they in the nations, they have no merit, and I will destroy them. Might have said, Shoah, ultimately was talking about the idea that HaKadosh Baruch Hu went ahead and about his children. The Rashah brings up not to destroy Klal Yisrael. If I thought it would feel the full measure of my anger. Of his anger to Klal Yisrael, but does express that full measure of anger to the nations of the world. Now, that being said, nations of the world have this. The Baruch Hu absolutely takes that into account. The Gemara is like, I'm going to Klal Baruch Hu Yisrael. I do not judge them like the nations of the world, like the idolaters. Shall turn to golden. So most interesting. So ultimately, when I judge the Odei Kohanim, so the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Yecheskel, Ava Asimeno, so Ava, like iniquity. When I judge Klal Yisrael, so I judge Klal Yisrael, Kipik shall turn to golden. Now, also what this literally means is like the pecking of the roosters. What does this mean? When a chicken or a rooster, when it pecks, like it pecks a little bit at a time. So the Baruch Hu says, when I punish Klal Yisrael, I punish them only a little bit at a time. Right? This way, again, I want the full measure as opposed to punishing like in one wave. I spread it out like the king of a rooster. That way, that diminishes the full effect of it. The idea here is as follows. I will say, by the way, and you see this theme of a little punishment at a time coming in many times. For example, when someone brings down, then if a person reaches into his pocket and he meant to take out a quarter, but instead he takes out a nickel, the Gemara says, "Oh, that's Isur. That's divine punishment. That's divine punishment." And interestingly enough, sometimes the way that HaKadosh Baruch Hu visits, the truth is, a lot of us are deserving of punishments because we've done averos, we've done bad things, we haven't done shua. So what HaKadosh Baruch Hu often does as a chesed is he turns our punishments into a series of sustained inconveniences. And those instances, ultimately, again, they take the form of print. And I must say, it's very important piece so in life. So Rabbi writes about this in Ghana, and he says, this is why, like, a person has to really take the inconveniences of life. You get stuck in it, you get a flat tire, right? All things that really, really us in life. Just sometimes there's something good, but sometimes sometimes it's so much better to get the ocean of life in the form of inconvenience. Again, those inconveniences are for some greater good. No idea how to know what is what, but when I suggest that all of that mindset of our cars is so much the ocean of life as an inconvenience than anything else. I feel like so also mitzvah לפני מעט כפי תרנגולת שמנקרים לאשפה אני מצטרף לנחש בגודל. I will say this is so beautiful. Furthermore, what does it mean when it says that I shouldn't compare to the rooster? Because even if Klal Yisrael only does a mitzvah, right? A little, just like the packing up, I go ahead and I combine that to this is so in the field where sure what's the idea? Such a beautiful yisod. This Kishbach was just to packs a little bit at a time. He does a little mitzvah, and perhaps like a little bit of disjointed mitzvahs, right? Or being substantive. It's not true. Every single thing that we do, every little thing that we do combines to some amount in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This is so important because so often we think only sustained activity is important. But like a one-off mitzvah over here, a one-off thing over here, it doesn't matter. It's not sustained. It's not true. It's not true. Everything makes a difference. Everything adds up. And even a unsustained moment of mitzvah ruchnius means so much. Incredible. Incredible. So it is in the that they perform so behind the Amar Rabbi Abba my B'Tziv saying Behema Di Alai Kizobin and you have to think so this is incredible. Party have to think about all of Mazan Kadesh Yuli Olam Haba. So the Shmarach who said, I figured that I'm redeeming them with their money in this world in order that they will go ahead and merit the world to come. Now let's say what is this? So look at Rashi for just a moment. It's just almost right across. Go right across and Rashi about 10 lines up. No, so it's not right across. Okay, good. Right across 8 lines. So we'll say this is incredible. So the idea over here is so there's a lot of actually discussion about this Rashi and what exactly this means. Who causes us sometimes to lose money in this world so that we have the ability to be zocha to Olam Haba. There are different forms of yisur. There are different forms of punishment. And sometimes what the Rebbe Shalom does is also say sometimes one of the most painful forms of punishment, or I should say not punishment, one of the most painful forms of loss is financial. Right? We work very hard money and lose some of it. At the end of the day, it hurts. So more saying sometimes HaKadosh Baruch Hu does that. He redeems us with monetary loss so that we will be Zocha and Hashem to the world to come. Sometimes that loss, which is most painful and acute, that Rashi points out there, Rashi points out. So it says, this is actually an interesting episode that Svarim bring down, that every year a person is destined to quote unquote lose a certain amount of money. So what's my choice? So the one choice I have is I could quote unquote lose it through tzedakah, or I'm going to lose it some other way. In other words, the amount of money going out is already set. Is already set. What I have the ability to choose is how it's going out, which is a tremendous idea, because sometimes when we're kind of withhold a little bit on stock up because we think that we're saving, it doesn't work that way, right? The money's going to go out in some other fashion. You might will direct the contribution. This is not a building fund thing. Just like Lamai said, it's just a profound yesod. Because again, a lot of us struggle with this, right? We work hard. I want to use it for things that I want. Just understand whatever is supposed to go out is already determined. The more is incredibly important. That when we suffer some type of financial setback, it's important. There's sometimes that's of the ways in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu redeems us from the baggage of our averos, setting us up for beautiful Gan Eden. The Gemara says, "Behema dibrasav v'mahadu dam rapapim mishmei derabah ma'itichsiv v'ani asarti chazak zoasem v'ayachashvu rama parachu ani amarti yashem yisrum ba'olam hazeh kedei sheyachasku." It's like this is incredible. Because looks like this, my whole chesed is I give them a little bit of adversity in this month in order that they should be strong in the world to come. They yichashvu ra, think so poorly. Shabbos says this is this tremendous Gemara. Venting a little bit his frustration. What's his frustration? Because brother says, yes, I visit difficulties upon my children. But do you know I visit difficulties upon my children? Do you know it purge them of their negative baggage? To get rid of whatever the baggage is in this world. So that in Hashem, the world to come could be good and beautiful. And yet what their reaction to the Yisurim, what's their reaction to the difficulties? Because Baruch says, they get righteous with me. They get upset at me. Like a parent who's good for their child, right? And yet what the child is resentful because the good of the parent doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good. It's like the marshal that's always used, right? The parent who brings their child to the inoculation at the doctor's office. But it's in the eyes of that baby, that parent is a Russia, right? That parent Molech, right? How can you do this? You're holding me down, you're doing this. Meanwhile, again, the parents like, come on, well, you understand that I'm giving you right. So what's it? He says, yes, I visit Yisurim on my children. I visit difficulties about Israel. I do it. But do you understand why I do it? I do it because I'm setting you up for eternal bliss. Because Baruch says, I need you to get with the program. And I will say, by the way, this is why I think this is also one of the distinctions between Eretz Israel Jews and Chutz La'aretz Jews. I think I'm trying to send this video this morning about it was interesting. I have to be honest with you, it never dawned on me for a second to say hello this morning. And people in those garage and you see like these images that come out, like literally again, there are like Magin Dom, Hatzama workers like carrying children out of demolished buildings. Seems like no fake houses, but like, let's say, but like, and it's just gives a yid an incredible ability to see the Avas Hashem even in the Yisurim. That there's the ability to see, okay, like things hurt, they hurt, but this is the Yad Hashem, and even the stuff that hurts is there. Father who loves us. I think very much like in Dulles, comes in a very one one-dimensional way. Like, Nisim and there's Yisurim, and sometimes the ability to see the Nisim and the Yisurim, and the bracha in the Yisurim is sometimes lost on us a little bit. I have to say, I was like a little bit ashamed. Didn't think to myself like this. You know, I mean, there were a lot of objections to skip Tachman this morning. But that's just because it's Sunday. It's sunny outside. Right? So I say, but again, but you understand, this is logical sophistication. Like, how do we reach when things are difficult in life? Like, is there a part that just becomes ultimately like resentful of Hashem? And I think for a lot of us, like, that's our reflexive reaction. Why doing this to me? What's wrong? Why? It's like I'm upset. I'm which of course suffering is not easy. But the Gemara says that what we essentially sophisticated, what we really aspire to is to be able to, that when the difficulties come, we'll just say, yeah, it's difficult, and of course I don't want this. Serve are also a gift from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The suffering is also a gift, because somehow through the difficulties, through the challenges, through the suffering, it's incredible bracha. Look on the world to come, and look at this as well. Just have to have you see that divine. It's incredible. So it's like, great story over here. Great story. Mishtabeh L'Mini Rav Safra Gadol. Okay, so let's watch this. Rabbi Avo praised Rav Safra to the Mini. Let's say Mini are like the Abikavsim, heretics. So he praised Rav Safra, that Rav Safra was a great Talmid Chacham, Adam Gadol. And as a result, she made mitzvah to place Hashem. As a result, so apparently, again, wherever this story is, I don't know the geographic location of this story, but these meaning, these person were in charge. They were in charge. So we'll say, so now because now Rabbi Abo, there's Rabbi Abo, and because Rabbi Safra, they exempted Rav Safra from taxes, because he was a great man. For 13 years he didn't have pay. He was Yom Echad Ashkechu. So one day he ran into Rav Safra. Amar like, Rach itchem yadayim mikol mishpachos ha'adama, al kim ek kolechem es kol avosechem. So the heretics brought up in Amos, and asked Rav Safra, what the shot in this pasuk? What does the pasuk say? Rach etchem yadatim l'Yisrael Klal Yisrael. I know you, Klal Yisrael, from amongst all of the family. Therefore, visit upon you punishment for all of your sins. Okay, so the heretics said to Rav Safra, man sisa b'rakami masikle, someone who has someone who he loves, right? Someone who has someone who he loves. That's year upon the one that he loves. So the most is very interesting, because the pasuk makes a sign. I love you so much. I love you so much. I know you best amongst the nations of the world, and therefore I will visit the iniquity of all of your sins upon you. So the heretic said the pasuk doesn't make any sense. On the one hand, Hashem is talking about the singular relation of Klal Yisrael, and then he said, "Oh, I'll go ahead and visit all of my wrath upon you." So man, the Islay Sisei, one who has anger, or Sisei is anger, actually Zan, anger. One who has anger, does he dump anger upon the one who he loves? He asked this question of Rav Safra, right? What's the pshat in the pasuk? Ishtik, Rav Safra didn't say anything. Respond. So Rabbi Suja B'Tzabar, the Kamatzar, so I will say, so Rav Safra was wearing cloak on his head, as was the custom of Talmidei Chachamim, and they put it around his neck, and they began to afflict him. So what exactly is happening? What exactly is happening here? So the Maharsha brings down that it could just be either that they were like trying to like strangle him, or that just they like disrobed him. So in other words, as a Talmid Chacham wore a cloak, his talus over it, they took his talus off his head to show you not such a Talmid Chacham. But anyway, they were definitely giving him trouble. Also, Rabbi Avo, Rabbi Avo came along. Right time. They found him. I'm my mitzvah later. I mean, hey, what are you doing? Why are you bothering him? I'm going to lay. The lab, I'm going to run the other God. The Lord Yodel and the Perusha, the High Psuta. You said this guy of Safra that he's such an other God. We asked him a simple question. On a pasuk, and he did not how to go ahead and answer the pasuk. Right? We asked him about Pshat the pasuk in Amos. I did not pasuk in Amos. Amar lahu Amar de'oi. They cry. Amar lahu. So this is the right answer. So Karen says, no. He doesn't know Tanakh. He went to yeshiva. Right? In other words, no. You can ask him. You can ask him about the Shnayis. You can ask him about Tanakh. That's what he's versed in. These psukim and Amos, he's not going to know how to answer. This is very validating, by the way. Very validating, right? He does not know how to answer up those psukim and Amos. So the Gemara says, Amulei. So the heretics, they said, Maishna Asun did Yasun. So Rav Kahana, why do you know? Why don't we always ask you questions on psukim and you know it? Amulu Anon Dashkichin. I hang you guys a lot, and you guys always into biblical criticism. Therefore, again, I have to know. I have to know how to answer these psukim to you. In general, yeshivas, they're not trained to answer up these type of theological in these psukim. They don't enter these psukim. So I must say, just fascinating that Rav Kahana was saying, a person who was hanging out with this type of chevra does need to know to answer and to be able to refute. So we're going to say, so now they say to Rav Kahana, pshat in the pasuk, right? So tell us what's the pshat in Amos, right? Amos says, Baruch says to Klal Yisrael, and so much, and therefore I will visit all of your iniquity upon you. So what's the pshat? So what's the answer? So I'll give you the answer. I'll give you a mashal. What's the listen to this. To a man, ultimate money to two people. So no, guy he likes, one guy he doesn't like. Not. So to the one that he loves, he allows pay down incrementally a little bit of time. Nif is the one who he dislikes. Nif from the men of Abasa. Ultimately, he collects all at once. Which Baruch said to Shani, yes, I'm going to go ahead and collect payment for your iniquities, but I'm going to do it slowly, episodically, and incrementally. And therefore, again, it'll soften the blow. But to the nations of the world, ultimately, again, Baruch who says, I will collect judgment all at once. So this is by stone. By stone, so Avinu says, that you should do something like this to kill the tzaddikim in. This is when Avinu had that they were tzaddikim in stone. So he says, how can I kill off the tzaddik together with the Rasha? I have a second, but is that so crazy? But they're racing him called tzaddik Rasha. They're say we see that sometimes tzaddikim are swept up together in judgment with Rashai. It's not true. It does happen. Shizmar says, no. That's the Gomer. Wow. So I say that's talking about a tzaddik is not a tzaddik Gomer. It's not a big tzaddik. About tzaddik alone, but is that to say that he's never swept up in judgment with Rashai Ba'aksiv? Or Mikdashai Techelu. The Torah of Yosef saying Mikdashai Ella Mikudashai. Elu Bnei Adam Shekaimu El Torah Me'alef Mi'atav. So you see from here that even Tim Gemurim, who upheld higher Torah, are sometimes swept up in judgment with the wicked. Hasamami Kivan Shahaya Biyadam. Limchos Michu. Havaluhu Kitzadikim Shenim. Wow, listen to this. Even a tzaddik who fulfills the entire Torah, if he ultimately again sees the ability to react to negative behavior and doesn't do so, she's not the tzaddik. I'm about to say not wild. So you must point out, it fits in very beautifully to what we speak also in Shabbos morning, that at the end of the day, the Torah that you learn is not enough. Christ to the greater community, ultimately, again, is an absolute necessary cog in the wheel as well. If you're not invested in the success of the community, if you're not about chesed, if you're not looking out for the other, you could aleph until top. At the end of the day, that's not a tzaddik. So what you want to suggesting over here is a tzaddik gomer is spared from judgment together with the rasha, but a she'ena gomer, so ultimately again can be swept up even together with the rasha. So the Gemara says, Rav Papa Rami said, Also in B'chol, we'll say it could actually seen before. We'll say you have to admit one of the best Payomi is when you come across Gemara that you've seen before. It's the best. We've seen this Gemara a couple of times already. Gemara says like this. So right part of it says as follows. Also the Yamod. So on one hand, the pasuk says that he gets angry every day, but then it says, "Who could stand up in front of Kadosh Baruch Hu's anger?" So it says, "How did that shtick?" In other words, what the second pasuk says, "There's no way anyone can withstand divine wrath." First pasuk says, "God gets angry every day." So it's incredible. Gemara Kasha. Listen to this. Kan bid kan b'tzibor. The Bible says, individuals, we cannot stand up to divine wrath, but as a tzibor, we have the ability to withstand everything, including divine wrath. I will say absolutely incredible. The power of being part of a tzibor, the power of being part of a collective, being part of something bigger than yourself into your own little tzibor could withstand anything. Cannot withstand daily divine wrath. Let's go back to the Gemara. Elzaim b'chol yom gets angry every day. The kamo, like how long Baruch Hu's anger? The kamo zamo. How does his anger last for? Rega. Just a moment. How much is a rega? Achos mechmesh ribo u'shlosha u'shmona me'o va'arban u'shmona. 153,848 of a second. Of an hour. An hour. The Gemara says that's the rega. They ain't called Daria Yelachadin Osareg. Listen to this. Right? In general, no one could what that rega is. That moment of divine wrath. I think there was one person who was able to do it. Bilam gets sick there. He'll say, I'm a base, the Odea Dasayon. I will say, just a second. Is this the best? No, not yeah, try to. Okay, let's get back. Good. So let's say, so Bilam really ruined that moment. I'm not going to lie. So the pasuk says that Bilam, the Odea Dasayon, knew the das of HaKadosh. Bilam knew about it. Now you understand. Buck was so into hiring Bilam and pulled out all of the stops because Bilam knew something none of the other Gentile prophets was, that exact rega, Baruch Hu got angry at. And if he was in rega, then ultimately he could have a station of 100 people. So he says, hold up. Das behemto lo havayada. Das elyum havayada. So Bilam didn't know his donkey. Right? Literally, again, we're going to see he couldn't control his donkey. So someone who couldn't control his livestock, he was able to go ahead. No one who got upset. I say, what does that mean? My das spent a lot of what does that mean? That he didn't know that he couldn't. So Gemara says, so when Bilam met up with Balak, right up with the Sarid Balak, he was riding on a donkey. Amalei, so he said, Bilam, you're a guy like you should be a horse. Why are you riding a donkey? He said, no, biblical equivalent of in the shop, right? In other words, he was going ahead. He's the loner. I said, I put my horses out in the marsh, right, to water them. So that's why not. So the donkey began to speak. Hello, Anoki Asoncha. He says, come on, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm your donkey. Right? You always ride on me. Tell me you ride a horse. Amr Lei Litina Ba'alma. So Bilam says, you're right. I use you all the time, but only for carrying stuff. Amrele, Ashrafai. That's not true. You use me for transportation. You ride me instead of a horse. Amrele, Akroiba. No, okay, sometimes I ride. It's only episodic. That's not all the time. Amrele, Me'otcha Va'adayazeh. Not true. Not true. You've always used me up until this day. But not only that, Elashani Oselecha Rechivos Hayom V'ishos Balayla. That's awkward. Right? So it says not only that, but you go ahead and use me for transportation and into at night. It says over here, Haskin is Sip Hasam, but he loves Sochenes. So what says obviously, the says over here that Bilam, obviously, so a guy who can't control the donkey, right? The guy whose donkey's now being off at him, right? Can't control his donkey. Ultimately, again, he knows the exact moment Hashbroch said, so what does it mean when Das Ayon said that? What makes it sound like Hashbroch who did know? What did he know? No. When it says Yodea Das, what it means is like this. Bilam knew one specific nation. He did not know Kadosh Baruch because what's that community he was bothered by. Doeshav Yodea Das Ayon makes it sound like he knew God. So he was bothered by that. He didn't know his donkey, but he knew God. No, he knew one specific piece of information about, namely, that a Kadosh Baruch Hu gets angry. Behind the Zechar not my yachts balak melav uma'ana ben ba'ar mina shitin bada yuda lamandas tzedakos hash. Amar Rabbalas, what does the pasuk mean? Amar Rabbalas, Yisrael. Ru'u kamatz asisi mahem. See how many kindness I performed with you. Shalaka'asti alecha kol osan hayamim. Since I performed the miracle for you, all the days that Bilam was trying to curse you, I did not get angry on those. Because literally, had I done during those days and cursed you during that time frame, he would have obliterated Klal Yisrael. He would have obliterated Klal Yisrael. Because I had to become a little Bilam Balak. Bilam Balak. And this is exactly what Bilam says to Balak. Bilam says to Balak, don't get I told you, I know information. But I can't do anything if God is at his prescribed time. Right? His prescribed time. So therefore, again, because he did, and that was because Hashem did with us all those days, you're not going to listen. I say to yourself, so get angry, but what? Get angry at a different time. In other words, Hashem, you don't have to stop getting angry. You want to get angry for a rega every day angry, just don't do it at prescribed time. Can't do that. Well, yesterday's that. What does Hashem have? It's a schedule. Hashem has a schedule. Right? Models for us that is the key to successful. So even for anger, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says there's a time to get angry. The miracle of Bilam and Balak was that ultimately Hashem did not get angry all of those days. All of those days. That Bilam was trying to curse Klal Yisrael. The Kama Zamel, how long does Hashem get angry for? Rega, the Kama Rega, how much is a Rega? I'm Rabitim Rabina, Rega named Reg. Rega is in the amount of time it takes to Rega. That's it, that moment. So how do we know that Hashbach only gets upset? Ultimately, again, Hashbach is a Rega. He's only a Rega, only a moment in his anger. By saying Chavi Kimat Rega Ad Yavor Zam. Literally, consider yourself for a Rega until the divine wrath. When is this Rega? When does the Kadosh Baruch Hu get upset? Shai Kamaisa. Within the first 3 hours of the day. The Tana Gola. The top on top of the rooster, the rooster become white. So when I understand, Shaita Mechaber line. So when I second, there's times called Shaita B'Shaita Suraki Sunki. Let's say Suraki Sunki. So apparently throughout the rest of the day, you're on the head of the rooster. But at the time of the morning, ultimately again, there's only white. Gemara tells an incredible story. Rabbi Shimon Levi was having some really difficult times with harassing him. So what did he decide? To cry Yom Achad, Olav being carried the Na'im Bey, Sar Kimata Yishai Alache. So Rabbi Shimon Levi has a plan. Got a rooster, he tied it to his. What is he going to do? He's going to curse the heretics. Right now you understand what to look for. When the feather up of the head of the rooster is complete, that's the regular moment that Kadosh Baruch Hu is in the nostril flaring mad, and if you curse someone at that rate, then so Shimon Levi says, okay, I'm going to curse those heretics. That moment again as the rooster. I'm going to start at the moment that the feather turns white. So what happened? Kimati Shaita Nimne. So imagine Shimon Levi is like sitting there the entire time, and he's staring at the rooster, Right, the moment that the feather turned white, he dozed off. He dozed off. So Shimon Levi says, I learned a very important lesson. The Baruch Hu does not want us to curse each other. right? Even at the end of the day, even when something is bad, even when something bad, Hakadosh Baruch Hu never wants us to curse one another, right? He may want us. He may want us to go ahead and argue with each other. He may want us to go ahead and upset with each other. But or I shouldn't say differently. There may be times when we are upset with one another. There may be times of big disagreement with one another. But one thing Hakadosh Baruch Hu is for us to curse each other. That can never do. I want to say you see this, by the way. That's why you see this in certain contemporary issues that come up. Right? The moment that people start utilizing terrible names for one another, that any legitimacy to their argument evaporates. You want to argue on theological grounds, you want to argue on philosophical grounds, on political grounds. Okay, that's fine. That's nature of Klal Yisrael. But to call each other terrible names, to curse one another, then again, that is no longer a legitimate argument that is occurring. Incredible. Why? Sid, Anosh, but Tzaddik lo told. Not good for the Tzaddik to be the vehicle of divine punishment. It's a very important lesson, which Baruch Hu does not water. At the time that the Gentile kings put on their crowns and they bow down to the sun because they're worshiping the sun, Miyad kois HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Devotion gets upset. Right? And understandably so, because they're choosing to worship one of Hashem's creations more than Hashem himself. Incredible. Amr Rabbi Yossi says as follows: "Lo litzli inish salusa de musvi betlas shaykad yomakama yomakama dereisha sabiyach." This was a very important Gemara. A person should not daven Musaf on Rosh Hashanah during the first hour by himself. Shouldn't that? So if a person has a Yechidus on Rosh Hashanah for some reason, but my son, they should not daven Musaf during the 3 hours of the day. What's the reason? Doma ma'ayni b'odei b'dafi. Because what happens, because when he's davening, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will go ahead and, again, they will be found worthy, and therefore their tefillah will be cast. Get that for just a moment. B'shas Chavar just tell us before. When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu go ahead and get upset? When does he get upset? First 3 hours of the day. Which, interestingly enough, in yesterday's Gemara, remember again, what was 3 hours a day? Right? So, my focus on that is Torah, which is interesting. But the bottom line was Torah, right? Which thing, but yet, divine act occurs during that time as well. Therefore, now that I know in the first 3 hours of the day, especially on Rosh Hashanah, with day of judgment, Musaf on your own during the first 3 hours. In other words, you can daven Musaf on your own. When are you davening? Later, after, because remember, I'm having the whole day. So just daven off. You did Sibor not. What was that in the case? Then we shouldn't daven Musaf at all in the first 3 hours of the day of Rosh Hashanah. Even by we're very makbid on that. That's right. That's right. Okay, so it's right. So maybe we should again. Even by tzibor, Tushma says no. Also, you got process. The tzibor nafishes itself. No. When you daven as part of the tzibor, you have nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Why? The tzibor draws from the kalichuyos of Klal Yisrael. So you're davening about tzibor, confident. Davening on your own. Do not daven musaf during the first, because that is a time of divine anger, and you have to be able to overcome that. For Namilo, so this doesn't say it shouldn't just be Musaf. Chakras, and you should chakras either during those 3 hours. I get it. This is daven Rosh Hashanah, right? Because Rosh Hashanah is the day of judgment. During daven Rosh Hashanah during the first 3 hours. No, Keivan Dikin Mitri. So it's different. Why? Because Lamaisa, since presumably there is a somewhere davening chakras in the first 3 hours of the day, therefore I'm not to worry about. Not to worry about, because again, even if I'm down ultimately, again, I can still attach myself to the tzibor. So we'll say this, by the way, happens as an aside. Happens in an interesting halacha, which is ideally, a person goes down with a minion whenever they can. If I can't daven with a minion, there is a ma'ila davening the same time that the minyan is davening, even if I myself am not physically part of the minyan. So this idea about saying that if you're davening by yourself on Rosh Hashanah morning, you don't have to wait to daven Shachris past 3 hours. You daven Shachris even during 3 hours. Why? Because the Pashtus on Rosh Hashanah, during the first 3 hours of the day, there is a minyan who is davening, who is Shachris, and therefore Allah Kalamaisi you could do it. Musaf is different, because there may or may not be someone davening during the first 3 hours. Therefore, if you're davening by yourself, do not do that during the first 3 hours. You're trying to wrap. You'll see Torah. 1 second, the first 3 hours aren't divine wrap. What are the first 3 hours? What are they? Singing Torah. April. Switch it around. First 3 hours, God is judging. Second 3 hours, God is learning Torah. Another possibility is, don't switch it around. Torah Dechsiv MS. Dechsiv MS Kanavat Timgar. Kadosh Baruch Hu also within the Shreim. Din delay MS. Hakadosh Baruch Hu also. Here's the difference on both sides. Torah says MS. MS ultimately again is above the strict letter of the law. Din by judgment, again, does not execute the strict justice. Interestingly enough, when that Hashem learns Torah, that's the strict justice. But in the time that Hashem judges for divine fleck, that's counterintuitive. But therefore, if you are alone and Rosh davening, do not mess up during the first 3 years, lest you encounter divine judgment. Shachrish, when we stand alone, we face a whole variety of divine judgment and divine wrath. When we stand together, there is nothing that we cannot come, whether that divine justice, divine or external enemy. When we are together as Sibor, Klal Yisrael is strong and Klal Yisrael emerges victorious. Shkoya. All right, God on Zoom. Have a great day. Say, everyone in Eretz Hashem should be Kavishpach, Shower, Bracha, Hatzlach. For all of us, thank you, Eretz Yisrael. Have a great day, everyone. Shkoyach. Baruch Hashem, what a tremendous first Shavuos. Baruch Hashem, Beis Medrash, and this is of course a tremendous host to be able to begin the Sefes Avodah Hashem here together this morning. Let's begin by thanking our sponsors. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, Tilsim Mishpach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shemar this year for Besoros for Am Yisrael. Our sponsors for the month of Salim Ulatova, Steve Harizin, in loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin, the Rabbi Yoel, on the occasion of our 5th yard site. Our week of learning sponsors. Israel is actually quite beautiful. Anonymous to the encouragement for starting to do that over 2,700 days ago. From the Sefes Avodah and celebrating and starting round 2. All right, so whoever this anonymous sponsor is, I don't know if it's here or it's online, please, I would love to know the identity of this mysterious sponsor, but it's so beautiful and so incredible. But I was saying, of course, we always dedicate our learning in the course of our practice. Bring them home. The Shalom and the Karov and the Schos of our holy soldiers allow them to be successful. Land by sea, the air, and Eretz Hashem, tremendous Hatzlach and accomplishing all of them to come home to their families. The Shalom and the Karov and Eretz Hashem give decisive victory over enemies, and Eretz Hashem usher in an era of peace for all of Klal Yisrael. With that, let us begin. So I just have to share with you just something really beautiful. So, you walk in, and as you wake up in the morning, and you just feel like a different kind of energy. know that if all of you felt it, felt this morning. I couldn't sleep last night. And Baruch Hashem, just this morning, the palpable energy like in the universe. Klal Yisrael was starting Maseches Avodah Zarah. It was just something so beautiful. And then something amazing happened. There was traffic on 7 Mile Lane this morning at 5:33 a.m. On the intersection of Gedalia, deciding right who's going to go first. Tali Strum is already ahead of the pack over here. 5:35 in the parking lot. Hashem. I hear people talking like usually it's too early to hear people talking at this hour. It's a lot of people don't have enough energy. Beautiful and incredible. Just to see the energy, just to see Zerizus, just to see and to feel palpable excitement. So I will say it was a Masech Shavuos, buckle your seatbelts. Just buckle your seatbelts because what I've out of the gate, what it is something ample and dramatic. And that excitement that we feel, that it's odorous that we feel, the avot it is to feel it every day. Because the truth is, it's the same excitement every day. It's the same zuchus every single day. It's the same, you wake up in the morning and you say, I can't believe this is my life. Now, people wake up in the morning and they're like, I can't believe this is my life. No. I'm talking about like waking up in the morning like, I can't believe that this is my life. I can't believe in the morning, Baruch Hashem, I read the most beautiful Torah in the world. To see all no. I'm literally, again, measurably and incrementally closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to myself, to Klal Yisrael, because I embed myself in the holiest thing which exists in the universe. And that is the Torah Kedosha. And the feeling of privilege and the feeling of purpose. Incredible. I'll say, Avodah Zarah, Daf Beis Aleph. Lifnei Idei, Sha'ol Dekochavim. Here we go. Here we go. Again, before the Yom Tovim of Kochavim. So we'll say, so remember again, this is, now we're going to see that Ideihen, ultimately, we'll discuss the etymology of the word, but for purposes today, what it means is Yom Tov. Before the Yom Tovim of Al Dekochavim, Shloshi Yamim, for 3 Yom Tov of Al Dekochavim, Asr Lo says, we can't engage in any business dealings with them. No business dealing. The Gemara says, for example, can't lend them something, you can't borrow something. To lend them, and ultimately again to borrow from. So again, remember, at yesterday's that we spoke about a show. Right? So that's referring to like lending, borrowing stuff. Means to lend money and to borrow money from them. To pay them back, like an ask, or to collect payment for daily Rashi. First Rashi. Rashi says over here, the pay days are legal. You will go to Asr Velasses in mind. Rashi Mishum the idea over here is that because these events are happening in proximity to their Yom Tov, that's a Yom Tov means their Yom Tov, their holiday. So because the event is happening in close proximity to their holiday, they will give thanks to their deity on the day of their Yom Tov. So there again, if I go ahead and I do business with the Obed Kochavim, right? So I go ahead and deal with him 3 days in advance of his Yom Tov, or into money, or I borrow money, or I lend something, or I give something. So halakha l'maisa, the problem just is that it's going to spark a sense of hodah, a sense of gratitude within the non-Jew, in the akum, and he's going to give hodah, he's going to give thanks to his deity on their Yom Tov. So what's going on over here? Sending and kind of enabling, right? Enabling, or facilitating this enhanced sense of gratitude that the Obed Kochavim is going to have to his particular deity. And Halakha Mishnah says one should not do such a thing. Okay, incredible. I will say there is one point of contention on this last piece. So the Gemara said, says the front man I agree with everything. The one thing you are is before they're young ultimately is what you're allowed to go and collect payment from an akum. Why are you allowed to collect payment from an akum? Because you have to pay something back ultimately again is being right? Nobody wants to pay back a debt, right? Nobody wants to have to go ahead and part with money. So you're allowed to collect This is incredible. The Gemara says, they said to him, so the day is Rabbanon, the said to him, even though he is distressed now, right? Because anytime I have to part with money, I'm going to be distressed. Down the road, ultimately, again, he'll be happy. So because, again, at the end of the day, he's going to pay off the debt, he'll be happy. So therefore, halacha l'mayah, don't ask him even payment of the debt within 3 days. Therefore, again, there is agreement on all parts of this Mishnah. So halacha myself, within 3 days, tremendous Musar Haskell also. The major difference is between the Jew Akum is where? Is in what area in life? In Chana, in preparation. How long does a Jew prepare for Yom Tif? Right? 30 days before the Yom Tif, particular Yom Tif. For a Jew understands Hachana, preparation, is if you want to be successful in life in everything requires Hachana. You want to meaningful experience was meaningless. What Gemara was the second brother to say, Hasidim Hayusholim Sha'aka Safnei Tefillah. The original pious ones would literally again contemplate, meditate before God. Now, whether an hour means 10 minutes, what I'll tell you what it doesn't mean. What doesn't mean? They weren't. Because if you're late for something, already by definition you're not involved. You catch up, you're this, that. If you want something to be meaningful, you have to be early. Everything requires Hachana. You want a Yom Tif early, or you want a Yom Tif ultimately meaningful, requires Hachana. So listen, Lashem de Bakadosh makes actually in last week's parsha. Aloska Esaneros. We'll get the block, don't worry. Aloska is just so much good stuff. Aloska Esaneros. The Rambam says an incredible halacha of menorah. The Rambam says that hadlok menorah, kindling the menorah, shira bizarre. Even if a non-Kohen, ultimately again the halakha kosher. But amazingly enough, the halacha is that the hatavas hanerah, the preparation of the widow, has to be a Kohen. If it's Yisrael, it's possible. You hear this? Hadlok itself, if it's done by a Kohen kosher, but the preparation of the menorah has to be done by Kohen. What do you see from here? The power of Hachana, the power of preparation. Preparation creates the result. Preparation creates Kisha. Whatever you into in life is never going to be all that great. And again, over here, I think it's just an excuse to make a l'chaim, but that's what I told him now. It's so incredibly important also. In the Doma, a mincha on Erev Shabbos, that you see, sit down like a man, she had a little l'chaim, you had a little something to eat. You go in as a mensch, a davening, a shear. Both of you know this, shear. The difference between coming 5 minutes late and 5 minutes early, it's all the difference in the world. Again, I'm settled, I'm there, I'm here. Again, obviously, we all have different stuff and different things going on in life. But what nice. So, the concept of Hana is everything. And the fundamental distinction between Akum, between a Yid, and Akum 3 days, a Yid 30 days. Because Hachana makes or breaks. What you put into the preparation makes or breaks the effectiveness and the impact of any spiritual endeavor. Incredible. So in general, Tanakh are in agreement regarding everything in the Mishnah. So these are the activities you can't engage in within 3 days before the Yom Tov of the Avodah Zarah, because for fear that you're going to enable by the feeling of Hakar of gratitude that the Akor is his Avodah Zarah. And we don't want that to happen. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says you could collect payment. That's the one thing you could do. Tanakh says no, I can't even collect payment. Why? Because as much Rabbi Yehuda's logic is paying a debt. Tanakh at the end of the day, as it is uncomfortable now, right? At the end of the day, listen, we all have this. You have to pay back the debt. It's uncomfortable. It's hurt. There's a pinch in the short term, but there's a tremendous feeling of relief later on. Right when that debt is no longer there, you feel lighter. You feel better. Notice there's a tremendous skill in this as well. This lesson of Afal Pishu who makes her who Even though something is distressing now, it'll cause you singer on is a tremendous metaphor for life. The things that we want to accomplish, we want to do in life. The problem is they result in some present discomfort. So we often refrain because we don't want to be uncomfortable. We don't want to be in a difficult situation. So if something is going to cause discomfort, often shy away from it. In life is that a person has to keep a little bit of present discomfort, long-term simcha. So sometimes those things that make me a little bit of discomfort right now will cause me such tremendous growth. Don't shy from life opportunities because they create present discomfort. If you deal with present discomfort, because at the end of the day, you're setting yourself up for tremendous. Incredible. And I will say, it's just the Mishnah. Just the Mishnah. Says the Gemara, here we go. Shmuel, Tani Ideit. Tani Ideit. The Tani Ideit. The Machlokes Rav and Shmuel. Now, interestingly enough, focus is how to spell the word. Remember, we translate without really knowing exactly what it means. We translate based on Rashi. Right? So again, Ideit means their yomtiv, their dedication. But what we'll have to see is the actual etymological root of the word. Focus Rav and Shmuel. One said Idain with it. Here we go. Man de Tani Idom Mishtabish, and Man de Tani Idom Mishtabish. Here's the good, which spelling you like, you're good. You're good. Right? At the end, want Idain with an Aleph, Idain with an Ayin. Okay? So let's go say, so what's the etymological root? Here we go. First wide line. Man de Tani Idom Mishtabish, Bixid, Pikarov Yom Idam. So interestingly enough, so the pasuk of it quoting from Devarim. So just to understand, the pasuk in its entirety is Linakam B'Shivim Leis Talmud Raglam Karov Yom Edam Kash Atidos Mamo. It's talking about those who worship idolatry. Karov Yom Edam means the day of their destruction is near. So therefore, again, the Gemara calls the Yamim Tovim of Avodah Zarah. So it's interesting. It means a yomtiv. In other words, we're using it to mean a yomtiv, but it means the days of their destruction. Because the more the Avodah Zarah celebrate and worship, the Avodah Zarah creates their own personalistic undoing. Okay, so that's the Aleph. Oman Tani Idehen Mishtabish. The one who says Idehen with an ayin also is not mistaken. What does it mean? B'chsid, Yitnu Ideihem V'Yitztachus. Quotes over here the pasuk from Yeshaya, what really means, let them bring their testimony and righteousize them. Not just an hour. Righteousize them. What does that mean? So here the Navi's giving Mustafa. So I say, listen, if you want to be just make sure that when you brought the trial before God, your Avodah Zarah is going to come and stick up for you, right? So again, both of them are used in the context of Avodah Zarah. So either Idei with an Aleph representing destruction, so the Yom Tov are called days of destruction, or ultimately Idei with an Aleph representing this idea that Avodah Zarah is called their witness. Because whenever destruction takes place, you're going to see whether there is this day of divine judgment. We hope that the Avodah Zarah shows up and testifies on behalf of those who are worshiping it, which of course won't happen. So it's a metaphor, foreshadow about the embarrassment of the Zarah are ultimately going to face. Incredible. So as follows. So let's say, so why does the Aleph Chevra not agree with the because again, a little bit means like the deconstruct of the curve. Because again, if we in general, whenever we refer to Avodah Zarah, we like to refer to it in disparaging terms. We use Aleph because Aleph means destruction. You only deal with the Lotani Idei, and why doesn't the Ayin side with the Aleph Chevra? Man Kagarem Rutavra. Eidos Sheidu Bi Asman. Because they'll say like this, we agree with the idea and all it. But what ultimately causes the destruction? What causes the destruction of the Avodah Zarah? Testimony. The ideal testimony of their actions is the way you lived your life. Testimony is your life. That's my passion. So ultimately for the Avodah Zarah itself is going to be the testimony that damns them, damages them, that deconstructs. Therefore, they got to go with Simon says, Yitnu Yitztiku. Okay, so let's say someone raises a problem. Now, we wouldn't know this one for one simple reason. We don't know nothing. So because we know nothing, the first time most of us ever saw this passage in Yeshaya was about 30 seconds ago. Right? So when the Gemara does know nothing, so the Gemara says, but one second, they should bring their witness and exonerate them. The Gemara says that's not talking about Avodah Zarah. That's actually talking about Jews. That's talking about Jews. So we'll say, get ready for this. Now, and by the way, not only that, it's actually a positive statement. What's a positive statement? We'll say, get ready for this. Just take this in. Just take this in. All mitzvahs that Klal Yisrael does in this week, will come and testify on our behalf in the world to come. To say, literally, let them bring witnesses and break them and exonerate, justicize them. Right? Elu Yisrael. That refers again to Klal Yisrael. It says, here's the problem. The pasuk that you're quoting, that the ayin, not a pasuk that's about the condemnation of the Avodah Zarah, but in fact, it's about the exoneration and ultimately, again, the solidifying of the tzidkus status of Klal Yisrael. Because what does it mean at the end of the day? At the end of the day, the tzidkus that you do in the world, again, comes before you in. I'm sorry. We'll say we'll come back to that in just a second. Yishmu v'yomu anas, it goes on. It says they will hear and they will say. There's two things happening over here. There's Klal Yisrael, their mitzvos testify on their behalf, and then ultimately MS. What are people hearing and saying MS? That again refers to the idolatry. So you see what's happening over here in Olam Haba. So again, the Jews, Baal Shem Arzocha, have all of their mitzvos come before them and ultimately testify on their behalf. On the other hand, there's the Avodah Zarah, recognizing the folly of their ways, recognizing again the theological emptiness of everything that they did. So what do the Avodah Zarah do? They say that Yishmu v'yomu emes. They will hear and they will say that's emes. That's emes. For our purposes, ultimately, what do you see from here? That that ultimately again the ayin is halach l'maisa, again talking about the pasuk of Yidayin is talking about Jews. It's not talking about non-Jews. So what's going on over here? The Gemara says, "Ela Amar Rafuna, Rav Yeshua, man do Amar Yidayin me'acha." Again, Rafuna, Rav Yeshua says you're right. The one who's Yidayin, he brings in a different pasuk. What pasuk? Yotzrei pasal kulam tohu tamudeyem abal yoilu ve'edem hema. She's going over here the pasuk once again from Yeshaya. That literally translated again, those who fashion idols. Kulam tohu. Ultimately, again, their entirety is emptiness. That which they desire will never come to fruition. And ultimately, again, their witnesses, their very witnesses, are these very idols that they create. That's where the ayin, that's where the idea ultimately comes from. We'll say just before we go back into some ridiculously overwhelming and amazing Gemara, I just want to spend a moment on this Rabbi Shimon lady, because it's a very, very, very beautiful Gemara. That kol mitzvos she'yisrael osim ba'olam hazeh, any mitzvah we do in this world, ultimately again, come and testify on our behalf in the world to come. So there is a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha says like this. I just want to read to the first line of Maharsha. He says, at Inyan, get ready for this. It's very interesting. I don't know. So he says the Inyan is like the Mikubalim right. Ki b'chol ma'aseh the Adam Nivra Davar Ruchni Lihamais. Every mitzvah we do, ultimately, says the Marshal, creates a Davar Ruchni. Creates a new spiritual reality. שעושה המצווה נושא כל הזמן בפה. ועושה העבירה, מה תשכח על פעם מהשמאלה, ונושא כוח לצד תומה. So it's a similar, when a person does an avira, I create a negative spiritual reality. You know, sometimes we're taught that when you do mitzvah, you create a malach, right? You do an avira, you create a bad malach. And sometimes you say, oh, that's very nice. What that means, right? Or where's more pulled that out of, right? But myself, it's true. It's true. When I do a mitzvah, I create brand new spiritual energy in this world. When I do an avera, I create a negative spiritual energy in this world. I create realities through my mitzvahs and avera. And it is those realities ultimately that not only shape my life in this world, but are also there to greet me after 100. They'll say our actions matter,
how are you?
and our actions literally again create realities in this world and the next. So often, the reason why we commit averos, it's not because of taiva, it's not because of okay, we all have taivas, right? But if there's a lot of taivas that I have that I don't act on, right? So how is it that some taivas I do act on, some taivas I don't act on? I think it's a very simple math, because at the end of the day, I think that my action matter. Whatever I want to do, and again, I understand I'm going to have to do tshuva. I understand that there's malchus, so there's misa, there's okay, but lamaisa, it doesn't matter in the world. Like, it doesn't have an implication in the world. And I'm sure maybe it does. Yes, it does. Every single thing I do in this world ultimately creates that brand new energy that did not exist before. And that energy shapes my life here in this world, and those energies, so to speak, those results are waiting for me in the world to come as well. There is no such thing as an insignificant action. Everything we do, says the Maharsha, look at this Russian again. He called my seed, they Adam Nivra Davar Ruchni Lefi Hamaisa. Every single thing that I do, I create a Davar Ruchni. I create a spiritual energy. What is that? Is that a malach? Is that something else? I have no idea. All I know is that my actions matter, just have results in this world and the next. And I will say, this hopefully condition us to live life with a heightened sense of awareness. So I will say, now you understand why is it? What is the first in the Silas Yishar? The first section of Silas Yishar. First section, we learned it 4 times together, right? Zihirus. What's Zihirus? Alacrity. Okay, fine. We'll do it the 5th time, right? So, it's like alacrity, awareness, right? Zihirus ultimately, again, Jesus comes afterwards. Zihirus is the first thing. And it is ultimately, again, right? Watchfulness, alacrity, right? Ultimately, again, to live like, remember his marshal is that like life is like walking on the side of a cliff, and if you close your eyes for a second, you fall off the side. you fall off the side. So why do I have to be so watchful of my life? It's because of the short and maybe. Because at the end of the day, my actions matter. So because my actions matter, I gotta be on guard. I gotta be plugged in. I have to be aware. Because otherwise, I'm doing things that create results, and those results may have intended or unintended consequences. Incredible. I will say, incredible. All right, here we go. Dar Shadichanina Bar Papa, get ready. Get ready for this, because this is going to be the most incredible Gemara you've ever seen in your life, or at least this morning. Says the Gemara. Just take a second for it. Just like, do you understand like what it is that we're doing, and what it is that we have discussed to do? Let's say, about Zara could be your Masechta, right? So, to be honest, like, I'm not going to ask how much Chazar besides Zevi was happening over the course of Shavuos, right? Because sometimes you get like into a rut with the Masechta, and you're like, all right, I already know most of it, so whatever. This is a brand new Masechta. This is a brand new Masechta right here. This is a brand new Masechta, right? Sorry. Nice, right? This is a brand new Masechta. Just like, make this yours. Make this yours. Make that when someone asks you who your best friend in life is, you say Avodah Zarah. It might sound a little bit strange at first. I will say, but just understand, like anything and everything you need to be successful in life is probably going to be contained in the next page, but certainly over the next pages in life. I will say, it's an overwhelming opportunity that we have in front of us. Let's go. Here we go. La'asid level. Maybe ultimately, again, Kodesh Baruch Hu brings it and listen to us, and the Asid level. And if you remember again from our Sanhedrin from Parak days, La'asid level can mean a lot of different things. The Pashtus over here is talking about Messianic era. In the Messianic era, HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds the Sefer Torah, he holds it against his chest. Wow. The Moshe stands the Sefer Torah by his chest, and he cries out and he says, whoever has engaged in this, right? We'll say iskos. Iskos means to be actively involved. Learn this Torah, whoever lived this Torah, come and take your schar. That's like, it's interesting to note why is that first, obviously the whole thing is anthropomorphic. Obviously, doesn't have arms, but doesn't have a chest, right? So the nice, but what does it mean? It's interesting. You would have thought that he goes ahead and he says, whoever learns this Torah, come and reap your reward. But what does it say? It says, he holds it against his chest. Because the name of his rock was simply as follows. You know, once say who reaps the maximum benefit from the reward, there's two ways to learn Torah. You could Torah like this, you could learn Torah like this. You could go ahead and learn Torah as an intellectual pursuit, and go ahead and absorb all the different pieces of information and learn different things, but your relationship is always at an arm's length. Or you can allow the words of Torah to see your heart. You can allow Torah to fundamentally change you and uplift you. You learn Torah by holding it in your hands, or do you learn Torah by bringing it into your heart? HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the Messianic era doesn't hold the Sefer Torah up like this. He holds the Sefer Torah against his heart, against his chest. And he says, whoever learned Heartsiv Torah, whoever learned Torah with hearts, with a heart, right? Whoever inculcated himself, brought that Torah in, that's a person who reaps the maximum benefit of Torah. Don't the Torah held up high. Learn Torah held close. Incredible. So what happens? Listen to this scene. So what happens? All of the nations of the world go ahead and come now. What does Buvya mean? They're all mixed up. Right? So the nations of the world, so obviously what's happening over here, there's a panic. A global panic. Why is there a global panic? Because they recognize that they did not lead lives steeped in Torah. That they're obligated to learn Torah. We'll get to exactly what this means. But the point is, all the nations of the world rush in to try to get before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shne'emar, Kalagoyim nikbitzu yachtav. HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls out, he says, Chebra, I'm talking to the nations of the world, not us. Don't come before me, Be'er Vuvya. Don't come before me all mixed up. Allah, Tzikane is called Uma V'Uma, Amid Beis. Rather, every nation with its scholars has to come on its own Shana. The nations will gather alone. Means monarchy. One monarchy will serve another. Yaakov and Esau. So we'll say, I just point out over here. First of all, Mazel Tov, finishing our first minute, right? If this was an Amid Yom, we would have finished early. Right? So now, incredible. What does this mean, by the way? It's just this line. So the Gemara says, don't come before me, Vuvia. Don't come before me, again, all mixed up. What does the Gemara say? There's a tremendous yesod in this. I don't know how this is powerful. I have to constantly be a Vuvia. He says, I just want to tell you, you cannot get close to me if it makes up. Closeness to HaKadosh Baruch Hu requires seder, requires order. You want a relationship with God? There has to be a seder in your life. There has to be order in your life. That order means a schedule, like the PHS always speaks about. This idea of being a scheduled person, knowing how I'm spending my time, knowing how I'm spending my day. That's Savior means ultimately, again, I have goals, I have aspirations, I have a methodical way in which I live my life. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you're living there, if you're just all over the place all of the time, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'm just telling you, you're not going to make it before me. Because in order to go ahead and come before me, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, there has to be the greatest raya to this, right? On the holiest day of the year is Yom Kippur. I will say, if there's one thing that you could find on the Seder of Yom Kippur, it is, on the Avodah of Yom Kippur, it is Seder. Everything is highly choreographed. Right? From where you go, from what you wear, from who's involved, from what's done. There is no time in the Beis Hamikdash on Yom Kippur. Why? Because Kedusha requires structure. Kedusha requires strict scheduling. The more Kedusha you want, the more scheduled, worked out, and thought out you need. Because I will say, if I'm in their yids, right, or as they say in Latin, flooding, right? You know, I am. There are people who go through life flooding, and they accomplish some things, right, episodically. They don't really move the needle in their own personalistic accomplishment. If you're all over the place, pretty much you get nowhere. Because says, if you're above you can't come to me. But if you have seder, if you have order, if you have schedule, if you have planning, then ultimately you come up for our sounds strange, right? Is there like a book before I right? The emotional because of that book, Ella, of course not. Or this is not a problem for Hashem, but rather again, it's a problem for the nations. House is very interesting. Ella, again, because Hashemah is doing for the benefit of the nations of the world. Rashi points out there is something amazing. Rashi says if all the nations are mixed together, because we're going to see what's going to end up happening is each nation tries to plead its case before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, the Rebbeinu Shalom was concerned that if everybody is mixed up, people are going to their claims mixed up as well. Right? They're not going to be able to properly force their national defenses. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says each nation should come on its own. Rashi says, the Lord of Enut, the day Lamahanya Bilvubia, Aval Bihanya Bubia, the Babali, and the Sustini Tanasem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Bubia doesn't matter. Right? But the nice again for the nations of the world, for the nations, it's good for them to each conversation so that they can organize their defense and not get mixed up on what the other nations are saying. All right, let's get ready for this. Who comes in first? Yad. Now, I say this is for judgment during the Messianic era. So the Baruch Hu's held his Sefer Torah by his chest. Says, whoever has come and observed what is written in here, go ahead and collect your reward. The nations will realize, we're in trouble. They come to lobby their case before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Who comes in first? Miyad Nipasaf on a Machus, Rome Tchila. Rome's in first. Rome comes in first. Because Rome is important. Rome is important. So the Gemara says, fine, the Gemara says, how do you know that Rome is important? They said, because the pasuk says, by Daniel, that when referring to Rome, they consumed the entire land, they plowed it, and they destroyed it. This is Rabbi Yochanan, who says that again, this refers to Rome, literally again, the wicked Rome, the liable Rome, who's literally again, their impact has spread up on the entire world. And I will say that it's true to this very day, right? It's true to this very day. Their impact has spread to the entire world. When we know so how do we know that he who is cautiously goes first? So again, so now here's what we got, right? Rome is coming in for judgment of the Messianic era. And I will say, by the way, it's Rome and it's all of its derivatives. It's all of its derivatives. Like for example, the Gemara says in the Seches Megillah, there are many nations that were derivative of Rome. Geria, right? The Gemara section gives sense with that. This is the passage we translated as Germany, right? Germania is a derivative of Rome. So when it's Rome coming before, judgment for Atlas Rome, it's Rome, it's higher of Roman derivatives. So the Gemara says. Now, by the way, Rome is the most important, therefore Rome comes in first for judgment. So the Gemara says, by the way, how do you know that the more important, that the more chashuv entity goes first? The Gemara says, Melech v'tzibor, Melech nichnas, tchila l'din. So this is very interesting. If the Sanhedrin has to adjudicate two cases, right? The king and the tzibor, ultimately again first for judgment. Nichnas tchila, right? Now, by the way, although it sounds like Sanhedrin, it's not really Sanhedrin, right? Because remember, we saw, by the way, we saw this in Shulas also, that a king is usually, again, not judged by the court. But again, just for the metaphor, so ultimately, again, if the king is waiting for judgment, and ultimately, again, the Tzibor is waiting for judgment, the king goes in first. That's why it actually points out, okay, so the king goes in first for judgment. Shneimar, Lasos Mishpat Avdo, Mishpat Amo Yisrael. So both of these are very interesting. So the more it's the pasuk from Malachim, and the pasuk says, Lasos Mishpat Avdo, Mishpat Amo. Hashem performs the judgment of His servant and the judgment of His nation. Servant meaning the king and his nation. What do you see from here? The king is judged first and then the nation. Says the Gemara, the time of night, I must say, so what is that? So again, now we've shown from the passage that halacha again, the king is judged before the nation. For our purposes, the more chashuv person is judged first, but ultimately watching judge before the nation. So the Gemara said, the time of night, so one possibility is, imagine like in the waiting room, it's not appropriate to have the king in the waiting room. Right? So therefore, again, because it's not, therefore, halacha l'maisa, or literally again, it means it's not appropriate, it's not normative behavior, on the outside. Therefore, we take the king's case first, adjudicate him, and then adjudicate the nation. The other possibility is that we want the king judged first. Why? Because if the nation is judged first, again, this is all by a Kadosh Baruch Hu. If the nation is judged first, the Ribono Shel Olam's wrath may be kindled over the nation, and therefore it may come down harder. Therefore, again, in order that the king kind of gets a little bit of a lighter side, we let him go first in judgment. If you look at Rashi, the late for Shchar, Afshal HaKadosh Baruch Hu mipnei pishet tzibor, shemachas v'sham yifram min hamelech kol tzarchano mibnei acharon. Okay, so I'll say so two reasons as to why we let the king go first. Because again, it's not appropriate to keep the king waiting on the outside. The possibility is we don't want him to have to deal with divine judgment of his wrath with Klal Yisrael. If he's provoked with Klal Yisrael, we're not seeing that. Good. Simple. We'll say, so what are we, just to follow what we have over here. Right, we're talking about Messianic era, who's judging the nations of the world. Right, the nations lined up here above Yahweh. Does Chevra separate out into nations? Who comes first? Rome. Does Rome come first? Because they're the most chashuv. Who cares? Because that key important always goes first. Where do we see that? Melech, it's Tzibor. Melech goes first for adjudication. I'll just tell you this line. Lav orahara l'nesav malkam avrai. It's such a beautiful line. I will say it is not normal that we should be on the outside. So I will say such a beautiful result for our own relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sometimes either knowingly or unknowingly, it's whatever it is. We have issues, we have fear. Maybe we're not confident in who's going to love us, going to explore who and what we are. Relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. The Gemara says, "Ara ara l'mesiv malcham me'avra." Don't. It's not nice to keep the king, to keep Hakadosh Baruch Hu on the outside. Let Hakadosh Baruch Hu into your life. Let Hakadosh Baruch Hu into your soul. He's in there anyway. Right? He knows what's going on anyway. Whether I choose that relationship with him or not. Don't keep it at all those things. I'm not fit for a close and meaningful relationship with Hakadosh. But it's simply not true. At the end of the day, all the king wants is to let him in. All he wants is not a table. All he wants is to put a chair next to me in my house. Don't keep the Baruch Hu on the outside. Let him in. It's the same that Baruch Hu takes the Sefer Torah and he brings it to his heart to say, "What I want. Don't keep my Torah out here. Bring it inside your heart." Baruch Hu says, "Don't need on the outside either. Bring me in." Incredible. All right, the Moses. So what happens? Here we go. The Maya Saktim. Shem says to Rome, Chevra. Tell me, what did you spend your life with here in the world? I'm good, I want to tell you. We're very proud of what we've done. We established marketplaces, houses, we proliferated wealth in this world. The Kulam, get ready for this one. The Kulam, and God, do you know why we did? Now I want to tell you, not to brag, but we did it for the chosen people. We did it for Klal Yisrael, right? Everything was about why? Why? Because we figured that if we make the gash easier, Klal Yisrael an easier time learning. So we built these beautiful markets and bathhouses and created wealth. And so wealth was accessible. All this stuff, this way again, Shem make a focus on the Ruchnius. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shem Sheva Olam. Shem says, I could deal with a lot of stuff. What don't love God. You want big isn't it? I mean, not exactly, but you understand, right? But then, go ahead, right? Well, anyway, right? Don't be dishonest for reason. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, he's through it even before you think this. So here HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and about to ask you, right? Because I said, you fools. Says, that is not true. Whatever he did for you. You know what marketplace is? Rosh Zonos, because you wanted to create a place for the harlots. You wanted to put a place for prostitution. Bathhouses, because you're hedonistic people. Yes, you think you create Shalihu, I create Shemar, the Liach, no Mashem Tzavaka. He gives it to Rome. Gives it to Rome. Says to him, how dare you? You're trying this Musar Haskell. What should Rome have done? What should they have done? What should they have done? Just own it. We messed up. We messed up bad. We messed up bad. We messed up really, really bad. Instead, it was incredible. They doubled down their issues. Not only they doubled down, let's say the chutzpah, what they did for us. What they did for us. How much Jewish blood Rome and its descendants have on their hands. How much persecution Rome and their descendants have on their hands. And the chutzpah to stand before the Bono Shel Olam and the Moshe Mashiach and say, everything we did for Klal Yisrael. I'm sorry, Hebra, for that I have no patience. You want to tell me you messed up, we could work together. But you want to lie to me? You want to lie to me and say that what you did for the Jewish people? Sorry, nothing doing. Me, the Lord says, is there anyone amongst you, ultimately again, Magidzos, who could go ahead and has gotten involved in Zos, in this what's the Shneimar? What's Zos? Zos is Torah. Rabbi asks Rome, is there anyone in your nation who has learned Torah? I was like, what I was going to ask, I don't understand. Rome doesn't have an obligation for learning Torah. Why is going to ask? That's tomorrow's stuff. Shneimar. Zos has Torah. Rome leaves dejected. Right? Why? Why is Rome dejected? And rightfully so, because they have been indicted in a divine messianic judgment. Like they've been found guilty in divine messianic judgment. Incredible. Who's next? Yeah. Yatsamachos Romi. Get ready for this. The Nichnas Malchus Paras. Let's say who's number two. Who's number two? Get ready for this. Persia. Persia comes in number two after Rome. Get ready for this. The Gemara is my time, huh? Now, why is Persia number two? Kashiva Basra. Because after Rome, Persia was the most influential empire. This is the prophecy of Daniel. So in Daniel's prophecy, again, it says, and afterwards there was second animal. And this second animal in Daniel's vision, right? The first one resembled the lion, which was Rome. The second one resembled the bear. Who's the bear? The Tani of Yosef, Ela Parasim. This versions, right? What's in the Sha'ochlin, the shows dove, they eat, which means they eat and drink a lot. And they're covered with hair, hairy people. They're big people. They're big bird with flesh, like the and ultimately like a bear. And ultimately, again, like is generally restless, right? Because it hibernates. When it's not generally restless, so restless like the bear as well. Just tell me what was it. I just want to point out. Here's the this. You say to yourself, "Why is this problem?" That was exactly. It's no different than when a Kadosh Baruch Hu confront, right? Hey, where's that? Right? Or he asks Adam or Adam, tell me, Adam, what have you been up to? Problem is 9 out of 10 just doubles down. So Hashem said to Persia, Shephala, tell me, what have you been up to? Right? What have you done? Oh, I'll tell you. We made bridges. How we conquered cities. How we made many wars. Yes, you have.
Can you hear me?
And Persia says, I just want you to know. Everything that we have done, we only did for Klal Yisrael. All these things, all the conquering and all of the bridges and everything we did was to enhance our financial holdings, our material holdings. This way, again, more Gashmios was a Klal Yisrael, and therefore they Torah, and again, in a more comfortable way. Stop it. That is not true. Everything you've done, you've only done ultimately again in a self-serving way. And Gisharim, you built bridges so you could holes, right? Krachim, great cities, Lassos, Angaria. You conquered cities in order to create vassal cities, right? So again, Rashi pointed out Angaria, Avodas Hamelach, Mikalas Al Yoshe Krachim, Lassos Muchamos, Verito Behem Maodosa. You conquered cities in order to go and create vassal cities. So the army sees animals for the tax for the king. That's why you Milchamos, wars. You think you created victory war? Ania Sisi. Baruch Hu tells the Romans, you created wealth. Leah said, but Leah saw to me. He says to Persia, I think you're in charge. Well, you understood these words. You Persia, Iran. You think Persia, you make the wars? You're the one who does the wars and doesn't choreograph wars. I choreograph wars. Hashem is Mama. Because Baruch Hu is the right thing. You think you missiles go? You think you're in charge of what happens? Because Baruch Hu says, I'm the Ishmael Chama. I am the Ishmael Chama. Says, ultimately, again, is there anyone amongst you? Now, again, once Baruch Hu asks Persia, he says, is there anyone amongst you in Torah? Now, again, I won't say, it's still strange, because why should you have anyone amongst them who's learning? What that means? There's no one in their midst who's learning. Dejected. So Romans, Persia's done all dejected. My time, so then that's an interesting question. After you saw what happened to Rome, you would say, you know what, we're going to pass on this. You know, if you thank you, God, you know, it's not, why did Persia choose? I will say, and by the way, not only that, but they advanced the same argument, right? They saw what happened to Rome. They heard how the argument flat, yet they went in and pretty much advanced the same argument. Amar, Enu Sasash Va'anan Binyana. So here's a Getaina. Persia said, look, here's the big difference between us and Rome. Rome destroyed. We didn't. Right? Because remember, Esther's son, Koresh, Ahasuerus, who was some other Persian Median Empire, did rebuild the second temple. It felt like, look, at the end of the day, we did do something for them. We helped to rebuild the second base. We thought that would help them in their time. Incredible. Gemara says, the Chayr repeats itself with every single nation. So nation after nation comes before HaKadosh. Their accomplishments, they claim everything they did for Klal Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, not true. What you've done is self-serving. So the Gemara says, so if all the other nations saw that it didn't Roman for Persia, why do these other nations keep coming in for divine judgment? How you doing, Brian? Rome and Persia were the primary persecutors of Klal Yisrael. Again, I get it, if I was going to find any type of exoneration. A lot of other nations in the world didn't per se participate in the persecution of Klal Yisrael, so they were hoping to find some positive judgment. So I'm ready for this. My Shna. So I'm going to end with this line. Well, not really. But my Shna. Kani de Chashib Ro Chashib. So we'll say, so what is it that makes Rome and Persia so important more than the others of the world? What is it that makes them more important? So the Gemara says, the Hana Mashchi b'Malchut Yusayhu ad Asim Mashiach. Why am I saying? Because Rome and Persia, right, those empires will last all the way until the Messianic era. So I will say, now again, what it also means is in the form of influence, right? Obviously, the empires are not constant as they once were, but at the end of the day, the influence of these empires will be felt until the Messianic era. In other words, many other nations come and go, and their influence is gone. So what's unique about Rome and Persia is that their influence in the world is felt up until the Messianic era. So I just want to point out just what this means. Right? Persia, which again is Iran and the Chevra. Right? So when I say again, their influence is felt in the world until Mashiach. Which means that if we see their influence being diminished, and if we see their influence being compromised, we see their to threaten not only Israel and Eretz, but the entire being diminished day after day. It tells us, you know what that tells us? That the most Hamashiach closer than ever. The Gemara says, Persia will be here up until Mashiach. And if we are literally strike after strike, Am Yisrael is dipping the influence of part actively. Mashiach is not right around the but it probably Mashiach is right the front door. It's Avodah that base Amrit base. 1 week into this new stage of the war. Exactly a little bit more than 1 week, right? Last Thursday night. And here these great things are about to happen. Incredible things are about to happen. Para here until Mashiach comes. Diminished, just know that great things are waiting for Klal Yisrael, things are waiting for the world. That will say soon that where HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that Sefer Torah, not his hands but by his heart. And whoever throughout ages toiled, labor of love, to uphold, learn, and to live a beautiful scroll, come and receive your reward. That reward for our people, that reward for all of humanity, Ner Hashem, is coming very soon. I was saying, Shkoya, and that is absolutely amazing, incredible. All right, have a great day, everyone. Shkoya, Eretz Yisrael. Looking at a Shabbos, it should be a Shabbos and Ner Hashem of safety, of security, of service, so all the Klal Yisrael and how we should see the downfall of Para. well, you also have ultimately a simple question: who are the churches? So, and of course, none of them are able to answer. Some people are trying to understand. So now the nations kind of come back saying, well, we can get it, and let it to give it to us. That's not a good search. The last answer is something he said, listen, well, even though they did accept the Torah, accepted it under duress, meaning you threatened them. Okay, I didn't threaten us. You also didn't accept the Torah, but you didn't threaten us. So what happens? So, Allah, I will show us that. Says, well, why don't we look at your relationship with Hashem and Husband? Why don't we look at your relationship? Commandments you do have. And then the Shemar, the Shos Yashmi, when you share a mitzvah, she bows on big shots. You say that you would have observed the Torah, but I give 7 mitzvahs, and you don't observe those mitzvahs. You don't even keep the basics of Noah's law. So how can you claim that the Torah you would accept? So, how do our nations in the world don't didn't accept, or I shouldn't say, didn't uphold the services in Iraq? The Tanya Rabbi Ahmad Valimodi Ra'a V'Yasar Ra'a or should I put this part of the sea? Ra'a both saw the 7 mitzvahs in Noah accepted ourselves, and yet they did not uphold them. They were kind of once we saw that the nations will accept or did not uphold the mitzvahs, much they feel it was a very dramatic tomorrow. Once I was part of that the nations in the world did not uphold the shells of Noah, the emotional odom was not to them. So the Matthew literally sounds like what? The world will release them to Shem is paid off, which is mercy. One second. Is who is the are you telling them that the non-performance of the results, the nations of the world benefited? In other words, because they didn't perform the results, they were accepted. That doesn't make any sense. In Cain, Matthew, if that's the case, then what happens? We see that a sinner is rewarded. What's how is a sinner rewarded? It's about don't keep something, let it do something. Don't keep it, like fail to keep it, and what? Does that make sense? You know what it means is that even not give them slack. Doesn't give them reward. You must all of them. But ultimately they do work for it. That's they don't get reward for it. One time now you shut the old thing about 06 Torah, going goggle. Well, say, I know that even if a Gentile learns Torah, and idolatry, learns Torah, that he is as great as the coin goggle. What that seems to mean is that if a non-Jew goes ahead and performs his mitzvahs, that he's just like the coin goggle. And again, even if you learn Torah, the person find out that the Torah Chsav is a whole discussion with you learning Torah about that. Topic for today. But how do I know that not learn Torah? It's not like the coin goggle. Which also means, our purposes, that when a Gentile and idolater performs a mitzvah, he gets reward. So the says, Talmud Lomar, Asher Yamsa Adam B'chai B'hem. Like the Pasuk says, these are the mitzvahs that he will perform, and he will do them. It doesn't say Ha'adam. Also now, Ha'adam is the word in Hebrew. Alamarata, Shabiru, Obi B'cham, Osif Torah, Hariyut B'koin Goggle. The fact that it is placed to word Ha'adam does that what? Then it is in the engaging in the pursuit of rituality is rewarded. So how can you claim that the countries, that the nations of the world don't get rewards for the performance of Shem in God? It seems to be to the contrary. It seems to be it's clear that you do the word Ella, rather what does it mean? Say, right. That the nations in the world will say, when they work, when they go ahead and they do they do get the reward. But ultimately, again, they don't get reward as someone who is not commanded to do this. Damrad Hanina, Rodon Ba'osa, Yosef in the Ba'osa, and a person who is and does it gets greater reward. of their own version of this. Like, very often you think just the opposite. You think that someone who does are not commanded to be a higher level because they're going up on to obligated. I'm obligated. So I don't think this just if they should go and come to the back of the road, will the Kayin mix us together? What's that? Tell me this because we know it. But commanded to do something, you need Sahara not to do it. Not do it. Like, so anytime you have to do something, by definition, you push against selfishness. If you end up, listen, what we want more than anything is self-autonomy. Is, I want control. Just tell me what to do. The moment that somebody tells me what to do, God, by definition, there's a subconscious desire. What is the most common words in children? Most common words. No. No. Listen, what's the problem? All of our children have positional defiance disorder. Like one because we're dead in our psych desire for don't tell anyone else who can model ceramic. I'm sure there's other reasons why they do. But the nice again on a deep psychological or a deep looking level, don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do. That's a psych. It's an amazing thing. I remember when a bunch of people had before. Seagate. See, remember how can I say Sarah was in the shop? We got like buses of to get on there and go beat up someone else's. Well, each of us were meant to have to take out our own bags. That is an amazing thing. I haven't cleaned up my basement for years. It's my uncle's basement. A couple of things I'm there. I was easy to clean up. That's the shot because I have to do stuff. And I don't want to do the stuff that I'm here for, stuff that I can roll on my absolutely all. So I said, it is incredible. So that's why commanded to do something and you do it. You ask her, then if you do it and you're not commanded to do it, like you're going above and beyond. But to satisfy responsibilities, that is the hard yes, the only kohanim that you do get reward. But to get reward for like someone who is not mitzvah ba'osa, who is mitzvah ba'osa. So the Gemara says, this is what the idolaters say. You saw shit go ahead, but Kamila. So you see, the Indians, the Turkish people, like you eat them in mitzvahs, and of course, at a point, you just realize all of in the movement and the Jews really adhere to you as much as possible. So the Bible says, yes, I will be made. I, God, listen to this. Only if I was some God, you know this. The apostle of Aegis. The apostle of Aegis, somebody to testify about his son. The need of Holy Israel. So, almost like it's not that. You love them. You love them. Therefore, you are apostle of Aegis of God Israel. Just think what that means. There was that means about the life community, and us. So like the Baruch is apostle of Aegis of God Israel. The Moshe cannot testify. This is God. He can testify anything. He's apostle of Aegis of God because he's an Abba, because he's a teacher, because he's our father. He brings children. It's fine. That Baruch is let go and testify that Paul Israel has and served the entire God. Heaven and earth can't testify. Also, look at it. In Lobisi, Yom HaMalachos Shemaim Arz, something similar. My defense was like, what does this mean? My covenant. In Lobisi, Yom HaMalachos Shemaim Arz, something was a term. It's reference to a covenant and to statutes. What does this mean? What is the possibility when it says that what is even in his more than 6 days? The question is, why is there a place for it? The Rambam is just not going to respond to this. The Moshe made a condition with creation. But when you saw the covenant as our goal, if Father saw just the Torah, give him good news. Nature will be sustained. Let him love, and an action as him a trouble. But if not, I will turn the world to darkness. I heard on the history of us of this Mephistia says, Maisik, Mishamayim, Mishmat, Eretz, Zorah, Shakidon, Shea Lama Shakidon. If the earth is fearful, then why is it quiet or tranquil? Then Shakita Lama Yereya, if it's tranquil, why is it fearful? Ella, the Tli Yereya, in the creation of the earth was concerned, because will it survive? Will the afterwards means what? After Klal Yisrael accepted the Torah. At Har Sinai, by definition, the earth was tranquil. The Hashish Rashi points out two different interpretations. Rashi included the references to the hay, which represents Chamisha Kumsha, that the entirety of creation is predicated on Klal Yisrael's belief on the Torah, or Hash the sixth. The sixth refers to one which was the date of Kabbalah's Torah. Either way, embedded in the very positive intelligence as part of the same creation, you survive as long as Klal Yisrael accepts the Torah. Therefore, again, the Umos Ha'olam say we're sorry, but the heaven and earth can't testify on behalf of Klal Yisrael. Why? Because they're also no Gabbat. Why are they right? Because they also have material interest in the testimony. Why? Because of Klal Yisrael, and they don't survive either. So the Gemara says, "Alma Baruch Hu, we can go very good behind the social camera." Wasn't this so beautiful? Fine. Listen, this is amazing. Prophet should be telling me again, postulates. I got it, postulates. I have artist postulates. It's fine. You know what? Let's have men from amongst the nations of the world who will come and give testimony. Yavo Nimrod, Yod Avram, Shalom Abel Abel. Let Nimrod say, come along. Testify about Avram. That Avram did not go ahead and worship Avram. Remember again, Nimrod was one of the few Avram into the fiery furnace because Avram refused to bow down to the idol. Yavel Lavan, Yaakov shall nechshon ala gezel. Let Lavan come along and testify that Yaakov Avinu was never a thief. It was a head. This is like that. This is a reference to the miracle that Moses like Lavan's flock on behalf of Yaakov. How about Ishas Potiphar? We say Yosef shall nechshon ala Amira. Let the wife Potiphar come along and say that what? That Yosef did not succumb to his Yosef did not engage in immorality. Yavo Nebuchadnezzar, that they did not go ahead and bow down to the idol. Yodar Yovesh. Let Daryavish come along and testify that ultimately that Daniel never stopped that. And also actually points out to here Daryavish made a rule that you could dive into him. That was a law legislated. You dive multiple times, just dive into me. So Daniel never fight. Also, that's how Daniel wound up. Remember again in the Den of Lions. That's how he ended up there because he dominated, he was a legal player. He got powerful. So let Yavel build that Astuti, Shpas, Hakimon, they have Rachel, Abusi. These are all the friends of Eo. Gemara identifies as in their own right. Out the Yoga Rachel, Yoga Sim, Israel Pava. So these are the two list because again the other one Gentile. Yeah, even though we saw Shekai was called Yitmu a day of the action. So it's ultimately against, which is fine. I can't think that a nerve, but there are enough amongst the Umos Sa'olam testify about the righteousness of Klal Yisrael. Hirosh Vanessa was listening to this. What's happening? The Umos Sa'olam by the folly of your hand, by the fact that you are. So it's like when you are confronted with so what's the normal deflection? Normally the first question deflection. Well, it wasn't me, or you're holding yourself up to such a high standard. Who are you? Because that's not you. So the first question is more Sa'olam. Ultimately, again, our confront is. Well, first is denial. Then deflection. Probably was not so great. Next is now that we've shown that that's what happened. Fine. You're right. So now about Mirosh Na'asana. Give us the story now and we'll do it. We'll do it. Okay. This is the human condition. When excuses go out in the world to confront reality. You messed up. You should have all your life, what we had said this is going to go up, we didn't observe those properly, we still played Charlie, we still find let us give us the Torah, or whatever this means, give us the translation, give us the principle, and we'll do it. But I'm going to let this powerful, what are you talking about, you fools? Also, get ready for this. Erev Shabbos, no Chol Shabbos, and also, it only goes on Erev Shabbos. who have the ability on Shabbos. What does this mean? Look at Rashi. Then Shabbos called him. I said, listen, what is this happening? This conversation is occurring ultimately again the Messianic Muslim. This is happening on Shabbos. Meaning, not literal Shabbos, but figurative, metaphorical Shabbos. Rosham says, if you want a nice suda on Shabbos, there's only one way to get there, and that is to cook. You have to work. You have to labor on Erev Shabbos. Only those who labor on Erev Shabbos have these book have these on Shabbos. Yishalo Tarach Erev Shabbos. Listen, these words are so profound. Someone who has to work hard on Erev Shabbos. What is he going to eat on Shabbos? Incredible message. Our whole lives we're working towards Shabbos. You can say, you want a Shabbos, you want a meaningful life, you want a meaningful overcome. You have to work for it. Single day, 6 working, that I'm moving my life in direction. Because if I think that I'm going to show up on Shabbos, it's going to be a peak hours, right wherever I get to on Shabbos, it doesn't work that way. At least not for that tomorrow. If you want Shabbos, if you want Olam Haba, if you want to know that there's a meaningful and enriched life, then it's Sheishes Yom Erev Shabbos. I'm one machmir after the tomorrow. Right? It's not just enough to work on Erev Shabbos. It's Sheishes Yom Erev. If you want real Shabbos, the preparation begins when? Begins on Sunday. Right? This is Shiva Lim Shammai. It begins on Sunday already. Working in Shabbos on Sunday, then you'll have a Suda, then you'll have what to eat on Shabbos. It's Shabbos, and now you love. It's Shabbos, and now you wake up. It doesn't work that way in life. Nevertheless, mitzvah comes for Krishna. I have a mitzvah for Krishna. And it's an easy one. Called sukkah. Go and make yourself a sukkah. Let's use this. On this website. You want to get angry with the you as personal. No, that's how it works. So that's not how it works. What are you doing on a mitzvah now? It says, Baruch Hu says, the mitzvah that I'm commanding you today. Hayom la'asosam, u'l'machar la'asosam. Listen, you just have performed in this world, and not this world. Hayom la'asosam. Today we do it, but that scar comes in the afterlife. So what's the idea here is brushing the rules, defending the rules, the way the world is, and Olam Haba is Shabbos Kodesh. This world is the preparation, this world is the work. Or very often without this Suda Shabbos, Olam Haba was Mashiach, that's Shabbos. You're now standing in the Mashiach. How can you now give them another chance? To which the Gemara said wasn't incredible. This is amazing. And this is incredible. The Ribono Shel Olam is conflict averse. The Ribono Shel Olam does not like defect, not like machs. So the Ribono Shel Olam are saying, okay, let's go ahead and we want the Torah. What is he going to say? No? Okay, if you want it, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Moshe doesn't want machs. He wants shalom. So we'll say, what happens? By my cutting, why is sukkah called mitzvah? The less we sell on the animal's claws and the schach has. And we'll say that's because we're spoiled, right? And that's because I need everything easy, everything too fast, and everything from the line 1, 2, 3. And I would say, but sukkah, I have it, so I'm not going to do this. I don't want to say. I would say, but sukkah, the idea is if you think about it, sukkah can be performed with all what we call naturally found materials. In other words, I can forage and find whatever I need for sukkah. The idea is it doesn't have to cost me. Right, so what happens to us, right? So that's given sukkah. So what's like, you have to give the incredible shkoyach. It's like miyad. Miyad means what? Immediately. There's this resource. So everybody goes and there's sukkah on the top of the roof. Now the words of Moshe do. Makes it as hot as the summer solstice, right? So he goes ahead and he brings the echad midva'it b'sukkasa b'yotzei. Like you all know what that feels like. It does not feel like Gan Eden. It feels like the other place. Baruch Hu goes ahead, it's out the sun in its full strength, and the most of them go out. God, Shneimar, Nas Gasmos Rosemo, Pichomenas Avosemo. Let's touch the cords and let us throw away the ropes. about Hashem Yosef. I don't understand. You just said before that the Baruch who doesn't fight with his creations. So God, why are you making this especially hot? Now it sounds like the Baruch was going out of his way to make it ridiculously hot. Why do that? Why? You shouldn't be Yisrael Namizim. I'm a Beis Rosai. You shouldn't be Yisrael Namizim. You must call it Thomas Ad Chagor. And also because very often that's sukkahs. Right? Our sukkahs is also performed in the midst of the summer ground, even though sukkahs is in the middle of Israel very well. To be 100. So therefore, I was like, the Moshe was just saying, listen, I'm going to give you the, under the same conditions. The Klal Yisrael performs it. So Klal comes under the conditions of extreme heat. Therefore, you're going to do that as well. 1 second. The Rabbi says, but 1 second, I was like, it's style. Someone is acceptable. The person, by the way, many people don't know this. Style only applies cold, but it's not true that style also applies heat. It also applies heat. So for extreme heat as well. So I don't understand. This is not a testimony to come to blazing sun, particularly hot. You're permitted to go outside the house. So the potter from Sukkah, so this is what it is. You get potter, but ute, you never see the potter. But why do you have to keep the other side? When the Sukkah, when the Jews know what is to do, he goes and practices everybody. So when you go inside from the Sukkah, you know what happens. When you talk to the Sukkah, there's an overwhelming feeling. Overwhelming feeling of pain. You don't really like the opportunity to go to that first one, to that first, that's everyone's on the subject. Not talking to you, this was without not talking to you. I hope all of this different stuff, and I have all these photos, and the whole time I'm eating nothing. This is my yes, that first, and now like I am such a little bit. I get too old, I get too this, I'm going inside. So, and what happens? What happens? The most on one side, it gets too hot, and the sicker on both sides, the sicker ultimately represents this icing of the mix, this negative thing on the side, the way you read the stuff speaks volume about the spiritual. The Jew leaves up the gluttony and longing. Like the Jew lives this sort of looking back, and every second it says, maybe I'll go back and maybe it's okay, we'll do the meal a little bit faster. The only Kochavim, to add, takes it, he resents it. What do I need this for? And from the second color. Was a rush from six back and really the second color really means to laugh. To laugh, Shana and I, Yoshe Bashan Yisrael. Bama Yitzchak, that wasn't there is no general scope is not an attribute to be found by activity. Like was a general scope is not found before. And the OC go much. He sits back and the reason for that we discussed. But in general, the emotional is not what's the like going for the he's not known for scope. Scope literally means like laughter or death. We'll say, except on this day. But if Baruch is the arguments of the old people of necessity exaggerated. Right in front of them and right in front of them. Relax. He could be masking the hard drive. He's not the hard drive. Yossi, over. The Asid level. Far enough of the old people from this guy. What's this means? In the future, which comes, the old people will come and will convert. Because we will come in. Do we, will we convert? That time, we will come and Mashiach, most that we learn, when Mashiach is also when Mashiach comes, we will not accept any more converts. The Yotze will keep Rugier, will be David, will be Shalom. Also, similarly, along the same lines, we do not accept converts during the days of David and Malcolm, during the days of Shalom. Let's say for one simple reason. What's the coming on this David, Shalom, and Mashiach? These are the cloud stars on top. We don't accept converts at cloud top. There's like one simple reason. We tell us we convert. Everybody likes to be part of the unity. You know, part of what we tell a person to convert is just know that you saw the we in the sin were persecuted. And again, even though in God we live in unparalleled times, even in diaspora, we're a persecuted, despised nation. We do not like us. It's important to remember that. And that's something we root ourselves into thinking that we're accepted. Because we are tolerated, and we're tolerated when we serve the needs of others. The moment that we stop serving the needs of others is the moment that the world turns on us. So and it's very important to live with this. So I know it sounds like a little bit of a downer, but a lot of downer. But it is difficult No one loved us. They tolerate us as long as there is a utilitarian relation, as long as it benefits in some way, as long as we feed the economy, if we're needed, then everybody loves us. The moment that we'll say that stuff is the moment that the cube will be cast away. So we accept here. Join us then, fantastic. But again, at any point, how do we accept Garen in your most of it? Says, Ella, they not say Garen Garen on their own. Garen on their own. Umani, from the Russian, so the saying, this is really saying, so what's the reason is the Umos or most of just begin observing the mitzvah, putting on tefillin, putting on this, wearing. It's amazing. And it was like, again, to be clear, they have doing this on their own out of a personal decision. So what's like, you're into this, even Trump, Muhammad's called Muggle, it was actually very interesting because the kind of messianic redemption according to Gemara is interesting. Sounds like over here, according to the Gemara, also Mashiach, which is some kind of messianic prayer which is initiated. Like the Mashiach, and Mashiach and Mashiach ben David. Mashiach ben David, according to most of it, comes after the messianic era that came to over here is the messianic era that is initiated by Mashiach and Yosef. But over here is they have this self-imposed conversion. Then the word of Gog and Magog, which is the ultimate between good and evil, which is a word against Israel. Over Lahem, Ma'amabasam. So what's that when the Gog and Magog comes? It's the enemies of the Jews. Why are you here? Why are you here? Omer Lo, Al Hashem, Ba'al Meshifo. We're here to wage war against God and against his anointed nation, or against his anointed one. אנו לא קשורים לאומים יהורים בכל אחד מנת מצווסו בהולך. So when the Umos all over here, that the enemy nations of the world are here to do war against, you take up the tefillin, take down the mezuzah, they take this in Sheamus, and they say no thing. Shneimar, not as most of sin, not shaving the sack. And the Rosh yes, he laughs. The Rosh also sees the pure life of the Jews, the only profile. The Jews resolve on those unshakable. The Jews resolve and change up and start these unbreakable. Good, in times of difficulties, we are aligned with the Rosh over and over, and even when it's fair weather. At the end of the day, everybody likes to be part of the winning team. But the moment that there are challenges, the moment that there are difficulties, they no longer talk to the God of Israel. You might say, oh, he's talking about the folks, but Rosh has scope, and on that day, only on that day, to me, Ramar, it was exactly amazing. How does the Rebbeinu stand this day? What's the other one stand this day? Someone's going to say, hey, there are 12 hours in the day. Shalosh Rishon, Baruch Yosef Ba'osel. So the first 3 hours of the day, he sits and learns. This is an important thing of itself. In the event that you think that your career is too to go ahead and to go ahead, you are not easier than God. Let's go on the record with that. No one is easier than God. So the emotional has got 3 hours a day. So he's 6 times a day. Okay. Maybe enough 3 hours, but the nice second, the emotional set aside time for I have time for us, which was not amazing. And then all them grows from there as well. To be also almost from all of some way, somehow, it grows with the language, but derives something from Torah. Because for us to derive something from Torah, but imagine what we're able to derive Torah as well. So what happens? Shnios, we'll say after that, right? So the first 3 hours, so Shnios, second 3 hours, those should have done us cover all of Kulo. This is the entire world. Kevan Sherosh is Chayvon. Also, here's the problem. Judgment pretty much always comes out the same way. Mankind is so that's how judgment pretty much comes out. But yet, only the 2 seconds you go from stand up from the throne of justice and sit down on the throne of compassion. It also means this powerful realizes he can't judge the world through prison of strict justice because it won't work. Mankind won't survive. So instead he judges man through the prison of compassion. We'll say first one line. Says, no shit, sorry. No we'll say the third 7 hours. No shit. Son, as color on the below, the kind of the he sustains the entire world of us.
Yo, how are you? What's up, Mayor?
Dios, Yosef in the second Shulay Yosef. Goes in the fourth, second hours, he goes in and spends time living against playing with
Hey, you gotta be 18 in here, big dog.
Playing with Yosef, what does that? So it says, we're going to see. Shinemar, Yosef say, Yasar to the second boat. Remember again, Yosef was the giant sea creature.
See you in like 10.
Assaulted it from the meal of the time. By Mashiach and the other ones, it goes that the ideal being, we'll see this more in tomorrow's daf as well. Ideal being is 10 trees of the fall. Creation that are visible, the bodies of creation that are not visible, is actively involved with all of this. In the Masachet, the Albu in the Masachet, Elevation, the Ramachis of the Mosai, he laughs together with his, but he never laughs with his creations. With the exception of that one being the dinner on which the claims of the open of really proven to be under the back of the Nakama Yitzhak, Shkaris and the Dutch, in Suklim Nakam, in the English was said about science. In the English was described the emotional stops laughing. You might run like a scope. The way you know, you can see right there, in this favorite color, because the passage says, and it is called out on that. That's the communication is destroyed. For the religion, it was like Karachami. How we know this low. Maybe what it means on the day that it's destroyed. Other was the rest of the passage that forget me, my life, forget my right hand, my tongue, my power, to shall I. Which must also very much yes, and very see that because you must so much never come from about spoken up. Everything maybe what it means was like I can't forget shall I, but I still laugh. I can forget only again that I can't forget which has been lost. That does not possible to stand out. So this was the man we have to follow the passage. On the passage, but she's seen the Olam Acharish Asapha. Whether it was a consequence, she's seen the Olam Acharish Asapha. I become quiet. Acharish, I will silence myself. Asapha, I will hold back. So the here the Bishop says that the day that the Semitic was destroyed ultimately again, I am restrained my life. Was it even the Lord of more every even the most dramatic is laugh for Hashem. We still rejoice for Hashem, but by the divine coming, no smoke. I'm going to start this. Reveal smile. Here's my album. It was like, what happens? What happened in the fourth? Yes, remember what he was in the Russell? Yeah, what happens in the fourth of 3 hours, the last 3 hours of the day? Larry was the number of the this is a dramatic. He goes from 6. What's it? Who are you known for? Actually says over here, Flash not going to pay off. That's me, love to show wisdom. To whom can it make these species good? To whom they call up, and to whom they call up, and to whom Shaddai. The me Dora Deo, who knew Yavin Shmuel, was it whom does he understood, does he make his statements untenable? When he knew a color, who liked to Shaddai, was it literally to those who are nursed. What is what we mentioned? That's the follow. Seven, Kishimin, what's the other seven? You might say, that's a children who died in the there's also a Yeshiva also. And if you love children who left this world, if the children whose parents don't have the opportunity to raise them, parents to nurture them, then the Homer Shalom teaches them for each one. In the last 2 hours of the day, Yeshiva and Homer Shalom are doing and no one shall be silent. We left this world when they're young, and literally have the best Rebbe of them. The Rebbe is not just a Rebbe. The Rebbe is a father. The Rebbe is love and he nurtures them. And he teaches them through hours that he's divine they teach them. Such incredible stuff. Who made Torah, man havam the says Shemara. Ultimately, it's a So you might understand lack of that lack of time, and again, for the commitment of his family, was occupied by the base. And the base stood executed these children. In other words, who gave them the taxon? Could be that it was an Allah taxon. You by saying, "Well, how the hell?" But I know my office. So now we know. So we just we just have to do a little bit of right? We see exactly the expense each day and what each and every day. So it was like it says, and what does he do at night this week? So what do you do at night? It says, e-bikes in on the inbox. So what possibility is that you schedule mirrors the daytime schedule. E-bikes, the shot, the shmona, asar, elef, olam. So as a chariot, right? A chariot, or literally a malach. He has a malach, a chariot, and the Rosh literally enters into the 18,000. In other words, also the same time discussing this concept that there are many worlds beyond any worlds beyond the historical created them, the historical created them, destroyed them. There are worlds beyond our own. The historical goes and checks in our worlds. Racham Rosai Ela Sharan Opposition Ela Shimon. Ibai Sema, the midday at night, and we listen to the beautiful angelic song. Song from the Chai Shekhat to Blame Shivim. The lady. Osik B'Divei Torah. The Osik B'Divei Simcha. The lady says, whoever starts learning Torah, Shadow B'Divei Simcha, Ma'achivin Lo Yichali Yisayim. So the person that is learning Torah, which stops learning Torah, so literally even burning coals. It's like I'm using my mouth to learn Torah, and I interrupt that pursuit to be idle and unnecessary. So my Korah Hadibur is impacted. Shinar Hakot Fin, you know what's called in the passage of Leo. Hakot Fin Maluach Alisia, the Shoresh Nisaim. So name lachmo. Fine, let's see what goes like. I'm very short. Kolos Torah balayla. If I was on his Torah at night, the Shparu Moshe Allah put shall said by this is so beautiful. The person goes ahead and learns Torah at night. So the Moshe literally places upon him a chut shall say. Thread of chesed means the person is endowed with a certain amount of angelic, or I should say divine chesed. Look at Rashi. That is over here. Chesed, no say no to any ideas. What's the person learns Torah, there's Torah gives him a special thing. And he's able to, in the eyes of others by the Shneimar, Yomam Yitzhakam, Yomam Yitzhak Hashem. It ultimately by Yom Yitzhak, that a person will find test in the eyes of others. In night, the song about the Torah was his. If a person who's nighttime, is a task of his night, and he is required of all that I said, what the most I gives him an additional measure of divine. Additional measure. Marvel like that. You must see the army. Other passages, how much like this? How also put Torah has that. How Jomer like. What's like the person is Torah most. And this was which is all prepared tonight. That's why is Torah prepared to. All this is why is Torah prepared because of the difficulties and because of the suffering and because of all challenges we have. And it was powerful motion. Allah put self-testing for all of us. The motion ultimately goes ahead and turns into a good self-testing. It was stranded. Extra thing is meaning all to come. Because that will be compared to the day Shomam Yitzhak I'm not doing that to us. Yeah, the Remes Moshe of this. So we'll start this and stop in the middle. You listen to this. What's the meaning of the verse that says that the man is made, the person of yours is Kabbalah. The person, man is made like see the Remes Moshe of Lama means Shulu, but them to on the map. This is what side people compare to. Loma was the second of the widest lines. Ma Duggan Shavayam Kivatroli Abashim Yadmis, fish of the sea, when they come onto the land, they die. After they give a Torah in a Mitzvos Mias, was a filthy people. So people, if the Jew doesn't have Torah, Jew doesn't have Mitzvos, it's like it's as if he's without his very life if he dies. Maybe not physically, certainly spiritually. Was it just like the fish? Needs water to survive. The Jew needs his witness, the Jew needs his Torah, the Jew needs his spirituality. That's just his anchor in order to go ahead and survive as well. Double after my doggy Bayam, even should control and come that was the sacrificial of the sea, they are exposed to the sun without the protection of the water being died. Half the other Also, so too, man is exposed to the sun. Ultimately, again, without the protection of Torah, he also dies. And ultimately, again, what that means in Rashi verses, Ibai say about that, what son are we talking about? Some say it's the son of this world, Ibai say all about others say it's the son of the next world. Ibai say about all of that, he's going to think, sourcing out, I don't want to rush through this. But the idea over here is a fundamental focus ultimately again on how we understand the sun. So we'll start with this, we'll pick up with this tomorrow, but the idea being the comparison between man and fish, just like the fish in order to survive, ultimately again, man needs Torah. This is in order to survive, just like the fish if it has the sun beats down on it without the protection of water, it'll die. So the sun beats down on man without the protection of Torah, it'll also die. What's the sun? And that's just something we have to do.
Would you still be interested in? Remember I said either was it Jacob's or was it brother on my show? Yeah. So would you still be interested? Yeah, because you're a fighter.
All right, I will say good morning. Good fellows for Israel. To dedicate all the Shul Drashos this year for the month of Sivan Alinu Tova. Stephen Terry, the loving memory of Steve's mother. Dawson, Devorah Bass, we saw you from the Brocken. That film sponsors of Diane's mother from the Brocken. The marriage of our Tamito. All of the Nisham Sadna, all those in leader should have one together with Kol Yisrael, Kadosh Baruch Hu, Shem Yetz Hashem. Bring home our hostages, Shalom and Bekarav, and allow our holy soldiers and land and sea in the air, and Yetz Hashem to be peaceful against our enemies, and we should be Yetz Hashem to receive victory for Passover and Yetz Hashem. Hatzlocha and Shalom, people and for our land. Mostly with that, let's manazeh to our last daf in the Sefas. Got a lot to do today, but today's daf is Manifest 49. We are picking up, and let's actually pick up the line before the line get wide. Actually, 2 lines before the lines get. We actually read this yesterday, but we read it quickly, so let's just go back and revisit it again. So it's just very quick, very quick. We are embroiled, enmeshed in a machlokes in Rav and Shmuel and Rav Elazar. What's the case? Very simple. Yaakov lends money to Zvulun, right? What occurs? So the Mishnah said that if they die and they're orphans from each other, and Yaakov's orphans want to die, is they need a shvua. What's the shvua that the Mishnah is referring to? It's what's called shvuas hayarshin. Shvuas hayarshin essentially says we swear. The children of Yaakov say we swear that as far as we father never indicated to us has been repaid. And as halacha l'maisa, we are here to collect our father. So that's our father. Good. So then the Gemara explains. So we have three machlokes over here. Following scenario. What occurs if Rav and Shmuel say that is true when the lovet, the malvet predeceases the lovet. But if the lovet, the borrower predeceased the lender, then here's the issue. There was a lot he was hiding with the shua to Zvulun's heirs, because again you can't collect someone without a shua. When Yaakov subsequently dies, Rav and Shmuel say that loan becomes uncollectible. Why? Because Yaakov was already chai b'shvua, and the shvua cannot be passed down from a father to his children. Therefore, the loan remains uncollectible. Rav Elazar says, incorrect, I disagree. Although the children can't take the shvua of the father, that's true, but halacha l'maisa, they can take a shvua sayarshin. But if they take a shvua sayarshin, shalom so they can collect the debt. So we'll say that's our machlokes. It could have not been a surah. So Rav Barafuna came to visit him. They said to Rav Nachman, okay, Rabbi, you're here. Rav Nachman, you're here. Can you finally uproot the ruling of Rav and Shmuel? So Amar Lahu, so Rav Nachman Chevra, Ikbali Vasai Kohani Parsailam Akra Lahad Rav and Shmuel. You think I travel all of this way to uproot the rulings of Rav and Shmuel? So Ella, Havilo Losif Allah. Nachman said, look, we're not going to uproot the halachos, this sack of Rav and Shmuel. Why? Because it's already, what we can do is create non-creation of this particular. So what we could say is, whatever the case is you've already applied it to will apply it to, we're not going to extrapolate it and apply it to any other case. Okay, the Gemara says, keep going, Mai. What's an example of an additional case that we would do? Amra Papa, Hapogim Shtaro. So let's just remember again, Pogim, we've seen this case before. This is a person who claims partial payment of debt, right? So money, I claim that the seal owes me $1,000. I received $100 from it. So you do that. That's the effectiveness of the because I'm already admitting that what's said in the spirit, fully presently acting again. So let's say, let's just Yaakov. Let's go with Yaakov again. So what happens? Yaakov admits that was paid, and then Yaakov died. Yarshin Ishba in Shvas Yarshin and Oatly. Ultimately, again, the children are able to go ahead and swear Shvas Yarshin, and they're able to collect the rest of it. In other words, so we would apply that. So since there may have been a pre-existing shvua that Allah mentioned the Yarshim collect, rather the Yarshim Shvua they could collect. Good. Hold the shakal Shavak the shak and let find the guarantee. Savara Papa Neymar Hanami Delolo Sifalo. So Papa will say, oh, here everyone is passing like Rabbi Shmuel because adding on an additional case. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Good. Sorry, I'm not going to sit out. So much as who reservation Papa, Altu Arba La Basso Yakur, who is the guarantor going there? At the end of the day, even if the guarantor originally is the debt, who is afterwards, right? Halacha is going to go ahead and says, so the Gemara says, who I'm still civil Allah. Rava Mali Shalopakani Abba. Mali Shalopakani. Not true. Against the end of the day, a Yaz is Yorish is Yorish. What is it at the end of the day? If it's kids or the brother. Good. Amra Rav. So we'll say, so therefore, Hashla lo Ikmar Salok Rav Kishmuel, Velosh Kishmuel. Look at the So we'll say, so what is the halach? Okay, so remember again, this is a very specific case of where the borrower predeceases the lender, then the lender dies. So now the children of the lender collect from the children of the borrower. Can that happen? So Rav Elazar says absolutely yes. It's not a problem. They could just take a regular shvua sayash. Just take a regular shvua of parents, right, or orphans, saying that as far as we know, children of Yaakov say our father never received payment for this, and they can collect. Rabbi Shmuel, they can't collect. Why not? Because again, since Father Yaakov was already obligated to go ahead and take a shvua, and that shvua cannot be passed down from father to son, therefore the debt remains uncollectible. So who halacha follows? Listen to this. So the Gemara says, so Amar Rabbi Chama, Hashtabu Ikma Hilchas Alok Rav Shmuel, Halok. So therefore we'll say, so Chama says, look, the truth is, the Gemara doesn't really reach a decisive conclusion. Therefore, Haydain Vid Kirav Shmuel Ovid, Ovid Kirav Elazar Ovid. Enough, the Gemara says, to the halacha myself, to the Beis Din Paskins, they're good, legitimate approach. And Rapapa, Haishtar Yasmi, Lo Mikra Kanale, Lo Agdi Magdinonde. So this is very interesting. So Rapapa says, therefore, if you have this type of shtar, now literally again, shtar v'yisomim, right? Now again, remember, it's that good this case. Because we're both saying, remember, again, everyone is agreeing that if the malvet is the loba, right? If the lender predeceases the bar, that's fine. That's fine because then again, the children of the lender could collect from the children of the borrower with what we call a typical one. So that could come in this case where the lova deceases the malva. So therefore, again, Rapapa says type of star where the lova predeceased the malva. So the Gemara says, "Lo mikra karina." We don't have dinanbe, but we don't immediately use it for collection either. Why? Maybe all the because Rabbi Shmuel will say it's uncollectible. Or mikra lo karina, or we also don't care that. Why? The haydain of it kavalazar of it, because at the end of the day, it has like Rabbi Elazar, it works. And I will say, I just want to point out this. Actually, let's see the Gemara. Hahu daina of it kavalazar. So say there was a particular person and a dying who passed the laws, and therefore again allowed this type of star where the Malva predeceased the Malva, and then the Malva died, allowed the Yashim of the Malva of the land to collect from the Yarshim, the borrower, with what was a typical Shavuot Yarshim, an oath where the kids say, we swear that as far as we, our father ever told us that this loan was repaid. That's how Dayan did it. So there was young Tom who was there in the city. I see a rabbi. So he said to his Dayan, I'm going to let of Merit Israel. Allah does not follow Razor, that you ruled incorrectly. So again, so the Dayan said, all right, go for it. Go for it. Obviously, if you bring the letter, I'll change my ruling by bringing you the letter. So the Gemara says, so he came for Rabbi Cham said, look, we might not hold that Rabbi Lazar is the ideal approach, but if someone passes Rabbi Lazar, ultimately again, the halacha is binding. Incredible say, and that is indeed how the Rambam himself passes. Rambam seems to indicate that ideally he passed like Rabbi Shmuel. And therefore, in this kind of case, where just remember the case where the borrower predeceases the Malva, and therefore, again, Yaakov, lender, was already children of the borrower's rule of Shvuah. Yaakov subsequently dies, and his children want to collect the debt. Ideally, pass like Rabbi Shmuel, this is an uncollectible debt, because since he was already chayv Shvuah, the debt remains uncollectible. If, however, Beis Din ended up passing like Rabbi Lazar, and therefore had take a typical, we call Shayarshin, a regular oath, which is again, we never told us that the debt was collected. Then halacha, the debt is collected. So ideally, like Rabbi Shmuel, but I'm not passing is quite amazing. So, but to be clear, in the right where again the Mal first, right, Yaakov dies first, and ultimately again borrower dies. Everyone agrees collectible debt, right? Because now again, remember that the Yarshin of the mother have to take an oath, Yarshin of the Lova, but Yarshin in every case will work. That's our Mishnah. Let's go back there. Daily Mishpan. This is again. Mishnah then launched into a list of people who have to take a Shavua, ultimately again, in order now have to go even without even, right? So for example, sharecroppers, right? Who was on the whole list? I'm sorry. Was it? Good. It's good. So I don't understand. What does this mean? Are we dealing with fools? What do you mean? Who's going to swear? Who swear without a claim? Like, what does that mean? These people swear without a claim. To which means Shema. Rather, what it means is as follows. In general, in order to go ahead and be chayav b'shua, what do you need? A tinus body. What's the definition of a tinus body? Tinus body. Tinus body needs a definitive claim. A definitive claim. So again, I'm paying you owe me $1,000. You only owe me $500. Definitive claim. In these cases, remember, let's say Ruvain's my partner. Actually, Ruvain, do me a favor. I want to make sure, let's keep this above board. You take a shvuah that you're not taking anything more that you're entitled to. I don't have a specific claim against Ruvain, but I could trigger a shvuah. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Tana, Ben Bayis Shanu, and I will say that we'll see why that is in just a moment. Why can you impose such a shvuah like this on your partner, on your sharecropper? We'll do this. So we'll see. Tana, Ben Bayis Shanu, this was the idea of a Ben Bayis. And remember, in Mishnah's case, it was right Ben Habayis. So literally again, it says a son who is in my home, owns my home. So who is in this interesting time? It's not just simply a son out of my house as he pleases. This is really someone, right? So he's in charge of the produce, he's in charge of the employees. So why should I ask him to take a shvuah? My shvuah, honey, what's different about all of these people? The words in Mishum, the moral Torah, taking more than they are entitled to. Now, why do they justify taking more than they're entitled to? Rashi says in the Torah, so now we get to the core of this. The common denominator amongst people, the shutfim, the partners, the Avisim, the sharecroppers, the Ben Abayis, is all of these people are working for the benefit of the household. In general, on the side, people feel that they're working and benefiting someone else. 9 times people feel that they're giving more than they're getting. And therefore, again, people justify taking a little more extra. I'm not stealing chas v'shalom. I'm really entitled. Again, so I'm just going to self-reward. I'm going to self-reward a little bit. So because our says in this can get a partner and invite that partner could feel, you know what, I'm giving more, I'm investing more new clients, my salary is only X, that's a little bit more. So it's that. It's fascinating because nature to feel that we're always getting the short end of the stick. Right? It's human nature to feel that I'm always entitled to more, that maybe people don't appreciate that I'm putting in. And if I'm not going to be recognized by the people around me, I'm going to recognize my everyone honest. I'm not going to say that's what he says, but again, all of this presupposes that halacha l'maisa, that halacha l'maisa is the time that these shtei kasef at this moment. שתי כסף, שזה כמה כפתא משלי שתי כסף, וזה מודל המקצס לקרוא ולשפוט דאורייסה, שטיינס שמאי. So Rabbi Yosef actually, he says what is very interesting, he claims there has to be some general book of a financial framework. And he says it has to be at least shtei kasef. Kiman, who is it's like Kiman Kishmur. But one second, remember, we had this much focus, but in general, again, in the case of most trust. So again, does the blame have to be shtei? Does the kfira, not negation? So the Gemara says, so I support Torah. Ema kfiras aina karav. You're right, the Gemara say it's referring to the amount of denial, like karav. Okay, so Rabbi Yosef comes along and says, Rabbi Yosef explains and modifies this a little. Says there does have to be some element meat on the bones with the claim. It can't just be out of nowhere. There does have to be basic framework, some basic ballpark claim that I feel that maybe really speaking a little bit too much from the partnership, the share company agreement, so on and so forth. Good. The takeaway from that is any case where people are working together in some level of partnership, and both parties have ease of access to money, to merchandise. Chazal instituted that either party could trigger. Now, when I say either party, shutfin, right? That's the case of partners. So a sharecropper, if I'm us, the sharecropper can't meet to take a shvua, and shutfin partners, so either partner could trigger a shvua on part of the other. By all the other cases, I could cause my enemy to have to take the shul, which is interesting because it's a fascinating. Because how did the Mishnah start? The Mishnah started that an employee has tremendous power, but if he claims he didn't get paid, he can swear and get paid. Yet the end of the Mishnah highlights this idea of the employer. That the employer could go ahead and, in specific cases, it's not any case of an employer. Like in other words, wouldn't work with an employer with a fixed wage. Right? It's talking about employers who employ people who have percentage income, like sharecroppers, things like that. I can trigger shvua ultimately, again, in order to go ahead and make the person swear that they're not taking any more than they are entitled to. Incredible. Okay, so the Gemara says, however, this idea that the employer could force the sharecropper or the executor of the estate to make a shvua is only when the employment is intact. Let's say the employment has been dissolved, and after the fact, the employer cannot make the employee take a shvua. It says something very interesting. Let's just pay this out. So I moved my sharecropper. So now the Mishnah Halacha said at any point during the sharecropping agreement, I say, Ruben, I want you to take a shvua that you have not taken more than you are entitled to. Okay, so fine. But once Ruben is no longer my sharecropper, I can't ask him to take a shvua on when he was my sharecropper. However, if Ruben requires a shvua to me from another area, so for example, let's say Ruben was my sharecropper, cropping arrangement ended in Nissan, and happened in Sidiban, I lent Ruben $1,000. The debt is $20,000. Ruben says only $100. Oh, Model Mixas. Ruben had a shvua. Once Ruben's chayv a shvua there, then what could I do? We could do gil shvua, right? We could go ahead and remember again, what's gilgul shvua? Gilgul shvua says once to swear in one scenario, we could heap on shvuas that normally been untriggerable. Now the Gemara asks an interesting question. It says, both say, does gilgul shvua apply only when the shvua is d'oraisa? Right? When let's say again the person taking the shvua is taking the shvua d'oraisa, or does it apply even with the shvua d'rabanan? Right? So for example, I want to say, let's say again, Reuben was my employee, separate from the sharecropping. I owed him $1,000, or he claimed I owed him $1,000. I said I paid. He said no, I didn't. What's the halacha? He takes a shvua. What type of shvua is that? Shvua is hesed, a d'rabanan shvua. So do we say once he's already taking a d'rabanan shvua, I could add on other shvuas like from when he was my sharecropper, or say gilgul shvua only works by d'oraisa shvuas, but not by d'rabanan shvuas. Fascinating. So Tashma, here we go. So Lova Himenu Erev Shriyas Ulamate Shriyas Nasalo Jotov O Aris. So say listen to this. So Reuben borrowed money from me. Erev Shmita. Okay, and then after Shmita, he became my partner, or he became my sharecropper. Ein megalgal. So the halacha is we cannot add. And now let's say again, he's going to go ahead and take a shvua when he's a shutaf or he's my sharecropper. I can't go ahead and make him swear from before Shemitah as well. Now there's a good reason for that. Taima, the love of him is the Asi Shvias Avkase. The reason for that, why? Because I lend him money at a Shemitah. What happens to the debts over Shemitah? Ultimately, again, they're canceled. So because of that, there's nothing to swear about. However, again, what you can see from here is if he was taking, let's say, a shvua shutfin, right, or a shvua sarisim, and it wasn't a shemitah canceled loan, I would be able to make him swear about the loan. Now, what do you see from here? That when someone is taking a shvua d'rabanan, you can still do shvua megalin. So the Gemara says, listen, not rather. The Gemara says we think follows. Let's verse the case. Reuben became my partner. He became a sharecropper erev shmita, and on Maseh Shmita he borrowed money from me. Megalgalin. So ultimately, again, we get the shvua. So the Gemara says that's obvious. Habehedja kataniba. Nasalo shutaf all erev shiyas. Ulamatze shiyas lavehimenu. Gilin shmamina. Megalgalin l'drabanan shmamina. Nice gilgul shua work. Whether it's a shvua d'oraisa or is a shvua d'rabanan. Either way it works. I'm just proving it from this case because over here, Reuben is going to swear because he's my sharecropper. And once he's swearing on that, I can make him swear regarding other outstanding loans. That oath of a partner or a sharecropper is a shvua d'rabanan. So most of in piece of halacha. Therefore, the gilgul shvua applies with the shvua you are currently based on or d'rabanan. As follows. Top of Memtes. Last daf of Meseches Shvua Sarosai. Incredible. So I'm Rafuna. Let's here. So I said the halacha is very interesting. You could do gilgul shvua for anyone other than a worker. Rashi's over here, the kol megalgal in top of Memtes. On the kol shvua d'ran megalgal. As mentioned before. You can do gilgul shvua for any type of shvua you want. Chutz me'al yad she'ein megalgalin alav asma eina min hadin elulachis gaito shabalabait. So what does this mean? This is the first shvua on the shayol, right? His wage is $1,000. So he says, pay me. I say, Reuben, thank you. Reuben says, halacha, Reuben swears that he was not paid. So the Gemara says something very interesting. You could do gilgul shvua on any type of shvua, like even a d'rabanan shvua, except for that shvua, except for the shvua of payment of an employee. Why? Now, Rashi points out over here because since that shvua in and of itself a novelty, that the employee could swear and collect its payment. You can't start adding additional things onto that shvua. Rav Chisda says, "La kol ein makilin chutz mischir de makilin." So similarly again, also Rav Chisda is not disagreeing. He's actually saying, ultimately, again, all other shuas, you can't be, in other words, that for all the shuas, here, we're ultimately, again, with Gilgal. So the Gemara said, I was there was two, liftachlo. It's very interesting. Shalom, and when someone comes to things, so again, I want to point out, let's talk about everyone's agreeing. What do we have? What are nuggets of information? Number one, you do Gilgal shua, whether the shua being taken is daraisa or drabanan. That's number one. Number two, everyone's also agreeing that is one case where you can't do Gilgal shua, and that's shuas schir. The shua of an employee who claims that he did not get paid. So the halacha is he swears and he gets paid. Once he swears, the employer cannot heap other shuas on that. A lot of people seem to me that since that shua is such a novelty, you can't start adding additional stuff onto it. Fine. So both Rafuna and Rav Chisda are agreeing on that. What's in my focus? So this is very interesting. When someone comes to take a shvua, do we encourage Gilgal shvua or not? That seems to be the machlok again between Rafuna and Rav Chisda. Rafuna, who says, according to Ravuna, these parties show up in Beis Din, encourages Gilgal shvua. They say to the claimant, anything else you'd like to put on Chisda, we don't encourage it. It's only if the claimant asks for it, and ultimately we do it. Incredible. Shemar says, Ashiyas Mishamet. That's Shemitah goes ahead. I will say the novelty in the Mishnah was that the Mishnah said that Shemitah goes ahead and negates a shvua or cancels a shvua. So where do you know that? Right there, most is fascinating. That Shemitah kills any outstanding shvuas. Where do you know this from? I'm going to Kra, the Zet, the Zar, Shemitah, Atilu Diba Mishametas. Shemitah cancels even divorce, even speech. I'll say, Hajjana Allah Kala Nishban. Let's go. Zuman, ultimately again to the parak of the Seches Shuas. Arba Shomin Heter, 4 custodians. Here we go. Shomachinam, unpaid custodian. Show a borrower. No say Scharpi custodian. Renter. Good. We'll say that those are our 4. Shomachinam, what we call Shomer Sachar, Sochar. Incredible. Shomachinam. Now, we'll say, now, by the way, why is this here? We'll see again, ultimately. It's not really here for this part, it's here for the second part. We're here to talk about the shvua liabilities of people. So where it says, here you go, Shomachinam, Nishpa ala kol. So Shomachinam, remember again, what is Shomachinam chayiv? Or unpaid custodian, what is he chayiv? For pshia, for negligence. Which means that Halakha himself, he essentially, he says that he was not negligent. With that oath, he exempts himself from all liability. Shoel Mashalim, a borrower, right? So on the other end, is a borrower, right? A borrower is liable for everything. Right? Remember again, the exemption that a Shoel has is by luck he was with him. I do was with him. But as for our purposes today, so Shoel has complete liability. No sischar basar, nishpan ala shvuya, ba'ala shvuya, ba'ala mesa, u'bes hagneva. So Sachar and Shomer Sachar, they're chayiv for gneva vadi. Right, they're chayiv again if the object lost or stolen. They are ultimately again for owning or extending circumstances. Okay, so what's the that's all the introduction. Here's the meat of our sugya. Here we go. So the Gemara says follows. Okay, so let's one little piece of introduction. These notes say schar b'hasar. So for Rashi in the Mishnah. So Rashi says over here, if you skip down the Mishnah, zos kibashni b'atzos hapolim. Now Rashi says over here, now we learned this Mishnah. Why is this here? So if you see that Rashi says schar ba'asochar, go into it 2, 4, 6, 8. Here it is. When you see the carbon hashvua the chiyuvi ubikach, shenish davar shumechuyav, alav im holda ubishvua. When it comes to these, here's the way this works. If a shomer swears in order to exempt himself from liability, and when he swears, he is exempt himself, well, let me say differently. Had he admitted ability, he would have been chayav. If he attempts to take a shvua to go ahead and exempt himself from he is following thing. Number one, a false shvua sapikadon. Number two, right, principal plus penalty fifth. And number three, a carbon asham. Right? He's high for a false shvua sapikadon. Ultimately, again, a chomesh and asham. That's if you swear falsely. But again, I will say it's swearing falsely in a way where the oath saved you from paying. Now, the chiddush of the Mishnah is a shomer swears falsely, but the false do anything to save money. Then interest. Now, there's liability for a fall, but there's no asham chomesh. Rashi goes on and says, but if he swears falsely for no reason, meaning, for example, let's say had he admitted his liability, he had been chayiv, kigon, so also we're going to see examples of this. So if you swore falsely, had you admitted, you would not have been liable. Halacha l'maisa, your carbonic liability in that case. So halacha l'maisa, Omer, you have carbonic liability when your oath saved you from paying money. Asham and chomesh. However, if you swore falsely, but had you admitted there would have been no financial liability anyway, ultimately, again, you have no carbonic liability. Incredible. So we'll say, now let's see this in the Mishnah. Here we go. For example, I deposited my shar with Reuben. Reuben is an unpaid custodian. So we'll say, what is an unpaid custodian chayiv for? What is he chayiv for? Negligence. Which is in any other case, he's not liable. And what happens? Amrlo mace. So Reuben lies, and he says the animal died, but in reality it didn't die. Really, the animal again, it broke, so to speak. It broke, right? Or it was taken captive, or it was stolen, or it was lost, right? Or, for example, Reuben swears nishbar. He swears that broke its leg, right? But in reality, he's lying. He's lying. Or nishbar, the animal was really taken captive. He gets what he swore to. Or nignav, animal was really stolen, right? I'm sorry, he swore stolen. Or avar, stolen. So essentially, in all of these cases, something happened to the animal. Reuben's lying. I guess it's a simple case. Say, Reuben, where's my animal? Reuben says, I'm so sorry, it was stolen. But in reality, it died. Now, it died. So what happens? I say, Reuben, do you swear that the animal was stolen? And Reuben says, yes. And then it turns out that what? Reuben was lying. The animal wasn't died. What's the halacha? Pater. Now, we'll say, when we say pater, why is Reuben pater? There's no carbonic liability. There's no asham. There's no chomesh. Why not? Because again, in this case, Reuben's oath was imperishable. Even had Reuben told the truth, he still ultimately, again, he's pater. Again, I will say, he still made us false oath, right? There's a shua shab over here, shua shaker. But again, what it means is into shua sapikadon. Ultimately, again, he's going to be pater. So there's no shua sapikadon, there's no asham, and there's no chomesh. I will say, you say to yourself, why would someone lie in such a situation like this? This makes absolutely no sense. So let's say it's a good shaila, and I think it's one of those things that a lot of times in life we don't understand why people do the things that they do. To me, what I've seen this is that sometimes we are so desperate to just escape liability or to escape responsibility that we'll do whatever we can escape hatch for ourselves. It's kind of like what happens when you something, someone, or what sometimes you see when people are involved in an accident. The first they say is me. Wasn't me. But maybe it was you, right? So it's like it's human nature. There are reflexive reactions to absent oneself from responsibility. Whatever occurred, it was someone else. So again, which is really the antithesis of what it means to be a yid. Because it means to be like we saw up a saying Shabbat. What it means to be a yid, ultimately, is to take responsibility. Is to be a balachai. But human nature is to escape achais. Okay, hey Shori. So I say to Ruben, in case I say to Ruben, where's my ox? Where's my ox? I'm there. I say, and he says, I don't know. So you must I'm sorry, and Ruben says, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, okay. So here Rabbi says Ruben is saying, I don't even know what you're talking about. But who makes on enough? But so again, in this case over here, Ruben's not got even deposited with the ox. I say, Ruben, do you swear? Amar Amen, and Ruben says, Potter. Everyone says, Potter. Now, why is he Potter? Because again, remember, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, Ruben, as long as there was no negligence involved, Ruben would have never made it. See, when we swearing falsely, remember again, there was only liability for Shvus Hapikadon, and the oath would have saved from a financial obligation. But when you would have been Potter anyway, it makes no difference. Hechon show me, where is my ox? Amar Lo often says it was lost. They say, do you swear that it was lost? And he said, Amen. Oh, now the witnesses come along and they say, oh no, well it is lost. It's lost in his stomach, right? It's lost in his stomach because he made a good barbecue, right? He made a good barbecue, invited all of his friends, he ate it. So now that's pshira, right? So now says halacha. So now that Ruben has sweat for a way that's same. Okay, so therefore again, Mishalim is Hakaran. We'll go ahead and to page principle. Hold them at smoke. So now, if Ruben went ahead and admitted liability on his own, in that case, Mishalim Keret, Chomesh, Vash. It's interestingly enough, Allah might say if you're made liable through witnesses, then you pay principal. If you admit on your own, that triggers then the full force of the Shvus HaPikadon, and ultimately again I'll have to pay principal, Chomesh, and Asham. Hechon Shori, where is my axe? Ruben says it was stolen. I say, Ruben, swear to me. And Ruben says, yeah, it was stolen by me. You know, and ultimately again, witnesses claim that Ruben stole it, right? So Mishalim Tashlumi Kefal. I have to pay Kefal because he's a gunner. Not only did he swear falsely, but he's a gunner. Hold on me on smoke. What happens if Ruben admitted his own liability? After swearing falsely, he admitted his own liability. Shavin Karen, the Chomesh V'Asham. So what's what you see from here is that the whole effect of a false Shvus HaPikadon ultimately unleashed after an admission. So Ruben swears falsely, and after swearing falsely, he admits that he really misappropriated. So then again, liability for Shvus HaPikadon, Karen Chomesh Asham. So I go over to Marketplace. So Ruben, where is my ox that you stole from me? Who owned Oganafti? Ruben says, I never stole anything from you. Even also Gunvo, and witness claim that he stole it. He says Ganaf. So that's a classic case of Ganaf. Right? And therefore again, he pays. He's Kefal. If it turns out he's slaughtered, then it's Raw Eden shows us is very interesting. What happens if I confront Ruben and say, Ruben, where is my ox that you stole? Right? And Ruben says, I didn't steal anything. Then what happens? Ruben sees witnesses coming close. So what does he do? He quickly admits it. And he says, I stole it. But I did not go ahead and slaughter it and sell it. So I'll say, what's the halacha? Again, he only pays on the both side. That's because again, most of the knas potter, like most of the knas potter. Now the novel too, you might have thought that since this is not really a pure admission, or why is he admitting it? Because he sees the witness is rapidly approaching. So perhaps we should not take such an admission into account. Again, he only pays Karen, which I will say, by the way, is a tremendous. If you look at Rashi, There's an novelty here. The Afagat must be Susa, the Eden Odi, the Chayiv Asma, the Karen, Kishogin, Tafilo, Hadi Oda, the Miftamin Kefel. So we'll say the idea here is as follows. I want to point out, let's say the witnesses come along and say he did slaughter and sell it. Let's say they say he did, because remember, he's admitting already that he stole it. He's just saying I didn't slaughter and I didn't slaughter. Let's say witnesses come along and say he did slaughter and sell it. He's still punted from Arba. Why? Listen to this. Why? Since he admitted that he stole it, therefore what? He's exempt from kefel. What? Remember we said before? Once there's no kefel, there's no Arba v'chamisha. Why not? Because Arba v'chamisha is built on the kefel. So therefore, I say halacha l'maisa. Once he admitted his liability, he's liable to exempt himself from. And even though witnesses come along and say he slaughtered it, the issue here is that even though it was admission, because he sees the witnesses coming to admission, that's not a pure admission. Nevertheless, halacha. What do you see from here? See from here that halacha l'maisa, even imperfect tshuva is tshuva. Right? We are not pure when it comes to tshuva. Right? Whatever we need to do to get a person on the path, do it. Even though, again, tshuva is less than sincere, and is only motivated because he realizes he's choosing to do the lesser of two evils. Either admit that you stole, admit yourself a ganav, but exempt yourself from Arba v'chamisha, or stand your ground that you're innocent and have to pay Arba v'chamisha in just moments. So he chooses the better financials, which is admit that I'm a ganav, I'm going to have to pay back the Karen, but now I'm potter from Keto, because almost the Knas potter, and I'm also going to be potter from Arba v'chamisha. Perfect tshuva, incredible. Amr l'shal, Heikan Shori, I go over right, moving my axe. Amr lo, Mesa was Amid of Mesech as Shavuot. Wow. So we'll say, so again, very hard to believe. It feels like just 4 years ago we began the sentence. So we'll say, so the Gemara said, Ruvain, I do my axe. I say, Ruvain, with my axe. So Amr lo, Mace.
What?
It's the liability for a show. It's like, well, everything. Essentially for our body. Baruch Nishbar, only Nishbar, Avad, owns Nishbar. He claims right there, not really. Baruch Nishbar, Nigna, or Nishbar, claims right, Nishbar, was the guy. Shemes, Nishbar, Nigna, Avad. Or Nigna, he claims that it was stolen, but that's not true either. Baruch Shemes, Nishbar, Avad. Avad, it was lost. But Shemes, Nishbar, Nigna. So we're saying, point over here is Ruben's making a claim. He's lying. I'd say, okay, so let's just go to simple things, right? So again, Ruben's claiming it was lost. It wasn't lost, but he died. And I say, Mashbiach, say, Ruben, do you swear the animal was lost? Amen. And ultimately, again, he says, Amen, what's the halacha? Potter. Now again, what's that? It's potter. Now what is he potter from? Potter from Shvas HaPikadon, Chomesh, and Asham. Why? Because the Shvuah didn't change the math. Remember, the only place Shvas HaPikadon liability is when you swear in a way that is going to exempt from payment. But if your oath didn't change liability, so for example, in the case Shoel, he's on the hook. He's on the hook regardless. So again, we'll say, why is it falsely? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe he feels bad about the matter. For our purposes, halacha l'maisa is going to be potter. Why? Because the shvuah didn't actually change his level of liability. Fascinating. On the other hand, Heikan Shori, I say, Ruben, where is my shard? In Yodea, now in this case, we'll say, Ruben says, Shar, what charge? Right? But I don't come on, you never deposit anything with me. But really, I did deposit it with Ruben as second to the animal. Mashbiach. And ultimately, again, I said, Ruben, I want to make you swear that halacha l'maisa again, you never had the animal. And he says, yes, Kai. In that case, again, there's liabilities. Really liability because you're only going to both sides swearing that he never had possession of the animal, you're looking to exempt him from complete liability. That's an oath in order to exempt you to save your money. And halacha l'maisa again, then he's Chai Shvas HaPikadon, Chomer, Aaron, Chomer, Asham, good. So it says, say Skar Basokar, Heikan Shori. We're just going through this. I go over to a renter and to a Shomer Sucker. custodian. I say, Chavra, Ruben, ask. Unrelated mace. All the someone says never seen through all the cases again. So remember, what is a shomer sucker and the sofer? What are they chayiv for? What are they chayiv for? They're chayiv for the vaveda. Right. So they're chayiv if the animal is lost, stolen. They're putter for owners. Right. Staying there is then on the animal. All right. So there was no shia. The animal died. The animal was taken captive. In those cases, halacha l'maisa, they're going to be putter. So Roy says it's us. I'm going to say, where's my ox? I'm going to mace. So again, they claim the animal died. But in reality, the animal broke a leg, or again, it was taken captive. Which I will say, by the way, doesn't change the math. Either way, they'd be putter for that. Or nishbar, v'husha mace only. Nishbar, or nishbar, v'husha mace only. Nishbar, let's say first wide line. Nishbar, or it was stolen. V'husha avad, or it was lost. Avad, v'husha nidnab, or it was right. They claim it was lost, but it was really stolen. Mashmiach, they swear. The Ruben says, swears, that was say, he's swearing falsely. But what? The oath doesn't change the math, right? In these cases, he would have been putter anyway had he said the truth. So therefore, again, putter. Now again, keep saying it. He's putter for Shua Sabikadon. There is no liability for Shua Sabikadon, and for Chomet, for Asham, of course, swearing falsely. So there will be liability for a Shua Shah. Mace, you must putter base onishbar. So what's this? So ultimately, again, if for example it died, or it broke a leg, broke a limb, right, or was taken captive, right, but in reality it was stolen or lost. I make you swear, but Amar am chayiv. Ultimately, again, in that case, about oniyah, but who mace shbar onishbar. So again, if not the mice again, it was lost, but in reality, again, it was nishbar mashbiach Amar amen pater. Once say here's the rule. When we p'tor the here's the rule. Any take a shua sabikadam, any again, from a state of where you were exempt, or from life as well. Say here's the last image. You go ahead and you swear in a way that had you made your real, you would have been pater. So of your actual right of your claim, you're going to be chai. So in other words, you're taking on a heightened level of liability. Okay, you'll keep the shua sabikadam in that case because you've heightened your own liability. So in any case again, where you pater anyway, you would chai anyway, or you're upping your personal level of liability. Chova, ultimately again, pater. Ultimately again, you're going to be pater, right? Because again, you're Michai Shua Sabikadon when the Shua saves you from pain. But if the Shua doesn't change the math, or the Shua inherits, then ultimately again, there's no liability for the Shua. On the other hand, Mechava L'Chai. But Allah again, I will say, if you swear in a way that exempts you from liability, that's when there is liability to Shua. I will say, so a very simple clause. The only time you're chai for Shua Sabikadon is when by taking the Shua, exempt yourself ultimately again from liability. So the card will say is any Shua ultimately and to exempt yourself or to lessen the liability you're going to be chayiv, but ultimately again if the contains the same level of liability or increases liability, you will be pater. Incredible. Okay, let's go. Man Tanavar Shomrim, who is a Tana who holds that they are for custodians or not or right mayor. What does that mean? You can tell the less Arba Shomrim understand what does that mean? Who's the Tana who holds with four custodians? Everyone holds of that, right? That's a concept in halacha. It's like who holds of chamisha chumshay Torah. Whereas this for shomrim, man karadam is socher can no say sachar dam. No, 4. It means, if you notice, by the way, in the category of 4, 2 of them are lumped together. Shomer Sachar, paid custodian, and Socher and renter are put together. Who is that? Who holds of that? So, Rav Abu Rabbi Meir. That's Rabbi Meir that lumps them together. How Rabbi Meir Rabbi Meir suggests the opposite. It's not. Socher King Shalem. How does a renter? What's the nature of a rent liability? Rabbi Meir Omer Kishomer China. Oh, Rabbi Meir says that a Shomer Sachar is not. Rabbi Yehuda Omer Kino say this is the one who said that no, that ultimately Chatani. So Rabbi Abua ultimately again had the reverse. The Gemara says, therefore, if that's the case, but also I say interestingly enough, so is that Alocha Lamaisa, a Socher, a renter, has the same din as the case. It's not really 4 custodians, it's really 3 custodians, because really what you have is Shomer Sachar, unpaid custodian, Shomer, and then Shomer Sachar, and Socher are really the same. Rav Nachman Yitzchak Shomim, Inei and Shlosh. Now, what custodian, they really have rules of liability. Shomer Chinam, that is his category, Shomer that has his category, and then he has Socher and Shomer Sachar. That's similar to how of liability. Look, I'm going to be Echad Shok. Sorry. Hey, sorry. I'm going to Shomer Chinam. I'm going to Shomer Chinam. Hey, I'm Shari. I'm going to Echad Shok. I'm going to Sofer. Hey, I'm Shari. I'm going to Amarav. The Kulam Turin Mishwas Shomin. The Chayot Mishum Shwas. It was interestingly enough, in all of these cases, Tino Gelashi, Turn Mishwas, Me'afim Mishwas Habikada. In all of these cases, the Mishnah, the individual is Potter. Potter means ultimately, again, Potter means the Potter from Shashom, right? Shwas Habikada. But ultimately, again, the Chayim in Shwas Bit. Look at Rashi. The Chayim in Shwas Bit, the Sha'avar, Carbon Ola Biore, in Shagag, but Kakidim Shmol the Sha'avar. But Omer Yodani Shishwas, so it says again what Rav is pointing, interestingly enough, that this is a tour. You could be Potter ultimately again from Sapikado, so there's no Asham, there's no Chomesh, no Karen, but it could ultimately again in Bitoy. So it says the Shmuel says no, After Mishum Shas Bitoy. You can even buy from Shmuel Bitoy. Now, both say what are they arguing about? Michael McCartney, Shmuel Savar lesser Belahah, Belav Savar Isabella. So what they're arguing about is the fundamental machlokes that we had beforehand, which is what do you need in order to be high for Shmuel. Ultimately, again, I will say so. So ultimately, again, so what Shmuel holds, in order to be high for Shmuel's Bitoy must be able to be phrased both in the tense and past tense. In this case, the Shmuel can only be phrased in past tense, not the future tense. Therefore, there's no Shmuel's Bitoy. Says you don't need future past. Rather, what do you need? Positive and negative. And since the short is both in positive and negative, therefore there is liability. Gemara says, "Vaha." They actually do this. We've already had this once before. Shvosh is our 20. Shvosh is Zara. So what says? I take a shvua, right? I take a shvua. Shvosh Zara. I threw the stone into this. I swear that I didn't throw the stone into this. Rab Amar Chayer. So Rab Shmuel Amar Potter says that's your Potter. So we'll say Machlokes. Rab Amar Chayer Abein. Rab says you're chayiv. Why? Because there's liability for Shvuas Bitoy as long as in the positive and negative, right? Shvua, I threw the stone. You can't phrase this in the future. I swear I will. So that doesn't work. So why do you have to do this twice? We have to bring this machlokes twice. Why? If it were just case, in this case, I am choosing to serve of my own volition. In our case over here, based the jury, the individual, maybe Rabbi gives you kind of case. Sorry. Also, because again, Rabbi Ami holds that any time you're judged by a base din, ultimately again there's no Shvuas Bitoy. Rabbi Ami holds there's only a Shvuas Bitoy when Halach Halamaisa again it is a self-proclaimed joint oath. V'yitmar Bahal, just said on Mishnah's case, Bahal Kama Shmuel, that's Nicholas says Salacha, Babahach, Ema Modi Leilurah, or that ultimately agrees with Rabbi Shitoi, therefore Tzvicha, therefore Halakha, Lamaisa, ultimately again, both cases are going to be needed. And the both say, Halakha, I just want to point out, the way we pass this one mentioned before, in these cases, in the Mishnah, although you are cut from Shua Sapikadana, from Shua Shomen, you chayiv for Shua Spitoi, you have made false oath of utterance, right? You have made a false declarative oath, right? Or perhaps, depending on the circumstance, she was sheker, or maybe she was shot on the circumstance. So again, I want to point out, even in all the Mishnah's cases, when the Mishnah says, Potter, you're Potter to a sapikadam. That's the Patum. So you're not going to be chayiv for Keren, Chomesh, and Asham, but there is other shvur liability for making a false oath. Incredible. Good. I'm going to be Ami Koshrosh, and then I'm going to be also in Bitoy. The merge just picks up on this last detail. Interestingly enough, if you are adjured in court, ultimately, again, you can't be liable for Shvur Bitoy, declarative oath. Why not? Shneamar, Kisi Shava Mevate Disfasain. The Pasuk says, if he will articulate an oath with his lips, what do you see from here? Me'atzmi. There's only liability for a shtoy if what? If you sing your own. The word ki ultimately again has 4 different definitions. What are the 4 different definitions? If perhaps okay, so therefore again I will say, so therefore the lashon of o nefesh This is actually very interesting. There's only liability for a bitui if halacha lets you utter it of your own volition. But if you're a juror, there's no liability. Now, we don't pass in that way. And again, all these things are tied together. If you make a short bitui, you're not. If it's faulty, you're going to be liable. And that's what ties into this sugi. That's why in this case, this is over here. Even if you're not chai for shvas pikadon, like your shvas pikadon, you will be chai for shvas bitui. Incredible. So as I say, interestingly enough, so remember, in all of this emerge, I said before, even if you're part shomrim, you will be chai for shvas bitui, except for chutz me'inyo de ma'at hasach b'shor, except for the case of, I don't know what you're talking about in the case of the shor, right? And the case of Gneva Va'aveh, I know say schar and socha. Shul chayiv shach from mamon, because in those cases, you will be chayiv ultimately again for shuas hakadon. Now, what we must point out over here is, if you're chayiv for shuas hakadon, you're not for shuas bitui, right? So again, you're not going to be chayiv for both of those things. So in those cases, you're going to be chayiv for shuas hakadon. Why? Shahari kaf from mamon, because at the end of the day, in those cases, you did deny a monetary claim, and as we pointed out, when you deny a monetary claim, ultimately again you're chayiv for shvus hakadon. So what's the takeaway over here? So really, all of this comes down to one. So this last mishnah, or this last parak, this paracle, right? This last parak over here in the Masechta teaches us a simple principle. We're introduced over here to what we call shvus hakadon, or shvus hashomrim, where halacha may say positive one of the 4 shomrim. For the 4 shomrim, shomer chinam, shomer sachar, socher, shoel. It's 4, but it's really collapsed into 3 categories, because we ask him that socher and shomer sachar really have the same type of liability. There are distinctions, but that's not from the sector right now. I come over to this Shomer and I want my object back. He claims something happened to him. Now, obviously, I trust him. There's no shvuah. We're talking about cases where what? I would some verification of his claim. He swears something happened to it, and it turns out that what? Is there loyalty? What does it depend on? It all comes down to one simple: did his false oath save him from financial responsibility or not? If it did, then halacha again, he is chayiv. Chayiv for shvus Hashem, right? What is he for? Again, principle, chomesh, additional fifth, and ultimately Asham. He made a false oath, but it turns out that the false oath saved him any money. It didn't do anything eventually. Then what? He is potter. But it turns out that when we say for ultimately shvus I will say the sugya in his entirety. I will say, as we come to we did it. As it comes to the end of the Shosai, so first of all, a tremendous day for us. You might say to yourself, well, maybe I don't feel so accomplished. I don't know. I hope no one ever asks me a question on the Seches. Like you heard, it's only, I heard you from the Seches. I was shy on that of days. You know the answer. I'll say, okay, we're not getting me from the Seches, right? And perhaps I don't even say, but sometimes it's not about mastery. It's about having the courage, the resolve, and the commitment to make it through the journey. And I will say that is what we have done. We have navigated through a very complex sugya. To be honest, at days like today, giving the proper amount of time, not like this, didn't require. Well, it was really not a daf, it was a daf and a half. I want to brag. What was a daf and a half? You know, a daf and a half. So Lamaisa, this required 2 hours. Okay, we're limited by the kid. I can't start at 4:30. I will say, but again, but we did it, and we did something that for many of us probably never thought we would do, and even for those who do possible, it would have been so easy to give up, like so many different the kimono, the girl, as we got to the end of particular Masechta, I will say a tremendous and overwhelming and beautiful and magnificent accomplishment. We saw how many times we struggled, but kept going through. That's the hold of the years, that's the hold of that, and I'm going to say a tremendous and beautiful and holy accomplishment for us all. We should see the struggle, the effort that we put in, and there's a schus for cloud, should be a schus for ourselves, schus for our mishpachas, and the most tomorrow morning, the shatel as we begin. Just have all the journey, the adventure continues, and halavai for many years together. Hadron Allah, Hadron, we'll sleep on the second shus of Osai, Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov, Evan, and Yetz Hashem. Should we zocha to many accountants together? Should we zocha to our Chaver Eretz Yisrael? So nice to see you. Should we zocha and Yetz Hashem? Our Chaver Eretz Yisrael. Should we zocha and Yetz Hashem to the Soros Tovos and Halavai to incredible bracha for all of Klal Yisrael.
I was on vacation. I got a wife and a child. None of them got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just, I take my, listen, I'm with my wife too.
All right, everyone, say, could us begin. All of our sponsors for this morning, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, right, so we're dedicating in this chus of the Surah Tovos Ad Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors the month of Stephen Abalin, Stephen Tarizin, loving Mary of Steve's Mur, Doris Zin, Devorah Bas Yisrael, Yosef on the Bracha, on the occasion for 50 yard site, the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Mishlam Slav and Aliyah. All those who are should happen together with K'nirtz Hashem, bring our hostages to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedehem, shower Shmira Yisera, protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, and maybe be Zocha Meretz Hashem, Besoros Tovos, and decisive victories. So with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. So today's daf is I was going to say Mem Zayin. It's not. It's Mem Ches. Today's daf is Mem Ches. 48. We are picking up Hashem on Mem Zayin Amud Beis. We're going to move today 47b, and we are picking up we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines down from the top. So we'll say, so remember again, we ended up yesterday with a beautiful illusion. I mean, beautiful, an incredible illusion to Chitim Raglan. Again, the Gemara quotes another Agadic interpretation by Shimon ben Tarfon. At Hanar Hagadol Nahar Pras. So ultimately, again, so in the large river, the Euphrates. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, now what's bothering the Gemara in this statement is the Euphrates is out of the other. Well, let's see Rashi actually for just a moment. So before we get to Rashi, so Shimon ben Tarfon Omer Krav Lagavi Dihina. When you touch someone with, you yourself become oily. Now what is that? Look at Rashi. Rashi says that Krav Lagavi Dihina. The guy in Nagata Mashuach if you touch someone who's been anointed with oil, you'll also become oily as a result of that contact. So as I say, interesting enough, remember again, the Torah outlines will be 3 different rivers, right? And ultimately, again, Pras is the sea of the 3. It's 4 rivers, and Pras is the 4th one, and Pras is considered to be the smallest one. So the Gemara said, yet the Nahar Pras, also Nahar. It's interesting enough, as much as one of the smaller rivers, yet here it's called the Nahar. Level. Here it's called a large river. So what's the pshat with that? The Shilshu Niskar Kanal Shem Eretz Yisrael Shu Chashuva Niskar Gam Bechashuva. So it's interesting enough, what the Gemara suggests over here as follows: that since at the end of the day, the Euphrates is connected of water, which ultimately line up with Eretz Yisrael. Therefore, what the Euphrates is called the big river. The Euphrates is called the big river. So again, why is it called the big river? Since it's connected with bodies of water that gets connected up with Eretz Yisrael. So what do you see from here? So again, the same way, if you touch someone that's oily, you become oily. If you touch something that's great, you also become great. So the Euphrates itself is not one. It's a big river. It's actually a fairly large water source, right? But Maisa, compared to the other ones, it's not as big. Touches the water sources with touch Eretz Yisrael, therefore it's called Nar HaGadol. It's called the large river. It's like what people say, the servant of the king is like the king. Now what is that? What that means is, since the servant of the king is ultimately in the employ of the king, part of the royal court, that's with the chashivos as well. So let's say tremendous musa haskell, that sometimes the golden life is to connect yourself to other great things. Because when you embed yourself in an atmosphere of greatness, that will. So whether that's make sure that you keep the right friends who are going to go ahead and have an impact on you, making sure that you spend time in spiritual enriching environments, attaching yourself to Kedusha by rubs off on. It's an incredible idea. I will say it's also, especially, there's an Indian on Dafka, the sermon on Dafka Shlach, to speak about beauty and greatness of Eretz Yisrael as much as possible. Since again the hatred and the rag was that they denigrated the land, so the tikkun for the chait, during the Parsha Shlach, talk as much as you can about the greatness of Yisrael. So just a more beautiful Gemara, because what does the Gemara say? You know what makes you great? Attachment to the land. The Euphrates is, if you're attached to a water source that's attached to Eretz Yisrael, although again the Euphrates happens to be against the actual biblical borders of Eretz Yisrael itself. Now when we look at the map, so the Euphrates doesn't really come next to Eretz Yisrael, but biblical Eretz Yisrael, the Euphrates comes next to Eretz Yisrael, not through Eretz Yisrael, but next to Eretz Yisrael. So amazingly enough, what he's doing here, the kedusha of the land, that just by touching the land, and this is what it means, the air of Eretz Yisrael makes you smart. Makes you smart. I will say, by the way, we got already a lot, but it's still, you look at the Assad and the army off in Iran. So it doesn't make sense. They're only drone pieces are like this like that. Almost, it doesn't it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a country that is less than a century old. How does it have minds that does this happen? So now, by the way, I understand. Avira Da'ara D'Yisrael Machkim. The air of Eretz Yisrael gives you wisdom. See, our whole lives we thought that just meant Torah. It definitely Torah. But it's not just Torah. It's wisdom. It's wisdom. It's the ability out of the box. It's the ability to think differently than the rest of the world thinks, because you have to think differently than the rest of humanity thinks, because your survival hinges on it. The land of Israel changes you. The air, and that's why we all know it, because hopefully we've all experienced it. You step foot in the Holy Soul of Eretz Yisrael, and how do you feel? How do you feel? You just feel different. You just feel different. What is it? What is it? I don't know what it is. But it's the kedusha of the land. And when you're attached to kedusha, by definition, you become more kadosh. When you're attached to the smartness of the air, you become so. Again, it was like this is what it means. And again, it's Eretz Yisrael is a beautiful example, but that is everything else. Attach yourself to great people, because you'll become greater. Embed yourself in the atmospheres of kedusha, because you will become holier. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. So then let's talk about the case. We'll say shopkeepers. Remember, in the case of the shopkeeper, was the following scenario. This was I go over to Ruvain, the shopkeeper, and I say, Ruvain, I want you to go ahead and I want to pay my workers. So let my workers come in and take 100 merchandise each. So the worker, right? So Ruvain says, okay, workers. So Ruvain says, give me ultimately again. The workers say they haven't gotten paid. So I'm in the middle of this. So what's the halacha? So the halacha the Mishnah said is that we take shvuos and ultimately collect. Now remember again. So they both collect. Nana said, "Kate said ultimately again." So Nana says it doesn't make any sense, because then someone's lying. Someone's lying rather than Nana says both of them collect without a shvuos. It says the Gemara, Tanya Amar Rabbi, Torah shvuah zu lamali. Rabbi says, why are you making them take the shvuah? Right, so he's arguing on the Tanakama, and then why would the shvuah be necessary here? Again, the Mishnah said both the workers and the shopkeeper both swear to me, right? So the shopkeeper swears that he paid. The workers swear they don't get paid, and everyone collects from me. So he says, So interestingly enough, so Rabbi said, I don't understand why you need a shvuah. Rabbi accept Rabbi Chia's statement. The Rabbi Omer called him the shopkeeper. Now, this is very interesting. So this is now a second idea, that the workers swear to the shopkeeper that Allah said they didn't get paid. But why are they swearing to the shopkeeper? It should be swearing to me, to the employer. Amarava, Paulin and the Balabayis, the Maimon Hedvini, it's in reality, the workers and both can swear. But the workers swear in the presence of the why? Because the worker kind of put that claim to the test. We're going to say, halacha always two things. Number one, lie, right? It's a pretty safe assumption. And then assumption number two is that people will not be so brazen to lie in the face of the person who they're chayiv something to. So what goes about not getting paid? But what they're a little bit more reticent to lie about is what? Is they didn't get paid in front of the person who really paid them. So therefore we make them swear to the balavayis in the present chandani. This way hope they halach balavayis really did get back down from this. Itmar, so once I just to point out over here, just to know, just as the Gemara seems to indicate that halach balavayis we pass like the kind of camel, and both of them will, so the workers will swear to the balabais in the presence of the chemin that they paid, and the chemin will swear to the balabais that he did pay them. All right, incredible. We'll say very interesting case here. You have two sets of witnesses that contradict each other. So let's say, so the verse says, Amurafuna, Zuba b'fnei atzmon Zuba b'fnei atzmon. So this is a very interesting case. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, second of the immediate white lines, that you show zu a zu, Shnayim omrim harab, Shnayim omrim lo harab. Just a typical case. Two witnesses say, we saw Reuven kill Shimon. Two witnesses say, we saw Reuven and he didn't kill Shimon. Okay, so we'll say, so we'll say, what happens to their testimony scenario like this? What happens? It cancels each other out. That's all. In other words, we'll say, but here's what we do know. What do we know? Someone's lying. So we'll say, so now there's an interesting shayla. Can both of those sets of witnesses go and testify in other cases? So obviously they both come to Beis Din. Again, there's nothing for us to do because they've canceled each other out. So okay, so everybody goes home. What's shop to testify in another case? What do we do with your testimony then? It says, so for each of them come on their own and testify. In other words, they cancel each other out, and I know that someone's lying, but again, they're both still fit for testimony. So each one could come on their own and testify. Rav Chisda says, "Ba'adi sadi shakri laloi." Rav Chisda says, "What do I need with such liars?" Rav Chisda is interesting. Rav Chisda disqualifies them from all future testimony. Why? Because someone's lying, and I don't know who's lying. So in the absence of the ability to determine who is lying, I'm going to go ahead and disqualify everyone. Everyone, incredibly similarly. So I'll say now the Gemara goes and outlines a couple of interesting cases. So, for example, the paradigmatic of this would be, let's say you have two different transactions, right? Two different lenders, two different borrowers, and two different shtaros. And obviously, again, both, and then you have each of these sets of witnesses are witnessing one of these transactions. So the Gemara says, okay, that's exactly the case we're talking about. What you do now with these transactions, knowing that one of these sets is a liar. Or if you have one borrower, two different transactions, in that case, again, let's say again, one is for a loan of a greater amount, one is for a loan amount. In that case, the who has the shtar, the lender, will only be able to collect the lesser of the two debts. Two lenders, one borrower, but yet ultimately again in two documents, that's and so two borrowers and one lender, Ushnei shtaros have different documents. In that case, teku. Ultimately, again, teku. So we'll say, so what we are left with over here, so one of just cases in which we'll see how that machlokes manifests itself. But bottom line, and this is really very interesting. I have two witnesses contradicting each other. Again, capital case. Reuven killed Shimon. One group said this, one group said he didn't do it. They cancel each other out. So therefore, again, in that capital case, what happens to Reuven? What happened to Reuven? He goes home. But now it's with reality that someone lied. So what do? So machlokes. Still both fit. They cancel each other out. Pretty much it's as if it never happened. And therefore, they're both fit. But Chisda knows the liar over here, and therefore, again, will be disqualified. The master of Rafina Bar Yehuda, so for the raise the kasha, but then has echad or gavoa give days nargaos, yechad over shalosh. So let's see, we've done this before. Like halacha is, remember again, it used to be before the calendar was organized by Hillel Sheni that Rosh Chodesh would be declared based on the testimony of two witnesses. would have to come to base and they would have to describe how they saw the moon. One of the things that they would have to testify to was how high the moon was off horizon. So the way it would often be measured would be like an ox. So where an ox goes. I guess that's helpful if you actually know what an ox goad is. Hey, so let's say again, one of them come. Obviously, everyone knows what ox goad is. It's something you use to go to goat, right, or not. So the Gemara says over here. So let's say one way to show it was 2 ox goads from the horizon. The other says 3. So I do some kayam. So what's memory is why? Because it's understandable that it's not going to be exact, right? No 2 people are going to see, especially again, this is all like killer measurement, right? So you're determining this on what you're able to see. Obviously, again, it's not gonna be again. If one says 2, one says 3, their testimony is good. Hey, do some betela. But let's say one witness said it was 3 ox goads, one witness said it was 5 ox goads. All it isn't now, say that's not, then that doesn't work. Why? Because the discrepancy is too much. But yet, interesting enough, as the Brisa say, they can become part of another testimony. Now the Gemara says, what does that mean? My love la'edus. Now what that sounds like is, okay, so for this testimony, we're not going to accept them. But go on to give testimony in another case, right? In Eidos Mammon, another unrelated monetary case. The Gemara says, no, that's not what it means. I'm a you know what it means is he or one of those witnesses and another could ultimately again be mitzaref for another. Like, let's say, for example, let's say again, first the witnesses 1 and 2 come and say that the moon was 3 ox goads above the horizon, which 3 and 4 come along and say that it was 5. So obviously, they're both saying in that case over here. I'm sorry. One, right? Witness 1 says it was 3 ox goads. 2 says it was 5 ox goads. So obviously they're not mitzvah. But either one of those witnesses, let's say now witness number 3 comes along, and witness number 3 says, I saw it, and it was 3 ox goads above the horizon. So now both sides follow this. Witness 1 and witness 3 can combine to form a testimony unit for Kiddush HaChodesh. That's what it means. Why? Now, effectively, 1 and 3 combine. 1 and 3, and again, that's 2 against 1. Right? The witness number 2 was the one who said that it was 5. And therefore, again, it turns out that there are witnesses that say 3 ox goads, 1 witness that say 5 ox goads, and therefore they can combine. I will say, the novelty over there, by the way, is that interestingly enough, witnesses 1 and 3, they didn't see it. To remember again, this is a unique halacha about Eidos HaChodesh. Normally, by testimony, in order of a testimonial unit, witnesses usually have to be able to see an event together. Back to our Makkas days, some good days. Back to our Makkas days, right? But now, by Kiddush HaChodesh, we allow them to combine. Good. So I say, how do we pass? So the Rambam Paskin is like Rav Huna. When you have testimonial units which cancel each other out because of contradictory testimony, that does not go ahead and take away their ability to testify in future cases. If they cancel each other out, we're done. Even though I know, what do I know? Someone is lying. Now again, is there the possibility that's not lying, but someone's mistaken? There's always that possibility. But when I said there's a greater probability that someone's actually lying, right? But when they cancel each other out, ultimately that does not render them unfit to give testimony in other areas. So again, group 1 says Reuben killed Shimon. Group 2 says Reuben didn't kill Shimon. Like I said, they cancel each other out, but both we passing like Rav Huna, both kosher to give testimony in other areas. Incredible. Let's go. Says the Gemara. Sorry. So I say, remember again, in this case, I go over to the shopkeeper. I say to the shopkeeper, give me a dinar, ultimately again of produce. And he gives it to me. He says to me, okay, give me. I say, I gave me, and you put it in your money pouch. What's the halacha? I have to swear that in the money. So says the Gemara. When do I have to swear? When do I have to pay? Well, let's say the produce is piled right in front of us, right? Again, shopkeeper piled the produce. I say, I say, I'm about to take it. I haven't taken it yet. Shopkeeper says, hold up, give me your money. I say, I gave you your money, put it in your money pouch. He says, you didn't pay me. Then I swear that I paid him the money and I could take the produce. However, I have the produce. I have the produce, right? I put it in my shopping bag, right? I put it in my what do you call it? That cart that you push, right? And right? I put it in my little cart, right? So Lamaisa, so in that case, it's a Motzi Mechaber Lavaraya. In that case, since I already have possession of the fruit, again, then the reality is possession is 9/10. And therefore, again, if the shopkeeper wants to say that I didn't ultimately the obligation, is a very important piece of halacha. So we're going to take a shvur that I swore, that's when I not take possession of the produce. But if I already took possession of the produce, that's to the chadnei, to the shopkeeper, and if he wants to claim that I did not pay him, the burden of proof is upon him. Excellent. Next, Amr Lashani Tin. So I'll say, so then remember that virtually the same exact case with the money changer, right? What was the money changer? The money changer was I got money being changed for a dinar. Okay, now give me the dinar. Say I gave it to you and you put it in the pouch. Like he says, no, you. I have to swear that I paid him. So says the Gemara. I don't understand. It's the same case. It's the same case. Right? Pretty much, again, the money changer case and the Chandani case is the same case. Why do you? I'll tell you why. He would have just made the first case of the Brogos. The Markabi, this is very interesting. If you would have told me the first case by the produce, I would have said like this. I could hear that there could be a case of produce where the shopkeeper would be willing to physically give it over before receiving payment. Why? This is fascinating. Because produce rots. When you're a shopkeeper, what do you want to thing, cement the sale. How do you cement the sale? Right? Again, well, if you give over the produce, right, again to the purchaser, he does have ultimately again it's given. So you can see that. So therefore, I could see the case of produce. How you could have a case of where produce was given over, even if payment wasn't yet tendered. I could see that. I could see that. However, again, most a little bit to be that again of money, changing money. Chances are the shulchani is not really going to give over the money until what? Until he receives the dinar. Right? He's not giving over the change. The Eat Marbahal, and therefore it kind of comes well to Yudah. Eat Marbahal, if what he just said, the second case, however you in the first case, in a motivated Rabban, perhaps they would agree with the Rabban, and therefore it's Yucham. Okay, I'm going to say, so because the cases really are dissimilar than necessary. Next. Okay, I'm going to say now, so you're going to take us to the rest of the morning, which is 11 minutes. Okay, so again, that's all right. That's okay. So remember again, so the halacha is, the Mishnah about this idea, that the Chini Yisomim no Yitru Ela B'Shva, that Yisomim don't pay except with that. Now, we already saw this reference to his daf a little bit. This idea that Yisomim ultimately, again, don't pay without a shva. So Gemara says, what? Now, again, let's say that Russian of Yisomim not pay. Like, in other words, concept that we've seen over is what? If you want to extract from Yisomim, you absolutely require a shva. But the Russian here, these only pay with what does this mean? Gemara says, Miman. Who are the Yisomim collecting payment from that they need to take a so you know if you want to say that it was Yaakov, Father Yaakov died, he left behind sons, Reuben and Shimon. Now Yaakov had lent money. So now again, when Yaakov dies, so Reuben and Shimon his sons want Shua. Avun Shakav the Shua. I understand. If Yaakov is alive, Yaakov, well, why? Because what does Yaakov have? What does Yaakov have? A star. So if Yaakov could collect without a shua, so why should Reuben and Shimon should they require a shua? That's what he needs to say. The thing is so many Yisrael b'shua. So it's like yesterday's that. But says, oh no, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about over here. You so many want to collect so many. So this is orphans collecting from orphans. Look, you can only the shua. So what are we talking about over here? So this is a little bit of a repeat from what we saw in yesterday's daf. So Shmuel Gami Karbayim is very important. When do we say Yarshim required a Shavua? Correct from other Yarshim. That's when Moshe Ella Shemes Malva Chaye Lova. That's talking about again where the lender predeceased father Yaakov is the lender. Yaakov lent money to Zulun. Yaakov died. Yaakov's kids now go ahead and Yaakov's kids now had the ability to collect the debt. After Yaakov died, Zvulun died. So now Yaakov's kids are to collect from Zvulun's kids. Okay, so what's the halacha? The halacha is that Yaakov's kids can only collect from Zvulun's kids. And again, now the novelty over here is even though again, what do Yaakov's kids have? What do they have? They have the star. But remember, I will say this is all embedded in the idea of concern that you so aren't necessarily well versed in the affairs of their father. So therefore the shvur was kind of like just like the fail-safe to ensure that this loan wasn't collected beforehand. Okay. So it's like that's not so again, so the concept of essentially the sum of the malva of the lender collecting from the sum of the very important is when the borrower is when the lender predeceased. Okay, watch this. Aval okay. Now, however, if the borrower predeceased the lender, then I've also made low shua. So we'll say, so now watch this. Let's say we're going to borrow. We're going to die first. Okay, so we'll say, so now what happens? And Yaakov's alive and kicking. Yeah, good. Now, if Yaakov wants to collect that debt from Zvulun's estate, what does Yaakov need? What does he need? A shua. Because remember, you can only collect property when you somin with a shua. So ultimately, again, if Yaakov wants to collect a shua, now watch this. And if Yaakov subsequently dies, get ready for this. Ein Adam Mori. A person can't bequeath, a father can't a shua to his son. Now let's say what this means, and this is fascinating. So since already, when Yaakov's alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun's kid, when Yaakov dies, a shua is not an inheritable right. Therefore, again, interestingly enough, it's already a pre-existing option of shua, or the question of this debt. When Yaakov dies, ultimately can't pass down the obligation of shua. In other words, his kids can't take that shua. They can't take the shua of their father, which is quite fascinating. So again, just to highlight this idea as well. So this is Rabbi Shmuel. Let's just get this straight. That in general, when you collect from Yisomim, you can only collect with a shua from Yisomim. Rabbi Shmuel says, what's that case? The lender predeceased borrower. So now again, Shimon, Yaakov, the lenders are coming to right. Yaakov dies. The debt is in his sons. They have the shtar. Zvulun, the borrower, dies. So ultimately, again, Yaakov's kids want to collect from Zvulun's kids. But Rabbi Shmuel say, case of where the borrower Zvulun died for Yaakov. So that means he was alive, going for Yaakov to collect for the shvua. When Yaakov the shvua, that Yaakov would have had to take that transferable to his kids. So again, Ein Adam the Lashon, Ein Adam Morish Shvua Lebanav. Father cannot bequeath a shvua to his son. Halacha l'maisa, the kids of Yaakov, of the lender, can't collect. Take a quick look at that. She says, So remember again, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun's kids, Yaakov would have to swear. What do you have to swear? I swear that I never received payment from your father. Now again, what's the novelty in that shvua? Because what is Yaakov holding on to? He has the shtar. Now remember, in a normal case of a loan, I go over to you, I lent you $1,000. I go and say, pay me back. You say, I paid you already. All they need to do is what? Whip out that shtar, and we're done. The conversation is done. Because again, whoever has that, but you sold in the halacha is Chazal legislated. If you want to collect your things, you have to take the shvua. So therefore, again, go back to Ryan. So therefore, when Shonaf Adisum, we have to take a shvua. Shvua ve'ein adam morish known shemechuyev alav. Also, here it is. A father does not bequeath that is bound by a shvua terms. It's very simple. On both sides. What was the Yaakov would have taken to of Zvul? What was the shvua? I swear, I never received any payment from your father. Okay. Now, when Yaakov dies and his sons inherit that the sons take that shvua. Why can't they take it? Well, why not? Why not? They don't know. So because they was already obligated in, for effectively the debt becomes uncollectible. Incredible. I must say, I wrote this point out something very beautiful. Rosh Hashanah of the Gemara over here, Ein Adam Mosh Shvua Levana. A person can keep a shvua to his son. That is true of shvua. The shvua that he took at Har Sinai, ultimately again down to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? It's in the Sefer Shvuos. Remember again, why is it when you take a shvua to go ahead and uphold him, it's I swear I'm going to put on tefillin today. Why is that shvua null and void? Why doesn't it work? Why? I'm mushva va'omed. Ultimately, I'm already adjured. And I will say, but no, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. Har Sinai again. My neshama was there. But again, I inherited that shvua from my father. That shvua from his father, who inherited that shvua from. So going all the way back to Har Sinai. So as much as evil the Banab, that's true except for the greatest shvua of all, and that's the shvua of Har Sinai, which we got from our fathers, and that's the shvua which we will be zochah to pass down to our children. Shalchot Kadar Elazar. Shvua, not tiva, which of this shvua, right? What is the nature of this? So we want to say, Shalach Ulu Yarshin Mishpan Shvas Yarshin. You know, really exciting over here, right? So Rav and Shmuel says, in any case where the borrower predeceased the lender, right, and then the lender dies, the debt is uncollectible. Why? Because since the only way to have already collected that debt was through a shvua, like Yaakov turns that to a shvua, and shvua of Yaakov, therefore the also comes along and says, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. There is a shvua. But I'll say there's what's called shvuas yarshin. What's shvuas yarshin? What's shvuas yarshin? Shvuas yarshin, as we saw, is a shvua where Yarshin said, to the best of our knowledge, our father told us that this debt was not collected. So I'll say, that's a shvua. Now, in general, by the way, whenever Yarshin are going ahead and collecting from other Yarshin, that's always the soul that they're taking. We'll say, let's flip this over for just a second, right? Remember again, let's say that Malva died first, right? Let's say ultimately again that let's say that let's say that lender died first, Yaakov died, right? And then Malva died. So what's the halacha? That's the case of Mishnah. What's the halacha? Yaakov's kids only go collect from Zvulun's kids. There's still that's the Mishnah. What's the shvua we're going to take? What's the shvua? We swear that to the best of our knowledge, this loan was never repaid. That they raised. So just because Yaakov became obligated in a shvua, I understand his kids can't take that shvua. Let them take a typical shvua and let them collect for debt. We've seen Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Shmuel ultimately said in any case where the Baal deceases the lender, since the lender was already chayiv the shvua when he was alive, then he died, can't pass down down that shvua to his kids, therefore the debt is unpaid. Rabbi Elazar says, what are you talking about? Just let the kids let Yaakov's kids take a look at it. His shvua. But what? They can take the note. Shalchua be made ready. Sorry, Shalchua be ready. So they say this. Shalchua be Amar Kuli Hai Shalchule Va'azleit. So let's say, so ultimately, it's very interesting. So they question to Rabbi Ami, right? So they're trying to get Rabbi Ami, again, to decide, understand, this is a big stuff, because this will render some portion of loans acceptable. In this case, both lender and borrower die. They say to Rabbi Ami, right? Because Rabbi Ami essentially says, Chevra, you can keep asking me the same question, but I don't have any new information to share. Amar Rabbi Ami, even though I don't necessarily have a halachic decision in this machlokes, rather than Rabbi Elazar, but let me share something with you. Ultimately, again, now, interesting, if you look here, I'm going to go based on his Shavavatos. Well, say now watch. So now the case over here is as follows. Let's say Yaakov's still alive, right? Yaakov was alive, and Yaakov came to Reuven had died, right? And Yaakov came to go ahead and Amad, I shouldn't say Amad B'din, right? So again, they started the Din Torah. Rashi says, "Shotzi shtar ze al yasmin lo." The Amad lo based in his Shavavatos. So right, so again, they took out the shtar, and basically already told the lender to go ahead and swear the mace, and then the lender dies. Then the lender dies. So the lender died before the oath was ever taken. So essentially, what I want to say, so in this case, Yaakov came to David to the debt from the son's woman, right? It was to pay Yaakov's swear. Yaakov died before he had a chance. Yaakov's kids can't collect money. Why? Because they can't take the other father, like Rabbi Shmuel. Lo amar b'din u'meis. However, if Yaakov tried to collect the debt, and then he died, very interesting. So Moshe wants to posit that the only time that the shvua gets passed down, the sonim of Yaakov are able to collect the debt, his obligation for Yaakov's shvua was already triggered. But if that shvua, then again Yaakov's kids collect the debt, will shvuas yarshi. So Maskeh Rav Nachman raised the kasha to Beit Din Kamechayv Shvua. Sorry, to Beit Din Kamechayv Shvua. Is it the Beis Din that obligates Yaakov and the Shvua? Me'idna the Shach of Lo, the obligation was triggered when immediately when Zvulun died. El Amar the Shmuel Isa Ilasa. Choose a team, right? Either you hold the Shmuel, or you're right. Either you're with us or you're against us. In other words, there's two options over here. There's Rabbi Shmuel on one side, and there's Rabbi Elazar on the other side. You got to choose us. Alma, so you see from here that Rabbi Nachman who the halacha follows. I've Rabbi Yosef. I mean, Rabbi Nachman Uvda Yachloku. If Rabbi Nachman himself passed him hachor, and Rabbi Nachman said Yachloku. Rashi says Yachloku Kalashin Echem. Outside Rav Shmuel. So we'll say now, interestingly, this is a different kind of case where both parties were chashuv, both parties ultimately again were suspect. No one was able to take a shvua. Rav Nachman said Yachloku. Now we'll say, what do you see from here? That in a case where neither party could swear, Rav Nachman says Yachloku. That's not like Rav Shmuel. So Rav Nachman is asking, yes, Rav Shmuel. Two Shmuel says no. Dvaner to come relate. Rav Nachman was commenting according to the position of Meir. But I'm not going to self does not hold share. Share is a kasha. Maybe you're supposed to say now this is a different case, right? Mana, a widow who did not collect her taxes, right? So she died. Now she dies. What's that? Yershin maskir es suba said esrim lechamesh shani. Ultimately, again, her children, right? Her inheritors, could claim her ksuba up to 25 years. So we'll say Gemara in the Seches Ksubas. Right? Do you remember this story? You know what's saying? You know what's great about Dafyomi? Dafyomi is like you ever meet someone who you weren't feeling towards them, but you can't remember their name. Right? Like you know, like when I like it puts such a smile. So happy to see you. I can't ask you your name because I know that we know each other. We know each other. But I know we know each other. But it's like that thing like that. You're close to us. Like, goodness. I don't remember it coming to us, right? But when I see Xenos, like, I don't know your name, but we know each other. Xenos talks over your case. So what happens? So the Yamana dies. Her kids did not collect the ksuba. So what's the halacha? They have up to 25 years to go ahead and collect the ksuba. So how come I'm asking? We'll say, what's the case over here? Ultimately, again, Rashi points out that by loving other publishers, the Lord exceeded the academic service. Okay, cause now she dies at the Sadia, Shlonaka, skip down a little bit. And no time on the Skila Katan. So Katanias, Yarshim goes to us. Shvas Yarshim Yiba Minan Summer. Never say, now remember again, collecting it from. What are they collecting it from? So the Pashtos, they can also be collecting it from the Yisomim of the husband. So what do you see from here? This is Yisomim collecting it from Yisomim. Now, how are they collecting it? So the Panabah say this is a debt. Ksuba is a debt. So the Pashtos, remember again, so the woman is like the right, she's owed the money, and the Yarshim of the husband ultimately again are the borrowers, so to speak. And therefore, Allah Kalamaisa, they're collecting, which sounds like you could collect it just with a typical shvashim, like the Malazar. How come I ask, Shinishpa Umesa? No, the case is where, this is very interesting, she swore before she died that she didn't get anything. So that changes the whole math of this, right? So she swore before the hand that she swore before she died that she had not collected anything. Then Allah Kalamaisa, that changes the Tashma. Nasi Shano Shnia Mesa, man who was married to a woman, he married his first wife, he died, married his second wife, Mesu, and then he died. So again, wife one deceased him, and then he predeceased wife number two. Shnia Yarsha, Komala Yarsha Rishon. Ultimately, again, the second inheritors, their claim is before the first wife and her inheritors. So you're saying, but once again, it's orphans from orphans. So none of these cases over here is where she swore that she would receive anything from her ksuba before she died. That changes the whole equation. Tashma. Yarshin mashpiyin osa yarsha that's in Bershusa. Ultimately, what's in the ksuba case? The husband's yarshin, the ability to adjure her and her heirs, and anyone who comes in her stead in katani. Oh, there are two different osa ba'alma. The yarsha begrusha. The osa case is talking about which case. Master of Nasma. So again, the out of here is that halakha lamaisa are not typical ultimately of yarshim collecting yarshim. So we're going a little bit fast. Master of Nasma. You have a koach. So sometimes again, ultimately again, and the father, I'm a base. Shaben go bein b'shvua ubein b'shvua. Ultimately again, a son has the ability to collect with shvua and without a shvua. The Gemara says, father ultimately again only the ability to collect with the shvua. We're talking about Rashi. Tabun chesam base go shava b'shtamini is b'shvuas yarshim. A son has the ability again from other Yarshim, right? Yarshim. But a father, on the other hand, doesn't have the ability. Hey, Kidami, what's the case? The case is talking about it again. That's the case where the father will be chayva. The katani should go and it says that a son has the ability to go without a shua. The shvua, shvas yarshim. But with the shua both sides, that's a shvas yarshim. That's a shvas. So what like the Lazar that Allah a son has the ultimately again just with the typical shvua that's a swear. My father never collected his debt. I mean, whose opinion is this? Is a different position. That's right. Shammai says that in general that Allah any debt that is only to be collected is as if it is collected already. And therefore Allah yes, simple shvuas hashayar will do. Okay, I'm not going to say one more line. I'm probably going fast, but just keep in mind all of it is this fundamental machlokes we're talking about. Rav Nachman was surah. All of the Chista. Rav Nachman went to surah, and also again Rav Chista came in. Amrulay, Simar, Na'alaha di Rav Shmuel. So what's incredible? They said, Rav Nachman, it is time for you to uproot the ruling of Rav Shmuel. We'll say, okay, so again, just remember, all of this, and I apologize that we went quickly, but all of this is centered on one simple machloket. The shaila is as follows. When the lender dies, right? When the lender dies, the lender, in order to collect, already himself would have been obligated to take a shavua. When would that have happened? That would have happened when the borrower predeceased the lender. In that kind of, again, Yaakov is alive. The borrower is Zvulun. Yaakov wanted to collect the debt, he would require a shavua. Yaakov now died. And therefore, again, that debt by his kids. Are his kids able to collect that debt? Rather, will say no. Why? Because since that debt was already only collectible already by his shavua, therefore, Allah Kalamaisa ain't Adam Shmuel the Banav. A father bequeathed a debt to his sons, and therefore, Allah Kalamaisa, the debt itself is totally uncollectible. Totally uncollectible. Rabbi Lazar disagrees, says it's not. Although the sons can't take the shvua of their father, the son, what is it called? That's called Shvuas Hayarshim. That's called of inheritance. What does that shvua say? To which our father never received his debt, and therefore Allah Kalamaisa should be able to fend. Mosai, that's my guess. That's what we have not yet resolved in Eretz Hashem resolution. And last stop of Masechet Shvuos and Eretz Hashem almost is tomorrow. Shayach. Yeah, well, I'll be all right. All right, have a good day, everyone. Eretz Yisrael should be a day of safety, security, and tremendous hatzlacha for Klal Yisrael. You're good. Positive. Thank you. Amen. You want to say good morning? Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpacha Barim and Drushos this year as a chus for Besoros for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor, Stephen, Bloody Mary of Mother Doris, Zina, Delora, Bas, Yisrael, York, Suppose Rock, our website, we have the Merit of Torah, all of the Neshamos Havna, we have the families in the Hamas. We need a full Shabbat, Kol Chola Yisrael. Hashem recall hostages to Shalom and Bukhara, shall allow our holy soldiers in the air and land and sea and Hashem to be successful. The Kol Amasei Day and should shower divine protection and providence of our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. And Halavai, we should be led to a week of decisive victory and Shalom for all of Klal. We will say with that, let it be great Gemara ahead of us today, even a sprinkling, smidge of Agarata in Eretz Hashem. So let's begin. So today's daf is Mem Zayin 47. We are picking up on Mem Vav Amadei 46b, and we left off with Amar Rava, Afilu Shomer Nishma, Afilu Ishma. Good. Okay. So remember again, we were talking about yesterday, just as a continuation of yesterday's conversation. So remember that halacha is of where two people see the lender walk into the borrower's home and ultimately again walk out with something. The lender claiming that he walked out like it was his own house, it was his, and ultimately again the borrower claiming that no, it was mine, and you unlawfully seized it. So the halacha is that the borrower is able to go ahead and take the shvuas hasis and be able to go ahead and reclaim that which was lost. But Rabbi just more of a qualification. It's Rabbi Shomer Nishba. By the way, else has the ability to swear over here. Even a Shomer is going to take a look at Rashi. I think the Shomer Nishba. But I'm asking Ra'u Shnaim Shenichnas Beit Solomashno Shalober. It doesn't have to be Mavias who swears. Let's say, for example, I don't know, he has a butler. He has a butler. He has that person who walked in and walked out with something belonging to the borrower. So the said, even the wife of the shomer has the ability again to swear to the effectiveness of this claim. Incredible. What about let's say again the hired worker? Right? Is literally again the hired worker, the laborer works for the balaba. Is such a person believed to go ahead and testify that the lender walked in the house and walked off with a mashki, to which the Gemara says, Teku. That's a hired employee, the type of conflict of interest over there. Teku. I'm going to give another Rashi. Tano Bekasa, the Kaspa Mal, piece over here. So this is all the same case in Mishnah. So again, remember, let's say I took something of mine. Now again, I'm going to say all we have is circumstantial evidence in this case. That we saw Reuben walk into my house and that he walked out with something. We have no idea. The circumstances as to why he walked out, we have no idea. And Reuben's claiming that he's I don't say he walked out with something. But it's his. He stole something from me. So the Gemara is like this: what happens if I claim a very expensive item? So I say Reuben came out of my house and he stole a bar of gold. I mean, literally over here. This is Casa. The Casa means like a silver goblet. Right? He stole a very expensive silver goblet. So I'm making. So not only am I claiming something, but I'm making a fairly significant financial claim against Reuben as well. So let's see, Mike. So do we believe about such an expensive claim? Well, it's very simple. Because inish the amitu, inish the man with the inshigabe, mishtaba v'shakal v'ilo low. So when we look at the circumstance, first of all, am I wealthy? So am I wealthy in possession of such an item? Or conversely, am I trustworthy and would deposit such an item like this with me? So this is actually so essentially we examine, is it really feasible that such an item, as I said, like the example, like I claim Reuben walked out of my house and he took my Rolex. So I have to see, okay, first of all, could silver Rolex, that's number one. And not, you see, the kind of person who would be trustworthy enough, Rolex owner would deposit that watch with him to watch it. So again, that and based on that would then depend whether or not I'm allowed to swear about the Rolex. Incredible. So the says nechbal case. That's what it says. Remember again, the next Mishnah was the following situation. I'm having a conversation with Reuben. And then what ends up happening? What is happening? So let's say, so I go into Reuben's home. And when I walk into Reuben's home, oh Hashem, I'm fit, I'm healthy, all is good, right? I walk out of Reuben's home, and what happens? I'm bruised, battered, beaten up, all these different kinds of things. So I claim Reuben beat me up. Reuben hurt, right? Ultimately, again, Reuben says, I didn't touch you. You slipped, you fell, whatever it was. So what's the halacha? I swear that Reuben assaulted me, and I'm allowed to collect damages. So says the Gemara, I'm not going to do I'm sorry. Listen to this. When do we say I'm obligated to make a shvuah? Only in a case where the is could have been self-inflicted. Right? So in other words, there's a concern over here. The injuries are self-inflicted, and I'm just trying to kind of land the payday over here. So in that case, that's where a shvuah is required. Technically speaking, the injuries I think could not have self-inflicted. Then I could collect Reuben even without a shvuah. Fascinating. story. So I the neighbors don't have a call from this chachek. 1 second, maybe I just bumped into a wall. Or maybe I fell down a flight of stairs. In other words, that like I understand that I got injured, and obviously they weren't self-inflicted, but yeah, moving did it. To which the Gemara says, "The Tanur Rabbi Chia Sha'al Salom Shicha Begabo Obein Asiva Yadav." Gemara says, "Gemara using an example over here of an injury could not have been self-inflicted. For example, I have a bite on my back. Okay, no matter how talented you are, right? You can't pull that off yourself, right? Or on the back of one's torso, right? So again, these are injuries that could not have been self-inflicted. So because of that, now again, like, there's still another possible story. There's still a possible story. That someone other than Ruvain, right, did this to me in Ruvain's house. Okay, but remember, what we have is circumstantial evidence. This is claiming I went into Ruvain's house and I was fine. I came out of Ruvain's house and I'm injured. I'm claiming Ruvain did it to me. Ruvain's claiming, no, I didn't. So then the halacha is, I swear that Ruvain injured me. I'm able to collect. But again, I won't say, but the chap over here is the chap over the Gemara side, the Dilma of it, the Dilma of it, maybe someone else and did this to me, the Leka Acher, there was else around. So obviously, again, would not even all of this together would chayiv straight out, right? Because at the end of the day, no one saw do it. No one saw Ruvain do this. So there's circumstantial evidence, and the shua then creates ultimately again liability. Okay. Now again, the interesting case of this Shmuel is that is only true if it's could have been self-inflicted, right? But if it's injuries that were not that have been self-inflicted, and Shmuel says I can collect even without a shvua. I feel the shvua shav. So remember again, the next case in the Shmuel was that it's a situation where, let's say again, two parties are locked in a conflict, and one. But let's say the person was supposed to swear himself a different shua. So in other words, credibility has already been compromised because it's been proven that he's going to flip the shua of the other party. So the examples that the Mishnah gave, there's a legal dispute with Ruvain, and the normal mechanism of solution for that legal dispute would have been that Ruvain would have taken a shvua. He can't take a shvua. Why not? Because he cautious. He already lied under oath for something different. And the Mishnah gives all the different rules. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, "Maya filu shvuas shav." Why did you even a shvuas shav? So the Gemara comer. When we buy enough, there is big firasma. So I say, so in all the other cases, perhaps right when moving talk with some that negated or that denied a financial claim. Ela filu har nami firas tvarim ba'ahu lo mehanim. The chiddush of Rabbi is even if they only quote unquote only did a shura shav. In other words, we'll say back a little bit earlier. So what shura shav? Nishma l'shanos es hayadua. I swear that this cup of coffee is in fact the car. I swear. So that's a shvuas shav. Now that does not include any denial of financial action. I might have thought that it took that, even though if Ruvain took that, it doesn't compromise his ability to go ahead and swear a financial. Kamash malon that it does. Right? Once you've done something which indicates trustworthy by shvuas, even if the shvua that you lied about, at the end of the day, Ruvain's lost his ability to swear. So the Gemara says, "Listening, nami shvuas bitui, ki katani shvua dechi kashigra kamishnav." No, here's the difference. Then when it comes ultimately where Ruvain lied, however, again, tzava shvuas bitui, ika lemimar bakush kamishnav, lo plus bitui. Maybe you are making a lie, because remember, the paradigmatic case of shvuas bitui is what? Is a future tense law, right? Sha'ol chal sha'ol chal. When it's not clear whether or not he's going to lie. To which chal v'lo chal. Achal pi v'lo achal pi ma'ita l'mimar. What about a past tense shvuas bitui, which also, that's the shtayim shena. First Mishnah and the Sata. shvua he was definitively lying or not. So he's saying the called it means shvua is shvuas shav. In other words, they both say sahalach ma'isa. What the Gemara says is like this: any time Reuven has lied a shvua, whether it's lying that had financial ramifications, implications, or just stop lying on he made a false oath, or he made a false shvua. Between, right? I swear I ate the loaf of bread yesterday. He didn't. Either once you demonstrate a willingness and an ability to lie under oath, what does that do? That compromises any future or subsequent divorce. Okay, incredible. Next. So I'll say the next case the Mishnah was, for example, if one of them had compromised credibility. For example, again, one of the guys was one of the parties, one of the litigants was a gambler. So the Gemara says, then you can't go ahead and swear. The Gemara says, why in this case also? I will say, if you know it's the progression of the Mishnah said like this: one of the parties had previously lied, right? His integrity is compromised and can't subsequently swear. Then it said, and the gambler. So the Gemara essentially says, why do we need to go through this whole list? Like, we got it. If somebody has been compromised, we don't let them take a shvua. Why do you have to give all of these examples? To which the Gemara says, Tana, Psula D'Oraisa, Vekatani Psula D'Rabbanan. To which the Gemara answers, you're right, we're giving a Psula D'Oraisa. So, for example, if Reuven had sworn falsely, that's an example of a Psula D'Oraisa. As opposed to Misaki Pekuvia, a gambler, that's the Psul. What's the Psul D'Rabbanan? Rashi says over here, Misaki Pekuvia, Gazlan D'Rabbanan. The gambler is a Gazlan D'Rabbanan. Darminan Asmachta, look, what is the problem with gambling? What's the problem with gambling? Now, the Imam Misachas Avodah Zarah, Haba Alina, right? The Imam Misachas Avodah Zarah discusses, Eino Osek B'Yeshuvo Shavulah. Such a person, he doesn't contribute to society. In other words, one said the whole of life is whatever you're going to do professionally, contribute to society, and every profession contributing. But a guy who goes ahead and literally is made for gambling, absolutely no kind of greater society involved in that. Gemara also says the other problem. Here's the issue. Gamble for one reason, and that is to win. And therefore, we lose, although you give away your money. Therefore, the winner is a shtickle gospel. A little bit of theft involved. It's not reaching someone's pocket, but it's taking someone's money again. That is why a gambler is hustle the That's why he can't take a shoe off, because he is a thief, a rabbinic thief, although it doesn't sound right, a rabbinic thief. Right? Rabbinic thieves as well, right? But he is a thief, rabbanon. Incredible. So it's a separate again, the Mishnah wants to give examples of people who are disqualified with rabbanon. Next. How you shnayim chashin. So I say this is now what we spend a little bit of time on. So what happens if both parties were so let's say I'm not going to lead the dispute with Reuven. Again, it needs to someone needs to take a shvuah. And now let's say both Reuven, I'm a gambler, and Reuven is a pigeon racer, or Reuven is falsely about something else. So what do we do in that case? So this is an interesting machlokes in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah says, Chazra or B'Mkomot Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says the shvuah goes back to its original place. We're going to see what that means. Rabbi Meir says we split it. Rabbi Meir says no, there's no shvuah, and we just split the things. So says the Gemara, Amali Rabbi Nachman, hey, Tzyan. So Rabbi said to Nachman, what is the actual attribution over here in the Mishnah. Did Rabbi Yossi say split it? Split it. So I'm going to go you down. So I'm not going to say, I don't know. Rabbi said, what is the halacha? What do you do in a case like this? I'm going to play. No, you don't know. I don't know. I'm Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi was the opinion that said that we go ahead and we split. We split it. So the Gemara said, Rabbi Yossi was the opinion that said that in this case, where neither party has the ability to go ahead and take a shvua, we simply split the claim. So again, so first of all, the Gemara seems to settle on reverse attribution as it is done in Mishnah, right? Because in our Mishnah, the Mishnah ultimately said that Rabbi Yossi says Shvuah goes back to its original place. We don't understand what that means just yet. And Rabbi Meir says Yachloku, says split it. Now the Gemara is saying, no, it's really Rabbi Yossi who says Yachloku. And then the Gemara says, by the way, that's how he passes it. That is where both parties are, right? And neither take a Shvuah. I'm not going to let anyone swear because that doesn't make any sense. Rather, what will we do? We'll split the claim. This will essentially just compromise. Just compromise. I just want to say, so we're not finished yet. Chazal Shalom Kamal. So remember again, now it turns out Rabbi says, Rabbi. In this case, where both parties back. Again, the Shvuah goes back. The Shvuah back to no place. So says the Heicham Chasra. What does that mean? Shvuah goes back to its original place. This is very interesting. So the rabbis in Baba, they said the Shvuah goes back to. What does that mean? This is very beautiful. Rashi says the Sinai, 3 lines down from the top and up. The Shvuah Sinai, Shishbiel. Essentially like this. This goes back to Sinai, which essentially this din goes back to Sinai. Hashem's Lord said, don't steal. Hashem's Lord, don't be dishonest. And if you're honest, who's going to ultimately right the wrongs? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the rabbis of Babel, the Babylonian rabbis of Babel essentially said, look, in this case, where the king demands a shvuah, and neither party has the ability to get us up the pocket to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You'll write this ship, right? You'll decide, we don't have the mechanism to be able to do something over here because neither party has the ability to go ahead and take a shvuah. Incredible. So therefore, Beis Din is not going to have someone pay. Beis Din is not going to split anything because again, we don't have the ability to avail ourselves of the normative mechanism to resolve this particular case. So therefore, again, Rabbi Shabbat say Chazra means we kick it back to Har Sinai, we kick it back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Hashlech Yahavcha Hashem B'hu Yechal. Sometimes in life you just have to cast your burden on the Ribon Olam and let him take care of it. Rabbi Shalom, the Eretz Yisrael Rabbanim said, Chazra Shvuah Yitbal. No, Shvuah ultimately again goes back to the one who is Chai. Now what is it? Look at Rashi. Yitbal al zeh shehod b'miktzah v'chayban she'en yochol l'shabah harichah yishaleh. The Eretz Yisrael Rabbanim said this. No, it goes back to the one who's obligated to take it. But what? He can't take it. They will say, what do you do in a case where you're obligated to take a shvur in order to resolve the situation, but you can't? You know what that halacha is? You pay. You pay. If you can't take a shvur because your integrity is compromised, then you pay. Shvur is the mechanism mechanism that we have either biblically or rabbinically in order to extricate yourself from liability. If you've made poor life decisions and therefore can't avail yourself of that mechanism, then you have to pay. That's the way that it is. That's the way that it is. Incredible to say. It's absolutely incredible. You sort of like personal responsibility. It's interesting over here. I don't know if there's some lesson in the distinction between Gaulis and Eretz Yisrael about personal responsibility, all of this as well. But it's interesting that Baba, right in Chutzlar, it's like, well, it's okay. You can't do a shua, you can't do a shua, kick it up to HaKadosh. No. If you can't make a shua, you make poor life decisions. That's not the other party's problem. That's your problem. That's your problem. So you can't take a shua. Just to illustrate this in a way, I claim that Ruben owes me $1,000. Right? Ruben says I only owe you $500. Classic case, that's partial admission. What happens with admission? What's the halacha? So therefore, Ruben should swear. Now what's the problem? Ruben is a gambler. Ruben is a gambler here. Okay, so no problem. So no problem. What do we do in that case? We flip it to the other party. The only one issue is I can't swear either. I can't either. Ultimately, again, I swore falsely in a different scenario. So again, the Babylon, what are you going to do? Neither party can swear. The Shparoku, you take care of it. But based in this case, the Rabban of Eretz said, no, the shul goes back to Ruben because he can't swear. Therefore, what? He's got to pay. That's that. At the end of the day, that's personal responsibility. If I made decisions, and as a result, I will say, do you know, we all know fallout vacation of decisions is more limited options. Before I make poor decision, there's a whole short of life options in front of me. As I make more bad decisions, my options come less and less and narrower and narrower and narrower. So at the end of the day, Chazal, the Rabbi say, okay, so now Ruben, you made some bad decisions, you swear. That's not so much problem. That's your problem. You have to go ahead and pay. I'm not Papa. Papa says, because I noticing the attribution. So Papa says, who are the Rabbanim of Bala? That's Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Sinu Shel Eretz Yisrael, Rabbi Abba. Okay, so now let's show how each of them are. Rabbi Sinu Shel Baba, Rabbi Shmuel. This none. So what's the interesting is, orphans can collect with a shua. What are you talking about? Like what? Who are now? Let's say now we're speaking about that statement. Is what? Want to collect? You can only get from an estate from your someone from orphans with a shua. It's the reverse. Someone themselves can only collect with a shua. So when says, okay. Man, who are they collecting from? What are we talking about over here? If you want to say now, go say, so what happened? Right? Father died, and father was a lender. So the father lender left this loan. So now we want to collect from the borrower. So what are you saying now? That these so many shua in order to collect from the borrower? I don't understand. Avu and shaka below shua, they do a shua. If the father was alive, right? If the father was alive, the father lender was alive, would he need the shua to collect the debt? No. What did he have? He had a document. I presume they have the same document. He had a document. He'd show up at the borrower's door, say, hey, here's my debt, and that would be it. So why would the kids, why Yisomim be the shua? I don't know, this is what it means to say. Yisomim, interesting. If the orphan on orphan collection. In other words, that Yisomim ultimately collecting from the halakha gave the children of the come to collect from the children of the borrower. Ultimately, again, the Yisomim of the lender needed to collect. The Gemara says, when is this true? This is very interesting. It's true when the lender died before the borrower. Rashi says over here, Lo shanu to the Shvua Yifru Yasmi Lova, Show Yasmi Lova, Karnava Livni Lova Shvua, Mishash Lova, Aino Lamamini Sum. Oh, I'm sorry. So when is this true? Loshan El Shemis Mavalova. Ava Mes Lova Bechaye Mal, Kvarnis Chaye Malva, Livni Lova. In that case, interestingly enough, if pre-deceased lender, right? That already the lender would hire a shua in order to, because the lender would be collecting someone, and you can't collect from someone without a shua. In that case, again, kindness mava lebnei lo b'shua would have already been obligated to collect with a shua. The ultimately, again, it's very interesting. A shua to his sons, and therefore, again, in their case, they would have been able to collect. Now, if you look at that, Morish. Libano, right? Shehu Machua. This is very interesting. And I don't know that we ever actually said that before. That his father lender died, and at the time that he died, the only way for him to collect the debt was through a shvu. That shvu is not transferable. His kids can't collect that debt with the shvu of the father. Allah, is kabal. He's assuming לא פקדנו אבא ואילו השבועה מוטלת על אביהם, וגם יעשו לא ואין יכול שפר אביהם כמה רב שבועה שלא יפלו על was there a swat that over here? This particular case, Rabbi Shmuel is saying that because neither take the shvua, therefore what? The debt is not collectible. So therefore from here, the Rabbi Shmuel are the Rabboseinu Sheba Babel, they're the Babylonian rabbis who hold that when neither party could swear, what's the halacha? So we kick it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay? Now, Rabbi Abba was a very famous case. Rabbi is very strong who were they. Rabbi Abba, here we go, great case. There was a guy who stole a block of, who grabbed a block of silver from his friend. Also, so what happened? They brought the for Rabbi Ami in there as well. I see Chat Sahada, the Mikhtab Chat Famine. So once I saw what happened, so I take a block of silver from you. So what happened? I had a singular witness that said, my block of silver. Yeah, I took it. You know why I took it? Right? Because it's mine. Right? So again, I will say, so just something what we have over here. I'm going to the block of silver from Ruben. I'm admitting that but my claim is I took it because it belongs to me. Rabbi Ami said, hey, so what do we do in this case? So I said, hey, l'daini l'haydina. Name of a so shlim leka trei sahadi. You can't do that. Why? There aren't two witnesses. Only echad. To say, okay, well, testimony, then I have no lie. Can't do that either. Why not? That's sahada. There's still witness. Name okay. So in general, what does one witness do? What does one witness do? Generates an obligation for the shua. Okay, but I can't swear. I can't swear because I admitted that I took it. So let's say, therefore, because I admitted that I took it, I'm a shekel gazlan. Because again, let's say, now it's not actually calling me a thief because again, I'm that I took my own. But it's possible that I'm not telling the truth. So because of that, I may be a gazlan. Because I may be a gazlan, I can't swear. So let's say, see, here's the case. So we don't know what to do with it, right? Because the nice again, you can't order me to pay because there's not two witnesses. Can't let me off scot-free because there is one witness. Can't make me take a shvuah. Okay. So what do we do in this case? I'm going to the Abba, shvuah, then so really again, what should have a mechanism for resolution of it? The mechanism for resolution? What should I, the person who took it, should have been obligated to swear. That would happen in a case like this, right? Let's take a more classic. This was the case where let's say there was one that says I took it, and claiming no, I didn't, right? So Ruben's silver took my bar of silver. I was getting increasing silver, right? Sorry. So again, right, Ruben that silver took my silver. I claim no echad says I saw him do it. Beautiful classic case. Shvuah. What complicating factor over here? I'm claiming I took it. Now, by my admission that I took it, granted I'm saying I took it because it belonged to me, but we don't know if that's a true claim or not. So therefore, I may be a God one. Because I may be a counsel, we can't swear. Okay, so the Alice, what do you do in this case? Really, I should have been the one who took an oath. I can't take an oath because of my statement. Rabbi Abba says, what do you do? It's very simple. What are you supposed to take a shua? But you can't take a shua because of what you've done. Because what's halacha? You pay. Rabbi Abba would say, what will be in this case? What will be the resolution of you? I have to pay. I have to pay back the silver ultimately again to proving. So I will say, so we see from this is it. This is the famous case that's known as Naska to Rabbi Abba. Naska Rabbi Abba. So if you want to look like really intelligent, but did you hear about Naska Rabbi Abba? Right? You know, you could drop that one. You could drop that one. Maybe, you know, that relatives. You want some street cred, you know, with that. You could drop that one. I always home from yeshiva. Okay, so bottom line over here, what do you see? Rabbi Abba, ultimately again, is Rabbi Senu Sheba Eretz Yisrael. Right? So he represents the view of the rabbis in Eretz Yisrael who say that halacha l'maisa, when there is a shvua to be taken, but the party who's obligated can't take it, you're obligated today. So just before we go on, so just to concretize this fascinating machlokes between the Rabbanim of Bavel, Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. So ultimately, again, according to the Rabbanim of Bavel, when there is a necessary shvua, but neither party can take what Beis Din does is Beis Din absents themselves and kind of kicks up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You take care of this. Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately, again, what do they say? When neither party can take it, or the obligation, or the obligated party can't take the shvua, what's the halacha? You have to pay. Right? So you see over here, Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael create this yisod. Ultimately, again, there's a problem. It needs to be taken care of. I was thinking about this last night. It was fascinating, even in the way that like problem or difficult, we'll call it conflict resolution. Right? One of the most overwhelming is that we see here, right? In America, is racism. You know, what's the most frustrating thing about anti-Semitism? The most frustrating about it? You can't really do anything, right? In other words, it's the old hatred in the world. If it hasn't been solved, chances, and sometimes like it doesn't good to we still have to stop this. We have to out, and yes, actions. We have to figure out what we can do. But deep down, I think we know that like we're not really going to solve that problem. But yeah, what's incredible that it is a problem. So what's done? We take business, and we look at like what's happening here. We know the loss of life, and every life is a world unto itself, and the constant disruption that's happening with these missiles raining down. And I will say, in the other scale, and what's happening over here is the Jewish people are taking care of business. Jewish people bringing the Iranian regime to their knees. The Jewish people are taking care of the greatest global sponsor of terror. It's not the United States, not France. It's not Britain. Yes, we have a lot of wonderful allies. It is the Jewish people. It is the Jewish state. It is Eretz Yisrael that is doing this. That's incredible. That is the most incredible thing that I think we may have seen in our entire lifetime. See, this is a fundamental distinction. Sometimes in this, there are certain realities that we have to live with and have to contend with, and we may even be powerless to change. And sometimes in Galus, you just have to say, kicking it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's Rabbi Baba. In Eretz Yisrael, that's not the case. Together with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we are masters of our life. We are masters of ours. Have a say in what goes on around us. Not in Eretz Yisrael. Sinish of Eretz Yisrael say, you know what? Someone's got to pay. Someone's gonna pay. Someone's gonna pay. There is responsibility. There is liability, and ultimately, again, justice will always be served. It's fascinating because sometimes the deck that comes out in a daf of Shuas is the very dynamic that we see playing out in front of our eyes. Diaspora were powerless against the Jew who partner Kadosh Baruch Hu has the ability to shape the future of Jewish destiny. Incredible. All right, let's go. Says the Gemara, Amar Rava, Kavasi Rabbi Abba Mistabra. So Rava says, ultimately, again, I think Rabbi Abba. Now again, Rabbi Abba is Rabbi Sinu Shemeretz Yisrael. Right? I think he's correct. I think he's correct. The Tani Rabbi Ami, Shvuas Hashem Tia Ben Shneim, V'lo Ben Ershim. So the pasuk says, literally again, Shvuas Hashem Tia, that the Shvuas Hashem will be between them, which represents them, not between orphans. So what does that mean? What's the case? If we're saying the cases like this, that one segment say to the other, say, so you know, our father lent your father $1,000. He owes him $1,000. Chamshin is late. The Chamshin less late. And orphans, right? The children of the borrower say, no. Our father only borrowed 500. By 500, we have 500 we have no knowledge about. Whereas that sounds like a Modra Mitzvah's case, Malihu or Maliavuha. So I say, so ultimately, again, if the children of the borrower, Rashi says they're making us bari, they're making a bit of claim, then why shouldn't that be a classic case of Modra Mitzvahs, in which case there should be an obligation for Shvuah? To which words, rather, here's the case. The children of the lender go with the children of the bar and they say like this, your father owed, both fathers are deceased, but your father owed our father $1,000, and what happens? The children of the borrower say, and the children of the borrower say, listen, we know about 500, the other 500 we don't know about, right? I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no, just saying I don't know about it. On the base, so the Gemara says, what's the halacha? It's Richter. So if you would say had the father is alive, that the father would have been right, that the father borrower would have been chayiv in a shvuah in that case, then it makes sense ultimately, again, it's the Kram and Mifter Gabi Yorshin. And I require ultimately, again, I would require a basic to exempt the kids. But if you say that even the father, or even the borrower himself, would have been exempt in a case like this from Shvuah, Krag Gavi Yarshin Lamali. Ultimately, again, why do I need a pasuk? Ultimately, again, by Yarshin. Okay, so again, remember, so this is just rough coming along and trying to say that halacha l'maisa, just to halacha l'maisa, bringing a brisa ultimately to split Rabbi Abba. Before we go on, how do we ask it in this case, right? So what do we do in this kind of case? Well, let's say neither, right? I need a shvuah to resolve the case, but neither party can swear. So how do we pass it? The Rambam Rabosinu Sheba Eretz Yisrael. That's how we pass in halacha l'maisa. Namely, that when neither party could swear, chazra shvuah kol mal, the shvuah goes to its original place, which means the shvuah goes back to the party that is obligated to take the shvuah, and therefore what? Since that party can't take the shvuah, therefore pays. So both lochel l'maisa and in Eretz Hashem hashkafa l'maisa. We pass in like Rabosinu Sheba Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. incredible. All right. So let's finish up. A little got it over here. So the Gemara says, Rav Shmuel, Hai Shmuel, Hashem, my Kadarshi Day. What do Rav and Shmuel do with that part of Shmuel? We buy it in the Chidasanya. What's a beautiful Gemara? Beautiful Gemara. Shimon ben Tarfon Omer. Shimon ben Tarfon says, Shmuel Hashem Tiaven Shneim. What does it mean when it says that the Shmuel shall be between both of them? It's like, now again, this is talking about the parties, right? The litigants. So what does it mean that the Shmuel will be between them? It means ultimately, again, that the shvur devolves upon. So since that change, Marshall comments on it and he says like this: when there is a false that is taken, a false oath that is taken, liability for that oath rests upon both parties, which I think is tremendous idea. It's almost as if the Rabbi Shmuel, there's that goes into someone taking a false oath. And there's a lot of like broken dynamic in that whole thing. So just understand, when that type of behavior happens, there's usually enough blame to go around over here. So I'll say, we know this through life, right? And I'm not a businessman, but enough to know that you do have to be careful about who you go into business with, right? And you do have to be careful about who you just in general, deal with the wrong kind of people, things. And then you're responsible. Whereas if I knew full well that this person one day is not the right kind of person to plug into these dynamics, I can't claim that I'm the victim afterwards. Because again, I allowed myself to hold into this negative. Therefore, again, I would say that where there is a false oath that is taken, for that. And also, which is most hostile, because it says is, I am responsible for the type of people, circumstances that I allow to be a part of. Sometimes things happen, or like, I'm the victim. Sometimes I'm the victim, but sometimes I'm not, because I allowed myself to be part of certain dynamics. Okay, I thought they were going to go a certain way, and they kind of went sideways, but I'm responsible for embedding myself in certain life realities. So let's say, get ready for this. So the Gemara says, Shimon Tarfon says, Ashar la'okid achar nois minayim. So let's say, this is very interesting. How do we know? Obviously, all of us know that it's prohibited to commit adultery. Right? Okay, right. Okay, and you're like a lot of blanks, made me a little bit nervous. This is one of the 10. Right? So I'm not going to commit adultery. The Gemara, listen to this. How do I know that I'm not a facilitator of someone else's adultery? Now, let's say, literally, Rashi says over here, okay, so literally, again, I arrange for someone else to have partners for adultery. Or I'm the facilitator. I'm like the shotgun. Yeah. So what's that? So how do I know that this is wrong? This wrong. In other words, I'm not committing the avera myself, but I'm enabling someone else to commit an avera. The pasuk says, literally, don't commit adultery. We can also be vocalized as if, which means don't be the facilitator of adultery. Shalom say, by the way, you'll say to yourself, I don't know, it sounds kind of obvious. Don't say, what it's saying is like this. You can also apply this in the case of someone doing something wrong. I keep it good, right? I go ahead or I cover for them. The idea here is not only can I not commit averos, but I'm facilitator or enabler of other people's averos as well. If I do so, there's life for that. I suppose they get ready for this. So again, the pasuk literally says over here, Moshe Rabbeinu giving to Klal Yisrael, right? They say, Ragnu ba'alechem. So you went ahead and literally again you gossiped or you denigrated in your tent. The Gemara says, what does this mean? Shimon Tarfon Omer, Tartem u'gimisem ba'olo shamakom. You spied out the land, and then you denigrated ultimately. Literally means you denigrated in the tent of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I will say this week's parasha, the Meraglim. The Meraglim. So Moshe Rabbeinu was giving Moshe and Barim to Klal Yisrael about the Chiddush. I will say, just how. I just want to point out how incredible is this. I will say, I just want to say, okay, we have these types of things all the time. So I want to point out, just understand, Shavuos, I get a feedback about us, right? And shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shavuos is fantastic. It's fantastic. Okay, it's in the Sechta. Again, it's not in the Sechta. It's really not an easy Sechta to learn that thing. And it's not an easy Sechta at the pace in which we live. But it's beautiful. It's a beautiful, translucent, sealed work. That restore our soul, beauty, and vitality and holy every single day. As long as, like, I saw this through it, and it's, all this stuff goes on. And everyone said, look what a Kabbalah does, right? As we come to, this is the last 3 days in the Sechta. That's it, we're at the fifth. And what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu here point on dying on the days? On Tuesday of Parsha Shlach, the Tuesday of Advent. So what HaKadosh Baruch Hu is, don't speak negatively about holy things, right? Because at the end of the day, you may not realize what holy things do for you, but holy things always lift you up, propel you, even if you don't understand them. So, the Shema tells us, first of all, the beautiful kiss from Hashem, that we're on the right path. We're doing exactly what He wants us to do. V'harai, at a 7.5-year cycle, what are the chances of getting an allusion to Chayta Meraglim on the Tuesday of Parshat Shlach? Us, how careful we have about how we speak about Dharam Shebekdusha, how careful about Eretz Yisrael, how careful we have to be about speaking about Masechah Shavuos, right? How careful we have to be about everything. This is the kiss. This is HaKadosh Baruch Hu telling us, I in this last 47 days have not been easy. They have not. But look what you've done. Look what you've accomplished. You've stayed the journey. And don't fall into the trap of ultimately focusing on negative, like the Meraglim did. But instead, ultimately, again, stay on the high road. See the beauty in the beauty of Boulder that we're doing. It was not different. Again, there's still one more beautiful piece of life. I got to send it to tomorrow. Sure, everyone. All right, friends. Eretz Yisrael, we love you. We're thinking about you, happening for you. And in Eretz Hashem, Hallelujah, Shizok, and Eretz Hashem, the week of decisive victory. Atzlacha, bracha for all of Klal Yisrael. Let us begin, beautiful Baruch Hashem, to see up early Monday morning. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tovach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating Shurim and Drushos this year for Besoros Tavos Sha'an Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Stephen Abba Tova, Stephen Terry Zin, in loving memory of Steve's mother, Zin Dvorah Basra Yisrael Yoel, occasion offered 50-yard site. The families in Chamach, which Rabbi Meir Hashem bring our ages home, our holy soldiers on the land, in the air, in Meir Hashem to be successful. They shower incredible providence and protection upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, and security for our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, a distinct victory for Amis, and Meir Hashem Shalom for Amis and Eretz Yisrael. Do that, let us begin with a lot to do. A really beautiful as we head into these last few dapim of Maseches Shavuos. Hard to believe that the Shavuos journey is winding down. So today's dap is Mary Bab 46. We are picking up. Let's actually pick up by the line on Menhem the days 40. Amrai Brachama. Brachama said, Now, second one line. How wonderful is this teaching? So remember again, about what teaching are we referring to? So remember again in yesterday's daf, Rav Nachman said in the name of Shmuel, a very interesting insight. That these cases that we're discussing over here, cases of where halacha l'misa, again, we have a dispute. Right? The this idea that if if a worker comes over and didn't pay me, and the employer says, yes, I did pay you, then what's the halacha? That is that the employee to take a shvua and collect payment. Which really was the drama of that and the enormity of that teaching will actually become even a little bit more apparent in today's daf. But there's an incredible idea that whereas normally there would be a multi-million you want to extract something from someone again. That's halacha 101. The proof is always upon the extractor. Here, nothing simple about a shvua, but a simple shvua will allow the employee to go ahead and collect his payment. Now again, so if not comes along and says in Shmuel, by the way, that's only if there's testimony that in fact the hired the employee. Because if there's no independent legal verification that the employee works employer, the employer could please say what? He has an ego. What could he say? I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. So because again, you need those agents. So the Rai Racham is commenting the statement. Amrali Rava, my mal Yusa. So ultimately, because without this statement, then the whole idea of Shua Shomer, let's remember again, what we spoke this, we did this a little bit yesterday, I just did it quickly again, this year. What's Shua Shomer? I deposit an object with a Shomer, and then what happens? I go ahead and I want it back. The Shomer says, whatever it is, let's say it's a Shomer, he was an unpaid custodian, he claims it was stolen, which is a thing that when you normally go ahead and exempt him. So the Gemara says, how could there ever be liability? Right? Because again, remember that halacha l'maisa, we should say that a shomer should always be believed. Why should a shomer be believed? Because he has an ego. What's his ego? He could have always claimed, I don't know what you're talking about. You never deposited anything with me. The fact that you make such an ego like that indicates that what? There must be some independent legal verification of shomer status. Therefore, the Gemara says, it must be that halacha l'maisa the object was deposited with the shomer with Adin. But still, nevertheless, there's some level of ego because since the shomer said, I return the object to you, therefore he's going to say it's an onus. It must be a case where he deposited it with a shard. Now, what's interesting, I don't know if we ever necessarily came across this, but the Akile B'Shtar means that, let's say, I deposited an object with Ruvain and I recorded that in a shtar. So there's a document that highlights this relationship. So you said, just as an aside, you see something very interesting here. That if you deposit something with someone, with witnesses, the object doesn't necessarily have to be returned with witnesses. Firstly, the shtar, but interestingly enough, if you go ahead and you deposit an object with a shtar, then you are obligated to go ahead and return it with a interesting. So Kari Rami Bar Chama Rav Sheshes. So Rai Bar Chama said about Rav Sheshes. So David took these things to heart. So he was complimenting Rav Sheshes that Rav Sheshes took this ruling and ultimately again applied it and found corroboration for it. The Ashkechei Rav Sheshes Rabbi Bar Shmuel, because ultimately again Rav Sheshes ran into Rav Amalei. Tani Mar Midi the Sphere. Have you been learning? Have you taught anything or learned anything when it comes to employee relationships? Amalei, yeah, I did learn something. Tanina, we learned Schir is mano nishba benota. So we'll say again, going back a little bit to our original discussion. A skier, a hired worker, does know in his kind. I must remember again, this is one of the other qualifications that we saw in yesterday's daf. What's bismano? Bismano means like this. Remember, in order for the skier, in order for the employee to be able to collect his wages with a shvua, he has to be coming in the what we'll call window of payment. Right, as we spoke about in yesterday's daf. Every laborer, depending on the nature of your of employment, has a window in which halachically he is supposed to get paid. What we saw in yesterday's daf, this shvua has its rabbinic innovation. The employee could come, swear that he has not been paid, collect payment only of he's coming in window in which he's supposed to get paid. So he's showing up during his window of payment, no doubt. All he also is swear, and he's able to immerse his case out. So what's an example of this? So what's the so what's the case? So says, here's the rebate. You hired me, and you did not pay me yet. Allah Omer, and the other one says, in other words, what are you talking about? Right? Reuben says, yes, I did hire you. I agreed that the implement is a fact, but the Lamaisa, I paid you. So what's the halacha? So we'll say, so again, in that case, then that's the Mishnah. So therefore, again, I employee, assuming that I'm coming within the window of proper employee payment, where that I did not receive payment, get my money, go home. Good. Alcohol. Sounds very interesting. My money. And I say, okay, Ruben, hire me. And I say, Ruben, you owe me $200 because that's your gift for the day. And Ruben says, hold up. I only agreed to pay you $100. So I'm going to say, so here, interesting enough, what's happening over is two things. Number one, agreement on the employment, okay, and complete agreement that Ruben didn't pay me. What's the point of contention? How much money he owes me? I claim 100. Then what's the case? Gemara says, that's not the case. So interestingly enough, this is the price. So according to this price, in this case, the rabbinic enactment for sure doesn't apply. This becomes a motzi mechaber type of situation. Interestingly enough, we can infer from this is as follows. From the fact that motzi mechaber lavarai, and I will say, just want to point out, the phrase for this second case is called ketzitza. This is what called ketzitza. Ketzitza literally means again to fix. Yeah, to fix. Right, to fix. In other words, so the Gemara is over here making a distinction between when there is a dispute about payment versus when there is a dispute about the rate. So the right is just results. When there isn't a payment, in other words, say I'm the employee, I haven't gotten paid. Reuben the Emperor says I have gotten paid. That's the Mishnah. They are assuming that I am coming in which I'm supposed to receive my payment. I take a shvua, get paid. But if the machlokes is rate, it's about rate. Words, I say I'm owed 200. Reuben says I only owe you 100. That's a motzi mechaber lavaraya. The most obviously in that case, the dispute revolves around extra 100. Okay, so now how many the seifa but to infer from here is the Gemara says that the right says by the seifa. First one, so the first case that what? That there's no right. In other words, I just take a shvua, and I take my payment. That's it. Or Yitzchak says top of my Bible say 46 Shav is seifa beraya. In fact, both of the ratio seifa require ultimately again that I have to bring a raya. Rashi says over here, ratio seifa beraya. Really, he turning nishpadot. Let's say Elishayavi Tchila Eidin Shesachra. So I say no, it's not true. Even in the first case, there's a raya, a different raya. They will say, what proof do you need in case number one? What do you need? What proof? Of employment. Of employment. As we saw already before, we're issuing proof of employment. So again, the employer is always going, why? Because he has a need. What's his migo? His migo is I don't know who you are. I don't think there is. There always is some level of raya. What kind of raya do you need? So in case I get paid, Ruben claims he paid me. Okay, so he's suing the raya. What do you need raya? Proof of employment. Case number 2. Case is about the rate of payment. I'm claiming, Ruben is claiming I only owe you 100 chaver raya. Then again, the burden of proof is upon me to show that extra $100. The Gemara say raya tatani, raya the shvua lo katani. Ultimately, again, payment. That ultimately is that's when it comes to proof regarding shvua, which is again without I think the shvua, the Brisa does not mention. So this is very interesting. So again, both doing this idea that was really advanced in the name of Shmuel, that again, whereas the Mishnah made it sound so simple. I have an employment dispute, right? Reuben says, Reuben's my I say, Reuben, you haven't paid me. He says, you have paid, I have paid you. So the Mishnah makes it sound like, well, collect payment. Shmuel comes along and says there's a critical piece of information that is not written in the Mishnah, but is an indispensable piece of information. In order for me to as an employee to take the Shmuel and get paid, there has to be independent legal verification that I am and that I'm looking for Reuben. Because of that, Reuben is always going to be believed he has a ego that he could claim, I don't know who you are, we have no legal working relationship. Incredible. I'm going to read about Abba. The third line down from the top, 46 and then Bob Aleph. He sent from the house of Rav Shmuel. They teach us. Amar Shtein Katzasi, Balo Omer Lo Katzasi Ela Achos. Watch this. So I claim I'm the worker. I claim Reuben, you owe me. You agreed to a rate of 200 a day of work, and Reuben I only agreed to $100. So they asked to the in English, but who swears? Who swears in this case? Amala. So Shmuel responded, Yishava Balabais, V'yafsid Uman. So in this case over here, so in this case, what should happen? The Reuben, the employer, the Balabais, he should swear, and ultimately again, the Uman should lose out. First, V'yafsid Uman, that Halacha Ma'aseh the Balabais, Reuben, the employer, swears, and ultimately again pays me what he owes me. So the Gemara says, why? Because tzitza vaday min kiriyanchu. We were just talking about this, right? Because tzitza right, a rate much an employer, an employer remembers. Tzitza vaday nitgar the kiriyanchu. So again, this goes back to yesterday's. While the halacha acknowledges that an employer may at times get confused about who he's paying when, especially given the fact that the Gemara almost seems to say we're used to an idea of employed people, everybody's paid in a similar way, whatever you pay, there's a payday, there's this. The Gemara would not be uncommon, a person who is employing multiple those people in different ways. That we can understand why there can be some confusion. But the rate of payment that an employer shows, he means that's so. But Rabbi Shmuel said, "Katzatz hamotzi mechada." I will say, but we learned the halacha myself is a machlokes about ketzitza. Here is a machlokes about the rate, right? How much was? We just said before that that's the case. Again, right now said that halacha myself, right? Shmuel just said the rate of payment. Purposes, the employer swears, and we're done. Just beforehand, we said that when he's not focused about the rate of payment, which sounds like what? The burden of proof is upon the employee, and let him prove it. Then if he can't prove it, it's not about. So it's going on over here, to which the most which means, by the way, that if the employee is not able to prove his point, then what? The entire case evaporates. So the Gemara says, "Amai," but why is that? We just said before. You shut up Balabayis, you have to do let the Balabayis grab. In other words, give the power to the Balabayis and let this go away. Or not, when it's studying Katani, the truth is these are not contradictory statements, they're actually two sides of the same coin. Oh, maybe Raya Vito. Oh, you shut up Balabayis, you have to do There are actually two mechanisms which can be used to resolve a machlokes about Ketzitza. So where the machlokes about the rate of payment, one of two possibilities could be employed. Either the Balabayis, the employer, and put this to bed, or the Uman, or could bring a proof. So we'll say really, really fascinating. So I'm going to suggest, Stefan will say, just to highlight, just to pause for just a second. So we have two cases, right? Case number one is where employee shows up to employer, says, pay me. Employer says, I paid you. Employee says, no, you did. What's the halacha in that case? That's our Mishnah. Shua says the employee swears, I did not get paid. He gets his money. Important halacha caveat. There must be independent legal verification of the employment before, in order for that shua to work. Okay. Case number two, employee shows up. Employer, you owe me $200 for a day of work. Employer says, no, I only owe you $100. That is about Ketzitza. That's the Ketzitza, about the rate, What do you do over here? So what the Gemara is now suggesting, two ways to resolve this case. Either the burden of proof sits upon the employee to show that he's really owed $200, or the Balabayis, the employer, and the case to bed. So when it says Meisvei, ignore the kasha. I don't think a little Oman. Listen to this. I give my palace. I give my cloak to Ruvain. Right, Ruvain is a Uman. Ruvain is a third person. Sorry. Third. And gives their talents, gives their cloak to a craftsman. So I'm giving it to Ruvain. So someone on earth can start to be Stein. So this is okay. $200. Right? I say, what are you talking about? I only agree to 100. That's all I agree to. So what's that? Now this case is interesting. Why? What's the wrinkle over here? The wrinkle is that there's an object involved. So watch this. Calls mention you have Oman. So if Uman is in possession of the palace, Balabayis Lahiraya. Ultimately, again, so it's on me, Naraya, that I only agree to $100. So we'll say, right? Because essentially, I want my palace back. The proof is upon me to show that I only owe $100. Less no. However, if Ruvain gave me back my palace, this I know if ultimately, again, Ruvain is claiming his wages in the appropriate time. Mishpah no tell he swear that he's owed the 200 and he gets the money. Others no, but again, if it's after the window for wage collection, the Gemara says, what do you see from here? This mano Mishpah no tell. So again, just like highlight over here, we have over is a focus about Ketzitza, but this is a focus about what is this set wage level, right? And yet again, what's happening over here is Mano Mishpachal. We see that ultimately again the employee where and extracted. Amar, I will say based on what we just said before, Mishpachal we just said before that whether it's a focus about Ketzitza Tzitza, what could happen to Balabayas? The employer could go ahead and take a shvu and go ahead and put this one matter to bed. And Rabbi Yitzchak, Haman Rabbi Yehudi, it's Rabbi Yehuda, Damar Kozman Sheshua Nota Eitz Balabayas, Schir Nishba V'Nota. Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that wherever Chazal, whether you have a shvua that technically rests with the Balabayas, the employer, Chazal flipped it and allowed the employee to take it and put the matter to bed. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rabbi Yehuda, B'ha'chanan Yeshua Eitza Balabayas in the Torah, and Model makes us. So it says, interesting enough, this is Rabbi Yehuda. Now remember, this is a Model makes us case, right? Why is it a Model makes us case? Because remember, Reuben is fixing my cloak. Reuben says, I owe him $20. I said, I owe him $100 to protect the risk being that's Model makes us. That's what people want. So apparently, they want to say that this is the position of Rabbi Yehuda. And Yehuda holds that what Chazal is when in an employment case, you have a shvua by the employer. Ultimately, Chazal flipped it to the employee. So where's one second? Here, let me go. Which Rabbi Yehuda are you referring to over here? So, Rabbi Dimas Nisim, if you say the Yehuda of our Mishnah, so I don't understand how does that work? Shmuel Kamachir, even our Mishnah is Machir. And our Mishnah was the one who said, even by an employee, the ability of the employee to go ahead and swear and collect his wages is only in the case of Modeh Mitzvahs. This none. But Yehuda Omer, Achete Sham Mitzvahs Hodah. Right? Chazal, whereas Chazal allowed the employee to swear even when the employer denies the entire age. Rabbi Yehuda said even when there's a partial admission on the part of the employer. Rabbi Yehuda is more machmir. Rabbi Yehuda the Brisa. Rabbi Yehuda the Brisa. What's Rabbi Yehuda the Brisa? The Salva Allah Zmano Harge Nishba V'Nota. The Brisa says that when it comes to an employee, as long as petitioning for his wage in the appropriate of wage collection, swears and collects. Ain't no Nishba V'Nota. Ultimately, again, he cannot swear and collect. But Rabbi Yehuda in Masai is man shah. Rabbi Yehuda says, when is this? When is this? That schir has the ability to swear and collect. When is that? When again, the employee comes along and gives a wage of 50 Omer. Meanwhile, the employer says, dinar zav. All right, but the employer says, I've already paid you part of that wage. Oh, sha'amarlo, shtayim katzatzta, da'alo omerlo katzilecha ela achas. Or the employee says, you owe me $200. And the employer says, I owe you $100. Amarlo lo sechachika me'olam. But if the employer says, I never hired you, oh, sha'amarlo sechachika, then or he says ultimately again, I paid you your entire wage, then Allah harayo. Then in that case over here, in that case, are you the sense that that's going to be able to make happy Allah harayo. So not skip the like she's Ravidi brought up to following kasha. Ella cuts Rabbi Yehuda even so they're going to say then that according to this, that the Tzitza case reflects the Rabbi Yehuda not on. How does that make sense? Right? In a normal case, Rabbi Yehuda's machmir, that's the case of also in the Mishnah. Because the Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says the only time that is here to take the shvua and collect the wage is only when what? Only when there's a partial admission on the part of the employer. Whereas the kind of comes that the Rabbanon said, even if there's a total denial, so in the Rabbanon Meko, the Meko Rabbi Yehuda Machmir Rabbanon, in the case of Rabbi Yehuda's Meko, right, which is the case of Ktitza, Rabbi Machmir, the Elamai Rabbanon, and we have to say the case of Ktitza is the Rabbanon. Then the said that there was a machlokes about the setting of, right? It was the case again of where, right? An employee goes over to employer, pay me $20 for it. Employer says I only agree to 100. But the other I have money. Let me do the rabbi. Right, it says before that in the case of the focus about the pizza. So employee says you owe me 200. Employer, it's a case of opinion is that I'll say first part on the bottom, most is actually very good suburb. The direct all do they takana, I'll do they tax here, or the driving the hobby of the hobby takanta. Okay, my suggestion is as follows. That we do this in the case of a biblical shua, that's where they're more advantageous for the employee. So what is this? So for example, I will say in a case of trust. Now remember, in the other case, technically speaking, not technically, what the triggers a shua son. So what Chaz did in that case in the employment is they flip the law and allow the employee to go ahead and take that shua. For example, let's say. So, for example, like employee goes over to employer, says you agree to pay $200 for the day. Employer says I only agreed to 100. So we'll say, what is that? That's mode limits us. It's mode limits us. What should happen with us? What should happen? What should happen? What should happen? The shua, the shua in that case, employer, right? Because part of a claim. Whenever you admit part of the claim, that's a shua. According to Chazal, then made a takana. They flipped the shua, allowing the employee to take the shua. Because what that does is that gives the control to the employee to be able to collect his wages. But the only time, ultimately again, that Chazal made this takana is in a case of a biblical shua. So in biblical shua mode mitzvahs, they said that halacha l'maisa is to flip the shua and allow the shua. But ultimately again, right? In case ultimately, let's say shua d'Rabbanan. What's an example of shua d'Rabbanan? So let's say again where employee shows up, the employer, you only $100. And the employer says, okay, I will say so in that kind of case, that at most triggers a Rabbanon, so the Kanta Rabbanon, at most already be a Shuas Hasis, and who should say Shuas Hasis Rabbanon, who should say ultimately again the employer should swear I paid it and we're done. So now to say that we should make a takana and take that shua bias and flip it to the employee, that we don't do. But it was very interesting. The rabbi stepped in and took a shua and switched to almost the mitzvahs. The employer says, I only owe you 100. Typical shua that now sits upon the employer, switch that over to the employer and say, you swear that's your money. But on a rabbinic shua, for example, employee says, no, you didn't. So the din d'Rabbanan is employer swears to go ahead and say, we're going to take that rabbinic shua and another takran d'Rabbanan, and switch it over to the employee, that we don't do. Then let me do that. The Rabbanan say, so ultimately, I say, but halacha l'maisa, that halacha l'maisa will go ahead and make it even in the Rabbanan. Therefore, even in the Shuas Hasis case, the employee says, no, you did that shua over to the employee, like the Mishnah says, allowing him to swear, allowing him there, and thereby go ahead and collect wages. And again, the Rabbanan operating from the perspective that halacha l'maisa, an employee always remembers the rate. Therefore, again, when there's a dispute about that is going to be hamotzi mechavera haraya. So as a kind of just, if you summarize it. So halacha l'maisa, what comes out is as follows. We have case number one, which is the classic case of where you goes over to employer and says, pay me my right, I work for you today, you owe me $100. Employer, I paid you. Employee says, no, you didn't. What's the halacha? The mechanics over here are very important. What's the halacha? So again, this is Shuas Hasis. Now, technically speaking, how should this shvuas hesses work? How should it work? So really the way it should work is, now okay, so again, remember, I want to point out, it's important to understand the evolution. Before we got to this sugya, if someone were to ask you this shayla, like say employees claiming employer paid me only $100, employer saying I paid you, what should be the halacha? What should be the halacha? Hamotzi mechaber halacha rai. Right? Again, so employees trying to, so prove it. Remember again, the chazaka, we'll say, remember, what's the chazaka? What's the chazaka? Money in your pocket belongs to you, right? So therefore, again, if the employer has money in his pocket and the employee wants to extract it, listen, Chazal made a shvas hasis. Shvas hasis says just to employees, right? So balabayis, you should have to swear that Ochel you paid your work already. What Chazal then did is get that shvua and allow the employee to take that shvua to extract his wages. That's case number one. Very halachic caveat, which is the independent legal verification means otherwise, if the employer himself has an ego, I don't know who you are. Fine. Case number two, my focus about the wage, right? So here everyone's agreeing that money is owed. Employee shows up to employer, you promised me $200 for the day. Employer says, I only promised you $100 for the day. So what can we do in this case? Remember, this case is much more complex. Okay, so the point that we ended up on, and it's to one basic idea, which is that line, we assume that he always remembers, remember this is the amount paid to pay his employee. In this case, where there is a dispute of the rate to be paid, there are two mechanisms for solution. Either so let the employee prove that he is indeed owed $200, or the employer the right to take a shvua and ultimately put this entire matter to bed. We're saying that is halacha l'maaseh. So two mechanisms. Either he has a right to legally prove his claim, or balabayis, he has a right to take a shvua, put it to bed. Incredible. All right, that's the end of that sugya. Next. Nigzal. Also Shnikmas Lebeso Mashkino. Remember, this was a very interesting case. What was the case over here? The case over here was like this. Let me read it to you. Nigzal Kili Eden also Shnikmas Lebeso. Right? So this is what happened. So I borrowed money from you. Then what happened? There are witnesses that so Ruben entered into my home without my rishos. And what happens? And he walked out with something. He walked out with an object. Now I'm sure who Omer came out talking. So Ruben says, yeah, I walked out my object. But who Omer? I'm sorry. Omer came out talking. I'm sorry. I claim Ruben walked out with something, and what? It's mine. Ruben says, Lona Talti, I didn't take anything. So what's the halacha? Who nishma v'nota? I, in other words, the quote victim, right? I, the victim, have the ability to swear and to extract from Ruvain what claim he took from me. Okay, says the Gemara. The Dolo Mashkano, so I understand, maybe at the end of the day, Ruvain didn't. I know that he took something. So Niva Aram Nakman, high and the Nakit in Nagabi. I just want to say, so again, what's interesting about this is, remember, Ruvain's he did all there are witnesses. What do the witnesses see? Witnesses in this case see that halacha l'maisa intention to take something. Right? That's I borrowed money from Ruvain, collateral. Ruvain came into my house, right, claiming that he was going to something. He comes out. No one sees him with anything, right? But I claim he took watch. Ruvain says, I took something, but it was my dude. What was my watch? Because I could take a shvuah. Ruvain took my watch, and I could receive it for that object. How do you know that Ruvain anything? As much Ruvain maybe went in with you, take a collateral, I actually took something. Interesting. So Nilo Amar Nachman to this. After Nachman said the following, listen to this. Hi man, Narga Biyadeh. It's in his hands. Ezo Ba'alak Teikla Deplanya. And he's like, so Ruvain is tuning in. You know, like, I'm going to chop down Shin's palm tree. I'm going to chop down his palm tree. Right? So the Gemara says, Bashkaka, the Kato, Mishagi, and it turns out, it's like there's like different episodes here, or different events. I'm here, you can say, I'm angry at Shimon, I'm going to chop down his palm tree, okay? Then what do I find? His palm tree has been chopped down. the Gemara says, you cannot necessarily assume that it's Reuben who did it, right? Why? The Gemara says, I have a mere circumstantial evidence. What do I have? I have Reuben with an axe and angry. That's not a good combination, right? But I have Reuben axe and angry. For me to do something, it means palm trees lying on the ground. Okay, but what am I thinking? What don't I have? What don't I have? I don't know that he does. That Reuben actually cut down the tree. So okay, so the halacha is you can't assume that Reuben cut down the tree. What do you see from here? It's incredible. Obviously, in the stream below, what do you see from here? People exaggerate and don't carry through. So I said, by the way, what a line. What a line. Ovid finished the Gazin, the law of it. People spend talking about what they're going to do, but it doesn't mean they do it. I will say, what a stinks a little bit. What? It'd be nice to hear people, principles doing stuff. We all do this. We speak about that. Why do we speak about what we're going to do? We dream about what we're going to do. We plans for what we're going to do. We have a vision for what we're going to do. Only one little problem, which is we don't actually get around to doing it. And you know, says this in nature. The Gazim below it. People speak about. And again, speak about being the most beautiful and growing the flowery things are all the things they're going to accomplish. Sometimes it's just a failure to execute. Overwhelming. Hakanami, the Gazim below it. So, right, when you're going to walk into my house, right, you're going to give me $1,000. You walk into my house without my permission. Claiming he's going to take a mashkon, then he walks out, maybe he can only take it. It's in other words, people talk about what they're going to do, but they don't do it. To which the Gemara says, Ema umashkon. No. The case of where none of the witnesses we saw Reuben walking out with an object. They actually saw him walk out with something. All right, but let's say my mashkon. Okay, so let's see what he walked out with. Why don't we just send this? Oh, what happened over here? So we see that he has an object that was under his cloak. So that's interesting. So in other words, it says a little bit. So number one, Lamaisa, again, he's claiming to do something. He acted it. He walked out with an object that was underneath his cloak. I'm not really done. So okay, so that's the case. And if our local Lamaisa, Reuben lent me $1,000, says, I want a mashkon. I'm not giving you a mashkon. He comes into my house here. He comes out of the house holding something. We don't know what he claims. He has his own object owned by him. You took my object. What's that? I swear and confirm you, babe. I'm ready to go. Shit, Nikhil, and Takas, so now long he sings. Reuben comes and he's hiding a utensil. He's hiding an object underneath. The cooking name biyadi. Reuben claims, yes, I purchased it. I purchased it from Silver. Right? Okay, I'm walking out of the outside. It's not like I thought I purchased it from him. So what's the other? No, Reuben's not believing he purchased something from me. Ella, this is assuming that what? This is only assuming that Lamaisa, I am the kind of person who does not sell my words. Pashtos, right? When you come into my house, I'm not selling stuff. About Balabayis, the Glomer Elabais, Shaynos, and Kokila. About Balabayis, Asu, Zukoras, Kilos, Naman. Again, if I have I have a little store, I have a little shop in my house, or I'm the kind of person who sells the stuff, then the mindset, this could be a valid claim. So he's walking out with the utensil, and he's claiming, yes, it goes from Silver's home, but I bought over, and I am the person who sells my stuff. He's believed. Furthermore, even in a case where I don't sell my stuff, only time he's not believed by items, ultimately again, where it wouldn't be the direct height. Never say, actually, junction in other bunch litlan the other the shop so we'll say furthermore again, when is he not believed? Doesn't sell stuff. We're talking about when we're talking about items that a person normally wouldn't be embarrassed to go ahead and hold in public. So, right? Ultimately, again, about Baruch Shadaka but ultimately, again, that a person would be embarrassed. I will say, by the way, when you get embarrassed, don't be right? So, for example, a person want to walk around with a very valuable item and show you, right? The Shein Dark and Mahatma, furthermore, again, even with the object wouldn't normally hide. Nami the Arman, Elish the Motsina, a person who's not very modest. About Inish the Tzina, but a very modest and even with a non-flashy object. Hainu Are, it would be common for put the object underneath. Furthermore, furthermore, again, we're only tomorrow here where there's this point of contention, right? Meaning the object is borrowed, but ultimately, again, again, if I think that it's love talking in English for and not necessarily believe, dramatically say that Allah is living as a God of. Furthermore, we're talking about items that would normally be rented. But when it comes to objects ultimately that are not normally borrowed or if ultimately I'm not going to take the shot. Okay, so no reason this just in case the shot happened. If you normally have objects, right, items, normally that are normally borrowed or rented out, what happens? So it's a special, right? So Ruben has an object in mind, but it's a type of object borrowed. I don't know, whatever that is. And Ruben has it, right? And again, Ruben admits these were mine. I bought it from silver, and I'm claiming I didn't sell it to you. I lent it to you. It's the halacha. So the Gemara says, Ruben is not believed to say that he bought it. That's ultimately a rented, or function is that this is a rental of his, not a sale case. When you can tell us, the Rav, Apik, Zubik is Sarbala, the Sifra, the Agara Tomiyasmi. So it was before, rather than the filming case, that there was a man who died, we'll call him, Yaakov died. Yaakov left behind 3 sons, relation and a lady. So, and in their estate, they had a pair of scissors, but Taylor scissors, right? Taylor's scissors and a sefer of Agadah. Literally said Agadah. Someone came to Rabbi, right? So Rabbi, and they said, Rabbi, that I deposited it, right? I lent it to Yaakov before but it really belongs to me. So Rabbi went ahead and that coin. Why? Apparently, again, so Taylor's scissors and the book of Agadah are commonly that are lent out. Items that are lent out. So again, he verified, obviously they have to prove the claim of just that, just making a statement, but he verified this claim because these are actually the type of items that are normally lent out to others. So if you look at actually just a moment, they are 18. Shinshor, I was going to ask you again, the case over here is where the claimant, right, the person making the claim brought Aiden, that these scissors, and this book of Agadah told that I was saying that normally, because you bring Aiden, that something belongs to you, doesn't automatically require a shvuah. Penalty in this case is what? Didn't require a shvuah. Didn't he require a shvuah? Because since the person making claim had agos, these are the type of objects that are normally lent. Therefore, what? Rather, we established them even without a shvuah. Or even though we can't collect from Yisrael without a shvuah. That's the Chavavida. Niyasni shehebe agim shein shalom. Even Ma'aviyah Yisraelim. The claimant said that they belong to him. That he lent it out to the father of the Das. Even Rabbi Yasmi shramim at the Sirave. Yahava Abu and Kaman. So what do you see from here? See from here that even had Yaakov still been alive, if Yaakov would have claimed that halacha l'maisa again, these objects he would not be believed. Why? Because objects that are normally rented out or lent out, you don't have a chazaka to say that they're mine, that I bought them. Then Rashi goes on to say, by the way, it's interesting that why does it use the case of a book of Agartha? A book of Agartha. So Rashi points out there's something very interesting. People would not normally lend out Svarim, right? Why? Because since Svarim were commonly used, if you run the risk of getting ruined. Agartha, Rashi points out, was less commonly studied. It was less commonly studied. So because of that, it would only be used like episodic, and therefore Allah the person would go ahead and be more willing to load it out. So most like simply the Gemara principle, that very interesting principle, that Allah objects that are normally out, a person does have an ability to claim chazaka that since it's in order, which is really fascinating because we all remember again, possession normally established. And once you have that, then in order for someone to claim it from you, it's halal. The difference is objects that are normally out, ultimately, again, who remains in possession of it? Ultimately, again, the owner. Shabbos, I keep a tremendous Musar Haskim as well. What do you see from here? So, Adi remain in the possession of the owner. Which tells me something. Elokai, not Shera Satabi. We have in the Shama. It's very important to understand. That Neshama went. That Neshama is a borrowed item. Elokai, Neshama Shera Satabi Tahori. Every single day I keep a the neshama that you lent me, the neshama that you've given me. So this is something absolutely amazing. I am in possession of a borrowed item, which then means, what's the halacha when you're in possession of a borrowed item? It's never yours. The chazaka is that always remains in the possession of the true. What an overwhelming sight. I have a borrowed neshama. And the halacha is something that is borrowed. The halacha demands a heightened level of vigilance in order to ensure that nothing happens to that item. And that is the sacred responsibility that we have day in, day out, to make sure that that borrowed neshama, that beautiful body meets us elokah, that beautiful borrowed spark of the Rebbe always remains pure and pristine. How the Chanyet Hashem to be successful in that daily obligation. That's what we're for today. Shkaya tomorrow. Great job. All right, Shkaya everyone. For a great day. This one should be a very nice Hashem. Safety, security, the seven struggles. And I would like to do.
Told me that they weren't going to hire me back, blah, 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 blah. They gave me some type of severance. They said not to call that for a reference, that they would give a bad reference. And can't imagine you had any real good thing. They gave me like, I don't even know what they gave me, like $800, something. How long crazy. I worked there legitimately, like bullshit, like a year and a half. Legitimately, maybe.
All right, everyone say good morning, or good Shabbat. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Kosim Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for the Hashem dedicating all of the shir and Joshua this year as a zechus for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan Haba Lino Tova, Stephen Tarizin, loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris, Devorah Basta, Yoel, one of the Rav, and Nikish for fourth, fifth yard site. Day of learning. Sponsor Paul Polik in memory of Rabbi Aaron Walpinski, Rabbi Aaron Yehuda Ben Ruvain, who taught me how to Kriya, who learned with me every Shabbat after me during my high school year. Beautiful. Next Hashem. All the Neshama Sahariyas, all the families in comments, all those who need your food should have one together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. Kadosh Baruch Hu should Hashem bring home our hostages. Should allow our soldiers, Hashem, be successful. Kol Maaseh Yedayim. We first follow the news so very intensely. We saw that the direct hit in the apartment building in Bat Yam that has so far claimed the number of lives, still people being covered in the rubble. Again, overwhelming times for our people, and the overwhelming news of these times continues. We spoke about yesterday. just on Shabbos. Our obligation to is that we are all part. We are on this song that we trust in Hashem, give us the continued result, us to do our part, make our contribution, and how we as it progresses. So Klal Yisrael's victory will be quick and decisive, and in Eretz Hashem will usher in a period of shalom, simcha, and bracha, not just for Am Yisrael, and not just for Medinas Yisrael, but in Eretz Hashem for all of humanity. We'll say with that, let us begin. So today's daf is thank you to the rector for giving a great cheer yesterday. So our daf is here. We are coming down on the days 44b, just literally the last line. So remember again, we're about mid-Mishnah. So actually, interestingly enough, because today is a Mishnah, the entire Amud Aleph. So here it's Hashem, we pick again, last line on Mem Aleph Amud Beis. And again, this is our last week also of Masechah Shavuos. No, don't smile, don't right? Right? No, this is great. Remember, if there's a problem, always remember, the problem is with me and with the Masechta, right? Just always understand, the Masechta is perfect. The Gemara is perfect. The Torah is perfect. If something doesn't something doesn't click, again, you can put it on me. You can always put it on my chair. But never put the Gemara itself. It's always perfect. Might have to twist something inside of me. So let's make a Pashal Shul case. Remember again, the Mishnah is talking about a variety of different cases. We're now focusing on what we call kind of a Shuas Hesis, which refers to rabbinic Shuas, right? Up until now, we've been focusing on different types of biblical Shuas. So now we're talking about rabbinic Shuas. And of course, rabbinic Shuas operate in a little bit of a different way. So specifically over here, the Gemara is talking about this idea of Shekinegdo Chashid ala Shua. Again, I have a dealing with someone, and the person I'm contending with technically should be the one who is supposed to swear. That's an oath, for whatever the reason. And what we do is we the shua. So, for example, top of Memhei, Akos Shua Saibos, Yakos Shua Sakikagum, Yakos Shua Shaf. So let's say, for example, let's say again, I have a court case, legal dispute with Ruvain, and so we're supposed to deal with this matter from the shua. And really, it should be who is taking the shua. Can't take the shua. Why? Because he's been in relation. Rather, it's a shua sa'ido, it's a shua sakikagum, a shua shav. Or for example, in those cases, we'll be talking about here. Is, let's say, for example, Reuben is known taking a false oath of test or a false oath of a pagon, or he's taking Shulas Shavi, taking an oath in vain, or when they had Misaki Kokovia, one of us was a gambler, in this case, called Reuben was a gambler, right? Or Reuben lends with interest, or he races pigeons, which is also another one, or he goes ahead and he does business with Shemitah produce. So let's say, so all of the point that the Mishnah is making over here is, I'm in this dispute with Reuven. Reuven really should be the one taking the law. What's the issue over here? What's the issue? Reuven can't. Why can't he? Because his integrity has been compromised. Either because he had previously sworn falsely, right? Or because he's engaged in activities which generally compromise one's integrity and preclude them from taking a shua. So what do you do all these checking? And then go nishba v'notel. Ultimately, again, what Chazal said is we flip the shua. So I'll swear, even though again I really shouldn't be the one swear. I'll swear, and therefore again extract my money in that way. Incredible. Okay, we'll see more about these cases in the Gemara as well. That was interesting. Let's say both Reuven and I are both Pashal Ashua. Both of us are gamblers, right? Both of us are Misachik, right? So it's hard to pass up on a good game of Kubio, right? So nice thing, both of us are disqualified. So what do you do in that case? So the Gemara says, we put the Shua back where it belongs. So in other words, okay, essentially, if we're both compromised, so pretty much like we can't each other out, and halakha just applied as it normally be applied. That's Rabbi Yossi. Amir says no. Amir says no. What we do is we split things. Amir, because you also we'll see more of this in Gemara. But Amir says no. You can't allow either of us to swear. In other words, just because we're both compromised doesn't mean throw the shul back to where it was and one of us should swear because we're both compromised. So therefore, again, Amir says both we split it. Now, how exactly that plays out, with my soul we'll see in the Gemara. That Chen bin Alkin Kasa case, and it was a very interesting case. What's the case of Chen bin Alkin Kasa? So remember, again, Chen bin Alkin to meet the shopkeeper with his ledger. What's that case? So it's not a case where let's say I'm Chen bin, right? I'm the shop again. Ruben the shopkeeper. It's not the shop that I say Ruben. Do me a favor, write down your ledger that I owe you 200. So rather, what's the case? Ella, very interesting. Ella, Omer pain with me suskitin, pain with Ella Mos. So I go into the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, listen, I workers, do me a favor, pay my workers dice and give them a credit up to a seller. So sellers, I send it to them. I'm sending in my employees for their pay. They're going to come to your store and give them credit or extend them credit of $100. Right? And I'll pay you for that. Okay, now let's see what happens. It's interesting enough what occurs. The Chen claims I paid the workers. I gave the workers the merchandise that you asked me to. The workers said, we didn't take anything. We didn't take anything against me now. The Chen because he says, the Chen I extended the credit, or I gave the merchandise to the workers. The workers are claiming it because the workers are saying, we didn't get paid. So there's a double claim against me over here. So what's the halacha? The Gemara says, the Chen swears that he paid, and therefore he took money from me. And the workers are also able to swear, also take the shivua, and Allah are able to collect again from me. So the Gemara says, which is a fascinating solution to this. Comes along Banana says, what are you talking about? Banana says, how can you structure a halachic resolution like that? The Gemara said, there's one guarantee in that solution, which is what? Someone's lying, right? Someone's lying. So how can you lie? The Shmuel is essentially what you're saying is we're going to allow for someone to definitively take a Shmuel's shot. Someone's lying. Because Ella, who knows about Shmuel? Rather, again, Banana is proposing the following idea. Banana says the Chen is entitled to collect from me without a Shmuel. He's able to collect everything without a shivua. The Haim Noklin Shiva the shivua. And ultimately, again, they're also able to collect without a shivua. This is fascinating. So essentially, the Banana says everyone collects without a shivua. Right? Fascinating. Again, remember, just the Mishnah. It's a very detailed Mishnah, but they're obviously going to put them in the bones and the Gemara. Next, another case, I go to the Chenveni. I say, Chenveni, I'd like to purchase a dinar's worth of produce. But not so low. So the Chenveni gives produce. Amaro, takes a dinar. So what happens? The Chenveni says, okay, not pay me. Amaro, not the lacha from the sato. So what happens? I say, I paid you. I gave you the money, you put it in your pouch. In other words, I paid him already. So let's say over here, so in this case over here, I swear I paid the Chenveni with the dinar. Okay, I swear that I paid him, and then I exempt myself. Amar lo, pay me as aperos. So we'll see what happens in the fifth case. Let's say, same case, I go over to the Chenveni. I like to purchase a dinar of produce. So again, in this case over here, I give him the dinar. Now I give me the produce. I don't know. The whole lot was sold based on. So he says, I give you the produce. I gave you the produce already. Like what's you already took it home. So what's the halacha? Yishava Chenveni. The Chenveni swears that he gave the produce. So once I say interestingly enough, if you notice over here, the Tanakama has this in case number 1. In case number one, where ultimately again the Chenveni is claiming the dinar. So ultimately, again, the Balabayis goes ahead and exempts himself. In case number two, where again claims that he already gave the produce, so the Chenveni swears that ultimately again he gave the produce. Rabbi Yehuda says no. He says, "Kol shaperos yado al ha'ayon." Rabbi Yehuda says, "Whoever is in possession of the has the upper hand." Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. So Rashi is in the short things about 5 lines there. Kol shaperos yado al ha'ayon. Areisha the cunning yishava balabayis. And in fact, Rashi understands that Rabbi Yehuda is really arguing on the first, right? What was the first case? The first case over here was where they did not pay him, right? So ultimately, so the Kama said that the balabas should swear that ultimately paid. So in this case over here, Rabbi Yehuda says true. Rabbi Yehuda says that halacha l'maisa, again, the way that the Chenveni would have given the produce is how is if he would have the general or people don't give mercy unless they have first received payment. So in this case over here, if it has the produce already, chances are he paid, and therefore halacha l'maisa, again, he does not swear to the fact that he paid. Now Rashi points out over here, this is all presupposing by the Chenveni who does not extend credit. After extending credit is the math on this. Again, we'll see next. I'm on the Shulchani to a money changer, and I say to him, I say to the money changer, give me change. I'm asking for change, right? Go ahead and give me a dinar in smaller denominations of coins. So ultimately, again, the Shulchani gives it. So the Shulchani says, okay, I gave you your change, now dinar. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Shulchan say to the money changer, I gave it to you. I gave it to you. I gave you and I saw you for Shalom Balabais. The Balabais swear that he goes ahead, that he went ahead. So this is the same thing as the Chenveni case. It's just using money. First, that ultimately I gave you the money. No solo dinar. So let's say, so now dinar, I want to give me a samos. So what happens again now? This is the reverse case. Money changer, okay, give me my change. I gave you the change. What's the law? Shulchan. Ultimately, again, has to swear that in fact me the change. Rabbi Yehuda is in direct Shulchan Yisr, actually Yitar. So we'll say Rabbi Yehuda's sheet is the same. Rabbi Yehuda says, do not give change unless, of course, what? They get the money first. So we'll see, this is Rabbi Yehuda's sheet, which is Rabbi Yehuda says the same way that a Chenveni, a shopkeeper, does not give merchandise unless he gets paid first. The Shulchan ultimately again does not give change unless of course he gets the thing first. So therefore, the sheet is whoever is in possession of the item, whether the item be the price or the item is the change, has the upper hand in this sheet. Incredible. All right, so let's go back there. So now remember again, this is an interesting case of Pogemus Ksuvasa. What's Pogemus Ksuvasa? So Rashi over here, look at Rashi. Kishin Sha'amru, Mishkin Hiben Tekas Ksuvis, Bimotzia Shtar Ksuva, Umoda Shekidwa Mitzasa, Benimtza Shinmoch Al Shtar Ksubasa. Toin doctrine is Kapakura, so take out the shore. So what's the case of Pogemus Ksuvas like this? A woman admits, like Reuben is married to Rachel. We actually haven't had Reuben and Rachel in a very up until now, right? And so what happens? So Reuben to Rachel, and Rachel claims, Rachel would make partial payment of her ksuba. Now that's a case of what's called Poge means like you diminish, or you All right, stop talking. Pogemus means almost like a little bit, like a coke puddle. When you drink from it, like you can't use it, you've undermined it. So the idea over here is now there's a document, right? And in that document it says that Reuben owes his wife 200 tuz, or whatever the amount of the ksuva is. When she admits that she's received partial payment on that ksuva, what she's effectively done is she shows that document is no longer valid in the way that it's written. So she's undermined the effectiveness of that document. Now again, that she's doing that, right? Rachel's doing that because again, she's owed partial payment of that document. So the Gemara says this. Gemara says, so now I will say, now in that case over here, this means is if she wants to go ahead and collect any more of her ksuba. Now remember, at that point, once she's admitted that she's received partial payment, so really the document itself, it's not that it's void, but that it can't really be used for any further collection purposes. So how does Rachel collect the rest of her ksuba? With the shvua. She's got to swear. That's how she collects. Furthermore, if a single witness comes along and then Rachel received her ksuba, right? So it says Rachel received her ksuba. What does an Eidach do? Remember again, Halakha L'maisa again is only valid to require Shuvah now. So Eidach comes along and says Rachel got paid for her ksuba. Okay, it's not. If Rachel wants anything else, she's going to have to take a Shuvah. In general, again, if a person will say this is true for ksuba, but this is true for anything else as well. If you want to collect from encumbered property, or if you want to collect from the possessions of women, you can only collect with a shvua. And if Franz shalom b'fanav, similarly again, if a woman is going to collect her ksuba, the presence of her husband, she requires it. Unless it actually points out that in what case, let's say the husband is overseas, he sends his wife a ksuba, his guest, so now she wants to collect her ksuba, she can collect her ksuba even if he's overseas, and she can only collect a shvua. The thing is, so many through Ella B'Shvua, so right? Orphans can only collect. Now, what we're going to see, really referring to is if you have orphans, or again, we have this, whenever we think about orphans, we think about young children, and this is something that just means their father died. They're collecting the debt of their father, or they're collecting something owed to their father. They can only collect with the Shvua. And what's the Shvua? So again, we've seen this concept many times before. Remember, in halakha, there's tension. What's the tension? Father dies, right? It's on Yaakov. Yaakov dies, Yaakov leaves behind sons, Reuven, Shimon, and Levi. Now, Reuven, Shimon, and Levi want to collect the debts of their father. So what happens? What's the issue? What's the tension? The tension is that we assume that children are often not versed in the affairs of the estate of their father. Right? So therefore, again, there's just a little bit of concern. Maybe they don't really know what's going on. So any time that someone wants to collect the debt of their father, they have to do so with the shvua. Interestingly enough, what's the shvua? Here the Mishnah, we've seen this, but now the Mishnah adds on some very interesting details. The Mishnah says over here, shvua shakadnu abba. We swear that our father ever told us that his debt was paid. But Amar Lana Abba, our father never told us that his debt was paid. So our father never charged us. In other words, he never gave us instructions that his debt was paid. He never told us that our debt was paid. And we never found with the paperwork any indication this outstanding debt paid. So it's very interesting. So what they're swearing is, to the best of our knowledge, Father never told us that this debt that is due to us was paid. Or we are coming to cut on this. Rabbi Yochanan says, in other words, you might have thought that this only applies alive at the time that their father was alive. Maybe let's say a son is born after the death of his father. Maybe he for sure should not be able to collect the debts of Kamashwan. He takes a shvur to the best of his knowledge. Again, these debts have never been paid, and therefore he has the ability to go ahead and collect it. Incredible. This is very interesting. If the witnesses who said father said on his deathbed, this debt has never been paid. Father saying Yaakov said, Yitzchak owes me money, and debt has not. The children can collect even without the shvuah. The shvuah. What do you say? What's the shvuah when it comes to the children collecting on the debts owed to their father? The shvuah is the mechanism that ensures that the children do their due diligence, because since there's concern that children don't know the affairs of their father's estate, that they may or may not have clarity. The shvuah ensures that they will and do have clarity. But Allah but maybe exclusively clear on his deathbed, right? That again, Yitzchak owes money, and this debt has never. The children could collect on that without a shvuah. Incredible. This is riveting. So now there's another category. So remember again. So this whole Mishnah section of the Mishnah. Detail over here. I will say now. We've always been focusing on one basic item. A shvuah a shvuah is triggered something. We're cleaning something, and sometimes again, one of the mechanisms that we use to go ahead and resolve a disputed claim is a shvuah. Now, there's another type of shvuah. This type of shvuah doesn't require a claim, but could just be at the insistence of one of us. Watch this case. That's what it means. These are the people who could swear, or who could be ordered to swear, even without a claim. Who is this? Hashutfin. So we're going to see all of these cases aside, but this is actually fascinating. So let's say you're in a partnership with someone. Either partner could always order the other partner to swear about matters of the business, even without a defined claim. Arisi, sharecroppers, apatrop, executors of an estate. Isha, Anosa, Banosanas Kusochabai is a woman who runs the household, right? She does business within the household. Then Habai, a son, ultimately makes for the household. So let's say in all of these cases, what's the chaf? Access to assets, and often unlimited access. As a result, what's say in our life is we all need something, right? We all need something to keep us honest. So it would be nice to think, like the mission of it says, no one is above you. Ayin Ra, a seeing eye, Ozen Shomas, a listening ear, everything I do is written down. What's the point of that Mishnah, Mosai? What's the point of it? The point of the Mishnah is, keeps me honest. Well, at least it tries to keep me honest. Right? That Lamai everything I say, everything I do is heard, is seen, is mamish written down. That's the new one. Right? That's what we're calling accountability. Is even that, and even that, if ourselves doesn't really work all of the time. All of us need some level of accountability. In all of these cases, these people have access to all assets. Right? So again, partners, sharecroppers, executors, a woman who's running the household, a son who's running the household, all of these people have unlimited access. So let's say that could be a recipe of disaster. The person can misappropriate, the person can move stuff around, the person can do things they're not supposed to do. So let's say, now what can happen? So again, let's say for example in a partnership. So I go to Ruben, the partner goes to Ruben and says, Ruben, I want you to swear. Now again, what exactly I'm asking Ruben to swear, we'll have to see in the Gemara. Sounds like what I'm asking. I swear that you have not misappropriated anything. So Ruben says to me, what are you cleaning? So name me shit to shove me. So I say to Ruben, I just want you to swear to me. What's the law? Ruben's high. So it sounds like an honesty oath, right? Swear to me that you have not misappropriated any assets. And if ultimately, again, I say that to Ruben, that triggers a shua that Ruben has to take care of. It's incredible. And by the way, so Ruben can say that, well, what do you think I did wrong? I say, it's just a partnership. This is a partnership. Shua. So this is halacha myself. Mishnah says he has to swear. Even though, again, in this case, there's no defined claim. However, Chalko Ashut Ashotun values. I'll say now, the ability to trigger this claim is only so far as the partnership or the sharecropping or any of these relationships are currently intact. Once the relationships have been dissolved, so neither party has the ability to make the other take a retroactive shua. So let's say Ruben and I dissolve our partnership, and then again, months later, I say, Ruben, I want you to swear to me that when we were partners, you did not misappropriate any money. The only ability to trigger this shua is when we are actively engaged in the shua. However, an interesting exception, so let's say this is very interesting. However, if let's say we dissolve the partnership, I cannot ask him to swear about our partnership. But let's say again, Ruben and I get into another issue. I deposit something with Ruben. Ruben claims that the object was stolen. I shvua sapikadon. Once he's taking a shvua, it's because of Gilgul. What does Gilgul shvua say? Gilgul shvua says, I'm already swearing about essentially we could pile other claims as we want during that shvua as well. So let's say again, Neville was stolen. I want him to swear he really did not misappropriate it. Add on to that a shvua about the times that we were incredible. Also, the Mishnah ends off. Shmita cancels. Now, what exactly means, we'll have to see. Quite intriguing. Okay, we'll say, that's the Mishnah. Let's remember again, how did the Mishnah start? The Mishnah started with the statement that any biblical oath, the way it works is you swear, and by swearing, you exempt yourself from pain. Says, how do we know that? So we know on the Amar Kra, first of the widest lines, the Amar Kra says, because once the part says, the person will swear, they won't pay. So who would have paid? He takes the shvua, and by taking the shvua, he exempts himself from the obligation to pay. Incredible. To the people ultimately who swear and take. Remember again, one of the most interesting things over here is in what we're calling protections. But it's really incredible to see that Chazal has these fantastic sensitivities to really go ahead and protect those who may be most vulnerable. It's fascinating. So for example, great example that is ksuba, because certainly again the whole yisod of ksuba, interest of a woman who would have been exceptionally vulnerable in a case of divorce or in a case of being widowed, and also this employee protection right. What does the Mishnah say? Right? If the Mishnah says, what was the case again? What's the again? I work for Ruben and say, Ruben, I want to get paid. So I say, no, you didn't. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? I swear, and I get paid. How would you have passed it? Be the posted, right? I would say, Ruben, you owe me my money. What's halacha? What's the simple, right? This is what we're talking about. Big money, okay. Prove it. So this is incredible. So Chazal said, in this case, we don't say what's in the Chadar Lavaraya. In this case, to the employee, if you're willing to swear, all you need to do is swear you did not get paid, and you will get paid. That's tremendous. So Gemara, listen to this. So Maishnos here, so what's unique about an employee? In other words, why did Chazal do this? Right? This really is a tremendous change. It just is the basic way that the law should unfold. Why did Chazal do this? I'm going to read Shmuel. Halachos kidolos shan. So Shmuel said these are big halachos that we're passing over here. You want to see one second. Halachos, honey. I'm sorry. Halachos, hanyo kasaninu. So this is halachos. In general, halacha means biblical. Is this a biblical law? No. This is not a halacha. So again, terminology is very important. Halacha means biblical. This is a takana. What does that takana mean? What does takana mean? Tirabanan. So the Gemara says, Kidolos, Mechladi Tikanos. So I understand what these big takanas the small takanos, the takanos I like, the takanos I do, takanos I don't do. Right? What does that mean? Again, we're getting the right verbiage now. Halacha, it's a dog. But what do you mean when you say it's a big takano? Amr Nachman, Amr Shmuel, takanos kuros shanukan. No. Rather, what we mean to say over here is what's called takanos kivlos. Chazal are creating a last piece of legislation. So the Gemara says, listen to this. Mishum Balabayis, the Shajua Aschir Mishum Kedechaya. What happened over here? Again, really Chazal took Balabayis, right? Really, he should have been the one who swore that he already paid, right? And they gave it to the employee. Why? Mishum Kedechaya. So they say they want a happen, which is they want the employee to know that he has a way to ensure that he gets, right? In other words, the power is in his hands. If he's going to take that Shmuel, ultimately, again, he will get paid. So you must understand. Again, is that fair? Again, I got it. We want to secure employees' rights. But because we want to secure employees' rights, we should be employer the Balabai at disadvantage. So you know, Balabai is no. It's actually in the best interest of the employee that if the employer of the employer, that if the employee wants to swear, then he get his wages. Why? So remember again, every employer, what does every employer need? What does every employer need? Employees. Right? So now, again, for the employer, it also works well that the employee is able to get paid. Why? Because that means people are going to be more willing to hire themselves out. Again, everyone knows that there is a shortage of good people. There's a shortage of people. No, it's not really a shortage of good people. It's just a shortage of people who want work, right? So again, so therefore, again, this whole thing, right? The labor market, it's everything tied together. So in other words, it's called progression over here. Chazal said we want to legislate through the employee. So the employee knows that if there's ever a salary dispute, the employee he swears. And he gets paid. No second. So that's isn't that a disadvantage to the employer? No. Since the employee gets paid, therefore what? He'll be more willing to work. Because he's more willing to work, that's good news for the employer. So therefore, everyone is happy. Adrabah, just the opposite. So you know, second. If you give this to the Balabayas, that might work better for the employee. Why? Because then if the employer has the ability to swear and control payroll, he'll be more willing to hire employees, which means work will be more available, pay will be more available, to which the Gemara says, no. Balabayas bal karchei odir. Then I will say, the employer is always at a disadvantage. Why? The work does regardless. Needs people. So the Gemara says, but the employee also has an advantage. Why? Because he also needs a job. Ella, what's going on over here? Here we go. Ella Balabayis, Tarut Bakalafu. So let's say here's the issue. Deep down, but really, we feel it's actually happening over here is there are confusions about payroll. Why does this all happen over here? There's nothing actually, there's nothing illicit occurring. By the way, what happens, the employer employs a bunch of people. And remember what happens. So again, I employ Ruben and just in the course of the paycheck, I thought that I paid Ruben, but maybe I did it. It's really just an honest mistake because I was concerned with this. So because we were concerned about the power of employee to swear about whether or not he got paid. So again, we could attribute sometimes the confusion to just an mistake, and therefore we give the power to the employee to swear. So the Gemara says, so that's the case. Why not believe the employee even with that shvua? Right? If we're assuming over here, there's nothing, like no one's no one's trying to pull any shenanigans, right? There's no shtick over here. But rather, again, just the employer gets a little bit, scared. Gets just a little bit overwhelmed with running his business. And then he thought he paid this one, he didn't pay this one, so really comes along. So I didn't get paid. So that's okay, take a short, she didn't get paid. If that's the case, I really believe, why not allow the employee to get paid without a shua? No, hold up there. That's not fair to the employer. Right? Now, again, if Ruben is willing to wear that he did not pay, then fine. Then fine, and the Balabayas will take him at his word. We're not going to without a shua. So they laid the Adrian. Is that a better idea? Why not say that part of Hilchos payroll is that when you pay your employees, you should have to pay with witnesses. Right? You save a lot of time. Based on the time and effort. So, right, post payroll, you pay them from the witnesses, which the Gemara says, no, that's a different. Let's say, can you hear a person who's running a large business, and every single time he pays his employees, people may be on different pay schedules. Every time he pays his employees and witnesses, that's too much. Almost is interesting. The late say made Kara, so this is fascinating. Just prepay your employees, right? Just in the beginning of the day, there's no problem. But let's say, I just want to tell you something amazing. What's fascinating is there must have been such a dramatically different work ethic in times of the Gemara. Right? Do this today. Are you out of your mind? You're going to prepay employees? Oh, but here, take this, right? Here, you know what? Here's today's pay. It's just floating this idea to me that, somewhat, that this is actually viable. It's incredible. Now, it would be beautiful to think that people would be so committed and so committed to their task. But again, it's pointing out the fact that it's a Havamina means that, again, in the Gemara, they actually entertain this possibility. So, essentially, now, the idea is that confusion occurs. Confusion occurs because maybe at the end of the day, or the end of whatever payroll is happening, there's a lot of this. The Gemara says, aren't you in the confusion that every employee goes in shows up at the beginning of the day, the Balabai is them. Here's shekel, here's your money, right? Here's the wages, Hatzlacha, go out, make it a great day, right? So now why don't we just do that? So the Gemara says, no, this is interesting. Shnei notes in Ba'akafa. No one wants to prepay. No one wants to prepay. Now let's say a little bit, Hakafa means credit. Now why does no one want to prepay? So Rashi points out to us something very interesting. So the Balabai employer doesn't want to pay. Why? Because someone doesn't need, right? Someone doesn't have that money, won't have that money for the end of the day. And interestingly enough, an employee doesn't want that money either, right? Why? Because that means the whole day now, he's got to keep his pay, his wages in his pocket. He doesn't want to do that, right? He said he wants to, at the end of the day, go ahead and get paid after this. What's incredible? If that's the case, Akilu Katsatsnami. So let's say, so at the end of the day, so let's say, so now I find out over here. So here's what's happening. The Mishnah told us, I go over to Ruben and say, Ruben, I work for you for the day, you owe me $100. He says, I paid you, no, you didn't. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? I swear, the employee swears that I did not get paid, and Ruben is obligated to pay me. Ruben is halacha. Why did Chazal institute this? Why? Because the assumption was that Ruben is very busy with his business. He thought he didn't really, and therefore Chazal gave the power to the employee to go ahead and extract his wages through a shmir. So if that's what this is about, that the employer just he's tolerant. He's fatumot. He's got a lot going running his business. And they're not trying to cheat me. He just maybe is not keeping track of everything. So I think the short to clarify that, then that the halacha should be the same thing as a dispute about the amount of wages owed. So let's say in the Mishnah's case, I'm saying to Ruben, you owe me money for today's work. Ruben said, I paid you, right? Now let's say, but if the logic that we just espoused is correct, then even if the dispute is how much money, then we should also say that I should take a shoe to extract my wages. Yet, I'll tell you, why did we learn about say, maybe I have 45b. Second line. So what happens? I say, Ruben, so right at the end of the day, you agreed to pay me $200. I only agreed to pay you $100. What's that? So the Gemara says, Hamotzi Mirayla. Why? So in that case, what do again? Ruben's going to pay me the $100. That Ruben owes me another $100. Then Allah say again, the burden of proof is on me, the employee, got the money. But 1 second, why don't we say employer is often occupied with the details of running his business, and he messed up. I should be able to swear. He contracted me for $200. That's it. Yeah, over here it's very interesting. Never said, an employer may get confused about whether or not he pays. The one thing he always knows is what? How much he agreed to pay to every person. So there's a website. Here's what's interesting. In other words, the assumption always is that an employer knows that I agree to pay you. But I may get confused is, did I pay you or not? Right? That case the Mishnah. The case the Mishnah is, right, Ruben not disputing that I'm a contracted employee for $100. What he's disputing? What he's disputing is, he says, I paid you already. I say, you didn't pay me already. So then Chazal said, okay, take the shua that I didn't get paid, and I can extract the payment. But when it comes to the amount that's paid, then we assume the employer is crystal clear on it. And if I want to claim that he owes me money, you agreed to pay me $200, then halakha. So ultimately, again, that's on me, the employee, to extract. So the Gemara says, "Ihaki, ha'ilu avers mano." Now, in that case, then even if the window, let's remember again, we saw this back in our Sanhedrin days. What's the halacha? Because you have to pay wages in a timely fashion. Now, again, the definition of timely depends on what? The nature of the employee, of the employment, excuse me. Right? Is it a labor? Is it a weekly labor? A yearly labor? So all that depends. So a lot of time, why did we learn? Avers mano v'lo nasono, hareze eno nishba v'nota. So let's say this is very interesting. So let's say this whole idea of nishba v'nota, interestingly enough, applies if I'm claiming my wages within the way that I'm supposed to get paid. So let's say I'm a day laborer. So let's say a laborer, what's considered the window of payment? Right? So let's say I work by day, he pays me that night. But the no-tell, let's say, so Sunday I work for Ruben, Sunday I go to Ruben and say, Ruben, you didn't pay me. Ruben says, yes, I did. I can swear that I did not get paid, and ultimately I didn't collect wages right back. And however, interestingly enough, the Brisa says over here that if I wait till Monday, ultimately again, halacha can't swear and extract money. That then reverts back to what? Why? Chazaka ein balabayis over the Baal Torah. Wow. So we'll say there's an employer pays his workers. So we'll say, so this is really riveting. So just kind of like to put this together. So let's say like this. There's a general concern. The employer is going to be busy with running his business, and it's possible to think that he made his worker when he didn't really pay his worker. Now that's possible. So therefore, Chazal said, employee, and you're coming to claim your wages. Right? Now if he says, I don't know, you're coming to claim your wages when? The window when they are collectible, and say I didn't get paid. Ruben says, I didn't pay you. I can swear that I didn't get paid, and but interestingly enough, that takana is only in the window of payment. If let's say I wait till Monday morning and now I come to Ruben and say, Ruben, you didn't pay me. Ruben says, yes, I did. The halacha side with Ruben, the employer. Why? Chazaka, that an employer, Chazaka, that an employer pays his employees on time. That's chazaka. And therefore, again, if I employee want to claim otherwise, do I have the ability to use it? Can I? Sure. I can make the claim, but it's a motzini chavero alai. So the Gemara says, listen to this. We just said before, but about the fact that the employer is busy with the details of running his business. So why don't they say even maybe he just missed the bill for paying? And maybe So say this is before this man, right, the time that he's needed to pay comes about. Again, when the time for pay actually comes, we assume that the Balabayas is on top of this, and ultimately, again, his employees in the meantime. So let's say, so family construct we have over here, right? So during this time when the actual employees owe his money, Chazal made a takana, can swear and get paid. The window for proper payment, halakha is the chazaka then the employer paid his workers, and if a worker works to the contrary, incredible. So one second. So you're telling me now. So let's just put me on bones over here. I said I work for Ruben on Sunday. Ruben owes me $100. So now what happens? I show up. So if I show up Sunday night, I can swear and get paid. If I show up Monday morning, then what's the halacha? What's that? Why? Because Chazak thought that Ruben, my ears, doesn't feel like paying me place. 1 second. But when I come on Monday morning and pay my wages, don't I have a chazaka that I'm honest, steal stuff from people? The Gemara says, I'm sorry, if he suffered of the Shabbat, so the guy buys, he could say chazaka. So the Gemara saying it like this. They say, I don't have a chazaka. What's my chazaka? That I'm honest. You're saying the chazaka is that the Balabayas doesn't violate the lane paying wages. Got it. I was a chazaka that I don't steal stuff. Everybody has to at least some chazaka, right? And my chazaka is I don't steal stuff. If that's the case, I should have a chazaka that vests me believe it perfectly on my wages even Monday morning. Let's say, watch this. Balabais is a trade chazaka. Balabais has two chazakas. Right, number one, chazak the in balabais only about talent. Right, so let's say ultimately again, chazaka number one is that the balabais does not delay paying his wages. The chada is mashes chada. So what's the second chazaka? Second chazaka is that people generally delect their wages. Like I was say, generally people don't say, you know what, I'm supposed to get paid. I'll get around back to that when I have a chance. Right? So these two chazaka. Number one, a balabais does not delay paying wages, and chazaka number two is employees do not delay collecting their wages. So therefore, because the Balabais has those two chazakas, it's true that the worker has one chazaka. What's his chazaka? He doesn't steal. But the two of the Balabais outweigh the worker ultimately of the steal. So it's a more qualifications to this rule. Let's say furthermore, this whole thing over here, right? This whole thing, that going back to the so now let's go back to the mission. What's the original takana? So the original is I work for Ruben on Sunday. I finish my day of work. I come down and say, I'm coming Sunday night. I say, Ruben, pay me the $100 only. Ruben says, I'm sorry I paid you already. What's halacha? I swear and collect the payment. So if nothing comes along and says, by the way, that's only true when Ruben hired me in front of witnesses. So there are witnesses that I was in the employ of Ruben. Listen to this. Let's say Ruben hired me without witnesses. Right? So which I will say means what? Which means what? There is no independent verification of my employment. Right? There's no legal proof that I was ever employed by Ruben. In that case, we talk Shiyacholomar lo skatifa me'olam, Yacholomar skatifa besaki l'cha skareh. So I will say, this is incredible. I will say, listen to this. There's a migo. What's the migo? So listen to this. All of this is, right? So I work for Ruben on site, and I come Sunday night to go ahead and claim my wages. So now the Mishnah says, it's a takana. Ruben says, I paid you. I say, I didn't get paid. I swear that I didn't get paid. I collect my money. When is that? When there is independent legal verification of my employment, right? Because then Ruben has to acknowledge that at least in some way he owes me. He claims he didn't pay me. But if there's no indication of my employment, then Ruben has a migo. His migo. When I show up Sunday night and I say, Ruben, you owe me $100 for working for you today. Ruben could say to me, who are you? Right? I shall need to. Right? You work. I don't think we have any type of relationship. So because he has that ego, therefore what? He's believed to say incredible. So let's say, so again, that statement was made by Rav Nachman, right, in the name of Shmuel. Amar le Rav Yitzchak, Yasher. Rav Yitzchak says, Shkoyach. Right? Excellent. And Rabbi Yochanan said this same idea as well. Right? So Rav Nachman said its name of Shmuel. And again, Rabbi Yochanan said this idea. So the Muslim, well, the Polygalei Reish Lakish. Interestingly enough, so Rabbi Yochanan said this. Now, in general, Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish were disputing this, right? So we assume that because ultimately Rabbi Yitzchak is quoting the same Rabbi Yochanan, that Reish Lakish disagreed. So the Gemara doesn't do so. So it's incredible. Some say that when this conversation was happening in the Medrash, so what happened? Reish Lakish heard it, right? But he was drinking. So he was silent, not because he agreed or disagreed. He was silent ultimately because he was having a drink, was drinking something. So you can't drink and speak at the same time. So by the way, just so incredible, right? How often we read into people's reactions, what that people do, read narratives all the time, people's behaviors that may or may not be correct. But it's fascinating. We build entire narratives over what perceived people to be doing or not doing. So now Reish Lakish doesn't say anything when they say that Rabbi Yochanan, he didn't say anything because he was drinking a glass of, right? The guy was drinking a glass of water. He just couldn't respond at the time that things could on the other side. Nisha Avishasik, like others say no. When Rabbi Yochanan was saying his piece, Reish Frank show as he was speaking and allowed him to finish up his thought before he went ahead and weighed in. Incredible. Okay, so incredible. So again, just another support to this, this whole yesod, right, of the ability of the MP to take a shvu, collect payment, is only his independent legal version of his employment status. But if there is no independent of his employment status, then when confronted by getting paid, Reuben could easily say, I don't know who employed you. Since he had ego, therefore he leaves ultimately to say that I pay you but I pay you already as well. Amrai Bachama, Kama Mal. So the Gemara says, "Kama ma'al yahash my son." Right? How beautiful is this statement? Amali Rava, my mal yusa. Ultimately, again, so I said, what's the mile over here? So the Gemara says, "In came shvuas shomen b'chayi brachmana." How do you eradicate the shvuas shomen? The most Shvuah shomer means I deposit something with someone to watch over it. And now again, let's say for example, it's a shomer, chinam, shomer, so whatever type of shomer it is, there's different levels of liability. Now I come to collect my objects. Let's take the case of a shomer chinam, right? The shomer chinam claims that it was stolen. Now technically speaking, an unpaid customer is part of forgiving of So the Gemara says, listen to this. So how can you ever have a shvuah shomer? This is the actual mitach shefalot. So how you dvar me'olam? Yaakov lomer lo ne'ens. So let's say, listen to this. Salach l'maisa again. It must be that in general, in order to be able to make a lot of these claims against him, the relationships have been made with people. Right? I will say a typical case of a shomer. I think it's a shomer again. I did something with Reuven. I said, Reuven, watch my lawnmower, right? So now Reuven's a shomer. He's an unpaid custodian. So I'm back to get my lawnmower. Reuven says, I'm so sure, okay? I say, fine, I don't believe you, but I don't. And therefore, again, you're a shomer. You should swear the lawnmower was stolen and you didn't misappear it. So let's say, so what stops Reuven from saying to him, who are you? Well, you got what? All of these cases where there's an obligation must be where these relationships are concretized in presence of Aiden. Because without independentification, if a relationship ever existed, all of these people have a migo. What's the migo? Well, you never gave me a lawnmower. So it must be that even just in a typical case of a shomer, the whole way that it's happening is only if I deposited the object with Reuven in front of witnesses. It's fascinating. I never really thought about this before, but now this kind of sheds light on all these things. Don't she have a lawnmower? Right, so ultimately, again, the claim could deny the whole thing. I never took a lawnmower. Therefore, he should be believed to say that ultimately what? It was an extenuating circumstance. The Abki Mubaidin, or Mitok Shiach Alomar Lo, I'm sorry, Mitok Shiach Alomar Lo, Hechlacha, Yoch Alomar Lo, dance. The Abki said, okay, we'll stop over for today because we'll pick up with this case of Shomim Mitashem tomorrow because it goes on till say, but again, what's fast, so again, just here on the construct. Right? So the Mishnah introduces us the Shvuah, rabbinic Shvuah, specifically for the employee. Shvuah, I work for Reuben Sunday. Reuben owes me $100. I go to Reuben Sunday night to collect my money. Reuben says, I paid you. The halacha assumes that Reuben is busy running the business, so maybe he forgot that he paid me. Therefore, what did Chazal say? I'm allowed to swear that I did not get paid, and I'm allowed to my payment. But now, I said two caveats. Number one, when am I showing up? Sunday night. If I wait to collect payment, then what? Then I can't collect. Why? Because Reuben has two chazak working for. Number one, chazak number one, Salabai does not delay paying his employees, and employees do not wait to collect their wages. Furthermore, the only time the Shvuah works is when this employment was solidified in the presence of witnesses. But if it was not solidified in the presence of witnesses, then does not have to pay the migo. He could claim, I never saw you before in my life. And because he has that migo to him that I never saw before in my life, therefore he wouldn't have to pay his say. And now we're going to see how we apply this concept of idus to general cases of showman as well. Shkayach, everyone. All right, Chavon, especially again, Chavon should be a week of his own struggles to shmir for all of you and for your families. Halavai, complete victory, bracha for all of Israel.
Guess what? My name is Jose Diaz, and I'm from Union City, New Jersey, with my third cousins. Come on, my human Wells, and that nephew, I don't know how mad he's son. And he goes, my cousin is your father's uncle. So he goes, listen, bro, it's bad for each other, because I can't give you
all right, Jose, good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Association of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim and drums this year as a zechut for the son of Stavos. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan, Stephen Sarizim, loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin, Voda, Bas, and we have learning sponsors for today, Alan and Sherry Steinmetz, commemorating the yard site of Alan's mother, Chaya Mayor, all of the nations talking on the families and the fellow, all those who refuse to have one together, and as Hashem is called for the Israel. All of our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karach. Of course, as we emerging out of Eretz Yisrael, we hope that the Rebbe Shalom will give our holy and precious souls this Mosiyat B'Shmaya as they execute their holy mission. And Eretz Hashem shows in Eretz Yisrael. We should be Zilchan Eretz Hashem that this current phase of the war should bring incredible bracha, hatzlocha, simcha, shalom, and safety for our Bnei Yisrael and for all of our Yisrael. And we'll say that, let us begin. So today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are picking up in Hashem at the Mishnah, Mem days on the day 42b. Mishnah. So, okay, so as you continue a little bit, we see as follows. So these are the areas for which there is no shua. Right, so these arises, so it should not be used as a method of resolution. These areas. Ha'avadim, if there's a dispute regarding Avadim and Evad, Hashtaras, documents, Karkos, land, real estate, Hagdishos. Hagdish halacha. Furthermore, so again, if there were to be any type of conflict regarding these particular areas, halacha l'meisa, there would be no din of shvua. Furthermore, the common denominator of these particular areas is also ein bahem tashlu. There's no din of keto in any of these situations. In other words, the halacha is a person steals something, they deny that they sold it, they're caught with the stolen item, they have to pay double. The 4 and 5 time penalty payment is halal again in the case of stealing and slaughtering sheep or cattle. The additional penalty payment you have to pay. Next, shomer pinot. So again, therefore, this first line over here, avodim shtaras karkaos hekdeshos. Ultimately, no shvua, no kefal for the chamisha in all of those scenarios. Okay, next, shomer pinot ein mishpat. So the halal is a shomer pinot to not be made to swear over the mitzvah. No say sachar, a shomer sachar, ein u'shamim. Ultimately, again, doesn't pay. Again, we're going to finalize these cases in the Gemara session. The Rishon says, "Kachim shechai b'chayuson nishpain alein, v'she'eino chai b'chayuson ein nishpain alein." So it's very interesting. The Rishon comes along and says as follows: when it comes to kachim, remember again, because kachim were excluded, we kind of told. So when it comes to hagdish, there's no shua by hagdish. The Rishon says it depends on the nature ultimate of the hagdish. If it's, for example, if it's karbanos for which you are responsible, then halacha l'maisa you could. If you're not responsible, if you don't have to take a shua, what does that mean? Karbanos I'm responsible for. Karbanos I'm not responsible for. I will say it's very interesting. To go to Rashi, it's Rashi on the left hand side. 10 lines up on the bottom of Rashi. Kachim shechai b'chayuson kigon. Harei alai ola v'hefesh behema l'nidra v'kida l'zeh nishpa also shapikata liyadon t're'en karina be'hidav ragan. We'll get to the best type. So again, here's the distinction. There's a difference between saying alai and harei zu. Right? Let's say I want to offer a particular animal as a nidava, as a gift offering. If I say harei alai karban, then what's happening over here? I'm taking upon myself responsibility to bring the carbon, which means, let's say I say harei alai and designate this animal, right? This animal. The animal dies. So because I said harei alai, the responsibility is upon me, therefore even if it dies, I have an obligation to replace it. As opposed to identifying an animal and saying what? Harei zu. This is a carbon. What's the halacha? The animal dies in that context. I no longer have any obligation to go and bring anything else. That's halacha l'maisa. Again, the designation was on that devolved upon this animal, and this animal only. So harei alai versus harei, so tremendous skill that in general, when you take an obligation upon yourself, harei alai, the extent of your obligation, rest of your obligation, get it done. You get it done. When you commit yourself to something, right? There's a difference. Something, again, a person can be oriented, or a person can be, so often those things, those lines seem to blur. It's the difference between being committed to personal growth versus being committed to a task. So if you're committed to a task, if the task gets done, it doesn't get done. Okay, sometimes things get in the way. If it's about your personal growth, that's harei alai. Harei alai, there are no excuses. If it's harei alai, the job has to get done. If it's harei alai, no matter what I have to do in order to go out and meet this goal, I will do it. Incredible. So therefore, again, the Shim makes this clear. He says, touch him. If you're fighting the achrais of it, ultimately, again, it's a shua. You're not having the achrais of it, no shua. Right there says, another interesting case. And again, obviously, we'll explain all of this in Gemara. Yish Dvarim Shehin Kikarka, Ve'ina Kikarka. So this is interesting. It says, I should say, Yish Dvarim Shehin Kikarka, Ve'ina Kikarka. And then it says, there are certain things that are in the ground, yet they're not treated like karka. Now, remember, again, I will say, the Mishnah is all connected. How did the Mishnah start out? The Mishnah started out by saying, amongst the things for which there is no shvua, karka real estate is one of those things, right? Just to give you an example of this, right? I said to Ruben, I sold you an acre of land, right? And you owe me $1,000. And Ruben says, you only sold me a half an acre of land, and I owe you $5,000. That's not what limits us, right? Otherwise, we do that. Normally, we would have thought partial admission is a shvua. There's no din of shvua. So now, the miracle is there are certain things that are in the ground, yet they're not considered karka. What's that? Well, this is very interesting. So the Chum disputed this case. Right, Mary, what case are you talking about? Very interesting. I said, I said, Ruben, I gave you 10 laden vines. In other words, vines that are filled with grapes. Vines that are filled with grapes. Right? And Bahalomer, and Ruben says, no, you only sold me 5. So I say, so Meir Mechayit Shua. The Meir says, Mo didn't mix us. Mo didn't mix us partial min, and therefore I think you're going to be Chayit Shua. The Chum on the other hand say, no. Comes in, what are you talking about? It's a karka case. It's a karka case. Right? Because it's a karka case, therefore what? Therefore it limits us. So what the exact point of contention you see in the Gemara in just a little bit. Next. Furthermore, let's say when something you can only be made, can be measured, right? Can be weighed or can be. I love when I say in order to trigger a mode, there has to be a defined claim. What's the definition of mind? Something can weigh, count, or measure. All right. For example, the Gemara says, "Ketzad," is very interesting. Bayis moli masarti l'cha, v'kis moli masarti l'cha. V'alo omer eini odea. So, for example, I say, Ruben, I gave you a house filled with produce, okay? Or I gave you a purse filled with coins, right? And now Ruben says, whatever you gave me, I'm giving back to you. So the Gemara says, in that case, what's the halacha? Ultimately, again, Ruben's pater was more than us. Why? Because Lamai said this is not a defined claim. Saying I gave you a house full of produce, I gave you a bag full of money, that is not a defined claim. Remember, the definition of defined is midah mishminyan, weight, measure, number. Saying a pouch full, like a purse, a house full, that's not enough. On the other hand, listen to this. On the other hand, if I say to Ruben, good. The house filled with produce, and the house I gave you the produce with us up until the beam of the ceiling. And Ruben says no, it only went up to the windowsill. Oh, that's Moses. Why? Because that claim has definition to it, right? That claim again has a measure associated with it. Okay, incredible. Let's go back. Says the Gemara. Now, let's remember again, the Mishnah began by saying that the items, namely again, avodim, shtaras, karkaos, hekdeshos. So slaves, documents, karka, real estate, hekdeshos, hekdesh, these items are not subject to a variety of halachas. Amongst them, kefel, double payment for a thief. So the Gemara says, Tashumi kefel minalan. From where do you know that? How do you know these objects are not subject to kefel? So the Gemara says, the Tan Rabbana we learned, I'll call davar pasha. So basically, the Gemara is putting over here the pasuk, just I'll call davar pasha, I'll shor, I'll chamor, I'll sa, I'll salmo, I'll call aveda shayomar ki huzeh, ada elokim yavod v'ashayim, asher yashiv elokim shalim shnayim l're'eh. So basically, the pasuk we're talking about the din of kefel. If I steal an object, and ultimately, again, I'm caught the object, I have to pay a double payment, right? The penalty payment. So the pasuk goes through a list of examples of items that deal, right? So it gives the example just shar, ox, hamar, donkey, set, sheep, salma, a garment, kol avidash, or any lost object. So actually, we're dashing the pasuk. Here we go. I'll call like for anything with which you sin, cloud. That's a cloud. Al sharvi al chamar v'asavi al salma. That specifies again a donkey, a sheep, a garment, prat. That's a specific statement. I'll call Aveda, then it's Aveda again. So we'll say, what do we have over here? Cloud, uprat, uklal. So whenever you have a uprat, uklal, right? A general statement, a specific statement, and then another general statement. So remember again, in that case, the klal is expansive, the prat is limited. How does this work? The prat defines the scope of the klal. How so? Davar, Shimakol, the Gufa Mamun. So let's say in this case over here, the Prat. Right? What's coming in about the Prat? Shar, Kamar, Ser, Salmo. What's the coming in on? These are all movable objects, the Gufa Mamun, and are inherently valuable. Taltal, Gufa Mamun. Therefore, the Prat sheds light on the cloud, and therefore, again, I'm saying what is included in the din of Ketal? Anything which satisfies these two criteria. And so this halacha l'maisa. How do you not have to pay ketal? If you're involved in an object that number one is movable and number two is inherently valuable. Therefore, the Gemara says, Yatsu avodim shukshu l'karkos. So first it says, Sheni kalkos. Number one, straight out, this is smooth karka. Why is it a smooth karka? Karka is not movable. Next, Yatsu avodim shukshu l'karkos. It excludes avodim because in general, that an evet is always compared to next. Yatsu shtaros. Shalavage and Kalkan in Guvernaman. It excludes shtaros. Why? Because even though shtaros are movable, a shtar is not inherently valuable. And lastly, it excludes why? Re'ehu. Interesting enough, because Pasuk uses Lashon of Re'ehu, the fellow. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, we exclude ultimately again hektish because hektish Re'ehu. So that's the first nugget over here. Why the din of kepa ulti again does not apply to arms? It is learned out from the uprat to cloud. The only thing, so we'll say nugget number one for today. The only thing that kepa applies to has to satisfy two criteria. Number one, davar metalto, movable. Number two, gufa mamon, inherently valuable. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara, below tashlumi abel chamisha. Furthermore, again, there's no 4 or 5 time penalty payments on any of these items as well. My time, I'm sorry, my time, what's the reason for this? But it's eventually out of the Chamisha Amrachmona, below Tashlume Shlosha Ba. Because the Torah said it's a 4 or 5 time penalty payment, not a 3 or 4 time penalty payment. What does that mean? So I'm saying it's simple. Out of the Chamisha, the Malad of the Chamisha, the 4 or 5 time penalty payment, is built on the shoulders of Ketal. Therefore, once you take out Kefel, by definition, you never get to Abba the Chamisha. Right? What does 4 or 5 time penalty payment come? Well, what does it become? What does it become without Kefel? 3 or 4 time penalty payment. There is no din of 3 or 4 time penalty payment. Therefore, once you go ahead, you pull out Kefel, you pull the rug out from under Abba the Chamisha, and therefore, by definition or by extension, it just doesn't apply. Incredible. Shomer Kino Ino Nishba. Unpaid custodian. Shomer will not swear regarding these areas again. Remember, same list. Avodim shtaros, karkos, ekshos. Minahani. From where do we know this? Right? Where is this gleaned from? We'll say top of Mem Gimel, 43a. So very simple. The Gemara says that because we learned Kiyitin ish areehu cloud. Because it's really in the pasuk the Gemara is talking about is the pasuk of Shomachino. In just its entirety, the pasuk is like this: Kiyitin ish areehu kesef al kelim nishmar. The person will deposit with this fellow, literally again, kesef, money, utensils, lishma, to guard. The gunov, I mean, they say, so again, and then it's stolen from the house of the shomer. If they find the thief, once again, the thief has to pay kefil. Here we go. 43. So again, that's statement that a person will give to his fellow. That's a cloud. Kesef money or utensil. Prat. The statement. Lishmar, to guard, Chazer v'Kalal. Klal again, we have over here, Klal, Uprat, Uklal. General statement, a specific statement, and then another statement. So once again, we are genetical experts. So what do I know? How does a Klal, Uprat, Uklal work? Very simple. The Prat modifies Klal. So the Gemara says, so Klal, Uprat, Uklal, I'atadon elakaina. So remember again, the Klal is modified by the Prat. Not Prat, Mutzabahamet, Kalpa, Vagufama, same thing. Same Klal, Uprat, Uklal. So I said, what's unique that the item is mentioned over here in the pasuk? Kesef Okelim, common denominator is Davar Taltal, the movable, and what? Gufamon, inherently valuable. Therefore, I will say, what do I see from here? I've called Davar Hamataltal, the Gufamon. So therefore, I will say, what do I see from here? That Halachalamah can only be held for Shavuot in a case watching something that is and inherently valuable. Therefore, this excludes karka, because karka is not movable. Yatsu avodim, it excludes multi again compared to karka. Yatshtaris, it excludes shtaris. Shiapapishan kalpa in gufan moment. Ultimately, it excludes shtaris. Why? Shtar is movable. A shtar and is not inherently valuable. It excludes hektish. Why? Ehuksid. Because the speaks about again something that's happened with your fellow, and fish is not your fellow. I'll say it's such a fascinating idea. Listen, what does this mean? Maybe it's like a Bedisha. Who's saying already? Rebbe says, Helga Bedisha says, that we often translate Yiras Hashem as fear, Ushbarachu. So the Rebbe says, it can't be that Yiras Hashem is fear. Yeah? So the Rebbe says, because when you fear something, what do? You distance yourself from it. The Rebbe gives examples. For example, a person fears fire. So because I fear fire, therefore, by definition, I distance myself from fire. The Rebbe says, so since we come close to this part, so ultimately again, so why would there be this distance? So the Rebbe says, you're right. It says, Yiras Hashem does not mean fear of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He said, ultimately, ultimately again, like exaltation of putting something on a pedestal. You put something on a pedestal, so by definition, you want to be as close to it as possible. As close as you get, it's always a little bit above you, right? So, but I'm not distant because of fear. I'm ultimately because this thing, this entity, is so great that no matter how close I get, by definition, I'm never going to throw my arms around. The Rebbe says this in the Pasuk, not in Torah. What does Kadosh Baruch Hu tell Moshe? It says, "Klal Yisrael, Klal Yishtach Havisem." You're going to bow, but you're going to bow at a distance. This incredible knowledge with Kadosh Baruch Hu is we're always coming close and always getting closer. But there's always going to be a little bit of a gap between us and Kadosh Baruch Hu. Gap that's caused by fear, right? But a gap because of the pedestal. And again, I, as a mortal, ultimately again could get so close. I'm going to bow, but I'm going to bow at a distance. Fascinating over here, right? These things, because they're also when it comes to all of these halachos, the Torah is not your fellow. Do you know who's not your buddy? Do you know who's not your buddy? You know who's not your HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Right? Hektish is not my buddy. Right? There's a distance. And that distance is necessary for that proper reverence. It's like go you meet the Gadol Hadar. Everybody just decides the Gadol Hadar. Like, well, we'll see what the balance coming. Like, imagine you someone great. Let's say, it's fascinating. What don't you do with someone great? Someone great. You don't throw your arms around, right? As much as this is a place where a lot of hugging goes on, right? Right? But there are people that you're not. This applies to you, not to me. I'm saying, right. It's like there are certain people, you're going to meet them. You're not going to hug them. Why? Because there's a certain reverence. There's a certain reverence that's there, and that's there. It's fascinating, and this is incredibly important because the Rebbe is not my buddy. Therefore, you have to be so careful in understanding that you don't understand what a Kadosh Baruch Hu does. Now, a lot of times people think he has kindness. He did this, he did that, he did that. Those kindness presuppose suppose that I can and I should understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. But at the end of the day, that's not the way it works. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not your Ehu, not your friend. So of course, is it normal to question? Of course, it's normal and reflexive to question. So right after that question, there has to be that understanding is Re'ehu below hektish. The Rebbe is not my friend. He's not my Re'ehu. He's not my buddy. He's not the entity that's on the same level as me that I throw my arms around. And that distance has the condition within ourselves to understand that there are things we won't understand because there and HaKadosh Baruch Hu is here. The relationship is beautiful, is passionate, is close, is magnificent, but there is always that little bit of distance, always that little bit of he's on a pedestal and I'm not. And because of that, there's a whole variety of things as I go through life that I'm meant to understand, that I find the strength to accept. Incredible. No time, so Shomer Sacher doesn't pay. So you must say, you know them. From when you know this, the Tanah Banan. So also we're going to go with our Kval again. You know them. The Tanah Banan. Ki yitin ish are'ehu. Person will give to his fellow. So we'll say this is the pasuk over here. Yitin ish are'ehu kamar oseh b'chol be'imah l'shmar far o mishpa imah. So the pasuk by Shomer Sacher. The person will give to his fellow an object to watch. So the Gemara says cloud. That's a general statement. Chamar oshar oseh. That's a limiting statement. Again, I give Ruben to watch again a donkey, a shark, and again, any animal to go ahead and watch. That's the cloud again. So say what's cloud to cloud. So again, back to Israel. So yeah, essentially it's the same example cloud to cloud. Namely what? What's the cloud to cloud? Tava on the talco, movable. The book inherently valuable. So I'll say, interesting enough to point out for all of these halachas in the Mishnah. So again, if it's on the top of a group on only principle and inherently valuable to pay. If he's watching over something, or I should say he's only going to swear, if he's watching over something that is inherently movable and inherently valuable, a shomer sacher is only going to be chayiv to pay if he's watchable and inherently valuable. So out of the gate, what does that exclude? Avodim, karkos, shtaros, ekdeshos. Incredible. Next. You want to remember again, Rameir said there are things that are in the ground, but not like karkos. What is that? Now, both said, remember again, the Chacham disagreed. Mishnah said, like, give me an example. What are you talking about over here? Remember again, what was the case? He said, and Ruben says, no, you only gave me. So Mary says, oh, it's the mitzvahs. No, it's not the mode of the mitzvahs. So what's going on over here? So it's in the cloud. The Rabbi Sava calling the karka and the karka. So what's what Amir is saying? Even something attached to the ground doesn't have the din of karka. Which the Gemara says, okay, what it sounds like over here is Rabbi Meir looks at the vine as metalpor. Okay. The Gemara says, I forgive the two, no slip for you the sukkah. So that's the case. Why do you have to set up the case as laden vines? Let it be empty vines. It doesn't make a difference what's on the vines or not. No. What's my focus over here? My focus over here is that the grapes of wine are ready to be harvested. So now what's my focus? Here we go. What's my focus? When you have grapes that are ready to be in the vine, are they considered to be harvested a lot of times in halachas? Ready to be removed? Is it considered to be? So because there says, if you have vines that are ready to be harvested, we view those grapes as harvested. And therefore what? This is not a din of karka. What is it din of? Metaltwin. The Chum on the other hand say, as long as it is actually attached, even if it's it's considered to be attached, and therefore halacha lamas again karka. Karka, incredible. So once it happens to me, by the way, that I'm not passing like Rabbi Meir. that anovim ha'omdim litzor kibtzuros tamim. When you have grapes that are ready to be harvested, they ultimately are what considered to be harvested, and therefore this would be a din of talcum, not a din of talcum. Incredible. In Mishpan ella al davar shel midishem mishkan. So then the Mishnah ended up with a cloud. What's the cloud? That for most of the mitzvahs, there has to be a claim, a defined claim. What is the definition of a defined midah? Mishkan, meaning something that can be weighed, measured, or counted. Okay, so now it says like this. I'm not buy it. Lo shalom bayis stam. About amalei bayis zeh malei yidia tana. Listen to this. So when do we say? What's the example of, let's say, an undefined claim? Undefined claim. Ruvain, I gave you a house filled with produce. Okay, because that's undefined. But Rabbi wants to suggest is if Ruvain, I gave you this house, and I put this house filled with produce. That's a defined. Now what's Abbai's logic? What's Abbai's logic? Abbai's logic is because it's very simple. Since an identical house, therefore, what can we do? Sure. That's a defined claim. It says, I don't think so. If you're right, like the Mishnah gave, what's an example of a defined case? I said, Reuben, I gave you a house filled with produce, and the produce went up until the ceiling beams. And Reuben says, no, it only went to the windowsill. So that is, if you are right, then let's look. First white line, let's look from the same beginning. Then the Mishnah, after going to a new case, use the same. When is this? So I smell like about the bias. If you're right, the Mishnah should have said the case. Right? When do we say it's undefined? When I say to Reuben, I gave you a house full of produce. But it's Reuben, I gave this house filled with produce. That's a defined claim, but yet the Mishnah doesn't say that. Which therefore leads Rava to say to Abaye, you are wrong. Say white line, Ella Amar Rava. We'll say, here's the rule. The old woman of Achi, Tanina B'Davar Shemamida, Shemamishka, B'Shemaminyan, B'Shemyodelo, B'Davar Shemamida, B'Shemishka, B'Shemaminyan. Therefore, Rava rejects Abaye's idea. Rava says, even if you say, I say, Reuben, I gave you this house filled with produce, that is not of a defined claim. In order to have a defined claim, I have to give an explicit weight, measure, or number, and Reuben has to come back with a weight, measure, number to trigger mode of the mitzvah. So thank you, Rabbi. The Rabbi, the Rabbi that supports Rabbi, cart for the I say to Reuben, as a review call a read, in the Kabiyat, and Reuben says, no, I don't have any. Is that what do we call that? What do we call that? Don't make me make my voice. Right? Come back home. Right? Total negation of the claim. What's the law called? He's Potter. Menorah, so when the menorah, you don't use your decal. Right? I say, Reuben, deposited with you a large menorah. And Reuben says back to me, Reuben says, no, you didn't give me a menorah. You didn't give me a big menorah. You gave me a small menorah. What's the law? Potter. And what's that? Why is Reuben Potter in that case? That's also called kind of called. Remember again, we saw this before. In order for there to be modern mitzvahs, the hodah, the initial, has to be minin hatayna, has to be a derivative of the original claim. If Reuben admits something different than what I'm claiming, so I'm claiming I deposited a large menorah. Reuben says he deposited a small menorah. That's a different item. No different than saying, Reuben, I deposited with you a Cadillac, and Reuben says, no, you gave me a Toyota. That's not the same claim. Next, Azura Gidol Yeshli Yadecha. So Reuben, I deposited with you a large belt. In the Kabiyati Ela Azura Tikana. Then I'll give me a small belt. Once again, different claim. Therefore, Pasha. However, if I say to Reuben, court for Yeshli Yadecha, Reuben, I gave you a quart of wheat. Reuben says, no, you gave me a lesson. It's a different measure. Oh, that's more that makes us. That's more the mitzvah says. Or menorah bas eser litrin usually in the kabiyadi ela bas chamesh litrin chayit. Or to find this case, I gave you a menorah that was 10 pounds of gold. 10 pounds of gold. So this is no, it's only 8. Oh, that's more than makes us. So say here is the cow. B'davar shebamida shamish shemi. So we'll say here is the rule. Here is the rule. In order to go ahead and proper claim, my claim must be something that can be defined. What is the definition of defined? Something that can be weighed, measured, or counted. And therefore, again, the hodah, the admission, must also be in the form of something that could be weighed, measured, or counted. And by the way, there's one more piece over here, which is that the hodah, the admission, must be what we call mimin hatayna, must be a derivative of the claim. If the admission is not related to what is being claimed, that's the motive of mitzvahs. The admission itself has to be an actual derivative of the claim. When we say klal shel davar, what does that come to include? It must be coming to include a bias case. Right? And if I go ahead, even if I say to Reuven, I gave you this house filled with produce. And Reuven said, no, it wasn't filled, it was only half full. That is not a proper claim. Why is it not a proper claim? Because the statement, this house, not defined enough. Even though we could go into the house and what? Measure the amount of produce that the house could hold. The claim itself has to be measured, has to be defined either by weight, measure, or number. Saying this house is not enough. So therefore, again, the cloud is coming to reject Abayi's idea. So let's go back for a second. What about the menorah Gedol, menorah Ketana? I go to Reuven and I say, Reuven, I deposited with you a gold menorah that was 10 pounds. Reuven said, no, it was only 8 pounds. The Brisa said that's more than mitzvahs. Why is that? Those are two different menorahs. Like on the other side, you're talking about two different objects. I'm claiming a 10-pound menorah. Reuven is claiming it's an 8-pound menorah. Two different objects. Let's say, right? You give me the distinction between that claim, let's say again, where I claim a core of wheat. I say, Reuven, I left a core of wheat with you. Reuven says, no, it was a half a core. Okay, we're talking the same language, but a 10-pound menorah and an 8-pound menorah are two objects. So why is that called moed b'mitzvahs? To which the Gemara says, Masha Tano lo hodlo, Masha hodlo Tano. I'm sorry. Masha menorah Gedol menorah Ketana. Masha Tano lo hodlo, Masha hodlo lo Tano. Ihaki bas esher bas chomesh. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. The case of big menorah, that's a case of Potter. Right? That's a case of Potter. I said why? Because again, what I'm claiming is not being admitted to, and what's being admitted to is a claim. Okay, so that makes sense. If that's the case, the same thing in the case of weight. If I claim to weight, right? So in the Bryce, so we had a case of I say, I deposited a large menorah, which you said, no, it was a small. What's that? Kofabay's pot. There's no more than mitzvahs. Why? Because again, what Reuven's admitting to is not what I'm claiming is not what he's admitting. But yet, interestingly, so this is what we're interested in. I deposited 10-pound menorah with you, and Reuven says, no, it was 10 pounds, it was pounds. The Rice says that's more than mitzvahs. Why? It's two different mitzvahs. So I'm going to show about it. Very interesting. With the menorah that's made up of parts. And parts, in other words, it has like a modular menorah, right? Right there. Again, I'll say it has like there's sections. It has sections, and therefore again, you can add on and you can take off. I'm not sure about menorah, right? So again, the same menorah you think Hanukkah, right? Or Beis Hamikdash. That's how. So I'll show you. That's what it does, right? How do we say menorah and it doesn't automatically Beis Hamikdash? How do we go? How do we think Hanukkah? Simple. It's 2,000 years of Gullus. 2,000 years of Gullus changes the neural pathways, right? You just think different. You think differently. Long before Hanukkah, Beis Hamikdash. That's one of Islam. That's what happens with Gullus. What happens? So when you think about a menorah like of the Beis Hamikdash or of Hanukkah, but it just means a candelabra. So again, therefore the Gemara says we're talking about again a menorah that has a much or has different pieces that can be attached to it. So therefore, when I say 10 pounds and Ruben says 8 pounds, we can actually be talking about the same minola. When it comes down to how many additional pieces are attached to it. The Kamod Limine, if that's the case, as Zura Nami Misty would like it. That's the case. Why don't you apply this to the belt case also? And maybe when I claim a big belt and Ruben only missed to a small belt, imagine the belt. Imagine the belt. Okay, sometimes after like a 3-day young you can definitely use one of these, right? Right, you can add on a couple of pieces to it. So of course, Ella, the light katani. No, it's not the kind of belt we're talking about because that's not what kind of belt. People don't normally have that kind of belt. How can I be just katani? So therefore, again, we'll say let's not go. No, here we're not talking about a menorah made up of pieces. I want to say that rather you can understand here a 10-pound menorah, 8-pound menorah. How? Over time, the precious metal content goes away. Whereas especially before treated metals like we have, metal content could wear away. And therefore, over time, ultimately the weight could be diminished. So therefore, when we say a 10-pound versus an 8-pound metal, we could actually still be in the same exact language. So therefore, I look at myself out from this piece over here is that in order to go ahead and trigger a shua, so first of all, the claim has to be defined. The definition of defined, midah, weighed, counted. Furthermore, again, in order for Mod Mitzvah, I also just say the law has to be min hatayna. Ultimately, to mirror ultimately the claim. If the response is unrelated to the claim, then there is shvua. Incredible. Mishmavis Kalayala Mashton. This was a very interesting case over here. I lend Ruben $1,000, and Ruben gives me collateral. Well, I lost it. What's the halacha? So once I say now we have a dispute about what the value of the collateral was. I'm going to sell it over Shabbat. So ultimately, I said, look, I lent you a seller, but the collateral was only worth. So I'm claiming, I'm the lender. I'm claiming that clearly again, the collateral was not worth the value of the loan. So obviously, I lost the collateral. So obviously, we're going to deduct that value from the things we came in. But Allah, Ruben falls on the other hand, Allah. The seller will be seen in the seller higher Shabbat. On the other hand, he said, the collateral was worth the fundamental loan. So you lost collateral, and sorry, silver, you can't collect anything more. So what's the law over here? Potter. They both say, what is this? So interesting. This Mishnah is kind of like a case of Moses, as we're going to see. I'm claiming to Ruben, you still owe me money, because the value of the collateral did not match the value of the loan. Ruben's claiming I owe nothing because the value of the matched the value of the loan. I said that he's not admitting to anything. Therefore, I say to Ruben, I lent you a seller, and you gave me collateral. It was only worth a shekel. In this case over here, Ruben said it wasn't worth a shekel, it was 3 dinar. Now, again, normally what we say is a seller is equal to 6. So essentially, Ruben's agreeing to over is the collateral was worth half the value of the loan. Therefore, Ruben's going to be cool. We'll see who exactly is sure in just a moment. Next, we have so in this case over here, now this is Ruben talking. Ruben says to me, silver, you lent me a seller. Ultimately, again, collateral was actually worth twice as much as the loan. That's all Ruben had was as much as the loan. Now, the lender say, "Lo, I claim no. I agree that this is much. What's the halacha? Selling will be sunny. I love time higher. So in these cases are the reverse. This is the lend. This is the buyer. Right. So here again, Ruben says, "Silver, you lent me a seller, and collateral was worth 2 slime." The Gemara says, I lent you a seller, and the collateral ultimately again was worth 5 or only 1 dinar. So what's the halacha? In that case again is a din of shvuah. So we must remain nishpa swears. Who swears in all cases? Nishat kazan etzlas. Person in possession, or who was in possession of the deposit, is the one who swears. Now, in most cases, who is that going to be? Who is that going to be? That's going to be the lender, right? Why? What are we concerned about? We're saying that maybe I really do have the Pikadon. What's going to happen? Reuben is going to swear, right? And then I'm going to pull out the Pikadon and show that again, Reuben is really lying, or Reuben is mistaken, and then I will counsel him from being a witness in any future cases. Therefore, Allah for myself, in order to avoid the possibility of of the Pikadon lying that he started and taking it out after the other Shua, the one who is in possession of the Pikadon is the one ultimately who takes the Shua. Incredible. On the base. Says the Gemara here. What's that last statement? That last statement. We'll say, right, the last statement of the Mishnah, which was, whoever is in possession of the Pikadon is the one who takes the Shua. What case is that referring to? Even if we're talking about the end of the Mishnah, the Seifa, the Shua Gabi Malva. Jabal saying that case over here, really, the Shua resides with the Malva, right? Because in the Malva, it's the lender, the Shua, right? And the borrower is claiming the value of the collateral is more than the loan itself. Since the lender who had the Pikadon, who lost it, the lender ultimately was taking the Shua. And we're Shmuel Arei says, you're right. We're talking about ultimately the first case of the Mishnah. We'll see exactly what they was just showing. Where it says, okay, I got it. My Reisha, which case, but again, there's a lot of cases in the Mishnah. Which case in the Mishnah you're referring to? Seifa Dereisha. Little be again the second case in the first part of the Mishnah. What's the case? Here we go. Seleg will be the shekel haya shaba. Ultimately, here we go. So here's the case. I lent Reuben $1,000. Give me collateral. So now I say to Reuben, I lost the collateral. I lent you $1,000. Shekel haya shaba. Just to keep things. I say ultimately again $2. So again, I'm agreeing that I lost the collateral. Therefore, what have I forfeited? $500 of prepayment. The collateral had a value. And we need to forego that. But here's the problem. Reuben says, Ultimately, what's Reuben's claim? Reuben's claim, the collateral wasn't worth $5, it was worth $700. So therefore, again, Reuben's saying, you lost the collateral, therefore you lost $700, $300. But Lamai said, that's the value of your claim. So Shabbat says, what's the halacha? Chayiv Shvua. So what's the halacha? I'm sorry. You know how it's Shabbat? Chayiv, the Shvua Gavi Lobe. Now both say, therefore, what the halacha? Shvua. Now, who takes a Shvua in this? Who, right? Just plain this before go on. Who should take the Shvua in this case? What would you say? It's the borrower, right? Because the borrower himself is the one who's trying to exempt himself from payment. So it makes sense, and he's also like a shtickle mode. Because again, remember, she's admitting. Remember, the borrower is admitting that the collateral did not cover the full face value of the loan. So what he's admitting it already is, I only owe you $300. The lender is saying, no, you owe me $500. So it's a shtickle both of them makes sense. Or again, it makes sense to say that borrower should be the one to take the shua about the value of the collateral. And now watch what happens. So that is the halacha. But what's incredible? Oh, what happened over here? This is incredible. So the rabbis, Chazal, took the shvua away from Reuben, and from Reuben, the borrower. They put it on me, the lender. What were they concerned about? Concerned about over here that maybe there's some shit happening over here. And maybe, and what am I going to do? I'm going to wait till Reuben swears. I'm going to pull out the collateral. Ta-da! Have it, Reuben. Look, you're a liar. You're a liar by invalidating Reuben for all papers. Disqualify Reuben. Now, again, it's also Chazal Reuben's not a liar. Reuben's mistaken. So Chazal didn't want any shenanigans happening here. So what did they say? We want to make sure that lender doesn't really have the collateral. So what are we going to do? Even though the borrower should be swearing, right? Because I was claiming that the collateral 100, lender is saying, what should happen over here is the lender should swear about the value of the collateral, move on from there. But what Chazal did is they take the shvua from the borrower and they put it on the lender. The hashtag the Amra Rashi, the Kaimalan, Zen Nishba She'ena B'Shusa, the Zen Nishba Kama Shada. So I say now Rashi, interestingly enough, the Rashi says actually this shvua really morphs, this whole case really morphs into something different. There's really a lot of swearing going on all around over here, right? Because we'll say why. The lender has to swear that he does not have the collateral in his possession. He has to make that oath, right? And the borrower has to swear how much the value of the actual shvua, the value of the actual collateral is. So we'll say, so now it's not a question of who swears. What is it a question of? Who swears first? Mi mishpat chila. Who swears first? Mi shapikat. So we'll say who swears first? Who's in possession of the collateral? Why? Shema yishpazah. Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that Allah that maybe the borrower is going to swear the lender is going to take out collateral. We'll say now the Gemara just threw that out at us. We have not seen that before. I mean, we saw the Bava Metzia, but we have not got reference over here. And in fact, in a case like this is fascinating. So, you know what I'm saying? In this case over here, I lent to $1,000. Really gave me collateral. I lost collateral. Now, what's the point of contention? The point of contention over here is, what's the value of the collateral? I'm agreeing the collateral is worth $500. I agree. But there's no, it was worth $700. So what happens over here? So we'll say we've been focusing on who swears regarding the collateral. By the Gemara says, tell you, there's actually two shvuas happening over here. I have to swear to have the collateral in my possession. I have to swear that I lost it, so whatever it is. I have to, because I am a showman on the collateral. So I have to swear about the collateral, and then what Ruben has to swear ultimately again about ultimately again the value of the collateral. Really what it comes down to, I will say, is both of us are swearing. So the real shayla is not who's swearing. The real shayla is who's swearing. So it turns out that halacha l'maisa is the order. First order of the shvua is me. The lender swear that what? The padon is not in my possession. After that, Reuven swears about the value of the pikadon. And after he takes that shvua, we settle up for the remainder of the outstanding money. So if Reuven is really to swear that the pikad itself is worth $700, he swears about it. Then what's the halacha? He takes in $300 and shalom al Yisrael. Incredible. Amar Shmuel. Also, I just read another line. Shmuel says as follows: "Hi man, the oath alpha zuzah lechabre." That's an interesting case over here. Right? We'll start it, then we'll have to stop. $3 to Reuven. And what happens? And what happens over here? I'll just tell you that. Then we'll stop. So we'll say we get into an interesting question about collateral. We know when we speak about collateral, that collateral has an inherent value. What do we do in a case where the collateral itself seems to be valueless or certainly does not match the value of the loan? Is there the ability to ascribe a height to an otherwise valueless collateral? It's Hashem to be continued tomorrow. What a God, what a day, what a week. Shkoyach, a good night of Shabbos. All right, good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos. So our brothers and Eretz Yisrael and Eretz Hashem should be a peaceful Shabbos, a holy Shabbos, a Shabbos Hashkach HaKotis, Hashkach of the entire Klal Yisrael, and the B'Seres Tovos, and Shush, and Chamas, and Shalom. Shabbos, we'll say. Good Shabbos.
Somebody stole $200 from my room and I'm dying inside. I'm like, really? He goes, you see my hands? I worked in the plantation all day for that $200. If you know who did it, please give it back to me. I'm like, okay. I never seen that. I am fucking INR. I was just nuts, man. I was just fucking nuts. Oh, man.
We'll say ultimately I think that's collateral. Represents a form of
Six, I'm sure.
and therefore right for him to use
I mean, I grew up with one now.
Well, the one was that the collateral is dramatically different now than the act itself. Nevertheless, it appears that when I wonder accepts the collateral, he accepts that collateral as independent of the value of the loan itself. Lose collateral, lose the ability to achieve any additional level of functionality in our gun. Now, gun, let's say this is 2 or 6, 8, 10, 12, let's not get about it. Now, gun, after the touch of an aspect, remember again, so this interested in like a nothing, Therefore, again, other Nasca of a Sauda, if you lose the silver, you lose half of the loan. Of a Tato, of the Axel, you lose the other half of the loan. It's not about the several Sikabot, Shackle Higher Ruben, I lent you $1,000, but collateral itself is only worth $100. So they were selling it. Sayala was also behind Higher Shava, and Ruben said, no, you got to $1,000, but the collateral was worth $500. So you made the borrower is I remember Hong Kong said, for 1 second, why don't you say, why doesn't the lender say to the borrower, why doesn't the borrower accept the collateral? You accept that collateral. We continue next time. And therefore, again, this is what you accept the ultimately a debt as payment of the debt. Which says, Shmuel I'm accepting this collateral for its value. Or it's down. So I am not accepting this collateral as a form of repayment of the debt. I will discuss by the way what exactly that is. You will use the collateral something. That's borrower. It's something outside the box. That's why I joined you. I am not accepting this collateral. I am not accepting ultimately my liability for this item is capped as opposed to the short of it. The short of the lender does not
I want to say this too. What I heard about Patreon, it's $1, but you can get more if you want more. If you feel like I do $5, you get more. I do $5, you get video, you get audio. It's a new episode. It's not like the rest of this, or it's a whole new footage. For
or it's collateral there, something else. Something like it's collateral just there as a reminder of the debt. Right? That collateral is there as a principle reminder back to I lent you the money. I don't even remind you that I lent you the money. Why else do you watch?
Stand-up's going right now. We have to figure out how to make some of those
was lost. He was still in was lost. The broker was the collateral was lost. I as the lender, I'm on for the value of the collateral. I have not lost the interest in the money. I'm sorry, I'm not the money lends money. I lend you the money on the national level. But other comments, and now the collateral is lost. Shava people asmaul. So let's be I said that Shava although I swear ultimately again that I lost the collateral and go ahead and collect my money. So again, once again, let's choose the collateral. I swear that I stick and I collect my debt. Then you my balls, Romeo is saying, ale masz to, borrow, say, listen, Silver, you lent me money with the match going to collateral. When you use the collateral, then what? You lose the ability to collect the debt. Aber, Kanal der LFSUS with the Stern, the Riak match going to go. They all say, I lent you $1,000. And there's a and but there's also a match in Ruben's collateral. Give out other match going up to Mouse. Everyone will agree. If I lose the match stone, then only when I lose the ability to collect the next. So again, in a regular case, I go ahead, I make money, and there's a match. I now go ahead, what's the halacha? Rabbi I, the lender, take the that I lost the mashkon, I collect my debt. Rabbi Akiva says, no, the mashkon, you lost the ability to collect. The mashkon represents payment, and therefore again, you can't go ahead and you pay any kind of thing. So we'll say, the fundamental my focus on the Kiva Eliezer is what? It's the nature of mashkon. Is mashkon a form of repayment, or is it just some type of security? Rabbi Eliezer clearly holds just a form of security. Therefore, if I lose there, then I collect my debt. Then the Kiva says, no, once it's a form of repayment, therefore once you lose the ability to repay. However, the Gemara then says, everyone agrees that if I lend you $1,000, the loan is recorded in a document, but he also gives me the mash. So in that case, every one of these, if I lose the mash loan, I lose the money. Which is okay. And what's the case? Say if the value of the mash is the value of the debt. So I lent you $1,000 and he gave me $1,000 mash loan, then fine. It's half of $1,000. My kind day, the Rabbi Eliezer. I will say ultimately again, then what is the logic of Rabbi Eliezer? Why would Rabbi Eliezer hold that the mice again? Why would Rabbi Eliezer that I have the ability to collect my debt? Meaning, at the end of the day, the value of the money was the value of that. Then the mice again, what did I actually do? Collect the treasure say. I swear I lost the I swear that I lost the money. Still collected that. Allah. It's a low shiny shoes. Rather, it has ultimately again that the value of the mash phone is not the value of the actual loan itself. And therefore, moving the shmuel coming for you. And therefore, we'll say the point of the mash phone is that you should give shmuel. Shmuel's what was said before. You accept collateral as the value of the according to shmuel. If it loses the collateral, then what? Then what? You lose the ability to collect anything more on the debt set up. Here's the US as well. It says everyone agrees that what when the value of the collateral does not mirror the actual value of the debt. Says the Gemara. When the value of the collateral is not, and no one holds it. No one holds that if you use the collateral, you will lose the ability to collect. So what's the key to the hacha? Make the shear. So we'll say over here, we do see that the collateral is value as the actual loan itself. So this idea, it's usually going to be statement of these stuff. So you don't have these stuff. Unite hope, shit, on a mash causes this, but these comes in. Where do you know that a malholder goes ahead and acquires actual mashkin? So we'll say again that the mashkin becomes this. And we'll say that we're going to see there is going to be a relationship between the bondholder or lender and the actual collateral. Does the collateral belong to him? Does he acquire the mashkin? Or is it more like a shoulder, like a custodian of the mashkin? So this code says, from where do we know that the bondholder, the actual lender, goes ahead and buys the mashkin that in this case, Shenema says, "Ulochat yet stuff." The mashkin is from my father. Which is going to be I see an object as collateral. And let's say again the person is the borrower is for. So the collateral is something that you use. For example, take his challenge, collateral. So what does it say? Hashem touched the floor, Sahabot, Flash, Shachabas, Samuso, Berach, Ulchat gets the Torah tells me that if I collateralize his pajamas, I should give him back his pajamas and I should go ahead and I can take them back the next morning. Or I go ahead and I take his work and he's a carpenter, so I can keep his hammer at that morning, I should give him back his hammer. It says, for the front yet stuff, it's actually the front, my focus is partial, as Simon said his face. It's right. The first thing over here, the front yet stuff. And lender considered to be a tzedakah. It's an act of righteousness, of kindness that you are perpetrating. Says the Gemara, in Enoch Conan, Mashron, tzedakah, now you know. So it's only the tzedakah part. So essentially, what it's telling you is, if I, the lender, go ahead and return the mashron to the borrower whenever he needs it, that's the tzedakah that I'm performing. That's only the tzedakah I will say what? It's only the tzedakah if I own it. If it's mine, if it's legally mine, and yes, I still go out of my way to go ahead and give it back to him, then that is its tzedakah. However, in the kone mashron, if I don't acquire the mashron, then tzedakah is right. And I will say, what tzedakah is there? Time, what do we learn from here? Time, the whole shekana mashron. From here we learn that the stuff that ultimately, again, the powerful creditor, the lender, actually acquires the mashron. Which the Gemara says, Lima, that is cost kadon. Maybe the secret that is in fact in machlokes kadon. Also, says Ema Damer Yitzchak Shemash Kono Shalom B'Shas Haba was so when did Rabbi say was a shita that a mouthful actually acquires ownership over the mashkon? That's only Shemash Shakno Shalom B'Shas Haba. That's the will say when the mashkon is given, not at the time that the actual loan is given. However, Shakno B'Shas Haba, the Amar, which Rabbi Yitzchak said that the lender acquires the mashkon. The mashkon at the time when that was actually just a moment. If there are Yitzchak Shemashachno Shalom B'Shas Haba also, when there's a Yitzchak say that the bountiful requires the mashkon, that's only what goes later after that is the transaction. We go I should say the last Ashar, the Baham straight up. The silver element, what's Tamo, Vaish, but our marriage says the athlete wasn't. So the Gemara says from the context of the sounds like over here what's happening in this case is that when I say this situation where please give the lender this mashkon after the loan after the loan is made, for some reason awarded the lender the mashkon. So that's similar to Yitzchak says that the Balkol acquires the mashkon. But perhaps it's possible that when the mashkon is given at the time of the loan itself, the Balkol does not acquire. I will say, the underlying question over here is if a Balkol doesn't acquire a mashkon, ultimately again, what is the power of that mashkon? So we'll get to that in just a moment. But the Gemara is just suggesting over here, at least in the context of this, that the Lamaisa, since the Torah is talking about a situation where it sounds like Basin is giving the lender a mashkon, and the Yitzchak says that the Balkol of the mashkon is when the mashkon is awarded after, and the word awarded is given after the loan is made. But if mashkon is given at the time of the loan itself, maybe the Balkol doesn't acquire Shalom B'Shas Haba, to the Amalok, it's still Rabbi Yitzchak, to which the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Ella, Amar Dar Yitzchak, Shemashach Shalom B'Shas Haba, when there's a Yitzchak, say sheep, and that's when the mashkon was given later, after the actual loan was made. However, B'Shach B'Shas Haba, the Amar, by the time that loan was given to me, who says that the called that the Balkol acquires it? Shachno Shalom B'Shas, rather I will say, the mashkon not at the time the loan was made, after the loan was made. For the Amalok, everyone will agree, hold on the Shita of that Yitzchak. Like again, we subscribe to only at the Balfour is called Hacha, the Rashachna B'Shas Hava also. Watch this. Here, what's the machlok? The machlok says that's the increase. I lend Ruben money, $1,000. At the loan, there was no mashkon, right? Excuse me. Under the loan, the mashkon was due. Because let's remember, the other two, I lent Ruben $1,000, and then a week later, a month later, whatever it is, I'm given a mashkon for Yitzchak, which we'll discuss. Everyone uses Yitzchak. That lender will in fact acquire a mashkon itself. Now we're dealing with another case. A mashkon was not given at the time of the loan, but a mashkon time of the loan. So once the mashkon is over here, last time Shomer Aved I was saying mashkon is regarding Shomer Aved. I was like Shomer Aved literally. Someone who finds a lost object and is now watching that object as he seeks out the owner. Do it travel say, watch this. Shomer Aveda, what's the status of a Shomer Aveda? Let's remember again, I'm going and I'm watching the object that I found, the lost object that I found. What kind of Shomer Aveda? Those who watch this. Shomer Aveda. So we'll say that's easy. Right? Rabbi says, I'm an unbeliever. Right? Which I will say means I have relatively ability. The only liability is what? Is Shia. Right? If I'm not if I'm negligent. Right? If I'm reckless, however, let's say I'm a base, watch this. But Yosef Amar, is Shomer Sach. If Yosef said I'm like a paid custodian, how could it possibly be as a paid custodian? That I found that I don't even know the story. Shomer Sach, Schar Mitzvah. Schar Mitzvah. Nami Mitzvah. I'll say, watch this. Says the Gemara, I am, when I was a lost object, so I am getting paid. What's the payment? The payment is in the form of getting a mitzvah. As I was saying, what Rabbi Yosef is saying over here, looser interpretation, is Shomer Sachar. Right? The Shomer Sachar is anyone who can fundraise Shira. So normally we look at that as financial gain, like you're paid to do it. Now Rabbi Yosef comes along and says, I get a mitzvah. Ultimately, again, from knowing this agency, I am going to be, that's called the Shomer Sachar. So I go ahead and I get the mitzvah for watching over the Avida. Therefore, again, and now Rashi adds in over here, Umalba ala mashkon nami mitzvah of it. And therefore, again, Yosef says that when one lends on collateral, he's also performing a mitzvah of lending money. Therefore, again, he's considered to be like the Shomer Sachar on the mashkon itself. Lema, you have Yosef, can I? So it's in this one, Yosef, it's not this Tanoi, to which he says, no, the Shomer Aved, the Amar Yosef, is not true. When it comes to lost object, everyone agrees with the position of Yosef. So if I find a lost object and I am now watching the object, everyone will agree that I am a Shomer Sachar. Why am I a Shomer Sachar? Because I'm getting a mitzvah ultimately again of guarding the lost object. So let's say the Hacha, the Milvet Tzarech Mashkon. Wow, we're seeing so many dramatic machlokes today. What's going on over here? Says the machlokes over here is regarding a case where the lender needs mashkon. The lender needs mashkon. So we can actually just start from mashkon. It's the first, it's the last of the wide lines on top, 4 lines each in the top of the mashkon. Yishtamish bo. Ultimately, I lend Ruben $1,000. He gives me years, and what happens? I happen to need to do some landscaping. So I need shears. I need shears. So what happens? So what's I say? What's the arrangement? Really good dashi. Tzarech Yishtamish bo. Umenakil. Umenachol to me shears hamash. So what's I? The way this works, by the way, is I go ahead and I say, listen here, so I'm lending you $1,000. You give me the shears as collateral. I'm going to use the shears. And every single time I use the shears, we're going to attribute some that act is worth something. I'm going to subtract the value of that service. Ultimately, I get from your debt. So once I remember again, every time you shears, so you go ahead and maybe shears aren't the best example. Snowblowers a little bit better, so maybe shooting. The idea being that every single time you use it, you shoot. Right? What benefit that comes from it? We're going to how we calculate today. The point is to have this particular age. I'm gonna use the shears to go ahead and subtract the value of that service from total debt. So once I say Mar Sava Kavik, Mar Sava Kavik, so let's say back to the Rashi. She says over here about Hadik. I'm sorry. So Rashi, I'm sorry. Nishtam Lukin Rashi Chach Lamashkon. Nishtam is Umanaki Menachon. There's a Mashkon. Rabbi Eliezer Savar. Even the tzarich in Kal Mitzvah. Ula Hanal Niskavin. Vahavi Mechinam. So we'll say, Rabbi Eliezer will say, in this case, I will say, I'm not a shomer suffer, right? So I'm not getting a mitzvah. And from this arrangement is done ultimately, for you can't call me a shomer suffer, so the fact that I'm getting a mitzvah. Lahana also is coming. This is from Kiva Savar. Kiva in both cases, Allah, but only Allah Elik shomer suffer. What's what Kiva says, even if I'm deriving benefit only from the collateral, for that service, I am still called a shomer suffer. I still derive benefit from the fact that I fulfilled the mitzvah of lending money. But so say ultimately again that this is still subject to my concept Rashi. Hamaves Chavera Hala Mashkon V'Nichnes Shmita. Once I get ready for this again, it's just one amazing case after the next. So once I lend you money, right? I lend him $10, but he gives me collateral. He gives me his watch. His watch, and I will say what happens. Shmita comes. Shmita again, all debts. Even though again the collateral is not worth the full value of the loan, rather it's worth only a part of the loan. Ain't no Mishami will say, watch this. Samuel says, even though the collateral is worth only the fraction of the loan, nevertheless, that is enough to go ahead and prevent Shmita from canceling the debt. So let's say Rashi says that there's something like this, just saying something headaches. So Hamal each Shmita Misham Tasa. If you lend money on collateral, we'll say Shmita does not cancel the debt. Now why is that? The Inhan Misham Logos Shahari Ino Show. Listen to this. The pasuk by Shmita says Logos Esrael. You can't press your fellow for repayment. Right? You can't press your fellow for repayment. If I have collateral, then what? Why not? Because you got an object that represents the value or represents some type of. Therefore, I will say that's the logic. And by the way, I lend money. If I lend money, I lend $1,000. The ruling piece is Rolex. Let's assume it's comparable value right now. So we'll say the halach is Shmita does not cancel that price. Because since it seems we already have collateral, it's as if that is in a state of quasi-collection, and therefore Shemitah so what? Where the collateral is worth pretty much the collateral is not worth the value of Shemitah, right? I go ahead and I lend him $1,000, he gives me whatever, he gives me another object that's worth $500. So since the shaila is now, does that collateral prevent Shemitah from canceling the debt? So we'll say, watch this, let's read the Gemara again. Some of us coming out of the Shemitah, unless you give me a mashkon, and Shemitah comes even though I lend $1,000 and the mashkon itself is worth only $500, ain't no mishamit. I will say Shemitah will not cancel the debt. Divrei Reb Shimon Gamliel. Ultimately, I will say this is ultimately the distinction of Shimon Gamliel. You guys know, Omer, says in Haya Mashkon Kineged Chava in Mishamit. They love Mishamit. Says no. If the mashkun is the value of the debt, it ain't enough management, it doesn't cancel. But if the mashkun is less than the value of the debt, then what? Shemitah cancels. So you might say Mishamit to Kamar Tanakama. What is it? When ultimately Tanakama said that if I money ala mashkun, that Shemitah is Mishamit, what does that mean? If you want to say that ultimately it means that Shemitah doesn't cancel, the amount of the debt that corresponds to the value of the mashkon. The fact that Yuda Hanasi Saba Kinegro Nami Bishani, can it be that Yuda Hanasi hold? The Lord said that Shemitah ultimately would go ahead and what? would go ahead and cancel out even the part of the debt that corresponds to the value of the mashkon. Ella, am I toughest mashkon? If that's the case, then what good is holding on to mashkon? Ella, lav kineged kulo. Rather, you have to say that what? That it must be that lemaisa presence of the mashkon prevents me from canceling the debt in its entirety. Even what there was even the amount of mashkon, even the amount of the debt that not supersedes. That exceeds the value of the mashkon. Thank you. But we just welcome it for you, and ultimately again, the fundamental mathematics was all comes back to what? To shore. Most like all roads lead back to shore. What does that mean? Because remember, Shmuel was the one who said what? Right? All roads lead back to shore. So also the idea over here is that what? The question over here in this situation is what is the nature of the relationship where the value of the stone does not match the value of the debt. At the end of the day, that that the mash presents the debt in its entirety, even though the mash goes actually value is less than the debt in its entirety or not. Maybe that's at the focus. And I will say again, one of the manifestations of Shmuel's statement is what collateral does vis-a-vis Shemitah. Says amazing. Welcome for these Tanakama Summer Connector. Tanakama holds that I will say a mashkon only works in the amount of the mashkon corresponds to the amount of the debt. Rabbi Yehuda Nasi Savar Connector Nami Mishani. The Nasi Yifo will say that what? When Shemitah comes to split out everything, even the amount ultimately of the shlosh corresponds to the amount of the debt. Which is Ka'amar Tzai. So you see yourself for 1 second. If Shemitah has the ability to wipe out the amount of the debt which corresponds to, then what good does the mashkon do? To which one says, the zichron dvarim. What ultimately what the mashkon does is the reminder of the debt. Again, the mashkon is a tangible, valuable reminder ultimately of again the fact that I went ahead and I lent you the money, but in no way does it represent some unit of collection. So therefore, I will say this ultimately again is what we are left with. So first of all, in the piece of, so let's go back. So how do we pass this? In general, when it comes to mashkon, so what is the role of mashkon when it comes to collection of the debt? So let's listen to this. So the Shulchan Aruch passes, this is in Kosher Mishpat, Siman Days Sif Beis Ramah. So look at this, what Ramah says. The impeding, Karam B'Shas Hava, Shemekava Hamashkon B'Chala, even Kata de Magla Ba'alfe Zuzay, Ava da Mashkon, Ava da Kosher. We accept Shmuel's position, but with a modification, or with a, we'll call it, so let's remember again. Shmuel makes a blank distinction that when I, as the lender, receive the mashkon, then what? I accept that mashkon as the full value of the debt. Even if what? Even if it's clear that the mashkon is worth much less than the debt. The Shmuel says, no, that's not how it works. The way it works is as follows. Go ahead and I lend $1,000 mashkon. If I hereby accept this mashkon as potential repayment of the debt, then what? The mashkon ultimately again stands in lieu of repayment. So what it means as follows. It means number one, in the event that Ruvain defaults on the loan, what else does it mean? If I lose the mashkon, what? I've lost the ability to collect. But I will say that is only true if I explicitly articulate that. If I do not explicitly articulate that, and then what? He gives me a mashkon that I want to say, how do we get that mashkon? That mashkon ultimately has value, but it does not represent the payment of the debt. Therefore, what right? If I, the lender, lose the money, what's the halacha? I have to pay back. What I have to pay back? The value of the mash itself, or I could deduct the value of that mash from the amount of moving owes me. So what's the bottom line is we accept that a mash that is valued at less than itself can serve payment of the debt, but only in a situation where that was explicitly articulated ultimately by by the lender. But in the event that it was not explicitly articulated by the lender, the most that the lender is on the hook is what? Is the actual value of the mashma. We'll say that's number one. Number two, how do we paskin by shmita? So we'll say we paskin by shmita that if you have a collateralized, even if the collateral only a fraction of the presence of collateral, ultimately again allows, prevents shmita from going ahead and redeeming or prevents shmita from wiping out debt. We'll say the idea behind that is because once I have collateral represents that the debt is in a state of quasi-collection. Once it's in a state of quasi-collection, even though again the mashkun itself is much less than the actual debt itself, once it's in a state of quasi-collection, shmita is not mishami, shmita no longer. Hajr Allah, shkuas hayyana, we'll say we'll say new parent, we'll say now this is a dramatically limiting sugya. Shvuas diragana. Now, we're gonna top off the shvuas right now. It's like right now we've been doing shvuas one by one. Now we're about to deal with all of them together. And now we're going to be dealing with a group of namely shvuas diragana shvuas. So it says this. When it comes to look at shvuas, right? I will say. So if you notice again, the pattern over here by shvuas I will say is the point over here is to do what? Is to exempt yourself from liability. So biblical shvuah says, I'm chayiv something, I'm going to take a shvuah to free myself from responsibility. So essentially, on a biblical level, I swear in order to pay. So we'll say, so again, this is when I'm older, and it says, I say, $1,000, Reuben says, 500, what does he do? What does he do? Right? He takes a shvuah to what? Not pay. Reuben, I deposit the object with Reuben. They say, Reuben, give back my object. Reuben says, I give it back to you. We'll say, what's the halacha? He takes the shvuah. Why? In order not to pay. Biblical shvuah will say there to exempt people from liability. Watch this. They Oh, now it's exciting. Now we're introducing a new category, new country of shvuahs, which I will say this good in a category, this good in a rubric. So what happens? You in order to go ahead and so we'll say here I'm swearing in order to get paid. I'm swearing in order to collect money. Examples of this. So from smoking listeners, we're going to break them down. Asachir, Hanigzal, Hanechbal, Kasa. Fine. So we'll say point out. Look at Rashi. 4 lines down in the new Mishnah. The Hebrew Mishnah. We'll say these are organic shvuahs that these people will swear in order to pay. We'll say, so watch this. Watch these cases. Asachir Keita. We'll say, what's the case of the Sachir? We'll say, Sachir means a hired worker. This is an incredible case. Arlo. We'll say, I work for Ruvain. I say, Ruvain, right? I'm a day laborer. This case works best when I can pay a labor. I'm a day laborer. So what happens? I say, Ruvain, please go ahead and pay me my wage. Right? I work today, pay me my wage. Who Omer? Now Santi, Ruvain says, I paid you. Omer, and I say, I don't know what's going on because I didn't get paid. Right, so again, in this case, Ruben, my employer is saying, I'm saying I never got paid. So what's that? What's that? Is I, the laborer, I, the worker, take a shvuah that I never got paid, and what? And I collect my salary. So I swear that I never got my salary. And Yehuda Roots is amazing. Actually, and Yehuda says, no, it has to be some type of partial interest. For example, Amarlo Daily Skali Khamishin. I work today, Yomi 50 dinars. Shishi Yagaha. For who Omer is Kabal the dinars up. Ruben says essentially 30. So also you the hold that each was also uses kind of making them like Moda the Mikras case. And in Moda Mikras cases, I today's wages. He says I paid you part of the wage. I swear regarding your entity. I will say the important part now, we'll discuss this in Gemara, but the point of the saying is remember, this is a rabbinic shvuah that instructions that I swear in order to collect. I swear because I want get money. Migzal was the case of a stolen object. How you meet people also situations. So watch this. I let you make money. Now I decided I'm getting a little bit nervous. He's arthritis or whatever it is. I decided to go into his house. I'm not breaking it. I'm letting myself in. Right, so what happened? It's my phone. Right? So I have people themselves in. So what happens? So I go ahead and I walk into his house. I walk in to go ahead and take something without this. Who Omer? So Ruben claims, listen, you took my object. But who Omer? Mona Talti. And I say, listen, I didn't take anything. I don't think about it. Ultimately, they're going to say, what can happen? Ruben, who is also a grieved party, he says that I claim Russian makes a shua in order to go ahead and what? Take back the object. That's good as agitation makes hold on. And really says it has to be a partial ignition, for example. Kitzad, Amar Losh, Cycle, I take stuff as collateral. He claims that what's so good, you took 2 kilos. I say, Boomer, Monatalti, and I claim that it only took one object. Okay, so fine. So we'll do this. So again, you're going to see, and is going to argue on these cases. And you can use some type of fundament. Go ahead and watch this. Get ready for this. Nechbal Ketzak. This is amazing. What's the case of damage? Shenichnas Tachadon Shalim. What's a chavel? Let's watch this. So I came to testify that before we made Matthew, he was perfectly healthy. But then when you get out of it, he has 2 eyes and a broken arm. So Amarlo, Chabal to me. And Ruben says, that's what slippery beat me up. But Omerlo, Lo Chabal to me. I say to him, you tripped, right? You walked into the door now. Whatever it is, I didn't, I don't know what you're talking about. So I said, what's the halacha? Reuben can take a shua site and what? He can take a shua and ultimately collect damage. Reuben says, again, I will say the same thing. Ad shetei sham mitzas hodah. We'll say the Yudah requires that there be some type of partial admission. We'll say, what's the case of partial admission? Ketzad, Amar lo chabal to be shtayim. We'll say, listen to this. So Reuben will say, you broke both my arms. Right? You gave me 2 injuries. V'halo omer lo chabalti l'cha ela achas. And I will say, what do I say? I say, I only went ahead and damaged you in one way. So let's say, I know if you stop over, we'll pick up Meretz Hashem with Negdo Ashua in Meretz Hashem tomorrow. I'm an easy song. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei the Felsen Mishpach of ourselves for dedicating all Sherman Drushos this year as his chus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. And our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Sivan, Haba Alim Latova, Stephen Tarizin, in loving memory of Steve's Doris Zin Devora Bas Rabisol Yoel on the occasion of her 5th yard site. And additional sponsorship. What's going on there? All right, so we'll wait. I'm going to wait on the last sponsorship until he gets here. Okay. And another sponsorship to be named later. And it's Hashem. Okay, well, so let's begin. Thank you to Rabbi Rivka for giving shur over the last 2 days. It's Baruch a great is to be back here with all of you. And let us begin. Today's daf is Mem Day 42. And because I was not the one giving share, we are beginning on Mem Days in Meretz Hashem 42a 2-4 4, 6 lines top. There's some very interesting cases over here. So there was a guy who said to his fellow, probably it sounds like a pretty straightforward case, right? So Reuben goes over to Shimon. Reuben says, Shimon, I lent you $1,000. Pay up. And again, of course, Reuben is coming forward with a shtar as well to back up that particular claim. So ultimately, again, so Shimon says, Amarle, so no. So interestingly enough, so watch what happened. Reuven says, yes, he received money from it, it's true, but Hano Citraining. That was you with to collect on the loan and in this document. I admit you paid me money, but the money that you paid me was for another side transaction. Rashi says over here, Citraining, and I will say just remember this phrase, because remember again, this is going to come up a couple of times. I said Citraining, mitzad achar hayisa chayivli. You were obligated to me. You were obligated to me for another transaction. Okay, so interestingly enough, so what's found over here is, again, Reuben's going over to Shimon. Shimon owed me $1,000. Shimon said, I paid you. Reuben's, yes, you gave me $1,000 for another transaction. I'm coming to you now with this document to collect on this one. So fascinating case over here where the lender is admitting that he received money, but just claiming that that money was for a separate transaction. Now, before we even go on, so remember again, on one hand, Reuben is eroding his claim because he is admitting that he received money. On the other hand, what does Reuben have? What does he have? Document. Now, remember again, generally the way we work in loan transactions is if you're the lender, right, and now the borrower is paying you back, I'll just say if you're the borrower, the one thing you're walking away with is the shtar, right? Because he who holds the shtar holds the ability to collect. So how do we understand this? So first thing, Machlokes, Rav Nachman says, Isra Shtara. In this case, the shtar has been compromised. Now, Gilbo said, Isra Shtara means, again, Isra from the notion of Ra, the shtar has been compromised. Rashi says, Isra Shtara, Hoil Umoda Shekibla, Balaf Kol Kamini Lomar Sitrain. So Rav Nachman, essentially, Reuben can't collect. Why? Because since Reuven admits that he has been paid money, again, the shtar itself is compromised and he can't collect. Even though, interestingly enough, even though Reuven is holding the document, and that is after for a loan that has been repaid, but since Reuven is admitting he has been paid, we have no documentation of a set transaction, right? Remember, again, not like there's any second shtar that's being, we take it that the loan has been paid. Why Reuven still has the shtar, I don't know. But once he's admitted he has been paid, halacha l'maisa, that is the end of the story. Rav Papa says, lo isra shtara. Rav Papa says, no, the shtar is fully intact. What's Rav Papa's logic? At the end of the shtar. If the loan was really the halacha, should not have the shtar, Shimon should have taken that. So the Gemara says, Rav Papa, maishna me'ahu. So Gemara asks Rav Papa, why is this different than the following case? Listen to this. Damli l'chavrei, havli me'azuzi devin signucha. Same case. Reuven goes over to Shimon. He says, Shimon, give me the $1,000 you owe me, bahashtara. And ultimately again, and he says, and Reuven says, here's the shtar. Amarle, la turi yahavasli, va'asis ve'elis amasakta. So again, so we'll say, so similar case over here, similar case where Shimon says, right, Shimon says, I paid you, right? And Reuven again says, you did, but remember that was for a different transaction. I bought meat from you, right? You right? Sorry, you paid me money, and again that was for meat from me. And essentially you got your meat. That's the way of saying it. In other words, yes, you need money, but that money was for the purchase of meat, and you came with me to the butcher, and they gave you the meat. You gave me the meat. So in other words, same case. Reuben is admitting that he received money from Shimon, but he's saying the money that you gave me was for the purchase of meat, and I delivered on that. That transaction is closed. You still owe me this loan. It was what's the halacha? No, that was a different transaction. That's not the transaction in this document. A different transaction. Rav Papa, interesting enough, in that case, Rav Papa says it's Rashtara. Rav Papa agrees in that case that halacha l'maisa, the document is compromised, because again we could say that although payment was given, halacha l'maisa, It was for a different transaction. Interestingly enough, the reason Rav Papa feels that case is different is because there is a secondary material claim. In other words, if you notice the difference between the two cases, right? In our case, right, the way the Gemara started is Reuben is admitting, yes, I received $1,000 for a different transaction. What transaction? Like, in other words, but it's you have documentation, you have something, you can't just claim a secondary transaction. In this case, interestingly enough, there's quite literally, in other words, that he's literally here, you purchased, you came with me to the butcher. There's a narrative. And the Papa will say, in that kind of case where there's a narrative, then halacha l'maaseh israra. Halcha imar sininu. Good. So my haviyalah. So line, what is the halacha? Let's go back now. Let's go back now to our original case. So again, Reuben goes over to Shimon. Shimon, you owe me $1,000. Shimon says, Reuben says, yes, you did $1,000. That was a secondary transaction. Halacha. Rav Nachman Isra'ara. Once Reuben admits that he received money, he no longer collect again with this shtar. Again, I say, even though again, the glaring question is, if you really were repaid for this debt, why are you still holding the document? It doesn't matter. Once you admit you received money, halacha again, we're done. Rav Papa, no, not Isra Shtara. As long as the lender is holding the shtar, he has the ability to collect it. What's the halacha? Rav Papa, Isra Shtara. Rav says the shtar has not been compromised. Rav Idi Amar Isra Shtara. No, the shtar has Isra Shtara. Now, it is ultimately, again, in a case like this, the shtar has in fact been compromised. So when you have a case where the lender admits that he has received money from the borrower, even though he's claiming that that money was for a separate transaction, halacha l'maisa, he cannot collect with the shtar any longer. Isra shtara. So and by the way, the Gemara just qualifies this. The party ba'api sahadi below idkar shtara. Now this is assuming that halacha l'maisa, again, payment occurred in front of witnesses, and there was just simply no mention of the shtar. In other words, that payment happened in front of witnesses, and there was no mention shtar. Then we assume that halacha l'maisa again, that halacha l'maisa was payment for that. In other words, the fact that the shtar wasn't taken back, it is a strange thing. It is, but l'maisa payment happened in front of witnesses. Then that's when Isra Shtara Aval. Well, so here's an interesting qualification. Pari being the day. Here's what's interesting. If payment happened between Reuben and Shimon and there were no witnesses, Migo the Yachal Lememar Olam, Yachal Nami Lememar Sitrain Ninhu, Ukidami Braid Rabbi Abol. So this is a very interesting qualification. When do we say Isra Shtara? We say Isra Shtara when payment happened in the presence of witnesses. But if payment just happened between Reuben and Shimon, then Reuben has a migo. What's Reuben's migo? Right? Remember again, when Reuben goes over to Shimon and Shimon says, you owe me $1,000, and Shimon says, I paid you. If halacha l'maisa again, there were no witnesses to payment, what could Reuben have said? Lo hayid dvar me'olo. What are you talking about? And by the way, and who would side with in that case? And why? Because Reuben has the so Reuben has a migo that he could have claimed you never paid me at all. So because he has the migo, therefore he's believed to say that no, you did pay me, but this was for a different transaction, so owe me this money. So therefore, both say. So therefore, and again, the Gemara points out this actually happened in a case with Avimi Berei Rabbi Avol. She just points out that there are cases where this actually occurred. So halacha l'maisa, first piece of halacha l'maisa for today. Reuben goes over to Shimon. Shimon, you owe me $1,000. Shimon says, I paid you. Reuben agrees, you did pay me, but you paid me for a different transaction. What is the halacha? The halacha is Isra Shtara. Reuben cannot collect again with this document. Why? Because since he admitted that he was repaid, he compromised the effectiveness. Done. But that is presupposing that payment took place in the presence of witnesses. But if payment did not take place in the presence of witnesses, Reuben can collect with the shtar. Why? Because he has a migo. What's his migo? He could have said what? I don't know what you're talking about. Right? I don't know what you're talking about. I never received anything from you. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, he would be believed to say that payment was for a different transaction. Incredible. Okay, we'll say that's part one. So what's this very interesting case over here? So right, it's the same case. Reuben went Shimon $1,000, and what happens? So Reuven, so right. So Reuven has Shimon $1,000. Shimon says to Reuven something very interesting. He says to Reuven that I'm giving you complete credibility. You claim that I did pay you back, you are believed. So what's happening over here? So Shimon the borrower, is vesting Reuven, the lender, with complete credibility regarding this transaction. So even if I, Shimon, claim that I paid you back, if you, Reuven, the lender, claim did not pay you back, you are believed. You are believed. The Gemara says, so I'm going to say now, by the way, why would someone do that? So this happens all of the time when friends transact business with each other, right? It's wonderful to think that friendship could transcend anything. We all learn in life that is unequivocally false, right? Friendship can't really transcend anything, right? Another example, right? Money, difficult, whatever it might be. So again, we're very close, very trusting to it. Could also be a good way for Shimon to be able to secure the loan, right? Essentially, complete, right? In any event, so he goes on and says, also for the so interestingly enough, what ends up happening over here, Shimon pays back Reuven, and he pays him back in the presence of witnesses. All right. So I'm going to say, so now what happens? So the Gemara says, he goes back, pays back Reuven in the presence of witnesses. 2 days later, Reuven comes and he owes me money. Shimon says, what are you talking about? You back in the presence of witnesses. To which Reuven claims, Shimon, remember our deal? You vested me with credibility, right, to the chunk you paid me back. So I'm saying you haven't paid me back. Shimon, what are you talking about? I paid you back in the presence of witnesses. So what do we do in this case? Fascinating. The Gemara says, Abai says, look, a deal is a deal. At the end of the day, that Reuven has the ability to say whether or not he's paid back. If Reuven shows up and says, Shimon, you did not pay me back, there's nothing else to discuss. There's witnesses, that's not the nature of this transaction. So the Gemara says, Maski doesn't make any sense. No, here. When Shimon says to Reuven, you have complete credibility. What does Shimon say? You're right. You have complete credibility over me. In other words, that if it's my word against your word, I'm telling you, your word is witness. But witnesses are witnesses, right? Shimon would never in a million years agree to say that Reuven's word should trump witness. Doesn't make any sense. So therefore, again, if it's lender's word against borrower's word, so again, the nature of the transaction is lender is going to win. Lender's going to win. But if it's witnesses, it would create independent verification of what occurred. Incredible. Next case. Trade. Call Amos da Amris Lo Parana. We'll say another case like this. Reuven and Shimon $1,000. And Shimon says, Reuven, your word is as credible to witnesses. Which is, again, interestingly enough, these keep building on each other. So in this case, over here, Shimon is almost like he's what's the right word? He's countertizing this in a bit more of a legal framework, saying, right? Shimon says, Reuven, lender, your word is as credible to me as two witnesses. Now watch this. The Gemara is pari ba'ape tlasa. Okay, so what happens now? So Shimon goes and he pays back Reuven in the presence of three witnesses. Good. So I'll say, so now the unwritten part of the case is what happens. He pays back in the presence of three witnesses. And then Reuven, the lender, shows the next day and says, you owe me money. Shimon says, what I paid you back in the of three witnesses. So again, Reuven doesn't have a claim. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, Shimon is a smart guy. Shimon says, I rest you with the credibility of two witnesses. I paid you back in the presence of three witnesses. So therefore, again, Reuven's credibility fades in the face of the three witnesses in front of whom he's been paid back. Sure, we'll say second one. That doesn't make sense. In umdina, the kamadina fishe beki tfei, ale in edus meya kitrei utrei kemeya. So it says, here's what's interesting. What's interesting in this case is, Papa comes along and says that doesn't really make much sense. In other words, in the world of testimony, 2 witnesses are the same as 3 witnesses, are the same as 23 witnesses. It doesn't make a difference. The time where numbers matter, interestingly enough, is in a case of umdina. What's umdina? Umdina are cases of assessments or valuations, where we're relying on opinions for something. And again, I will say, you could have done a variety of different cases, or where again, we'd be doing valuations of something, or opinion cases. Opinion cases where we're not basing it per se on numbers make a difference. But pure testimony, numbers don't make a difference. Therefore, Papa says something very interesting. When Shimon the borrower says to Ruvain that halacha l'maisa, you are believed to me, you are my eyes like 2 witnesses, and then Shimon pays back Ruvain in the presence of 3 witnesses. Essentially, what we have over here is what halachically 2 witnesses against 2 witnesses. That's really what we have over here. The fact that he paid it in the presence of 3 witnesses does not lend any more credence to Shimon's claim. So therefore, what we do in this case, so for halacha l'maisa, Reuben would be able to collect again. Why? Because it says 2 witnesses against 2 witnesses, and they effectively cancel each other. And what does Reuben still have? He's got the shtar. Therefore, Papa posits that in this case, although Shimon thought he was doing a smart thing back in the presence of 3 witnesses, it turns out that it didn't actually do anything, because this is not a numbers game. Witnesses are witnesses are witnesses, and therefore halacha l'maisa, Shimon would still have to pay back. So the Gemara says, another version of this. So let's listen to the same case, right? So Reuben lent Shimon $1,000. Shimon said, okay, Reuben, thank you. And Reuben, you are believed like 2 witnesses to say that I did not pay back. So sure enough, what ended up happening? Shimon paid back, and Shimon thought he was doing a smart thing. He paid back Reuben in the presence of 3 witnesses. Amra Papa, kibei trei hemnei, kibei tlasalo hemnei. So Papa says, Papa makes a statement, and Shimon did a smart thing. Why? Because Shimon believed Reuben like 2, but not like 3 witnesses. As he paid back in the presence of witnesses, Reuben's subsequent claim that he has not been paid back has no veracity. Maskiv of kind of says, what are you talking about? Maskiv of Yeshua, trei k'mea u'mea k'trei. It's not the way testimony works, right? Witnesses, 200 is like 2. There's no value to numbers of witnesses. The Amrle, however, listen to this. The Amrle kebeit tlasa azal va'apari bape be'arba. So I'll say, so now watch what the Gemara just did. The Gemara essentially is punchline. In a case where Reuben lent Shimon $1,000, Shimon says to Reuben, your word in this transaction is as much weight as 2 witnesses. Essentially means if you that I did not pay you back, if 2 witnesses claim that I did not pay you back, fine. Shimon wants to pay back Reuben, but obviously Shimon wants to make sure that Reuben against him anymore. So he doesn't get back the document. What does he do? He pays him back in the presence of 3 witnesses. It turns out halacha l'maisa doesn't do anything. Why? Because in the Reidus, 2, 3, 100, it doesn't make a difference. They're all the same. And therefore, even though Shimon is paying back Reuben in the presence of 3 witnesses, Reuben is still vested with the credibility of a testimonial unit as well. And therefore, when he claims, Shimon, you did not pay me back, coupled with the fact that Reuben is still holding the shtar, gives Reuben the ability to collect from Shimon. Now, there is one notable exception to this case. Watch this. Same case. Reuben lent Shimon $1,000. Shimon says, Reuben, you are believable to me. You are believed to me like 3 witnesses. He says 3 witnesses. Okay? Then what happens? He pays back Reuben in the presence of 4 witnesses. The Gemara says, in this case, Shimon's chak will work. Why? The Gemara says, look how the Gemara ends. The Gemara says, Kevan did noches ledeus. Once you go to 3, right? In other words, you go above 2. 2 represent testimonial units. So when you say 2, 2 is 2, 2 is 22, 2 is 4, 2, it doesn't make a difference. Once you say 3, you got to agree to say 3. Then what is Shimon doing? Shimon is saying, this is a numbers game. This is a number, so not all units are the same. Since Hidaka pointed out 3, he was saying, Ruvain, believe to me like a group of 3. But if I pay you back in front of a group of 4, that is a testimonial unit. And then your subsequent claim that I owe you money is not believed. So again, it's just an interesting chap over here, which Shimon goes out of Hidaka point out 3, then it does become a numbers issue. And again, if you paid it back in front of a group of 4, Shimon would be believed, Ruvain would not. Incredible. Incredible. Let's go back here. Really interesting cases. So we'll say Tzilamaisa. Let's go. In Mishba and Alpine is Kiri Shot of the Cotton, very much mean as a country. We'll say so back to the Mishnah. As the Mishnah said that again with Tzadayanim, so you can't go ahead and before swear based on the claim of a Chirish, Shot, and Katan. Let's remember again, deaf mute. Shota, someone who lacks mental capacity, a minor, they must be Nesakata. And furthermore, we don't adjure. What's the reason? I was going to say, why is it that the kind of a katan, like the kind of a katan, does not trigger a shvua? Very simple. My time, I'll call creating ish areelu kesef okelim nishmar. Ve'im mesinas katan klum. There's also the pasuk by Moed Mitzvah talks about the idea that if halacha might say again, a person will give to his fellow an item. So again, this has to be someone who is capable of a legal act of conveyance. A katan does not have the ability to legally convey anything, and therefore he's not going to parasha of shvua sadayanim. Incredible. Aram b'shvua in the katan ula hakish. 1 second, but the Mishnah said, but we swear, right? We'll take a shvua to a katan or takish. 1 second. It doesn't make any sense. Which you just said before. And we would swear based on the Abakari Shot of the Khan. So what's going on here? Amarat, they bought the puppet. Very distinct that it say this is talking about a case of a Katan who is not who's coming with a claim of his father. Very interesting over here. So if you look at Rashi says it's at the end, second to last line in Rashi. About the kind of father, how the kind of shvon benesinas ish kamer shakatan tono avi mosro liyadecha. So as I said, ultimately again the case. So interestingly enough, if a katan is coming along and that's his own claim, so that claim can never trigger a shvua. But if a katan is coming and being on behalf of his father, I deposited something with you. My father lent you money. So now it's not coming of his own claims we call the Baba kindness. Ultimately, again, that could trigger a show. The sign was that we give Radoz Ben Yaakov. Sanyo, Radoz Ben Yaakov Omer, Pamim Shah, Adam Nishpa Al kindness. Atzmo, sometimes ultimately again to swear based on his own paina. What is that case? In Morris's case, Amarlo, Manalabi, Chabiyadi, Vechaltiv, Pras. Example, right? I go over to Ruvain. I say, Ruvain, right? Manalabi, Chabiyadi, your father deposited $1,000 to me, right? $1,000 to me, and I gave him $500. So what's that? How do you say Mishpa? Because yeah, Mishpa kind of sounds well. So we'll say, so here, so again, I have to swear. What do I have to swear? What do we call that? What do we call that? The mitzvahs, right? Interestingly enough, what's that case? What bring the shua? In other words, no one, there's no claimant over here, right? No, I'm admitting, I'm saying, Ruben, if I deposited $1,000 with me, I gave him back $500 of it. I'm creating the din of shua. That's what's called nishpa kindness atzmo. Good. So the Gemara says, Atzmo. Saying no. Not true. There's no shua in that case. Why is no shua? And here's what's very interesting. The Gemara works with a general assumption that children know the affairs of their parents. Right? That we spoke about this week. Right? Generally, children don't understand. So because of that, remember, there's no claimant over here. I'm in a statement saying your father went ahead and deposited this money with me. The Chacham say, I can also just keep mouth closed and not say anything, and no one will know the difference. You know the difference. So we'll say, again, therefore the Chum say, it's called Meshiv Aveda. And Meshiv Aveda is the expression of, well, literally returning a lost object. What happens when you find a lost object? No one knows if you found it or not, right? Therefore, again, when you return it, so obviously there's a mitzvah to return. The expression over here is hearing something that no one even knows about. So because that the Chum say that can't trigger a Shavua. Okay, whereas Rabbi Elazar ben Yaakov, less than Meshiv Aveda Pater, Rabbi Elazar ben Yaakov doesn't hold with this idea that returning a lost object. So says the expression that's used when you're giving something back to someone that they don't even know about. So Rabbi Elazar ben Yaakov doesn't hold with this idea that Meshiv Aveda doesn't trigger a Shavua. Amarav b'shetano katan. No. So that's what's the case? The case is not simply Meshiv Aveda. The case over here is where halacha l'maisa, a katan is petitioning me, right? So in other words, really what's happening over here is that Katan is coming over to me and says, hey, my father deposited $1,000 with you. I'm sad. I claim, you're right, I gave back 500. I gave back, right? I gave back already part of it. So that's the case, Tana Katan. First Katan, Bahamrit, in Mishmar, Tanis Katan. One second. We just said in the Mishnah, the time of the claim of the Katan can't trigger a Shua. So what's going on over here? So someone says, you're right. The Olam Gadol. Great. You're right. It doesn't mean, what does katan mean? It means a gadol. Only Jews could do this, right? It means a katan means a gadol. Why calling him a katan? But my katan, the Lagabi Avua katan. Shalah says what we said before. He's a katan, but rather what? Regarding his affairs, he's a katan. He's a katan. Tainus Atzmo, Tainus Achirimi. If that, Tainus Atzmo, Tainus Achirimi. Timur says, Tainus Achirimi. To which Timur says, if that's the case, then why are you calling this a case of it? This isn't a case of admission. What's happening over here is there is an adult child that's the claimant, not the adult claimant. And halakha again, and I'm admitting part of the claimant. This the motive of Itzas case. Tainus Atzmo, Tainus Achirimi. Says, you're right, it's Tainus Achirimi, Valdas Atzmo. You're right, but it's a case of where what? It's a case of where someone's claiming, and this again, it's the adult child that's $1,000 of you, and I am making a partition. That's why I call you Valdas Atzmo. The says, hello, base 42b. Yeah, that's called Moder Mitzvahs. Every case of Moder Mitzvahs is like that. Someone's making a claim against me. I am making a partial admission. To which the Gemara says, Kulunami. All cases are like that. Ella, the Gemara says, you're right. What's going on over here? Focus on the statement of Rabbah. The Amar Rabbah is actually very interesting. We should have actually have here, right? But it's coming up now. The Amar Rabbah, Torah, Moder Mitzvah, Yeshava. So listen to this. Why is it, again, I will say, this whole parak, Moder Mitzvahs. So we know what's halacha Moder Mitzvahs, right? I go over to Ruben, so we owe $1,000. Ruben says, I only owe you 500. Boom, you admit 500. Great, you admit 500. You swear on the rest. Why? What are the mechanics of that? Here we go. Rabbah. So why is it that halacha Isa? So we say Moder Mitzvahs Shava. But ultimately, again, that if the partial admission that you have to swear, why is that? Say chazaka, ein adam meis panav b'knei b'chova. So it's chazaka. What's the chazaka? Chazaka is no one has to deny loan in the face of their creditor. Right? No one has that chutzpah. So right, if I lend Ruben $1,000, there's no way that Ruben's ever gonna have the chutzpah to look me in the eyes and say, I owe you nothing. Impossible. The Gemara says, but really, what was it? But that's really what Ruben wants to do. Like really, what Ruben wants to do is Ruben wants to deny this loan. Now again, I will say there's a lot of psychology over here, right? So psychological nugget number one is that people would never have the chutzpah to deny the total good that someone else has done to them. As if I've lent him $1,000, there's no way that he in good faith. Again, he was working under certain assumptions of he going to look at me and say, I owe you nothing. But he really wants to say he owes me. Now, why does he want to claim he owes me nothing? Why? Have the money to repay me, not because he doesn't want to repay me. I will say, there are certain truths that the Gemara is operating goes over here, right? So psychological truth number one is that people will never have the chutzpah to fully the good that someone else has done for them and to them. That's truth number one. Second truth number two is people are often too proud to admit they need help. Over here is as follows. Ruben owes me $1,000. It's time to pay up. Ruben doesn't have the money. So what's going to happen over here is, but yet Ruben doesn't want to say, I need a little bit more help. Right? Ruben to claim he doesn't owe anything. But he's not going to say that because chutzpah that he's not going to have. So but he wants to say he doesn't have it, but he's not going to say. So really he wants to admit that he owes the whole thing. So once they see, so this is so fascinating over here, right? So watch what's happening. I lent Ruben $1,000. Time to pay up. Ruben doesn't have the money. So what does Ruben want to do? What's his instinct? Because he doesn't have it. What's his instinct? What's the instinct? I don't owe you anything. But he's not going to do that because a person would not have that level of unprecedented chutzpah, right? To lie to the face of the person who lent. He's not going to lie to my face. But he really wants to lie to my face because he doesn't have the money. But yet, he really wants to admit to me that he owes the whole amount, but he doesn't have it. But he's too, parentheses, but he's too proud to do that. The haidula odile ishtamute hudekam ishtamut. See, it figures like this. Okay, so what am I going to do? I'm not going to admit the whole amount because this way I'll buy myself a little bit more time to be able to come up with the money. Savar adahavi rizuzarnale. Ultimately, again, I'll buy myself a little bit, only half of the debt, a bit more time. Of course, I'm going to pay back silver. Ruben is saying, of course, I'm going to pay him back. I'm going to pay him back, but I need to buy myself a little bit more time. So I just want to point out, Torah therefore says, ultimately, again, the Torah understands, Baruch understands better than we understand ourselves, and therefore it says, impose the shua upon Ruvain. What does the shua do? The definition pushes the truth to the surface because what's going to end up happening over here. But what's going to be the end of the story? Is Reuben going to take the shua? Is Reuben going to take the shua? No. Why? Because he knows he owes all of the money. So he's not going to take a false oath. So I just want to point out how profound this is. How profound this is. The Torah creates an entire construct over here because it recognizes that people are not truthful when they need help. So what they will do is, what people will do is, they will go ahead and construct all types of alternate realities to do anything and everything but admit I am in distress, I cannot handle this on my own, and I need help. The Shavua, what the Shavua does is, the Shavua forces the borrower out of his own universe, right, out of his alternative reality, and forces him to acknowledge the which is. What's the reality? I the borrower, don't have the money, I don't have money, but I owe it. Notice that it's absolutely fascinating. And it's fascinating on multiple levels. It's fascinating the length to avoid acknowledging that we're in over our, that we need, that we can't handle it ourselves, because you have to understand, why are people so reticent to admit that they need help? Understand, it comes from a good place, right? Man is made b'tzalem Elokim, in the image of HaKadosh. If there is one thing, Bono Shal Olam never is help. The Bono Shal never needs help. Kadosh Baruch was totally self-sufficient. So there's a piece of me, right? I have this need to Elohim. I have a spark of the Baruch inside of me. And there is this piece of me that is divine. And sometimes that message of his divinity gets a little bit corrupted to think that I don't need help either. I got this all figured out. And I was like, no, you don't have to figure it out. All of us have stuff in our lives that we don't have figured out, and that we need other people to be able to help us work. But yet we go through life pretending that we have it all figured out, often projecting anger, disappointment, frustration on other people because it's not figured out. And it's everyone else's fault that it's not figured out. No, it's no one else's fault. It's just I haven't reached out for help. I haven't gotten the right guidance. And again, we go through this whole thing because Baruch says here, Ruvain, just admit you don't have. No, if you don't have it, you don't have it. What is it? Let's see. You can't get water out of a stone, blood out of a stone, water out of a stone. Which one is it? Blood out of a stone, right? If you don't have it, you don't have it. And by the way, so instead, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. But instead, we're being concocts this whole thing. I can't say I don't have it. I want to say I don't owe it to you, but I don't have that chutzpah. So I'm just going to have by myself a little bit of time. Because essentially says, stop it. Steve, you can send it around now. Stop it, right? Stop it, right? Stop. Just be honest. Just be honest. And the Shavua, interestingly enough, we know that Reuben is not going to swear because Reuben is not going to swear falsely. That's fucking people aren't going to swear falsely. Just be honest. The Shavua forces honesty to rise to the surface. Remember, say, what a tremendous Musar Haskell. Although we are in the image of God, we are not God-like in this realm. HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs help in any type of internal resolution. We need of help to overcome a variety of different life circumstances and challenges. Incredible. So that's the whole psychology of the Mixas. No, that this is true, whether or not, whether the person making the claim is the borrower himself or the person making the claim is the son of the borrower, because that's how we're framing this case. Someone is not going to and right, the person is not going to go and it's not the person going to be brazen and deny the claims. Whether the borrower, so again the idea here is whether the borrower himself is talking to the actual lender or to the son of the lender, a person is not going to be brazen enough to deny claim. Therefore, again, we do not view him as the returner of a lost object. Rabbanan say no. Rabbanan say no, it's not true. It's not true. A person, a borrower won't deny a claim when to the actual lender, to the son of the lender, who's not as well versed. So ultimately, the borrower would absolutely be willing to deny that claim, and therefore, when he admits it, ultimately he's like make shiva, he's like returning a lost object, and therefore again, there's no shvuas mode of a mitzvah in that case. So, one second. Must like Rabbi and Yaakov. So if you use the son of Yaakov, how can I reach look into the Isha? So ultimately again, if I say to Ruvain, there's $1,000 that belongs to your father in my possession. Sorry. Ruvain comes over to me. Ruvain says, Silver, you have my father deposited or lent you $1,000, and I say back, and I say, no, you only owe us $500. I only have I only owe him only possession $500. There's no shul mitzvahs. Why? They make him because the Moshe says pretty explicitly. What do you see from here? That mode of the mitzvahs is only to the lender himself, but to the son of the lender, we assume that halacha l'maaseh again, people deny claims all the time, and therefore any level of admission is called mishida. To which the Gemara says, "Zelo amar li or barili, hachar barili." Oh, that's right. It's interestingly enough, in the cases of where the child of the petitions the borrower, there are different cases. There's a case from again, the son comes along, barili, I know for sure. So with the definitive claim, possible claim. So in a case of a definitive claim, that in a case of a possible claim, ultimately again, that's going to be like Meshiva Veda. Shmuel says no. When it says lakatan, katan doesn't mean that a katan is the one petitioning the borrower. That's not the case. Rather, what does it mean? The param menichse katan. It's referring to collecting from the property of a katan. Same idea. Lahekdish means the param menichse hekdish. The same idea that from hekdish means to go ahead and collect payment from the property of hekdish. So the Gemara says, Rashi goes for just a moment. The param menichse katan is in the short lines, 6 lines in. The param menichse katan. Mimichse Yosum, Rafidu Hotzi Star Alab Tzal Shvua, so is so the case over here is where it's actually reversed. I am the lender, and comes back from Reuben. Reuben passed away, and now again his estate has been inherited son. So I'm coming to collect ultimately again from the estate. So most of we've seen this with Babos. What's the halacha? When they're coming to go ahead and collect from the Yasam, what do you need? Shvua. Shvua. Same idea with Hekdish. Ultimately again, I will say halacha l'maisa. I was makdish my property, and I had outstanding liens on that property. I defaulted now on certain obligations. My creditors could come and collect property from hektish, but in order to that property from hektish, we need a shvua. So, different interpretation of the case in the Mishnah. We're talking about it here. When you say that you shvua, when you're collecting from the property, i.e. the of a katan, or you're a creditor and you're collecting from hektish, you need a shvua in order to act. You want to say shvua katan, the hektish, they probably say katan tanina. You need to say so. I'll be sure. You want to collect from someone from the estate of orphans. You can only collect with the shvua. Tarti vamos. Why do I need to expressed in two ways? How come I want to get Abaye passing like Abaye say the Tani Abaye Shisha? You saw him Shamru Gidolim. They start Lomar Kitanim, then the Shvua, then the Ziburas. Because Moses is going to have a very important idea. Whenever we speak about Kitanim, right in this context, Kitanim can mean actual Kitanim or can mean Gidolim. So why did he use the Lashon of Kitanim? Because we always assume that a child, in relation to the affairs of his father, is a katan. Doesn't know all the ins and outs. We're just coming to force this idea that whenever you are coming to collect a debt from the estate, right, from the son for the debts of his father. So there's two halachas that always apply. Number one, you always need a shvua. Even if you have a document, right, you always need a shvua. That's number one. And number two, when collecting from the estate, you only get to collect ziburis, inferior property, in satisfaction of the debt. Incredible. The hektish, the same idea. So to teach you that if you want to collect, if you're a credit and you have pre-existing lien and you want to collect property, you have the ability to do so only with a shvua. So Marsh said already. Again, in general, if you're a creditor and you want to collect from encumbered property, the only collect from encumbered property is how with the shvua. And again, what does it matter if it's encumbered to other people or it's encumbered to hektish? It's not local. So again, you must ask you, why do we need to restate this concept over here? So again, if I have property, I have encumbered, I'm makdish my property. I default loans. My credit hektish and seize the encumbered property, because remember again, their lien preceded the hektish lien, so to speak. So now that Gemara is telling me, but they could only collect with the shvua. We already learned that. Why do we need to say that again? It's tzrich. So that I would have thought. First, Adam Osek Kinunya Al Hadyot. Hagdish Dain Adam Osek Kinunya Hagdish. So I say so again. I think no. When do you need to get shvua when collecting encumbered property? That's when let's say it's encumbered and sold to another person. Because people play games with each other. But Hagdish, no one's going to collect property in satisfaction of a debt from Hagdish unless, of course, they're actually owed that property. Kamash Malon, the Gemara says, not true. People play games with everything. Therefore, Allah again, in general, whenever collecting encumbered property in satisfaction of a debt, whether you're trying to extract it from a person or to extract it ultimately in Hagdish, halacha you are going to have to go ahead and the shvua. I Vamar Afuna Chimira Shegdish Kondasa. What about the following? Chimira, right? The person is dead, who is makdish all of his property, right? So Reuben the Shmira makdish all of his property. Vamar Yadi, and ultimately, then he says, by the way, I know that I makdish all property, but I $1,000 to shillings. What's the halacha? Naaman, all these believe. Why? In Adam Osek Kinunya Al Hagdish. Ultimately, you will say, what's the chazaka? The chazaka ultimately is that a person doesn't play hektish, even though he was makdish all of his money, right, his work. Because again, there's an assumption people don't mess around with hektish. You see from here that again, people don't mess around with hektish. If that's the case, then you should say that the creditor should be able to collect from hektish even without a shvuah. So someone says, no, Amri, honey, we shmira. The in other chote v'lo agabi bari v'adechashi. That's a very interesting statement. The says, no. When do we say when people don't mess around with hektish? That's a shmira. Because in general, when do people sin? Or right, when do people sin? Or why do people sin? Because there's a benefit for it, right? Means people, I only sin because there's a benefit to me, right? Because if you bring the shchivira, there's no vested interest for him to sin. He's going to die. He's going to die. So therefore, we assume that whatever he's saying is honest. So again, that's when we say a person is about to die, that we assume that his statements regarding hektish are not playing games. But in general, if a person is alive, even well, we assume that they do play games, and therefore, even by hektish halach l'maisa, you have to take a shvuah for extracting. So it's the only case where there would be no obligation of shvuah, when extracting from hektish would be a shchid, because he has complete credibility, because there's no reason for him to lie. But Allah is coming out of there, say, is whether you are collecting. So the Gemara is just interpreting that last case in Mishnah as katan and hektish, as not dealing with the case of katan and hektish that are making a claim, but rather, again, I'm trying to draft from the katan and hektish. And what is the Mishnah reinforcing? We learned beforehand. What was the law we already learned? Extract money from a katan. What case of extracting money from a katan? I lent Ruvain $1,000. Ruvain died. His estate was now inherited by his son. I want to collect from his estate. Even though I'm holding the document. What do I need in order to collect? What do I need? A shvuah. A shvuah, same thing with hektish. I went ahead and I lent Ruvain $1,000. Ruvain decided to be all for money. And he was makdish his entire estate. Now I'm going to hektish. I'm saying shkoyach. Don't be from my good rule in life in general. Don't be from other people's shoulders. Right? But when nice, I get an hour like from hektish. Hektish says, no problem. So here's my document. It doesn't work that way. You want to collect from hektish. Ultimately, again, you require a shua. One late breaking sponsorship that I did not do at the beginning. Let's say a very special sponsorship by David and Roberta Schwartz and all of the friends of Sammy Esterson. In honor, I listened to full dedication after multiple generations of healing patients with his gifted physical therapy hands, mind, and heart. Sammy Esterson retires today. Current patients, their children, and their children's children have been healed by Sammy. Sammy is an icon in the physical therapy industry. Wait, we're not finished yet. We're not finished. He takes his extraordinary physical therapy talents to Eretz Yisrael to tend to people who need a refuah shalema. Says you nothing but wonderful health. Thank you for have done for our community and beyond. Shkoya. All right, that's all I got. We're done for today. It's not bad. Shabbos, I think, is right. All right, Scott.
I say there is no games, buddy. Yeah, it was cool to see up to Newport. Got into
Good morning.
Camp, and I was like, Visual National Championships, gold medalist, wrestler.
Morning.
He's on his own as coach.
Today's daf is Daf Mem Aleph. We begin our daf this morning with our sponsors, with the annual Talmud Torah sponsors and family of Eretz Yisrael.
for sponsoring all the shiurim of this year, as is a former Surah service for Klal Yisrael, for Am Yisrael, for Talmud Torah sponsors for the month. We thank Stephen and Terry Zinn, sponsoring all the shiurim of this month. Steve's mother, Doris Laura, Pastor Yisrael, on her 50th yard site. We also thank our always for today. Azariah say, "You help the Mordechai Tzvi, and Yitzchak Isaac, whose yard site is today, and they show have an Aliyah, and then what we should have in the Chava." So today's daf is daf. We're going to pick up daf Mem Amud Beis at the word Amar of Anan. It's about 2/3 of the way down the page. Amar of Anan, Amar Shmuel. Twanu Chitim. Adam, the Hoda Lobis Saor. If we can Arayiv in the Miskal Potter. So the Gemara says the following. Rana makes the following statement. What happens if a very clever person knows the halachos of yesterday's shir? He recognizes there's a halacha called Modav Miktas, which means that if someone comes to me and he claims that I owe him money, and I admit to part of that loan, and whether it's money or it's items, we said it's still the same halacha. If I admit to part of an obligation, the halacha is going, I'm going to have to take a shavua. But this person also knows that if I admit to something which is not min hataina, it's not exactly the same thing. In other words, if you claim that I owe you wheat, and I say it's not true, I owe you barley, then that's not considered to be hodah. That's not considered to be a public mission, and therefore I'm going to be off the hook. I won't have to make a shavua. The person also knows the halacha that if you claim two things, even though they're not the same thing, you claim chita, so barley, simply, the person admits to wheat and barley, so he's going to have to make a shvuah, like we said yesterday, even though there are two different types of claims here, there's wheat and barley. If you're going to admit to one, that's considered to be taina, you're going to have to make a shvuah. Now the emphasis, he's very smart, is that if the claimant comes here and says that I owe wheat and barley, and I admit to the barley and have to take a shvuah. What happens? The guy brings him into Beis Din. He says to him, "Sir, you owe me wheat." Before the guy had a chance to say anything else, he says, "I owe you barley." He said, "I owe you barley." So what Rambam is saying is, if the Beis Din pick on this, and they think this guy's just trying to get ahead of himself, because he knows if he allows the guy to finish the sentence, now once he admits that he owed barley, now he has to make a shavua on the leaders. Therefore, he gets ahead. This is now, what is the Beis Din here? The Beis Din here is a guy saying, "You barley." That's not a mission. That's considered a mission which is not in China. You'll be off the hook. It says the Beis Din has to be really sharp about what's going on over here. The Kadam, the Hobbits owed him. He got ahead of himself, and he admitted that he owes barley. It looks like he's just trying to trick everybody. Chayev will slap to make the shvuah. That's actually what he really meant. He just missed. He wanted to go to be front. Potter is going to be exempt from a shvuah because Amar Shmuel, he said, Tanu Shtei Machtin. The first two tailors, they worked together. They put his needle in the sewing machine. So he said to the guy next to him, "Can I borrow two needles?" And he admits that I borrowed one needle. What's the halacha? He's trying to make sure why the claim of the mitzvahs. The claim is you owe two. He admits to one to go ahead and make a shvuah. Figo says to Gemara, Yotzu comes out Kalim L'Mashain. When it comes to Kalim, doesn't have to be of high value. Needles are again. It could be some needles being very expensive. We're talking about needles, example of something which is very low value. And since the Gemara is proving over here that even though yesterday we said when it comes to money, there's a requirement that it has to be two kesef. We have this machlokes between Rav and Shmuel. If the denial has to be two kesef, or if the entire claim has to be two kesef. When it comes to needles, when it comes to items could be even as a needle, even if it's worth very little. Still, you have the concept of the mixas. If you admit to a partial obligation with Yeshua. Omer of Papa held in case. Tanu Kalim Upruta. Say you have a hire. Person says you owe me objects and one fruitus, so a minimal amount of money. But Hoda Kalim, he admits that he owes the actual Kalim, the kafar, the fruta. He denies that he owes the fruta. What's the halacha? Is exempt from taking a shvur. This is similar, which is the denial has to be two kesef, 2 coins. Just denying one fruit is not sufficient, and therefore you would not have to take a shvur. However, what if he admits that he owes the fruta, the kafar b'kaleb, he denies the kaleb, so then he's going to be obligated to take a shvur. Gemara explains chada karav. Gemara went through these just to show us. In one the halach was like Rav. You bring out Rav's halach that the kfir has to be a minimum of 2 coins. Look at Shmuel, who's saying in the case of Shmuel, which is when you claim 2 things, and to one of them it's considered to be a hodah minayna. It's an admission, which is similar to the claim. You have to make a shvur. Gemara explains that chada karav da'amiras taina. The first one is like Rav, who says we have a denial and 2 coins. The Shmuel, the other one's like Shmuel, so I'm trying to keep it 2 different things. You admit to one of them is considered to be a hodah, and then a taina, which is similar to the claim, and Chayv is going to have to take a shavua. Next case, this says, person claims to Shimon and says, you owe me money. And Shimon responds and says, I owe you nothing. In other words, you have nothing in my hands, you have nothing on me, I owe you nothing. He denies the entire thing. Balak is potter, he's not going to take his shvur. Omer of Nachman. Nachman now, this is what we mentioned yesterday, Umayin also shvuas hesses. We record a person who denied it to take a shvuas hesses. Shvuas hesses is a shvua midrabanan rabbinic oath that he has to take. Hesses, the term hesses, Rashi explains, it means something you place upon. In other words, this is an imposed shvua, rabbinically imposed shvua that he has to take. My time, but what's the reason why Rabbanan decided that this person has to take a shvua? Whereas Reuben goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me money. Shimon turns around and says, what? What are you talking about? Why is it all of a sudden he has to make a shvua? He goes to Shimon and claims he owes him money. Shimon denies it. All of a sudden Shimon has to make a shvua. The Gemara says, I'll tell you what. We've established that it is a chazon tovea elon kein yeshlo. It's not normal. People don't just let the person say you owe me money for the money. So if he's claiming he owes him money, he probably is owing money. He doesn't have on him to obligate him to pay it. But therefore, Rabbanan said, since it's very uncommon, you walk over to Shimon and claim that he's owed money, so that he did means something going on here. We therefore are going to impose a shavua on Shimon. The Gemara says, the opposite is true. Chazaka Hava. We have a chazaka that a person is not going to just have the audacity to deny a loan. Again, it takes a certain amount of chutzpah. Borrowed money from somebody to just deny it. Crazy. A person lends you money, he wants to get the money, and he can just deny it. So the fact Shimon is entirely denying this should actually do that. Normal people don't borrow, therefore why are we obligating them to switch? Gemara says, no. Generally will not deny that they actually owe. The concept called sometimes people want to push off the payment of the loan. In other words, the Gemara is saying is the following. When a person borrows money, why did he? Because he needed to spend it. That's the point. People borrow money because they need to spend money on something. Therefore, what happens is, in many cases, the person borrows the money, he doesn't have enough of his money, so he borrows money from somebody else, so he can spend it. What happens if he happens not to have yet recovered his money yet? Going through the whole thing and saying, you know what, I'm sorry, I have 30 more days. Something, what? The loan? Not sure what he's talking about. His intention really is to postpone the loan until he back. So I'll say, you're right. We understand that maybe you owe the money, but we're going to add some pressure to you and say, you're denying it? You deny the whole loan? You claim you didn't borrow it? Take a shua that you didn't borrow it. I'm hoping that in that process, the guy's going to say, you know what? I don't want to make you borrow the money. Actually, I own up. I did borrow the money. I'm not ready to pay you back. Give me to the shua, because generally people will not deny the loan entirely, but here what he means is he just wants to push it off. He explains, Adahavali uparadale. Once I get the money, I'll pay back. Teida, the Gemara proves this. In other words, the Gemara proves that this idea, this concept, the Vishtamutu, is quite normal. Person postpones it. Just a code for Benu denies a monetary loan, kosher aidus. In other words, even though it's kosher aid, obviously, as Rashi points out, this means where he denied it but did not take a full shvua. The person took a full shvua, then he's possible aidus. He's disqualified from testifying because he's a liar. Now, however, because if it's with a deposited item, then the person denies that he is possible aidus. You know why? Because when I give you something to watch, you know what you're supposed to do with it? Keep it exactly where it's supposed to be. Put it in your drawer. You put it in your safe. You put it away in a place where it's going to be safe. There's absolutely no reason why you postpone giving back my item unless you used it. If you used it, then you already violated your commitment to me. So therefore, when it comes to monetary, people borrow money, you want to spend it. Sometimes when you spend money, you expect to have a return on your investment, but sometimes it takes a little longer than you expect. So instead of going through the whole thing, sometimes people will be honest and say, you know, I never borrowed it. The intention is that I'll pay you back next week. However, when it comes to an item that you're watching, you're supposed to hold on to it. Therefore, if you don't have it, that means it's not there, and then you're already in violation of your commitment. So Chaviva Masnia Sefer, he learns the concept of a Shavua Rabbanan, the rabbinic Shua on the Sefer, which is of that Mishnah says, Mana Libi Yalcha, Ruben goes to Shimon says, you have a mana of mine. Amar Lo, Shimon, that's true, I do owe you a mana. Machar, the next day, Amar Lo, he says to him, you didn't owe me the money, can you please pay up? Machar, Amar Lo, he says to me. The guy says, I paid you back. What's now lacha? Yes, Reuben goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me $100. That's true, I do owe you $100. The next day, Reuben goes to Shimon and says, remember yesterday you owe me $100? He says, yes, I remember that. So can you please pay me? Shimon says, no, I actually paid you yesterday. Because he admitted that he owes the money, he also claims that he paid the money. Amar of Nachman, Mashkilas, Shvuas Heses, we do impose a rabbinic requirement to take the Shvuah, and then the Gemara says, Man the Masnia Reisha, the one who says that you have to make a Shvuah when you deny the whole thing, Kol Shekena Seif. Certainly in the case where you admit that you owe the money, that you claim, everyone's going to one who says that in the Seifa you have to take a shvuah from an hour. One who says that in the case where you admitted that you owe the money, you'd say in this case, since there is already something there, it's lying with them. In other words, we already know we have something that smells over here a little bit like there's a loan. So we already have a suspicion that there's a loan. In that case, you're claiming you take back. We're going to impose a short drabana. However, in the first case, Ruben goes to him and says, "Shouldn't you owe me $1,000?" And says, "I don't know what you're talking about." In that case, perhaps a hustle could go to Ramona. There's no occasion that anybody owes any money. In such a case, perhaps he would not agree that he has to take a shua or drabana. And just on the category of the Ramona, it's not really our sugya today. This is up in Shas a few times. Typically, when we see it, there's always going to be in my focus Rashi tells us what it means. Rashi usually says it means there's a loss of money. So typically, whenever there's a monetary discussion going on, whether Reuben owes Shimon money than Ramona, however, when it comes to a mitzvah, to a lost and found article, that's a case where no one's really losing. It's just the loss of gain. In that case, it's not a Jorah Ramona. Tosfos generally says Jorah means if you take away anyone's verbal claim, you'll recognize that there's a suffix over here. You see people holding on to something, you could observe that, and if no one says anything, you figure out that there's a shiloh, there's a suffix. Over here, neither Rashi nor Tosfos to say it. It seems that everybody agrees that Jorah Ramona means that there's something fishy, something stinks. In other words, it smells like there's a loan over here. In that case, it requires it to be a shvur and drabana. This concept of shvur hesed. So the shvur drabana and what halachic difference is the rabbinic oath and it's the Mars Bayika being shvur the shvur drabana. What is halachically different between the shvur midoraisa, a biblically imposed shvur, and the shvur drabana, which is rabbinically imposed shvur? The Mars says, the following is the difference. Mepech shvur. Flip the shvur. This means is, let's say here they go to Shimon and says $1,000. I say for Shimon, you have to take it. I'm interested in taking it. Rather, I would say, you claim that I owe you money, you make Shavua. So now the Gemara says, Midoraisa, when it comes to Shua Midoraisa, the most of the Mixas case, but where a person has the Shua, the Torah says that you have his name. And if Shimon's the one who has to take the Shua, he cannot run on when it comes to rabbinically imposed Shua, Mapchinon. The logic is as follows. Midoraisa, Reuben claims Shimon owes him money, and Shimon says, I don't owe you anything. There's no monetary loan. There's monetary obligation. For what's Shimon's obligation over? These are Takana, the Chazal, so what? Let's try to settle this well so everyone is confident in the halacha. So you know what? Or maybe want to put pressure on them, like you said, in case he tried to push it off. So what's a shvua? So therefore, monetary obligation, there Shimon could say, I'm not even making a shvua. You make it. However, but when it comes to a raisa, maybe a raisa really, once you admit that there is a monetary obligation, so then the shvua, if you're exempting yourself, you don't want to take the shvua, you don't get the exemption, you can't put it on the so the differences. According to Marbar Ashi, I'm the Deraisa not about biblically imposed Shimon could force me to get. Now, what's the about Peter Shua might give the rest of what is the difference? Where it says Ikibayu, say, if the mitzvah is Shimon refuses to swear, are we going to force him by taking some of his possessions away from him? What do you call a raisa? A biblical shvua. In other words, it makes us like we've been talking about partial mission. We're going to go into his possessions and take a portion to pay back. If you're honored, if he refuses to swear, let's say we're not going to go into his personal possessions and force that. That's something very interesting. I'm just thinking this for a second. You have Reuben goes to Shimon and says, Ayo. Let's say Shimon take a shvua. Now Shimon says, I don't want to take a shvua. I rather take a shvua. So now, let's say we're talking about shvua midaraisa. Now, and that's the case we will take away the case. Shimon says, I refuse to swear. So now, it's a shvua she will take away some of his possession. How can he get out of that? He just says Ruvain should swear. Now Ruvain doesn't want to swear. Ruvain doesn't get it, and he's off the. In other words, it's possible to circumvent this whole thing, and you won't have to swear or pay up, and then basically can't force you, but you have to take a risk because Shimon, if he'll Ruvain to take the shvua, so then if Ruvain takes the shvua to take the money, there's nothing you can do about it. If he refuses, based will go ahead and property. In other words, if he knows that Ruvain's not going to want to swear, he way of circumventing the whole thing. Which is an interesting point. He can get out of it. They can stop when the kid say by refusing to swear and asking Ruvain to swear. But again, there's a risk that if Ruvain swears, he has nothing to do about it at that point in time. In other words, he can no longer to swear to get out of it. Basis is never going to set up a situation where we know that there is a false oath being taken. In other words, you can't have the Ruvain swear that you owe me and Shimon swear that you don't owe me. Basis is not going to do it. And the Gemara says, okay, that can't because when Rabbi Yossi, I'm going to say, Rabbi Yossi, you do have to go ahead and take things away from people, even by Rabban. How do we know this? It's not. Random case. Mitzias shows to Bekata. So again, limited his capacity. Shows is limited in his intellectual capacity. Bekata, a child just doesn't really know things yet. The halakha is all these people don't have the halakhic ability to accomplish a kinyan. However, find something to put in Gesel. If you take it from them, we're going to impose all the halachas of Gezel. We can't have a society to start taking things away from people because there's no halacha. Gezel Gama. See, real theft. If you take a child finds a lost article on the street, he picks it up and he says, he's a child, he can't accomplish it. He does not know how to acquire it. You grab it out of his hand, Gezel Gama says, it means Gezel Gama b'divrei. In other words, it's not really a biblical Gezel, because the kid didn't have to be Midrabanan to be Gezel. The real Gezel will treat this guy who takes away from him. Well, might not mean what's the difference? Allah is don't see the other take from him. What do you see? You see, even when it comes to a rabbinic type of opinion, still we can impose all the halachas of Gezel, of ownership over here. I'll take it away. So in other words, even when it comes to the rabbinic type of law, it seems we would say we take it away. The more some bike direction, once the week they have, then they got to the shul. This is similar to the first, but this is not where this who is claimed of is actually asking to switch it. What happens is the person who has made law is a person who's already got himself into hot water before and thinks this guy's a liar. Therefore, we say, we're not going to impose a shua on you because we don't trust your shua. You've made false shuas. In such a case, what's the halacha? But the right shua, either. When it comes to a biblical application, if the person who has the shua imposed upon him is suspected of lying, the basin is going to voluntarily, you know what? You have to take a shua, but we don't trust you, so therefore we'll ask Ruvain to do it. When it comes to the whole shua is an imposed solution. But the conflict we don't make a double solution to say, listen, we're going to impose a shua on Shimon. It's not trust. Therefore, we're going to say, Ruvain should do it. It's a double level of Atakana. We don't do that. That's more slow. Say, in other words, the word is wondering what happens according to Rabbana. If there's a shvua, we don't force the guy to pay up. What do you do? How do you do? The word says, Misham Tinale, you excommunicate it, you clear it. In other words, this guy becomes isolated completely. We quarantine him. No one can do business with him until he pays up. The word says later, Vina Lavashi, Hai Nakte Bekusa, the then the Shavki L'Klive. This is, the literal translation is, you're literally grabbing on to a cluster, the Nafki L'Klive should take off his clothing. In other words, the point over here is, you're not going to take away his possessions. So what are you going to do? You put the guy into a corner and close the door and say, you can never come out. Now, he explains that this is a Nikia, and part of the lesson that you're saying is, you're grabbing a person into his private place, and therefore the person's going to have no choice other than to acquiesce to your demanding of him. In other words, the point is, you're telling me when it comes to rabbinic obligation, you don't force the guy to pay. Is there any more forcing than telling a person you never do business again until you pay up? Of course, that's forcing him to pay. The Gemara says no. Ella Maya Dina do Maya Dinale. Amar Mishamtina Le Azamatis Vanite Vidnagi. Put him into harem for 30 days until the time of his being excommunicated. You give him the lashes and say, you know what, you got your lashes, you didn't pay. At this point in time, nothing else. So we don't force him to pay, we make him comfortable. The 30, we're not going to force him to pay. Amar Papa, hi man, the Appa Stara Chavrei. You have a person who pulled out a doctor from his friend, he owes him money. Amar Le, Stara Peruahu. The person says, yes, I did actually borrow money from you with that document, but I paid you back. I'm really like Lav Kol Kaminach. Say to me, not believe. In other words, this star here, you're not believe. Zil Shlip. Go. The Im Amar, what if he says, Lishtavali? Listen, I'm confident I paid you back. I know you still have the document that says I owe you the money. Listen, I swear that I still owe you the money. I didn't pay you back. I'm in the way. Stop away. Yes, go ahead. You should make a shmua that he didn't pay you back. Some of us have read the Rashi. What's the difference between this and a pogrom star? What does pogrom star mean? Pogrom star means when a person admits that a loan document has some type. The typical example that she quotes over here is that when it comes to a ksuba, when a woman's owed the money for a ksuba, when her husband paid back part of it. In other words, the halacha is if I have a document that says Ruben owes me money, and now I go to Ruben and I say, Ruben, you owe me money, but I'm admitting parts of this document are not accurate, and someone has to make a shavua that he still owes me the rest of the money. Now, the Gemara says something very interesting here. If Ruben goes to Shimon and says, you $1,000 as stated in this document, and Shimon says, not true, I put you back. Halacha is, Shimon could require Ruben. Now, why should Ruben have to swear? There's nothing wrong saying. The only time we find that the claiming leader has to take a shmua is if that the loan document has a flaw. In that case, she has to swear. But here you're telling me, even if the loan document has no flaw in it, it's ultimately supposed to flaw in it. So what's the difference between a document that has a flaw in it and that it doesn't have a flaw in it? In both cases, why can you make a shmua? Or it says, in that case where the guy ultimately admits that the document has a flaw in it, we are going to say, you know what? In our case, I'm reading Zil Shlim, go pay, the Omar, Stabili. The one who borrowed the money says, you know what, I feel more comfortable. If you took this, I'm quite confident I paid you back. I know I paid you back. I'm reading Zil Shlim. First, something interesting. If the one who's claiming the money here is a Torah scholar, Talmud Chacham, Lo Mashpilale. We're not going to make this. In other words, a Talmud Chacham document that says Ruben owes him $1,000, Shimon owes him $1,000. And Shimon says, I say, you know what, I want him to swear. I'm not going to make the Talmud Chacham swear. It's great. A guy walks into a thing, you on him because it makes it sound I don't believe the Talmud Chacham. Are we used to allow Talmudists to take people's shirts off their back? Now, listen to anybody else. Gemara says, no, that's not what it is. He gets Elam Lom is the Kina Leilatine. We'll tell the Talmud to get a little bit ugly. You walk into basically holding on to a document that says that's I want you to know that if you're going to perceive Torah, what's going to happen is we actually make you make a shvuah. We're going to have to ask you to make a shvuah that's going to be degrading for you. So we're suggesting if you want to proceed with this, you might have to make a shvuah. But if you don't want to, we'll just drop the whole case. You won't get your money, but we won't put you through this. That's what it is. So this is a number of cases where if he claims it was paid back, whether he believes it or not, if he borrowed in front of it, he has to pay back in front of it. He wants to use as follows. A person lends money to his friend, which in other words, there are witnesses there at the time of the loan. So the father of the agent, he has to pay him back in front of the agent. When this halacha was said, asking in front of small, Amar Lee, Shmuel said, Yochel Loma Pratik of the state for you. In other words, it's never going to be relevant. Why? Because, let's just play this. Ruvain led money to Shimon in front of two agents. What's the halacha? Shimon has to pay back to Ruvain in front of two agents. Shmuel says, Shimon could simply just say, I did pay you back in front of two agents. Now, where are those agents? In front of Levin Yehuda. Well, they went away, they traveled, they moved away, they're not here anymore. In other words, the fact of that is always going to undermine the whole idea that he claim that he paid in front of Aiden. Identify two random people and say they now live in China. We can't get a hold of them. The whole thing falls. It's not. The money be a person says to Shimon, you owe me a money. He says to me, hey, yes, I do owe you that money. Machar, Omar learned earlier today, he says to me, I'll give it to me. He responds, he says, I did give it to you. What? He was just Tav Aiden, since he claimed in front of Aiden that he owes you the money, command the owes of Aiden, as if he was of Aiden. So what's Allah? The Potter. And we learned, halacha is that he's Potter. So what do you see? So even though he claimed in front of Aiden that he owes him the money, still he could claim that he paid back even though they weren't paid. So you see that the Rabasi is wrong, which is top of the altar base. This seems to be refutation. And therefore must be the Allah is you don't have to correct for me. No, he amri didn't kara owes favor. I was talking about when he actually lent him the loan the day. He's clearly the other way around. Shimon goes to Reuben and says, lend me $100. Yes, no problem. But hold on a second. Let me just call Levin Yehuda over and have security. What's he mean? He's indicating I don't trust him. And therefore, he said, I don't trust you. I want you to renovate him, and I expect you back in front of David. Because I know what's going to happen here. I know that tomorrow you're going to say you paid me back. So therefore, in such a case, he has to pay back in front of agents. The other case happened, he lent him the money in front. Clearly, he stood the guy. So the fact that there was a conversation that took place in front of Adam does not indicate that he's not paid. He actually require him to pay back in front of Adam. It should have been, but it's not an indication of specificity. He wants to be paid back in front of Adam. Rav Yosef Masli Haki was the following. Rav Yehuda Rav Arasi, Hamadas Chaver Be'edim, Etzarach L'Farah Be'edim. The opposite. If you lend someone money in front of two witnesses, you do not have to pay back in front of two witnesses. However, in Amar says, out for any agent, don't pay me back unless they're agent or salaf. In such a case where he says, pay me back unless they're agent. And so far of agent, he has to pay him. Now, Kiamisi made the Shmuel. When he said this in front of Shmuel, Shmuel responded to say, Amar, you said, even if you said I'm afraid, don't pay me back, still, he could say, you're right, I had to pay back in front of me. Then guess what? I did. We are they travel to Medina to far away. It's not produce a money. You owe me. It's our mission. You owe me money. Hey, he says yes. I do. Don't pay me back unless there are witnesses there. The next day he says pay me back. What did you say? I didn't give it to you. It's he's obligated to still pay. Why? Because the nation sorrowfully to pay in front of agent. What does it see? What does it seem like from here? The Shmuel direct. But Shmuel seems to say you never require a guy to pay in front of agent because if you want to him who travel to another country, it seems to be that our Mishnah says you are required to pay in front of agent. And leave. Shmuel. No, it's not focused on the time if you live in a bright side. The person claims the agent will be I lent you money in front of witnesses. The agent party, I want you to pay me back. It's probably pay me back in front of the agent. Oh, you take you have Uriah Shanasa. Oh, you have to go ahead and the right that you pay back. What's up? You do the Sarah Omar, Yachar respond and say, even though you required me to have agent, you can still say, I paid you back in front of the following two people. Both will do. See, I'm the child. In other words, you can get out by saying, I did pay back in front of agent. They're just not. So, you know that's talking about a case he said at the time that he lent it, to be claiming the money. He said, you know what, I don't want you to pay me back unless sorry. Again, that's not the same thing as our Mishnah would said it at the time of the loan. In such a case, it's true when the Sarah will say, however, who said, and we will say that, even when he said it at the time of the loan, you the money in front of agent. Therefore, it's possible that everybody agrees at the time of the loan. In other words, at the time of when the money is we illustrated before, we clearly demonstrate you don't trust this person. It could be that everybody's going to, you have to actually identify them, and Shmuel would be incorrect. All right. Amar Papi Rava. Papa's name of Rava. What's up? You do lend, if you go and lend someone money in front of witnesses, start the front of it. You have to pay back in front of agent. Now, if you think it was so fair, don't worry about it. We have nothing. The Papa says, no, what's the halacha? The Papa says, the Rabba Amar, Mavakar agent, start the front of agent. Now, again, so clearly we have Mafocus, what the halacha is. The Amar, the Freya of the agent, start the front of the agent. If he actually stipulated, clearly said, I'm lending you money, but please don't pay me back unless there are agents. Or the Imamar, Neman, but the halacha, he is going to be Neman, he will be believed if he says it. So again, clearly there are two different opinions as to what the bottom line halacha is. The more gives a simon for which they are going to come up. Start with them. See how simon, moving the shimon, Titano Hilchasa, Para, Pony, Plan, Afsi Sitrai, Bahamnusa, Kibetre. So a bunch of very interesting. A person says to his friend, Pratin, Paranli, Ba'api Ruven Mishim. In front of these two specific people. Ruven and Shimon, in other words, it seems like you say Ruven and Shimon are there back. Reuben and Shimon are there. Don't pay me back. Now what's the halacha? Azal u'ba'api trade now. You pay me back. Reuben and Shimon. I don't know. You turn the bullet. Two random people. Now what's the halacha? Ba'api trade. Amarle. Ba'api trade pare. He told them to pay. You're right. He defied Reuben and Shimon. The line is that he bought money, he paid back money, and it was in front of Asia. Who cares if it's Reuben and Shimon? Amalei Rabba argues says, no, he can't about Reuben and Shimon. He actually wouldn't here because he knows Reuben and Shimon are. Does it to get a hold of Reuben and Shimon? So therefore, if he doesn't do it in front of Reuben and Shimon, Reuben was not paid back. Next, person says to his friend, when you pay back, this law refers to 2 people who are Torah scholars. Don't just choose 2 random people off the street. I'd like the 2 witnesses to be approved Torah scholars. Now, Azal, powering being delayed the delay. You just paid him private, not paying in front of any Torah scholars. Now, so listen what happened. It's Nisu Hanazuze. That money that was returned, some type of undefense came up, and that money got lost. So that's the case. Reuben lends money to Shimon and says, Shimon, when you pay me back in front of a Torah scholar. Shimon shows up and goes to Reuben and says, remember, last week I bought $100 from you? Here's the $100. There's no Torah scholars in sight. He gives him the $100 and he walks away. Now, Reuben goes away with that money, and as he's walking away, some onus happens that he gets. The guy is away, and he holds him up and steals money. Now, what happens? Also, with the major national, Reuben comes to the national. In Kibbutz, it's true that I did get the money. I, Reuben, did receive the money from Shimon. However, about Shimon, just because I was just holding on to the money for Shimon. I said to him, I said, Lahavi Gabai Pikada. There will be something holding on to for Shimon. Until we come across 2 Torah scholars. At that point in time, the stipulation of this, the style will be fulfilled. At that point in time, the loan will be paid back. In other words, the following. The guy was a clever guy. He says, if he paid the money back to me, and then I got held up, I got my money that I lost. It's my money. But if I'm holding on to the money for Shimon, so then I'm a Shomer Chinam. If someone goes ahead and hold me up and takes his money, go back to Shimon. Listen, Shimon, I did my best to watch your money. Well, what can I do? I got held up on the street. Someone took it away. I'm sorry your money's lost. And by the way, you also owe me $100 that you never paid back. This was his claim. So the Amalei, they said to him, you admit, you got the money from Shimon, how did you back? Now, you're going to tell me, tonight, what's the problem? Your condition wasn't fulfilled. So the Adam over there who are Torah scholars, guess what? Zilai Sinu, come here, both me and Shashis are here, and you know about our Torah scholar qualifications. The Tempina, Ra, Visifri, Vitosefta, the Kutamuta. We're actually quite knowledgeable Torah scholars. Here, your condition is fulfilled. In other words, saying to him, go jump with him. Ahuda Amar Le Lechavre, who said to his friend, Kavli Mea Zuze, the Ozistef, give me the following matter, that I lent you. Amar, never have. I see Sadi Ozve, who Pare. Something very interesting. He found witnesses that were here at the time. Was these witnesses said we were there at the time of the loan. We were also there when he paid you back. So we're not going to be helpful to you. So what's our love? I know. Sorry, my novel. What should we do? These two witnesses are here to actually substantiate the loan, and they say he borrowed it. But in Pari, the same people who are substantiating the loan are actually saying that he paid back, so we can't really help you. There's nothing we can do. Rava disagrees and he says, Kola over Lola BC. In the claim of I never borrowed from you is once you claim you never borrowed the money, you are admitting you didn't pay back because nobody pays back money that you didn't borrow. That's the concept called so Rava says we will believe Adim. You borrowed the money. However, when it comes to the fact that they're saying you pay back the money, you're contradicting those Adim. You claim you never borrowed it. So the fact that you claim you never borrowed it means you never paid back. So that's we'll dismiss that half. Let's say what's left. Adim say you borrowed the money, sir. You're going to have to pay. Yeah. Person says to his friend, Havli Meya Zuzi, give me $100 in your possession. Didn't I pay you back in front of Reuben and Shimon? So they went out, they got these two identified witnesses, and we were the witnesses, pay back? Nope, never. Summer of Sheshes Lemar, hooks the captain. He has now been officially established as a liar. Why? He claims he paid back the loan in front of Reuben and Shimon. Reuben and Shimon say it's a bubble night, so it never happened. We didn't watch this guy pay back. So I'm going to Rava. No, I'm going to disagree with you. Sometimes you have an obligation to know things. Sometimes you don't have an obligation to know things. In this case, you are not required to pay back in front of Adim. You're required to pay back. You're claiming you paid back. Now, how many you think Reuben and Shimon are there? Well, it's not an obligation that you should know that Reuben are there, and therefore it's possible that you mix up the identities of Reuben and Shimon, and it could be that's a mistake, but that's not to prove you as a liar. Let's do one more case. This says to his friend, give me 600 zuz. It's important to remember 6 zuz. Give me 600 that you owe me. In other words, that I have in your possession. Amar Le, he said to Vlacha Mea Kavi Afzi the Kshita. Have I not paid you back 100 kav of Afzi? Afzi is, I'm not exactly sure what it is. Some type of that grows on a tree that used to use for working. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not sure what. It's okay. I still know what it is. So he says, did I pay you back these Aussies they're worth 6? I gave you 100 of them. So in other words, 600. So I paid you back. So I'm incorrect. Loud. It's the Arba become. There's only one. They give me these Aussies only $400. Also, trade side, the two witnesses came. One witness said in the Arba Avitani. These were only worth 4 at the time, so therefore, according to your calculation, that it was 100. So turns out you only paid back 400. Rava says he's a liar. Why? Because he claimed it was worth 6, it was really worth 4. Rami Barchama, no, Rava, why don't you go back to what you said before? Amrit, you told us that the Inish Lava Daite. Can you tell us that people don't have to know something that they could make a mistake? In other words, this guy is not a nut, so he doesn't know exactly how much they're worth. So therefore, he thought he thought, and therefore that's why he claimed it. But again, because I paid you $600 worth, sticking to the fact that he paid $600, he happened not to have the value of the nuts, and when he said the wrong amount. But he still claims he paid you back to $600. How did they get to $600 from these nuts? I gave you $400 worth of nuts and $200 in maybe I gave you more nuts. Whatever it is, I know I paid you back. Whoever's response is no. And remember, Katsosa Tira, people know how much these cost. And therefore, even though it's maybe not a halachic obligation for him to know about it, he knew about it. And the fact that he lied about it means that he lied. We'll stop here for today. A wonderful day.
DC's wave is most. It's been 30 years.
Have a great day, everyone.
Okay. See. Yes, you got breaking news. No, that's the breaking news. I'm the mayor from DC.
You didn't get enough, okay? We have our sponsors. We thank our Tilson family for sponsoring all this year of the year at this club for the first Am Yisrael. We also thank Dr. Stephen Dr. Zin for sponsoring Restream as once and loving memories. His brother, Doris, his name, Zora, Basu, Yisrael, and the we also thank our very sponsors for today, Ilan and Ross, for sponsoring the family today in memory of Ayla Rivka Basmeyer. We have a late sponsorship here. We thank Michael for sponsoring the family this morning. We thank for Yehuda Mordechai Ben Shana Rivka to have a refuah. Today's but let them not believe. We are starting on Daf Lamed Tesima days. The third of the way down the Amud.
He's an attorney for the Department of Justice.
We were left off by the also. Yes. The Gemara said the so when they make him take the shvuah, they say to him, "Lavi Yodea Shvuah." Just know that it really doesn't make a difference what you mean when you take the shvuah. That's not the relevant point over here. The point is what we have in mind. Whether we, the base, are going to tell you what we want you to swear about, and when you take the shvuah, that is what your shvuah is referring to. Yes. Why will you remember Leachi? Why do you have to tell this guy this? Why do you have to have this thing where the base has one thing in mind, and you're telling him you're swearing upon our mind? Mar says we saw the Rava because of the story that happened with the stick of Rava. This is a story that came up previously in the Gemara, which was where this individual was brought in because he denied a loan and he had claimed that he had returned the money to its proper owner. He came to him, the owner was there. And he was adamant he had not gotten the loan back. And what happened? He told him, "Go ahead, take a shvuah that you paid him." He handed the stick, and the Waldemar told him not his walking stick. Took a shvuah for the attack, and he was so upset. He knew already 100% clarity he had not paid him back. He could not believe the audacity to go ahead and take a false shvuah in basement that he paid him back. He took the walking stick, he threw it on the floor. It broke. And what happened? The money came out of the walking stick. He found out this guy had hollowed out the walking stick, put the money in, and he pulled this. We're technically paid the guy back by handing him the shvuah. He wasn't, but ultimately he had to stick money. And because you know what, we can't have people having these little shticks up their sleeve when they make the shvuah. We're going to make the shvuah based on what we say, and no shtick allowed. Now it goes on to a discussion about whether the mitzvahs. A couple of things we have to keep in mind over here. We just want to get ourselves a little familiar with terminology, like this will all go very smooth and very easily. we have something called a taina. A taina is the claim. Basically, that includes the entire claim. So if Reuben goes to the Shimon claims that Shimon owes him money, whatever it specifies that Shimon owes him, that's called the taina. Then we have something called the kfira. Kfira, whatever's right. So Reuben goes to Shimon and says, "You owe me $100." Shimon denies 100. He owes 50, and the Hodah then that he owes 50. So the taina is 100. The kfira is 50, and that's 50. It's a very simple, straight-up case. That's the typical case of under the miktas. Person claims 100. The person responds and says 50, so he admits that he owes 50. That's going to be the Hodah. And kfira, there's a denial on 50. One set of terms to be kfira and the Hodah. We're also going to remember the following. So when we talk about money, I am claiming specifically the following of money from you. I say you owe me 50 dimes, so I'm asking you for. If I say a certain amount of gold, I'm asking you for gold. If I ask copper, I'm asking you for copper. I'm asking you for silver, I'm asking you for. Essentially saying that it's not an amount of money, it's not a worth that I'm asking you for. So in other words, the person says to somebody, you owe me $100 bills. Typically, generally, you don't use that I want dollar bills. What you're saying is you want 100. So now the person denies quarters, nickels, singles, $2 bills, $5 bills, $20 bills. It all makes no difference. And that is shava. Shava means it's just the worth. The worth of what I'm claiming. So again, dafka means a specific denomination, specific type of coin. Shava means a value of a coin. And the last thing you have to remember is the concept of Hodah Minatayna. That means that if I go to somebody and I claim that I make my taina. My taina is the claim that you owe me a certain amount of money. Now, the person denies my claim, but he admits something else. Now, generally speaking, when a person denies part of the claim, but admits to part of the claim, that's the concept of the mitzvahs. He's obligated to take a biblical oath. He has to take an oath on whatever he denies. However, there is a caveat. According to most opinions, like we're going to say, like we're going to see this in the Mishnah, the Hodah has to be Minat Taina. So therefore, if a person claims that I owe him $100 and say I owe you a hot dog, so then the Hodah is not Minat Taina. There's two different stories here. One of them is a monetary claim that I owe you $100. And then the admission that I'm giving that I owe you money is essentially saying that I owe you a hot dog or a pastrami sandwich. And it has nothing to do with what I claim. So let's just make sure we get all those terms in order, and the moral go very smoothly. Again, taina is what I claim. Hodah is what I admit. Fear is what I deny. Daf is a very specific coin. Means the value of those coins. Hodah meaning and admitting to something similar to the claim, except the variation in the amount. Hodah, which is not minatayna. Admission, which is not from the same type as the claim. That is where I'm admitting to something entirely different than what you claim, and therefore it would technically, in most opinions, not be subject to the entire concept of a victim. I'm all right following. The Gemara starts off Mishnah Taina Shtei Kesa. The Mishnah tells us that a taina, the claim has to be two kesa. And we learn this from the pasuk. We see this there. The pasuk teaches us that the mode of the mitzvah, it has to be that there's at least two. There's two kesef, two coins. Again, well, anytime we speak about money, it always refers to a shava pluta. However, when it comes to a dasas, that is a kind of the mitzvah, the claim needs to start off with two coins. Look how Rav says it. Kefiras taina shteikes. The denial, the amount of money that you are doing that you owe, that has to be 2 kesef. What does that mean mathematically? That the claim had to have been 2 kesef plus a pruta. Why? Because I deny that I own 2, that I deny 2. So then, if the claim was 2, then I've denied the entire claim. So if I'm denying that I owe 2, the claim must have been 2 plus. So for Rav, our Mishnah said when it says 2 kesef means the denial must be 2 coins. But the claim of our Shmuel says no. In Taina Aks must take kesef. Claim is the coins, and therefore through lo par elapaputa. If you only deny 1 pruta, so the person said only 2, and it says I owe you, or he denies only a small amount, which is a pruta, or the other way around. Lohoda elapaputa, he admits that he owes a pruta, chayiv. Simple difference between Rav and Shmuel is, according to Rav, the entire claim is going to have to be 2 pruta plus, and the denial must be at the value of the kesef. According to Shmuel, the entire claim could be 2 kesef, and the denial be the most minimal, which is a pruta. Rav says, Amar Rava. Rava says something very interesting that happens here. Deika mas nisan kavaseta Rav. If you learn our Mishnah, it seems like Rav, correct? However, the crops up in the Torah, it seems like the Kavasei Shmuel, they seem to think Shmuel is correct. Now let's go with this Kavasei the Rav. Mishnah seems to back up Rav in the Torah, for it says Hataina. In the Mishnah, the words were Hataina is 2 coins. V'hoda, the Ilu, Rashi takes with the word the Ilu, Pruta. It doesn't say that there should be a kfira of a pruta. In other words, if the Mishnah said that the kfira is a pruta, then Shmuel would be correct. It doesn't say that. It says, the Mishnah, what you admit to is a shava pruta. Rav is probably correct that the admission has to, the admission could be but the kfira has to be 2, and what is going to be the pruta. Now, Nami, another Mishnah, thing regard to Shava Pruta. When a person admits to something, it fears Pruta Katani. And that makes lifting things off. Especially with 1 Pruta, it does not say and denies the amount of money that's sufficient to Pruta. You know why it does say that? Because Rav is correct. See a minimum of 2 coins. So when you learn Mishnayos seem to indicate that Rav is correct. And in order to biblically obligate someone to take an oath of a modu mitzvah, a person admits the part of a loan, the denial must be unto 2 coins, and that essentially means that the claim has been 2 coins plus a pruta. So he admits to a pruta, denies 2 kesef. Now the cry conversation of Psukim in the Torah seems to back up Shmuel. Right? What says in the pasuk, "Kitain ish alei kesef okayim." A person will give us either money or vessels. What does he give it to him for? Lish watching. Now, Matam Shnayim, just like Kalim, just by definition, plural. So Matam Shnayim, Avkes Shnayim. We compare, since it says in the pasuk, the first one give his friend kesef, money, or kalim. Now, technically, we'll be very, very technical about it. Kesef, money, is authenticated, not with regard to Hilchos Muktzah, but again, a kesef is a metaltal, it's a movable object. object, just like any other keli. So why does that have to say you give your friend money or keli? Why couldn't you just say one? So the Gemara understands if you compare each one to the next. Kalim Shnayim, thus the word Kalim is plural, and it indicates that there are two. Shnayim, so it must be, so there would be two as well. So we learn this claim of Hodam about these two, that we learn this from. Not Kesef Davar Chashav, just like Kesef has to be Davar. Any item that you're going to give has to be a Davar Chashav as well. Now, the Kafbana, when the Torah told with regard to the halakha of Mortar Mixas, he who's that? The person admits that I don't owe you what you're claiming. Rather, who's that? The only thing I owe it is this. Now, hold on a second. What was it that you talked about? It was two kesef. So again, if you look at the pasuk strictly, you're saying just kingdom are two. My entire loan, or the amount of money disputed here, is 2 coins. The person admit to who's that. Part of that too. It seems like Shmuel is correct. And he admitted to only part of that, which is obviously mitzvahs, and he has to take a shul, not like Rav. Now Rav is not that's in the Gemara. Only Boile takes us up.
When's your GP appointment?
I watched back to the year.
GP appointment.
It says, right. You can't learn it from that one because this concept is our concept of Hodam. This is just telling you that if you deny the entire process, you take a ridic. Oh, ultimately the Daraisa, there's not going to be any requirement to take a shul. That's what that teaches us